does need to do.
Yeah.
That I don't know if he's probably. Should he have taken the $4 million just strictly financially? Probably.
Yeah.
Because he wasn't going to get drafted any worse next year.
Right.
So if you just pull out and decide to go back, which you're allowed to do now, by the way, everybody, you can pull out even after you've entered the draft and go back to college. Like if midway through the 6th round, he should have pulled himself out of the draft.
I
don't know if you can pull. Well, Florio said that Shedeur Sanders could have re-entered college football, but I think it's if you don't get drafted.
I don't know. I think it's when, because the articles I saw, not to go too far down this road, the articles that I saw would all said somebody is going to challenge that rule someday. Like some guy who doesn't get drafted is going to challenge that. I don't know if you can. Either way, Quinn Ewers isn't. He's going to go play. He's drafted by the Dolphins. He's going to go play.
He should have. If he had known in advance that he was going to get drafted in the 7th round, then sure, he should have stayed in college another year, and especially financially, taking the $4 million somewhere.
The counterpoints that were made in an article that I saw about this were interesting. About Ewers specifically, is that he grew up a UT fan. He's from Texas. Would go, and he's made a lot of money. Like Quinn Ewers had $1.4 million in the bank at Ohio State. You know what I mean? Like he went through his eligibility in high school a semester early just so he could get to college to get a big NIL deal. So he's already got money in the bank, and the thought might be that playing somewhere else would be anticlimactic for him.
Yeah.
He played at UT.
Yeah, no kidding.
He's
and
got
you're right,
the money.
by the way. It was Florio's argument was that he should challenge the rule that the NCAA has because it violates antitrust.
I don't blame you for thinking it's the other way, because there were so many people on draft coverage this weekend talking about Shedeur on day 3 as if that's something he were allowed to do. And
people were saying that they had changed the rule, and they hadn't. They just misread Florio's post. So I apologize for that.
No worries.
No, Ewers, who, by the way, though, the one thing that came out of that was the funniest joke, and I don't know who said it originally, but I saw it like 20 different times, was Ewers, who was sitting in his father's trophy room with, I would say, at least 88 animal heads on the wall.
Yes.
The entire time. The joke was that Quinn Ewers is killing an animal for every hour he doesn't get drafted. We need to draft him to save the animals.
That's what it looked like.
Yeah. I don't know. I think he probably to go somewhere else and to play in college where you're not going to have the same level, almost definitely, depending on what his options were, the same experience that you had at Texas right now. I totally get why he entered the draft.
Yeah, I do too. I mean, if he'd known, if he had a crystal ball and knew he was going in the 7th round, would he have gone back? Maybe not. Maybe Miami. Miami's not for a 7th round pick. Miami's not the worst landing spot in the world. Like Tua could be one of these guys that in 2 years is just viewed as a bloated, overpaid contract, and they're looking for a new solution. He
could get a couple more concussions and decide to retire from football.
Even more likely to happen. That's a great point. Yeah. Yes, that's probably more likely to happen. So I do wonder. We're talking specifically about your situation. I do wonder if just the for guys who know that they're going to go, like Quinn Ewers had no idea he was going to go in the 7th round. He thought he'd be gone by the 3rd round at the worst, probably. But there are guys who do declare for the draft that have a better understanding of where they might go in the draft that may now look at this and go, I'll just go make $4 million for another year somewhere else.
100%.
Yeah.
And there's multiple reasons for this, but there are fewer underclassmen entering the draft now than there had been in the previous few years. For a long time, it was just getting more and more and more in every year.
Yeah.
The trend the last few years is for it to be smaller. And you got to think that, the average, I think an average offensive lineman starter at a big school now is making over $200,000.
It's a couple $100,000. It is. Yeah.
So when you start talking about the guys who are NFL draft eligible, they're making a lot more. It's not just the quarterback position. It's even the non-glory positions. It makes more sense. And then Caserio talked about it this weekend in one of his press conferences that, man, you see the value of just simply getting better as a football player, playing more football. It's not always a matter of just putting your best foot forward. It's like, no, you improve as a football player. Teams feel better about you the more film they have on you. You look at Jaden Higgins, and he had a lot of college football playing experience, and you can watch and see the growth and the transformation over several years, which is also evidence of the work you've put into it. They feel a lot better about that sometimes than just some guy that had one really good year and you don't know whether it was a flash in the pan or just that or he's genuinely on the upswing.
Yep. So it's an interesting topic. Hey, shifting gears real quick. James Harden has been a topic on the show for the last couple days just because Rocket fans are comparing Jalen Green to James Harden. And you and I have been put in the odd position of taking up for James Harden. Like, hey, settle down. At least, like, Harden had bad elimination games, and he had some noteworthy poor playoff performances.
And really games 5 through 7 especially.
Yeah, like later in series.
We haven't had a chance for Jalen Green to go in a game 5 just yet.
Not till tonight, yeah. So we'll see what happens. But James Harden, like statistically, if you're not emotionally attached and you just ignore exactly which games were bad, these elimination or late in series games, statistically he's a really good playoff player. He wasn't last night. I'm looking at the numbers. I'm like, maybe we're picking the wrong week to die on the hill for James Harden here. I'll
still die on this hill because he's still better than Jalen Green.
Of course he
is. The playoffs.
Yeah, he was 11 points last night, 3 of 9 shooting. The Clippers now trail their series with the Nuggets 3-2. And the Clippers were viewed, even though they're a 5 seed, they were viewed coming into the playoffs, Seth, as a very live 5 seed because Kawhi Leonard is healthy and everything else. Wasn't a great night last night for James
0
Harden.
3-pointers and 4 turnovers, and it was just the biggest one was it was the jogging around the court. My favorite comment I saw was these are the types of games that the James Harden playoff narrative makes sense. Just jogging around the court, dreaming of Wingstop.
Oh, so they've got the fat narrative going on him in LA too?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I'm looking at these quotes. Loser running from accountability but still can't rise to the occasion. Get him off my team.
Yeah, he didn't meet with the media for the second time after a game, which usually, if a guy is beloved, the fans will stick up for that player not talking to the media to the death. But when he's doing it after games like this, not a good look for him or the team.
Such a loser. Trade his bleep after this season. To where? Like, he's been on every team in the league at this point.
Well, we see this. Each successive fan base thinks, oh, James Harden, awesome. And then all the previous fan bases say, just wait until the playoffs. Yeah. Just wait. Just wait until a game 5, 6, or 7.
Best tirade, best diatribe, best rant on James Harden still, I think, is this Brian Damaris from the Mavericks, right? A Mavs announcer.
Before they played Harden in the playoffs.
In the playoffs, yeah. So this was Brian Damaris of the Dallas Mavericks railing on James Harden.
You wanted Chris Paul. They brought him in and got rid of him, and you were tired of him. They brought in your old friend Russell Westbrook. You want to go to Vegas on off days? They looked away. You wanted the team to stay over so you could go out at night. They changed the schedule, and it didn't work. And you know what? You said, I'm going to break up with my whoopee. Not good enough. I see the bright lights in New York. I want to go there. My old pal, Kevin Durant. It's going to work. The big 3. And all after 1 year, you wanted out. You realized, oh, my gosh, I took this guy for granted, the guy that believed in me. I went back with Daryl Morey. They traded Ben Simmons for you. How did they pull that off? And you know what? You went there, and you got a partner who got the MVP. He won the MVP. And what did you say afterwards? You said, they didn't hand me the reins. You're the point guard. You were holding the reins. And what did you do when you had the reins? You scored 9 points in Game 7 against Boston. You blew a 3-2 series lead.
Yeah, that's pretty good right there.
And it was kind of in a nutshell very quickly. And I actually started it up. He had started off saying, you wanted Dwight Howard, they got you Dwight Howard. And that's I feel like that's not exactly a fair picture of how it was then. It wasn't, it was...
Daryl Morey wanted Dwight Howard bad.
Yeah. That was always kind of a weird and awkward fit. But the rest of it was a slam dunk, something that James Harden does not do in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Slam dunk, correct.
So just so you know, James Harden, we'll stick up for you against the Jalen Green comps, but we are not going to stick up for you in totality if you're going out and chunking up 11 points in a must-have Game 5, all right?
There's something about him late in playoff series where he's gotten to the point, it's the weirdest and strangest thing. He's got to talk to a sports psychologist or something. It's not because he can't physically perform well in the playoffs. He's done plenty of games where he's played very, very well, but then he's also got notable instances like being on the bench for an incredible comeback versus the Clippers, in the playoffs.
Yep.
It's the strangest thing.
Yep.
It's not like some of the players that, Clayton Kershaw was just awful in the playoffs in general for a long time, and then he figured it out.
Yep.
But even that wasn't as weird. Clayton Kershaw being awful in the playoffs, despite being awesome in the regular season, wasn't as weird as James Harden only being bad at the end of playoff series.
Yeah, man.
In the playoffs.
Yeah, because you look at his numbers. His numbers overall are really, really good. My favorite one, 3 words from a Clippers fan. Where's the shame?
Yeah, no, that's exactly it. Like, how are you not realizing this is a problem?
He looks
this isn't
unaffected.
some lazy narrative.
Yep, he looks unaffected by the whole thing. All right, let's circle back to the Astros. Another big win last night. They go for the sweep today. Why Jose Altuve is the most beloved athlete maybe in this city's history. We've got 40 seconds worth of audio that will show you exactly why. We've got that for you coming up next.
Boy, you know who's done really well through
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne.
Got him. Astros win it 6-4. They have taken the first two games from the Tigers. 8-5 last night, 6-4 tonight. And Blummer, the Astros continue to play great baseball here at Dyken Park.
Yeah, they do. They do. Good job. Todd Callis on the call. Space City Home Network. Astros go for the sweep today against the Detroit Tigers. That would be something, man. It's interesting. The good teams, San Diego had the best record in the National League when they came in here, a couple weeks ago. And the Astros, I think, if I remember correctly, took 2 out of 3 from the Padres that weekend. They played pretty well against good teams of late. That's been nice.
It's a reality check for these teams, Sean.
Yeah.
You know what? There's an up-and-coming team in Major League Baseball. Their name is the Houston Astros.
Called the Houston Astros. Yeah,
right.
Hell yeah.
Which was for me, my memory isn't so great, and I didn't even know you were allowed to lose in the first round of the MLB playoffs. But
that was very strange last year. Yes.
Yeah. So that's bottom of the barrel in my estimation. But this is a different Astros team. This is an up and coming squad of scrappy youngsters.
Spitfire is what they are. They're a 25, 50-legged Spitfire is what they are.
They brought in a couple of veteran winners to teach these kids how to win. Teach young Altuve how to win. You bring in a Christian Walker.
Yeah.
Yes.
I love Jose Altuve. And Jose Altuve, hey, we need you to move to left field. No problem. Hey, how about Jose Altuve actually suggested bumping down to number 2 in the batting order and moving Jeremy Pena up. This was Jose Altuve before yesterday's game meeting with the media. If you're looking for about 30 or 40 seconds as to why everybody loves Jose Altuve, this is it right here.
Everything I want to do is just, first for the team. I think if I don't performance, I don't help the team. So I think everything about the team, playing left field, playing in second base, some games, everything I'm doing is because I really want to try to help this team. And if Joe, for example, today I'm playing left, but tomorrow I might play second, I don't really care. I just want to be in the lineup and ready to play. I was just looking for, like I said, those little extra 5 seconds coming from whoever I'm coming from and, trying to make the team better. I think we have a great team. We have a great opportunity again to go to playoff. We're facing really good teams and really good pitchers, but, we have the talent here, and I think we can do it.
When you combine everything, Seth, when you combine the elite performance in just the most crucial of situations, the overall accomplishment throughout the course of his career, stuff like that, where at age 35, is the highest paid guy on the team, he's still like, yeah, I'll play left field, yeah, I'll bump down in the order, whatever it takes for the team to win. I don't know that any player is going to take the amount of unwarranted vitriol that Jose Altuve took in the aftermath of the sign-stealing scandal. There'll never be another Jose Altuve. Enjoy this while you can. There will never be another one like him.
Yeah.
There'll be other athletes that are revered, that are team guys, but in terms of and then just to add in just the stature, physical stature, the unlikelihood of a guy 5'6" or whatever doing the things he does. He is a unicorn, both play-wise and off the field.
Well, and I think that, we were joking about bringing veteran players in, et cetera, to teach these young guys. It is a very much a different team in so many respects than they were during the Golden Era. But looking back on it, I'm kind of glad that they went through the beginning of last season, because if you're going to hit a reset without actually tanking or what have you, there's a resetting of expectations and, where you are and where you need to go. And last year, they had to fight through a really, really miserable stretch of baseball, but then they saw that, okay, if we just stick at it, then we can be a much better baseball team than we are. So I think that in a lot of ways, the way the offense has started out this season, they're probably they've been hardened a little bit, and they understand that that you can just keep fighting through it. I mean, look at Jeremy Pena. Jeremy Pena, if we take when he first crossed the Mendoza line, which was on April 12th, he lifted his batting average up to 200 that night.
Okay.
since then, he's hitting 322 with an 825 OPS.
Yeah.
And he's had an incredible streak of just however many, consecutive games with a hit in each game. He broke that, but still, it's a lot. That's where I, as a fan, I'm certainly less. I'm less dramatic about exactly where they are offensively right now.
Yeah.
It helps that Christian Walker has really started to show his power some.
You and I were at spring training for a week, and obviously we're talking all Astros that week. And I remember multiple times. I know I don't want to put words in your mouth. I just can't remember what your overall take was on it. My feeling was that this was as good and had a chance to be a better team than the one that got knocked out of the first round of the playoffs last year. Mm-hmm. And through the first couple weeks of this season, I don't know that I felt that way. I know they had a better record than last year's team did at that same stage, but obviously, ultimately, that team last year from June on wound up being one of, if not the best teams in the American League, at least in terms of their record. Their overall record, they won 88 games, but they were a better team in the second half than they were in the first half. Where are you right now with this team? Do you feel like this is a better team right now than last year's team?
I think just because of the way the pitchers have been from the very beginning.
Yeah.
That alone, yes, makes me feel that way. And that with the veteran players like Christian Walker and Paredes, their slow starts, it's a lot easier to write off right now their slow starts to, okay, the classic what we see in baseball all the time. New guy in a new environment. Some guys like Bregman thrive in it, we've learned, and other guys it's not so much. But that part of it, yeah, I feel way better about them right now this year than I did last year.
I do too. And the pitching, the pitching is light years better. The pitching was among the worst in the league at this time last year. Now they're among the best in the league. Yeah, I do too. I feel like the stuff that they're doing the stuff that's winning them the 16 games feels sustainable.
I liked it. And Gusto had a miserable first inning last night, but fought back and ended up, being just fine. The fact that he and Wisniewski they're doing what we've already seen so many times in the last decade is, all right, we're going to get the best version of these guys while they're with the Astros. And I don't think I stop even chiding myself anymore when I get excited about a promising pitcher early in the season if he's coming from somewhere else because, yeah, that's what guys tend to do with the Astros.
Yep. Text message. We're still getting texts from previous topics in the 8 o'clock hour. The 100 men against the one gorilla. If you missed it earlier, Seth and I went through a list. There's a content creator out there named JP Hovey who listed his 100 people, and a lot of Houstonians were on there, like Brian Cushing, Andre Johnson, and Aziz Al-Shaair. So we still have a lot of you texting in really educated takes. As a former zoo worker, I can definitively say that a male chimpanzee is much more dangerous and terrifying than any gorilla.
Yeah.
So the chimp is.
I think chimps are more hardwired for aggression, as I understand it. Correct me if I'm wrong, Zookeeper.
Yep.
Zookeeper Ted. That's what I'm going to call you.
Zookeeper Ted. Yes.
Yeah, chimpanzees they're vicious, man, and I know their whole social structure and everything is a whole lot of just even amongst themselves. You're getting together your own little band of fellow chimps to take on the alpha and everything. They plot and scheme, and they're just nasty.
Was the documentary you remember the documentary?
Wasn't it Chimpanzee Empire or something like that?
Yeah, I think it was.
Yeah.
Those were chimps, yeah.
I couldn't watch it. I had to stop watching. Well, Brandy had to stop watching it because it was just too violent.
They all had names. Yeah, they were like chimp wars. I mean, they battled with other tribes of chimps.
Yeah, but physically mano, or is it a mano? Whatever it is.
Yeah.
1-to-1, though, Zookeeper Ted, it's like a properly motivated gorilla is still way scarier than one individual chimpanzee, isn't it? A
swarmy gorilla, like a gorilla that really loves the fight,
It feels like it's kind of like with lions and tigers. Like an individual tiger is scarier than an individual lion, but lions as a group, because they hunt in packs, are scarier just because they're going to, if they set their mind to it, they're going to figure out a way to get you.
I had a conversation about this thing with somebody yesterday, and my thing was I would never obviously be part of the 100 people unless forced to, going against the gorilla. But my advice to the 100 people actually equipped to go fight this creature, possibly, would be for one of them, while you have the gorilla down, if you're able to get him down, would be to get your finger in there, scoop the eyeball. Scoop it
blind
out.
him.
Scoop the eyeball.
If you just get one guy latched onto the back of him, and that's why I went with a horse jockey.
Yeah.
I've seen very few people suggest a horse jockey or a bull rider. Get somebody on there. Probably a bull rider would be best.
Yes.
And just get him on there and gouge the eyeballs.
Scoop that eyeball. Get that thumb in there and just scoop both of them out of there. And now he's blind, and then you can just walk up to him and just start kicking him in the limbs and hitting him. It'll take a while, but
they all look. Of all the mammals walking the earth, we are by far the feeblest.
Yeah.
We didn't get to the spot we're at by relying on our physical prowess.
Correct.
You know,
yes.
Like we can study and learn and attack weaknesses in a way that a gorilla, who frankly, you can't prep the gorilla for this fight. You could tell him about it the morning of it, and he's not going to know what you're talking about.
Nope.
You know?
Nope.
He's not going to be sitting around thinking, day after day, like, how am I going to attack this human being? Exactly.
Gorillas, they're not coachable. They're just not coachable.
That's why we ended up taking care of the Neanderthals back in the day.
That's right.
They couldn't hunt in groups like we can. They were just they were limited in the ability to communicate and coordinate.
Yes.
And we sent them packing. See ya, Neanderthals.
Yeah.
Now we take on another ape, the gorilla.
That's right. It's why we're awesome as a species. Not all of us. Like David Schwimmer, you suck. But other than,
awesome is subjective, depending on whose perspective. But
right. That's what
the Neanderthals, they didn't think the same. But from our standpoint,
I like us.
Pretty damn badass.
I'm a big fan. I don't know. This is funny. The best, we talked about Quinn Ewers in the previous segment about him falling to the 7th round. Should he have gone back to school instead of going pro? The best Ewers meme, this is a text, was doesn't matter what your favorite Lion King character was, Quinn Ewers' father has them on the wall. Is that Simba? Is that Mufasa? No.
Was there any kind of, because I'm not on Twitter much.
Is there any PETA blowback on him? Is that what
was there a lot of, I gotta think that there were people that were irate about Quinn Ewers. There's definitely an article out there somewhere about how this monster, no, not on my team. They better not draft this guy.
Right.
As they're wolfing down a hamburger,
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
I don't want somebody who actually knows how animals are killed.
Give me the Happy Meal. Someone suggests twisting the gorilla's junk. As Seth pointed out earlier, you need a microscope to find the damn thing.
Yeah, that's where you need the jockey's hand small enough to find it and go after it.
That's right.
That woman that has all these those group things going on the internet. She's accustomed to dealing with.
She's good at that. Let's see. Sean, can you do the eyeball scooping sound effect again? Yeah. That's what it is. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday. Yeah, what?
You know what you could do, too, because everybody talks and gushes about the gorilla's biting power and how strong their teeth and their bite is. Then you send in, the first few people you send in, you load them up with angel dust.
On their arms?
PCP.
Okay.
And then, and I know what everybody's thinking, like, no, that's not what you want out of the gorilla to where he'd feel no pain. At some point he might gouge his own eyeballs out.
Yeah.
Just let him stay away from him, keep your distance, and let the gorilla go crazy as he's drugged up.
Are bath salts something that you could cover your body in? Is it a consistency that's...
I don't know.
Yeah.
Now that I'm thinking of it, the PCP was a really dumb idea, but something like Quaaludes or even Benadryl.
Yeah.
Here, banana-flavored Benadryl. Here you go, gorilla.
Yeah.
Yeah, just have a sip. Don't want you to dehydrate. This is just water.
Right,
it's just water.
right. You
Get
need
your
liquids.
fluids.
Your fluids, exactly. Other than gouging eyeballs, how would a human hurt a gorilla? Human hitting or kicking a gorilla would be the equivalent of a mosquito bite.
Again, you disappoint me. I'm kicking out of the planning session. Yeah. You suffocate him. It's as simple as that. Yeah. It's so easy. Yeah. You dogpile him and you suffocate him.
Right.
And yes, you'll lose a few people. So what? You want to lose you try to fight him 1-to-1, like, oh, nope, I'm going to... Yeah, all of you will die. You're going to have to lose 10 or 20 people to suffocation, but you dogpile him and he's done for. Yeah. It's as simple as that.
Yep.
Why is everybody thinking so conventionally about this fight that we have to fight? Frankly, It's concerning to me.
Yeah.
It's concerning to me that so many of you are so quick to give up and run away when faced with the prospect of 100 of us fighting a gorilla.
Well,
this is so incredibly simple and so achievable, yet so many of you have been beaten about the head and ears by nature documentaries, by Disney movies, and what have you, that you just want to bow down to the mighty gorilla.
But, Seth, this is what's going to keep you in the upper tier of intelligent human beings. The existence of those people. Yeah.
It's why people already have me as the warlord for their chosen warlord.
Thank you.
If society breaks down and that we end up in a post-apocalyptic nightmare.
You're my choice.
By far, I've got the planning skills and the creativity and the leadership skills to defeat and destroy any and all primates, whether they be gorilla, human, or otherwise.
Zero argument from me, buddy. Zero argument. Would you guys take a flyer on Nick Chubb? Are we still talking about the gorilla
to
fight?
beat the gorilla?
Are we talking about football? Yeah.
No, he's going to tear his ACL in 3 seconds versus that gorilla.
Nick Chubb was on that list of 100, but it was Nick Chubb on leg day.
Yeah.
Have you seen the videos of him working out, Nick Chubb?
No.
Dude, you got to go find him. I'll send him to you. He's getting after it.
Impressive athlete has an impressive workout. Cool.
Well, but he's coming off an ACL. I'll send you some of the stuff he's doing. I'm a little disappointed that you're just dismissing.
Why do people talk about ACLs like they're just this big deal anymore? An ACL's not a big deal. Now, the Nick Chubb getting ACLs and other injuries routinely is the big deal.
Yeah.
It's over and over and over again. That's the problem.
He's jumping from a standing position over these hurdles.
Yeah.
That are it's very impressive. I know it sounds like you want to dismiss it, but it was enough for me to give him $6 million a year.
I have no doubt that it's impressive.
Yeah.
I don't understand what a workout video has to do with a guy actually staying healthy on a football field.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm just easily sold to. I want to give the guy some money right now, to fight the gorilla and run the ball for the Texans. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, so we've got crumbs left over from the petty cast yesterday. We were so damn petty yesterday that we never circled back to Mel Kiper. We never got to put our finishing Stone Cold Stunner on Mel Kiper from his act this weekend. So we're going to do it in the next segment. Mel Kiper says nobody can evaluate quarterbacks. He's right, and nobody would include Mel Kiper. And we've got the proof coming up next. Daly and Black, the law offices of Daly and Black. I'll tell you what right now.
Is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Someone just, this is a text, someone just sit the gorilla down with Jack Easterby for an hour. He'll run away. One gorilla versus one Easterby, yeah.
You're thinking about this too conventionally, and the fight is the fight versus the humans. You have to understand that sometimes a loss is a win, and with a win, when you stack up enough losses, loss after loss after loss, if you've already reframed that as a win, then indeed you've actually won. So there you have it. Yeah,
that's funny right there. I laugh at that all the time.
Mm-hmm. 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 One fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish. Yep.
Where is he? Which NFL team is he destroying?
I don't know. I don't know. There's probably attempts going on right now. I have no idea. All right, so Mel Kiper said this. As the Shador, there was a 9-minute cut-up that I saw yesterday, and it was all Mel Kiper complaining about Shador Sanders not getting picked, and most of them were literally within seconds of another guy getting picked.
Of another pick,
you know what I mean?
That was... People were genuinely getting PO'd about that, but it was, I think, for ratings' sake, it was the best thing ESPN could have done. It's okay.
Tough to argue against that. That's true.
You've got it felt like old school ESPN. The only issue was old school ESPN would have figured out a way real quick to get somebody who disagreed with Louis Riddick or Mel Kiper up on the because then it would be embraced debate.
Yeah.
Because then they could have twice as many viewers if they had one guy viciously attacking Shador Sanders and then those two defending him. I lost patience with it just because it was Louis Riddick and Mel Kiper saying the same thing over and over and over again.
That's right. Yep.
Yeah. It got laborious.
It did. And amidst all of it, it seemed like when Mel Kiper Jr.'s frustration reached its peak, he had this to say about the NFL evaluating quarterbacks.
The NFL has been clueless for 50 years when it comes to evaluating quarterback. Clueless. No idea what they're doing in terms of evaluating quarterback. That's proof. There's proof of that.
How many
they say we know exactly what we're talking about with quarterback. They don't.
Okay.
Yeah, that last part. If you had just left it at the NFL is clueless.
Right.
At evaluating quarterbacks, I think most NFL executives were like, "Yeah, I know. It's hard, man. It's really hard."
There's only 32 starting positions, and half of those guys aren't good.
If he had left it at that, it stands. But at the very end, he says, "We know what we're talking about,"
and they don't.
Come on, Mel.
And they don't.
You've got so many receipts out there of you making horrendous statements about quarterbacks.
Such as here was Mel Kiper Jr. after Jamarcus Russell was selected at the beginning of the 2007 draft.
They could have taken Calvin Johnson, but the quarterback situation the way it is right now, Jamarcus Russell is going to immediately energize that Raider Nation, that fan base, that football team on the practice field, in that locker room. 3 years from now, you could be looking at a guy who's certainly one of the elite top 5 quarterbacks in this league. And I think when you look at the difference between Brady Quinn and Jamarcus Russell, everybody says it's the superior physical ability. Brady Quinn's a big guy. Nobody has an arm like Jamarcus Russell, and mobility is a little underrated. I think that slow, deliberate motion is a concern. Having great receivers running wide open, the NFL, that's not going to be the case. Obviously, he'll need a little time, but you're talking about a 2 to 3 year period once he's under center. Look out, because skill level that he has is certainly John Elway-like.
John Elway-like.
This is where he really Ben. Can you play the first 5 seconds of that real quick?
Yeah. They could have taken Calvin Johnson, but the quarterback situation, the way it is right now, Jamarcus Russell is going to immediately energize that Raider Nation, that fan base.
Okay, there we go. Energize. That listen, Mel. Do you know nothing about the purple drink? What the hell? Do you even know what it does to you? Do you think Chopped and Screwed is some super up tempo? No. It was the opposite of energizing.
Yes. The next John Elway. Okay. All right. So, Mel, you had that receipt. Here was Mel Kiper Jr. back in 2014 where he dropped a mock draft before the 2014 draft. Keep in mind, that was the draft where the Texans had the number 1 overall pick. So he's going through his top 5 of one of his mock drafts leading up to the 2014 draft. And here's who he had the Texans taking number 1 overall.
I haven't heard Teddy Bridgewater, and I haven't heard Johnny Manziel. I'm guessing one of the two is your number 1. Who does Houston take?
I'm going to go with Johnny Manziel, and I'm going to say Johnny Manziel for this reason. When you talk to people in the league, I get a consensus on Manziel that I don't get with Bortles or Bridgewater. A consensus that Manziel at worst is going 5. He's going in the top 5 somewhere. And this is a guy, if teams are thinking about him at 5 or 7, hey, what's wrong with number 1? It's not like you're paying Stafford or Bradford money. Johnny Manziel is a magician on the field. If he eats, sleeps, and drinks football 365 days a year, to me, he can be a very good to great player in the NFL. And today's NFL kind of suits his skill set very effectively and very well. And Bill O'Brien's going to have to figure it out. Trading down's a possibility, taking Jadeveon Clowney. We talked about that. But if they take a quarterback, I think Manziel's going to have to be heavily in the discussion.
Now, this is what Mel Kiper, I feel like him saying that when you talk to people in the NFL, I don't know, man. A lot of people that talk to people in the NFL will tell you that there are a lot of teams that would not have drafted Johnny Manziel in any of the 7 rounds.
Didn't have him on the board.
He was completely off the board.
Yep.
That's what's so funny and ironic about people pointing out Johnny Manziel as a what about for Shedeur Sanders. It's the fact that the Browns drafted Johnny Manziel
yes.
when multiple teams had taken Johnny Manziel completely off the board.
Right.
Yeah. So the Browns. The Browns being the team that drafted Shedeur Sanders, there is some precedent for that. So now he was correct in saying if Johnny Manziel does nothing but eat, drink, and sleep football, the problem was that Johnny Manziel himself will tell you that he didn't look at his iPad once away from the facility when he was with the Browns.
I think he said that Johnny Manziel does eat, sleep, and drink football. Yes.
Eat, drink, and sleep football.
I'm pretty sure he said that as a statement of fact.
Snort, Mel?
Yeah. So we play that. Now people are going to point out to me, like, Sean, you wanted Johnny Manziel number 1. Yeah. I'm not an NFL draft expert, nor am I telling the NFL they don't know what the hell they're doing, and I do.
We know exactly what we're talking about with quarterbacks. They don't.
Yeah. We just played 40 seconds of the guy saying Manziel is going to be this franchise changer, and he says that.
The whole thing about Manziel was that there was so much stuff, that didn't make the public sphere about the way he conducted himself and operated. Like, NFL teams know and have that stuff, and a lot of the curious stuff that happens on draft day is because of that. Just there's always a skepticism about the anonymous quotes from scouts and executives, but a lot of times those are by and large genuine quotes when they come from the respected guys who have been at it forever.
Yep.
And where there's smoke, there's very, very often fire. So when people say like flat out, no, this guy was just a jerk in meetings, or this guy treated the coach with disrespect or whatever, when there's that much smoke, yeah, it's there. And with Manziel, whatever was actually publicly reported, it was way, way, way more than what was in the papers.
Kiper, am I going to pile on here? Yeah, a little bit. Like, this isn't even a quarterback evaluation. This was Mel Kiper Jr. at the beginning of this season, after the first couple weeks where some of the passing numbers were down because teams had gone to a lot of too high safety looks. This was Mel Kiper Jr. wanting to ban The too high safety look.
Well, you can't do that, right? Well, you got a 5-yard rule with the cornerbacks, right? The Mel Blunt rule, right? Now with the push thing with Hurts, you got to be a yard back now. So don't tell me you can't have those safeties closer to the line of scrimmage than they are. I was at games where I'm thinking, hey, too high? They're out in outer space. I couldn't even find us. They're playing with 9 guys, right? Where are the other 2? Oh, the other 2, they're so daggone far back, and even though they're part of the damn play. I'm telling you, we got to change this thing, and we got to have, hey, you can warn them. They come up, hey, guys, you got to get up a little bit, right? You're too far back. Warn those safeties, but you got to figure out, competition committee, somebody's got to figure out what that depth is, but it's too far back right now. The NFL is being ruined by these too high safeties.
You know it's a bad take. Orlovsky had that look on his face where he's not sure if he's got to take a dump or not. Orlovsky.
Again, this is where Mel Kiper, the world of draft evaluation is so far past him by, and that it sounds like he's never watched football before.
It's crazy, dude.
In the many, many decades in which cover 2 has been a thing in the NFL. For him to act like, oh, have you seen these safeties lining up so deep? How on earth could you ever potentially attack something like the safeties aligned deep? They got to get rid of it.
We need more laws. We need more rules.
If you do go through the mental exercise of it, though, if you made every defender line up within 15 yards of the line of scrimmage, that would be fun.
Fireworks.
That would be, it could make it a lot of fun.
Oh, my God.
It was a really, really dumb take because he was so adamant about it, but there's a part of me that's like, I don't know. That's actually kind of interesting.
What type of receiver, what type of player do you think would thrive the most in some scenario?
Anybody with speed.
I'm picturing healthy Tank Dell shaking a guy at the line and just.
You'd end up with a lot of young. Well, even if you have 3 Tank Dells, on the field.
Yeah.
And all right, okay, 2 of them get jammed up, but one of them breaks free.
Yeah.
And you got a safety.
Yeah.
Just trying to catch up from behind. It would be insanity.
Yeah. No, Jalen Noel might have been a first-round pick in a league like that.
Yeah.
It would be fun. Mel, you thought of something that would be fun. It doesn't make it any less stupid, but it does sound like it's fun.
But it also, that was what's been annoying me so much the last couple of years is people acting like cover 2 is a recent invention. What are we doing here? I don't understand what we're doing here.
Oh, man. Text message.
Now, defenses have gotten a lot better at disguising coverages and everything, so they're more exotic with it, but it's still... By and large, one of the things you saw last year was, hey, look, running backs are relevant again. Yeah, because for decades, Mel Kiper, the simple and easy answer to cover 2 is run. Because it's just run against these punks with only 7 guys in the box. And it's just because teams have gotten so far away from actually being able to engineer run games, they weren't able to take advantage of it. And you see the pendulum swing back the other way.
Text message, Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Just get 100 Marines and tell them they get a 4-day if they beat the gorilla.
Well, that's where the military side of it comes in, too, is you've got to have – because my first thought was, okay, you got to suffocate the gorilla by dogpiling them. In doing so, you're going to lose 10 or 20 of them, 10 or 20 people. So my first thought was, okay, if we want bulk, get 100 NFL offensive linemen, and you got 32,000 pounds on top of that gorilla. He's going to die and suffocate.
Yeah.
But so will the guys at the bottom. So what you need is people with the discipline to just go forward no matter what. That's where the military aspect comes in. So it might be a little bit less weight with the Marines, but you take the 100 heaviest Marines you've got, and with their discipline, you just say, we're going to attack you. And those first 10 or 20 are going to be, hell-bent for glory. We're not thinking about whether they die or not. Yeah.
And if you do offensive linemen, then it's definitely Trevor Penning we're sending in first. Okay, tough guy. Let's see how tough.
Because really with the military, you're going to have the discipline to where those first 10 guys in line are going to do it for their buddies, behind them.
Yeah.
With Trevor Penning, it's just that he's dumb.
Yes.
So you take the dumbest offensive linemen that don't realize they're about to die, and you send them in first.
Yeah.
And then the guys, you almost organize it by, okay, what's your worth to society?
Right.
The guys who are going to be on the top of the pile are the ones that would have been too smart to realize they were going to die.
You have Trevor Penning running in, screaming Mel Kiper's take on the too high safeties.
Yeah.
And that's
Yeah.
the dumbest person on the face of the earth.
The first 10 or 20 dumbest linemen possible are leading the charge, and then everybody else dogpile on top of them.
Last text. Just got in the car. Don't know exactly what's going on. This is from 20 minutes ago. But this is why I love this show. It was probably guerrilla stuff, I would imagine. It's been that kind of show today. It's been kind of a random show. It's been fun.
What a guerrilla tape is one of the better marketing coups, I think. You basically just take old duct tape and act like it's something different.
Yeah.
It's gorilla tape.
Gorilla tape, by
I'm like, oh, gorilla sounds way more fierce than a duck.
Yeah, that's going to stick. That's an adhesive right there.
Yeah.
Mad Dog Russo on the Bill Belichick girlfriend situation. And does today here in Houston have the potential to be a perfect day? I will explain coming up next.
It's such a perfect day.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Steph's getting a lot of love for mixing in Lou Reed on a sports show. Mel Kiper Jr. The only thing he's getting love for is the passion with which he delivers his terrible takes. The texter saying that Mel Kiper needs to go and that ESPN needs to fire him. This just in, the one thing that people are on ESPN that remain employed on there quite a bit, wrong on their takes.
Right, yeah. Being wrong never gets you fired in sports media. It's if you're boring. If you're boring, you'll get fired. But, like, about once a month, somebody will say, oh, that's it for Skip Bayless. Look at that stupid take. Like, nope.
No.
The one thing I realized this weekend as I was watching the broadcast, I ended up watching NFL Network a lot more than ESPN, but Mel Kiper, because now we've got decades of experience with him, it's funny how, depending on what era you're in, you either look at the pictures of him when he was younger or today and be like, what a stupid haircut. Why is his hair like that? Where now we're in a longer hair on men, kind of poofier, like, hair and everything is more in. They show the old pictures of him and his hair, and I'm like, man, that is a good-looking guy. Whereas, in the mid-'90s and in the mid-aughts, I'd be like, look at that stupid haircut.
Yeah.
That's how long he's been there, that he's gone through multiple different rounds of what haircuts look good on a man.
Yeah. He was a handsome fella. Should he go full-on gray, do you think, as his next gimmick? Or should he stick with It's a clear dye job. I mean, obviously, it's a dye job. I
don't think, I was talking to my accountant about this, and he's, super accountant-y,
yes.
But he's also very analytical about stuff.
Yep.
And he was saying that, he was talking about, and he dyes his hair, which personally, I don't think it's a good look for him. But he said, look, I don't like it either, but if you're in your 60s and you have a full head of hair and like a natural hair color, you're in the top 1% of people your age group. So for people on television, I think the gray hair looks really dignified, and I think it's a better look if you're naturally gray to have but for television, I think the mass appeal of, like, it makes you look more youthful, even if it looks dumb.
Yeah.
Even if it looks dumb, it still looks it makes you look youthful and dumb, which is better than distinguished and dignified on television.
I'm sitting over, like, if this were a stove, I'm all the way over on this other burner with none of you guys over here on this side of the stove, because I just shave it all off, and I used to, when I was in my late 30s, I had a goatee, and I had gray in the goatee at like age 38, and as soon as I dropped some weight, and I was already shaving my scalp, but I shaved that goatee off, man, and I'm like, holy crap, that and losing 50 pounds really lopped a lot of years off.
The 50 pounds does a lot.
That helps too.
The other side about television, too, and I think this is changing because of social media and, YouTube and everything. It used to be that if you're on TV, you shouldn't have any facial hair at all, that it just looks more professional and you command more respect with no facial hair.
Yeah.
But I wonder if that's changed a little bit.
Yeah, the rules have changed on a lot of stuff for sure.
I think I look better with facial hair or some scruff, because it at the very least keeps my long face from looking so damn long. But I am, like, now that I'm old enough, I've noticed when I do go clean shaven, I get a lot of, I don't think I look as good, and yet people will comment that I look really young. So I don't know. Yeah. I'm torn here, man.
Stick with the facial. I like the facial hair. Seth is a grittier Seth.
Well, and let's be realistic. Yeah, I don't have the discipline to keep up with daily shaving.
Yeah,
right?
It's
one of the reasons I'm still married is that I know for damn sure I can't keep up with these man grooming standards.
Yeah, man.
I tell Brandy that all the time. I was like, hey, happy Valentine's Day. I love you, and just know I'll never leave, because I would never be able to keep up with this standard of man grooming.
It's a lot of shaving, man. It's a lot of shaving.
She's got 1990s expectations, which are far lower than today's standards.
Much lower, yeah. On both ends, male and female. Go find a Playboy from 1992 and go check it out. So Jordan Hudson, the girlfriend of Bill Belichick, 24-year-old girlfriend of Bill Belichick, who we've not seen yet if her statement has been issued yet on all the promotion of his book. That we were promised a statement from her after she posted a copy of an email that he allegedly typed, outlining how he wanted this book to be promoted. And clearly the CBS interview that he did ran contrary to everything that was in that email back on April 10th.
And she's being very viciously protective of the public messaging about Bill Belichick, to the point where this email from Bill Belichick that she puts out supposedly in defense of herself reads very much like it was written by Jordan Hudson.
Yes, yeah.
Who's also probably teaching Bill Belichick about manscaping.
I think the few things that make the smoking gun with this email, we'll hear from Mad Dog Russo in a second, who is absolutely hysterical talking about this. The tells on this email that she posted that was signed BB at the bottom, Bill Belichick. One, as you pointed out, it's in a blue bold font. It looks like something a teenager would do. Number two, and we didn't bring this up, do you think Bill Belichick would ever sit down and type an email that's that long? Like, look how long that email is.
I could see him dictating it.
Maybe.
And then her going in and doing some things that are really, really dumb.
Yeah.
And some of these even are on the nerdier side of things, but they've done. But for one, he uses the term clickbait in here, which I don't think. Belichick is one of those guys that I think genuinely isn't sure whether it's Facebook or Face Watch or whatever it might be.
Face, yeah.
I think he. I cannot see him using the word clickbait in an email.
Interviews and podcasts were put in air quotes.
This part we can expect that the interviews and podcasts that will supposedly drive the sales will also come from similar samples. Like, why did you put that in quotes, Bill Belichick?
Yeah, exactly.
You never would do that.
She wouldn't. He wouldn't do that.
They're actually interviews and podcasts.
Yeah. So the theories are flying now on what exactly is the nature of this relationship, right? Like the original story was they met on a plane. Okay, they're 50 years apart, but hey, if it suits him, great. She's so embedded now in this North Carolina football program that there are people in North Carolina that are super nervous about this. And Belichick is being portrayed as a guy who's like one of these guys like, Bill, like, blink twice if you're being held hostage, that kind of thing.
Plus, I think just on the imaging side of things, and this gets dicey, everybody. I'm not making a statement about whether older men should date younger women or not, but I think on a university side of things, there's something about the public portrayal and image of, hey, at universities, professors get fired on the reg for dating a grad student or dating an undergrad or whatever, and like this is a much older man going out with a woman who's 1 year out of grad school
in a very conservative part of the country. That southeastern conservative part of the country. So there's that too. Here was Mad Dog Russo on his show on Mad Dog Radio on Sirius XM. This is him on the Belichick girlfriend situation.
I've said this 1,000 times. I'm going to say it again. If Kira Russo and she's the same age, if she came home, Dad, can we go out to dinner with my new boyfriend? Yeah, all right, Kira, where do you want to go? Well, we got to have the early bird special. Well, what do you got to watch? The early bird special. No, we got to have the early bird. We got to go out to dinner at 5 o'clock? Really? If it means that much to you, Kira, we'll go out to dinner, we'll have a Manhattan, and we'll go out to dinner at 5 o'clock if it means that much to you. And then she comes home, she gets out of the door, and the boyfriend is 10 years older than me!
He
went on for 2 more minutes.
I just wonder about Belichick's 2 sons are on staff. And I can't imagine just watching your stepmom / stepsister kind of running the show and pulling the strings on this guy who has just been probably in the Belichick kids' minds. You know, they've got their dad who's one of the greatest football coaches of all time, and very much a strict taskmaster and everything. That now kind of they're just being paraded around by their new stepmom / sister.
I wonder if yesterday posting that email, which we don't even know if he gave her permission to post it. She posted it with a damn Taylor Swift song playing underneath it on the post. Yeah. I do wonder if this was kind of one of those things like the straw that breaks the camel's back, where somebody gets in Belichick's ear. Because she promised a statement, this Jordan Hudson did later in the day, which has yet to come out. We've not seen this statement that was supposed to come out. I do wonder if some people close to him said, look, man, like, this is a bad look for you, for one thing, and this is going to be real detrimental to this program you're trying to coach.
Well, and the way she's operating, and all 4 of us here can attest to this, she's operating very much like a young and eager PR person that just genuinely doesn't understand the way the business works.
Right.
There's a way to manage all this stuff, but she's acting like for the first time she's realizing that, like, wait a second, they're asking about things other than specifically what we told them, and not in an out-of-pocket type of. It's not like those questions were unfair or something that Bill Belichick couldn't handle in that interview with CBS.
Yep.
It's just she's acting like she just doesn't get the game.
Yeah. Quick text message, and we'll bring the guys in. John Lopez, Reggie Atatula. Just checking on Seth because his accountant is about to change his taxes around, and the IRS is coming after him because he told the audience that in person, he told your accountant in person that the hair looks fine, and you just told your audience that it doesn't look very good.
No. We had a very frank discussion about his hair coloring.
Yeah.
No. My accountant, I won't use his name right now, but he's awesome. He's really, really awesome. Yep. He's been good for me. I've been audited 3 times and come out fine each time.
Oh, he's aggressive.
Huh? He's aggressive, but I've come out fine in the audits. Yeah,
he's a beast.
And he always does it with full transparency. He'll be like, "Hey, Seth, you know what? They're going to flag this, and but we've got because you've kept your receipts and everything, we're cool." Yeah.
Good job, accountant. Good job, Seth, for keeping the receipts. So we'll see if we get the statement from Jordan Hudson. That would only contribute to what I think has the potential, John Lopez and Reggie Atatula, to be a perfect day.
A perfect day. Yeah, what is it? We know 2 of them.
Perfect day. You get the sweep of the Tigers.
Right.
Best team in the AL to this point.
Yes. You get the win tonight to get a little momentum back. Right. Maybe even a blowout would be nice.
There has to be a third one.
LeBron, see you later. Out of the playoffs after tonight. Okay. LeBron. Now, that may not be for everybody. I don't know if you guys are LeBron fans or not. But for me, seeing LeBron and Luka go down in 5 games tonight would be tremendously glorious given the amount of love they were getting coming into the postseason.
I'm an okay LeBron fan, but I hate the Lakers.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay, so it'd be a perfect day for you then if the Lakers lost. Where are you on that, Reggie?
I'm fine. I enjoy kind of JJ Redick in particular, as the basketball mind.
Yeah.
I enjoy him, but I also understand that he didn't have a center, and I'm amazed that he went 24 minutes.
Yes, he's getting a lot of criticism for that.
So,
keeping all the olds in for the second half of that game,
What would make that kind of perfect, though, is the bleep storm that kicks up around people.
Yes.
Dating back to the single biggest NBA thing that happened this season, which was the trade of Luka Doncic.
Yes.
Where you're already seeing some people looking around and in hushed tones going, did Nico Harrison have a point? Which feels like the funniest thing in the world.
I'm sensing a straw man there.
There are some people doing that.
Well,
that is not a straw man. I have seen it happen.
Oh no, if they go down in 5 games, that'll be a time. I guarantee it. Did the Mavericks win the trade? Is Nico? If the Lakers go down in 5 games, I promise you a topic on Get Up and First Take tomorrow will be, is Nico Harrison vindicated?
It'll be dumb, but it'll be funny.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying it's a stupid topic, but it'll be on there.
Yeah,
for sure.
Is that the actual question of the day? What is your?
We've got a question of the day for you today, my man. Based on Tyrese Halliburton's dad bowing up on showing that towel or whatever to Giannis.
Well, I think it was the cussing in his face.
Well, the cussing didn't help. What is the most embarrassing thing one of your parents ever did to you, or, and this is mine, you ever did to your kids as a parent?
Yeah. I would say can't remember my parents doing anything that necessarily embarrassed me other than maybe clothes they dressed me in when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Like my mom would put me and my brother, and the worst was when my mom would have the same outfit for our whole family when we went on vacation one time.
Yeah.
Like that was a little much. Yeah, like
I thought you were going to say for a photo.
No, like the same
European vacation deal going?
I mean, I was in like 2nd grade, my brother's in kindergarten, and my parents are whatever, and I look at that picture now, and I asked my dad, like, how did you not stop that? Like, why did you not do that? The closest thing for me embarrassing my kids would be my daughter at a 3-on-3 soccer tournament. So one of those small field soccer tournaments with the little goals. It was the Nationals at Disney World, and so her team was in it, and me and another father got asked to leave the premises because of arguing with the referees.
You were unruly.
I was the dad that I hate. Like, it was the only time it's ever happened to me, and I hate people that argue with referees, but this was egregious.
Or was it a moment of clarity for you? Like, did you get thrown out and you're like, oh, wow.
Weird. No, because up to that point, it was just a weird day.
Okay.
It was because up to that point, that had never happened, but for whatever reason, that guy decided whatever we were saying. It was something about that day. Yeah.
I'm gonna bow out of this one because one thing I've learned is that moments from my childhood that I find humorous don't tend to be as funny to the audience or therapist. And I've got a few right now that I'm thinking of. I had a really heinous stepmother for a while, but boy, man, she was. I'll tell him off air to Sean at some point, and we'll see how I can that I think are hilarious.
I've got an all-timer that I did to my oldest son that I'll share at 10:40. But the one I will share here, I was the kid that my mom made me swim in my underwear at a motel.
God.
I fought it, and I thought, no, I'll just sit here because I forgot whatever bathing suit.
Yeah.
I was like 7, 8 years old.
Yeah.
And just get in your underwear and just go in your underwear. The kids don't care. It's just nobody.
Oh, she severely underestimates children.
Kids will never single you out.
So was it like tidy whities?
It was. Were they tidy whities?
It was tidy whities.
Of course they were.
We were at a motel. Look, the scar that it left is so ingrained. Like, I can tell you every detail. We were at a travel lodge in Laredo, Texas, going to Mexico.
Oh, my goodness.
To visit some family, and everybody in the family had their bathing suit except me. Just go in your underwear. And I was like, nope. And then my dad said, just go in your underwear. We're not going to tell your dad no. So I just took my shorts off real quick, got in the water, and just stood there.
You couldn't even enjoy it. Like, it wasn't even worth it. You were just
I just stood there.
hiding
You
from
know
the rest
what?
of everybody.
You know what, John? That's what. Yeah, I'm just still laughing at your mom thinking the kids won't care. I had an aunt that she was a really good seamstress, and back when jams were really big, back in like 1986 or 7, like those were the big thing. My aunt made me homemade jams to wear to school, and oh my god, and they were awful. They weren't cut the right way or anything.
My mom made some that were baggy, like the jams were supposed to be kind of tight on you, you know?
Yeah, they were supposed to be kind of like board shorts, right? And these were the opposite.
And the string inside the ones my mom made were like burlap rope, you know?
Right, yeah.
It looked like Andre the Giant from The Princess Bride with like a rope.
It looked like a caveman.
I thought the question of the day is, what was your perfect day? And I was thinking about that as we were talking about that. Honestly, my non-sports perfect day, I came up with it. It's 3 things. 1, I would have an experience out in nature that I had never seen before that elicited a sense of awe.
There you go.
2, you have a very special, intimate moment with my wife.
Okay.
And then 3 would be watching my child achieve something that they had really wanted and worked for. And just to be able to watch them achieve that. Those 3 things would be the perfect day.
Look at you. I'm like, I hope the Astros win and LeBron gets knocked out. Yeah. Sorry, James, Sammy, and Judy, but that's my perfect day. Amy, sorry.
Screw my kids
That's
and my
great.
wife.
I feel like the kiddos would enjoy the win, though.
Look at Seth, man. That's over the top. That's good.
That felt like that should be an ESPY speech.
I know. Hey, real quick. By the way, Crosstalk sponsored by D&M Auto Lease.
Yeah, the 4 is I would take credit for all of it. That's the other thing.
That's the perfect. And get it. Take credit and get credit for it. Crosstalk, have I mentioned, again, sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing. The Bizarro version of that, real quick, the kids embarrassing the parents. Jeff Ulbrich fined $100,000.
That's right.
Oh, wow.
To DC for the Falcons for his kid eating. Can you imagine your kid costing you 100 G's?
That's a hard one to have your kid work off.
Dude.
You know, like
that's a lot of garbage to take out.
That's a lot different than breaking the neighbor's window.
Yeah.
You know
how many leaves you need to rake to make up for $100,000? Wow. Yeah. All right, Seth, antibodies to you.
Hey, antibodies, and have a good time recording your podcast later today.
I will. Thanks. I look forward to doing our show tomorrow.
Yeah. I don't know if you're writing a blog post or not, but good luck if you do.
That needs to be the new thing. Just putting air quotes around.
You can do it on anything.
So, In the Loop is up next.
Why did that make me concerned?
I know. Like, are we on? Does he know something?
You're listening to KLT, AM KLT, FM HD2, Houston, an Odyssey sports station. In the Loop, Reggie Attitula,
What does he
John
know,
Lopez,
and when did he know it?
Figgy Fig. They start now.
Okay. You are in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Always appreciative of Sean, Seth, and, of course, D&M Auto Leasing for that fantastic crosstalk. I would say, I feel like that was necessary to return the favor of discomfort, because I was a little concerned about the fellas, because as we walked in for crosstalk, I look at the text line, the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line.
The Texas Hammer!
And it said, y'all need face tats, and I can't imagine what elicited that. I don't know what necessitated Sean and Seth to get face tats. Here? I don't know. But yeah, I will completely drop that and continue into the show. It is a Wednesday here in the Loop. 713-572-4610 is the number to text. Also, appreciation to the Mel Kiper law firm.
We keep it 100.
That's right, for the live streams, both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and on Twitch, 610 Houston. Does this team need to switch up their starting lineup? Especially because it feels like there has been a particular lineup that has been the bellwether of good times for this Rockets team down the stretch, and even in this early portions of the postseason, which is that double big. And Lopez, I feel like you're about to do some proselytizing. Is that how the word goes? You about to do some evangelizing of sorts for the double big lineup.
The Lord wants us to do this. The Lord wants us to. No. Here. Sometimes you get your answer by asking the question. All right? You get your answer to whether they should switch their lineup by asking the question. What's the downside to going to a double big lineup? What's the downside?
I think if you're starting
lose? You might lose.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. It is indeed.
As opposed to what?
Speaking of the new Pope, John Lopez, facetiously, mind you, I hope that nobody thinks that I'm taking their religions in vain.
All black smoke here in terms of my papacy.
Yeah, that's right. But, I think when it comes down to it, right, like you've already talked about the double big lineup and getting it out there, I do wonder, though, if you start with it, right, and you have determined that this is a must-win game, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, Pope. But if you start with it, the question that I have is then how does the rotation fall to where you can play Steven Adams and he's still giving you the most bang for your buck when you get to the moments when you need it the most?
I've got your answer, buddy.
Okay, please do.
Jabari. You don't have to go triple big. That's a very, exclusive small thing.
Jumbo package.
Yeah, that's a very small thing that they do occasionally. You can mix in Jabari and still be able to get in, your other regular players that you lean on. Here's the thing, and I'm dead serious with the answer to that question. Oh wow, it might blow up in their faces and they could lose. Well, that's your answer. They've already lost 3 out of 4. So you need to at least mix things up. Wake up the bats, as they say in baseball, to mix metaphors here. And then, your starting lineup has been outscored 31-18 during their minutes. We're outscored 31-18 during their minutes in Game 4. There were 3 plus minuses that were minuses with your starting lineup. 3 players. Your bigs outscored the Warriors 38-25 in that game. There is no downside at this point. It is must win, and I think that plays into it.
I think the downsides I'll bring up again. Yeah. Game 4 was the most minutes that you'd seen Steven Adams in this series, 26 minutes. I think you start him and you are right. You're pushing up on 26 and maybe even more depending on how you utilize this, and you might be using more of those minutes earlier on rather than later on. Where I think that I've always, and I think a lot of people would be a proponent of more caring about what your closing lineup is than your starting lineup.
Sure, I agree with that.
Especially when you consider that has been, I know you're talking about your starting lineups losing minutes. Your clutch time minutes, you have been dominated largely in this series, and that's a thing that I think is a concerning element of this. But on top of that, on the text line from the 346, double bigs clogging up the lane. How much concern do you have?
That.
Well,
you want it
defensively, but on the offensive end, especially an offense that has not been as effective as you might want it to be, or as you would hope that it would be in this instance.
Yeah.
How much do you want that clogging the lane, especially when you look at the idea of some people, and I think relatively reasonably so, would look at this series and say, you will go as far as Jalen Green goes, and I know that there's concerns about the consistency. Concerns is probably the nicest possible way that I can say that. But you really hamper his ability to be any level of effective if you are not able to get him downhill towards the paint, which it feels like you absolutely would not be able to do with both of the bigs on the floor in that way.
I would argue that the double bigs is more effective on the offensive end than the defensive end, and let me explain.
Okay.
On the offensive end, go back and watch this game when Steven Adams in particular was on it. They refused to double team Alper and Şengün because then you get a little dump off.
Correct.
Dunk.
Right.
All right. That is hugely effective. Şengün scored 31 points because he was largely single team. It's better on the offensive end. And by the way, the offense is what you need. The offense is what you need. I think the other thing that the double bigs does, it mitigates an incredibly slow start in the first half and an incredibly slow start in the second half because you just saw the numbers. They outscore and outplay Golden State when they have the double bigs. Those are undeniable. At least in Game 4 and certainly for the entire series in the time they've been together. No, I don't see any downside to starting the double bigs.
All right, I will throw out another plausibility. Is that all I've been doing is just trying to see if I can defense lawyer myself through your allegations here. Is it possible, though, that you expose yourself to even more double bigs with Steph Curry on the floor? And I know that there was a very good stretch in Game 4 of having that kind of matchup zone where you were able to play some pretty damn good defense in a zone, even though at times it was stretched to a point where it almost didn't look like it while Steph Curry was on the floor. I think that's cool. Can you do that in extended minutes with Steph Curry versus the zone, which is what you were looking to do?
No, that's a good question, and that's a solid point. But you do have some hints of it working.
Right.
So, all you have to do is bank on it, hope that you get a more effective offense, which I think you will, as I just pointed out. The defense is going to be good. And then you mentioned Jalen Green, and I didn't get to that. Right now, you'll take anything out of Jalen Green. Like anything. You're not clearing any lanes for Jalen Green right now. You're just not. I mean, he has wilted. I was very hesitant to say it after Game 1. I think we all agree now. He's wilted. He's shrunk. So you don't worry about creating lanes for him. The other thing that it does, though, it opens up the backside for Amen Thompson, and we saw that in several instances when Steven Adams was on. I guess it would be the right block. Şengün's at the top of the key or the top of the lane, and here comes Amen Thompson.
Yeah, those 45 cuts, those baseline cuts, things of that nature that have worked really well. I think then, and tell me if I'm wrong in making this assumption about what your vision is for this Game 5 Rockets, at least starting lineup, and I imagine what you mean is probably just like the most utilized lineup in this game. Does that then mean you are fully all in on what we saw in Game 1 and kind of what we saw in Game 5, where it is run the offense through Alperen Şengün and succeed or fail with his ability to be effective being the hub of what you are doing offensively?
I think he's been the most consistent presence offensively. I don't think anybody can deny that. Fred VanVleet had eight three-pointers right after a game where he couldn't do anything. Talk about Amen. He was very, up and down, but he actually starred with the double bigs. Jalen Green, we know the story. Dylan Brooks, you're going to get what you get. I mean, up and down, some spurts here and there. So I think the most consistent offensive presence you've had has been Alperen Şengün. And I think you agree with me. Anybody who's criticizing Alperen Şengün, I can understand the criticism, but I don't think it's valid in terms of what you should do offensively with this team.
Okay, so you're coming from the starting five perspective. Will there be a change, or you would like to see a change? Danielle Lerner asked Ime Udoka himself if he was willing, or if there was a possibility of changing the starting lineup for Game 5.
Yeah, we'll take a look at everything. Obviously, certain lineups have been much better at times, and the poor start to the third really stands out. Obviously, there's a few pieces to it. There's obviously offensive things, and the big lineup goes on, and they rebound well and all those things. But at the same time, we've been really good defensively with that starting unit. Keeping them in the low 20s for the most part and having a lead after most of these first quarters. So doing good defensively there, offensively, got some room to make up for sure.
And you know what they did? The Golden State Warriors in the first quarter of Game 4, they scored 28 points. They put it on you pretty good. I think it was 28-28, right? After the first quarter, something like that.
28-26.
28-26
in favor of the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, and so that's another reason to do it. And then the other thing that I don't know how important it is, but I think it is a factor. Ime Udoka and the Rockets have been saying from before the series even started, we want it grimy. We like it grimy. We excel when it's grimy. I think that's the word they used. You're grimier when you got Steven Adams out there. It mitigates Draymond Green's nonsense a little bit too.
So you're thinking about an uptick in maybe some Steven Adams numbers, maybe 26 to slide in an extra 4 minutes there to 30.
Yeah.
What are you feeling about Jabari as well? Because I think that's been one that people have been clamoring for. Every time that he has had the ball in his hands and he's had the opportunity to do something, he has been fairly effective with it. I guess this is the way that I think about it, because I know that it's like, hey, well then just do more of that, right? Run the make a basket play, ultimately, is the way that we all feel about this. But I think with Jabari, because of the way that he is as a player, he is not going to create for himself. Like, how do you do that is the question that I ultimately ask with Jabari and getting him more involved in the offense. Do you see something immediately that comes to you on how you would implement Jabari Smith Jr. even more in a game plan?
Well, I in terms of like strategically, I think he's sort of maybe garbage points is a little harsh, but
just like
flow,
find the offense within the flow of whatever else is happening.
Exactly. And I think the reason that you can get away with starting the double bigs is because of Jabari Smith. I think he's crucial in this because he can come in and spell Steven Adams here and there. He can give you the jumbo if you need it here and there, and the other guys can come in and then get their minute. I'm not saying bench these guys or whatever, but I think they can get their minutes because of Jabari.
Okay. Well, Game 5 is tonight at Toyota Center. Excited to see what this game looks like in a must-win game in which the Rockets must stave off elimination. One of the things I love in sports is that we have various words that we really don't use except when we get a very particular circumstance, and then we use them to no end. And so I will be hypocritical in that way today. I apologize ahead of time, but I'd probably say the word stave a lot today just because I find it to be.
I like the sports word ducats. You don't see it in any other context.
What context do you see it in?
They call them tickets.
I ain't seen ducats.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, brother.
Big, you ever heard ducats?
Nah, I never heard
See, you out here on your lonesome.
Nah, man. 713-572-4610.
All right, we'll throw it to the people. Do people say ducats? Yes or no?
Probably back in 1962.
I was like, did he say buckets?
Ducats.
Ducats. Okay.
Ducats.
So what is ducat? Like actual tickets to the game?
It's a euphemism.
Except we don't even really have.
Wants the ducats to see Babe Ruth?
Yeah.
That's the last time that was used.
All right, before we go, I got to do this. From the 916. Mix in Jock Landale and Ken Whitmore.
Come on now.
Word?
All right, man. You got to hit the showers, man, for that one.
Word?
What?
Jock Landale. I like how you did a little switch there.
Yeah.
Jock Landale, huh?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Look,
man.
Hey, we're getting creative.
I don't want. Yeah, I guess so.
Man, why not, man?
Yeah,
you gotta try something.
It is a must-win.
Yeah.
It is an elimination game.
Hell, throw Ken Whitmore out there, man. Let's see what we can do.
It just feels like in a particular series like this, getting a Ken Whitmore, who yes, in theory is a bucket, to be, hey, this is going to be a consistent one. And also fall in line with like the very stringent defense that is necessary to keep this thing like as the patchwork or like the list of things that is necessary to get a W. One of them is be very effective defensively, and stay on task. Ken Whitmore, I don't think he proved through 82 games that he does that consistently, and I don't know that I immediately want to throw him into that situation to figure that out in this series. But look, we'll see what Ime Udoka ultimately comes with. This is one of the early tests of his career here as a Rockets coach when it comes to playoff success, and we'll see what it looks like tonight at the Toyota Center. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, just getting going right here on a Wednesday, on a hump day, if you choose to view it that way. Let's talk about these Astros. A couple of victories versus the AL leading Detroit Tigers. 8 victories in the last 11 games. Are you feeling the Astros turning the corner yet? 713-572-4610. We'll talk about it next.
All right, let's talk about
Friday Invitational.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Figgy, let's hit it big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
What's happening? You are in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Wednesday to you. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, and Figgy Fig rolling with you on this Wednesday. Always get involved with the program on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line.
The Texas Hammer!
713-572-4610. Appreciate all the fine folks texting in, even if you want to call me a child, because they're like, hey, man, we've been heard of ducats.
Yeah.
However, I would like to point out, most of y'all folks that are saying y'all heard of ducats, a little bit closer to OG than myself and Fig. I'm not saying anything disrespectful about that. You've lived life, and I appreciate that. In fact, I envy it to some degree. Hope to get to the places that you are. However,
you never heard of a cassette tape?
Oh, I've definitely. See, this is the thing, though.
Yeah.
I see plenty of that type content.
Maybe ducats is coming back like albums and cassettes.
Is it?
Maybe.
It could.
Yeah.
Hey,
I feel like everything is coming back.
Yeah, that's physical media. Like I think I could. Don't get me on my like TED Talk right here. I can give you the reasons why I believe that physical media comes back.
We're gonna start saying ice box instead of refrigerator next.
I used to say that all the time, man. An ice house. You know what an ice house is?
No.
Y'all don't know what an ice house is?
What, like igloo?
Nah,
a convenience store.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna run up to the ice house.
But I see a lot of bars that go by like ice Kirby Ice House.
It stems from that.
Okay.
Yeah, it stems from that. It used to be like the convenience store.
I hadn't put two and two together, but it was right there in front of me. My bad, y'all.
By the way, just real quick before we get into the Astros here, I heard something on a commercial a second ago that really depressed me. You talked about, people closer to my age. There was how they have the little legal disclaimer and a lot of these medicines and prescription drugs that, you might do this and this. And it's kind of funny usually. But I heard one that said people over the age of 50 might be more susceptible. And I'm like, I'm more susceptible to everything. I'm like, tell me something I'm not more susceptible to over the age of 50. People over the age of 50 could be more susceptible to blah, blah, blah. I'm like, no kidding.
Just covering the bases.
I need nobody to hire Tony Busby to sue.
I'm more susceptible to falling down and breaking a hip.
Okay, fair enough. I hope that you don't. That feels like that would be seems like that'd be rather painful for you.
Yes.
What is not painful is the way the Astros have performed of late. 8 victories in the last 11 games, including going ahead and clinching a win in this series versus the AL leading Detroit Tigers, with the opportunity at a sweep to this afternoon at 1:10 at Dyken Park. But do you feel the corner has turned? I mean, we started this season with a little bit of woe, a lot of gloom, seeing the starting pitching being good, but other than that, some problems in the defense, some clear problems with the bats when it comes to those things lighting up, and don't look now. This is a team that's above 500, a half game back of the lead in the AL West, and I mean, as of yesterday, especially when you see the new lineup come together, putting up some runs on the board.
Yeah.
Do you feel that the corner has been turned or is turning? Like how do you view where these Astros are?
Yeah, look, I fall into the category of whenever things are going bad and people say it's early, you should also say it's early when things are going good. They just kind of
ain't how it works.
They kind of forget that.
That's
part.
not how it works.
Yeah, they kind of forget.
No,
that.
the good times will always roll, and the bad times won't last
right
for
now
long.
we should be like, told y'all, told y'all it was early
because it's early no matter what.
Update.
It's early when you're going bad. It's early when you're going good too. That's normally how I feel.
That's not how it works, buddy.
But I do, and maybe I'm getting swept up in that, Figgy, because I kind of feel like there are some signs that this is kind of what we'll get, the better version of the Astros. And I think what really did it for me was watching yesterday's game. I mean, they scored 6 runs altogether, but 4 runs off of their best reliever. I mean, what's his name, Vest? They scored 4 runs off their best reliever, Will Vest. And that's not a fluke. He was the best reliever in the AL coming in.
I mean, this is a good pitching team all the way around when you talk about the Tigers. And, they're swinging the bats pretty well. Like, you can see some better at-bats, especially as they get to that second or really the third time around in the order. You saw the Astros score their 6 runs, all contained within the 6th and 7th innings, 3 and 6, 3 in the 7th. And they stacked up hits in that area in particular, and it feels like that is kind of becoming a somewhat of a trend. Whether it's either like really early in the game or right in that area right there, 6th, 7th inning, where then they're able to take advantage of either the late portions of the starter or getting into the pen at times. But yes, it does feel like they're turning a level of corner, but you haven't seen it fully come to fruition. Where obviously Altuve is still hitting pretty well. Jeremy Pena, who I've enjoyed him quite a bit with what he is doing offensively, and now him sliding up into this leadoff role. It does feel like the Jeremy Pena offensive step forward. I want to say explosion because that feels like that's too aggressive, but it does feel like you're getting a step forward in him offensively, and if you can hold on to that, I think that's going to be huge because losing Kyle Tucker, losing Alex Bregman, you were looking at where can you garner some more of that offensive production. Isaac Paredes obviously coming in has been good for that, but getting more out of some of the guys that you already had was something that you were looking for. Jeremy Pena is looking to give you some of that as well.
And I feel like that's part of the reason that I feel that it could be real that they're turning the corner here, simply because the guys that are kind of in the middle of it, they have the pelts on the wall already. It's not like it's some young gun. Like if Cam Smith was, off to a really, really hot start, and I'm not saying he's stinking, but, off to a really, really hot start, you'd be going, it's going to catch up to him. They're going to get the scouting report or whatever. But it's Jose Altuve, who's obviously, you don't need to say much more about that. I think we're getting the real Jeremy Pena, to your point. I think the move to, as we talked about yesterday.
7 RBI, man.
Yeah.
5 stolen bases.
I think Paredes has some really, he's got his pelts on the wall. So I think the guys and of course the bullpen, and even though Josh Hader made it somewhat interesting yesterday,
as Josh Hader does, right? Like at this point, this is what he do.
Here's a 2-run homer, just for the sake of it.
You're talking about the bullpen. Can we take a second to give Taylor Scott some applause? That might have been his best outing since last season. And 3 up, 3 down. Comes in with a run game and handles his business. I've been very impressed by the pen as a whole. But we were looking at this as in a kind of a similar way, like a lot of question marks in that pen, and largely people they've stepped up. I don't know how many guys you look into that pen and you go, "Ugh, have not done the job or have blown up or anything to that way."
And by the way, Chaz McCormick could well be with the big club much sooner rather than later. And I could see where that ends up being like a 6-man rotation, give them a little start.
Yeah, they got a stretch of 17 in a row coming up here.
17 days, 17 games. So it's perfect for McCormick to come up. And if you were wondering about Blue Ball, the wait is over. Wait is over.
AJ Bluebaugh, he is on the 40-man. I think that they might need to do something to get him on the 26-man.
Yeah.
But AJ Bluebaugh makes his MLB debut today as Hayden Wesneski. They're trying to move him a little bit further back in the order, just kind of trying to give him a little bit more time after that last start that wasn't as spectacular as some of his others had been. But apparently he's healthy.
Is he?
Well, I was about to ask you guys. You guys are the ones that tend to be more skeptical.
We're just holding him back a little bit.
Yeah, okay. Just let him feel a little bit better about this. But yes, AJ Bluebaugh will get the start, and on top of that, by the way, he is wearing the number 69.
You are lying.
I'm looking at it right now, dog. Probable pictures for today's game.
I thought I saw something about
AJ Bluebaugh wearing the number 69, and then he'll go up against Jackson Jobe, who, mind you, has a 2.7 ERA. So that'll be fun.
I thought I saw something during spring training. I know some of our listeners will remember this if it's accurate, that he has embraced that whole thing and was.
I mean, that's how you got to play it, ain't it?
I always do that. I always say that. Lean into it, man. Lean into it. And he actually wore it during spring training. So I guess, hey, if it works, it works.
Shout out to the honey man himself.
Yeah.
He's got interests in beekeeping and honey and things of that nature. We found that out in the spring. But yeah, Bluebaugh will get his chance on the mound. And I mean, I got to be honest, I was looking forward to the return of Lance McCullers Jr., who, by the way, a little update, supposedly he'll get they're looking at a bullpen, and then possibly you'll get him back on the mound for the majors. But with AJ Blueball, I was looking at some of these guys like McCullers and Luis Garcia and hoping that they get back so that you did not have to test this depth. And Gusto has been good for you so that you've not had to go to this place. But I'd be very intrigued to see what Blueball has, because if he's good, then I think that you look up and looking back at spring, I was looking and going, ooh, I don't know that you have a lot of options at starter if you need them. If Blueball goes well, you look up and you go, we actually have a lot of options. You probably have 7 or 8 that you feel good about.
Lineup, starting rotation, all of it. Yeah.
So, yeah, Astros really, that's another place in which it feels like they're turning the corner. A 16-13 Astros team, second in the AL West, only behind by a half game, and an opportunity to sweep the team that's currently on the top of the AL, the Tigers. Man, it's thankfully, they have slid to a span. It still feels like there's very much room to grow.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, we didn't talk about this today.
Christian Walker and Jordan are not quite there yet.
Jordan ain't even playing today. Yeah. Jordan's getting a day off. So, in this getaway game of sorts. And I guess also that means that Altuve now in the DH spot. We'll see how that goes for him today. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into our question of the day. Inspired by what was one of the wildest comeback games in the NBA last night. And Tyrese Halliburton's pops, John, getting on the court and getting real disrespectful with Giannis, embarrassing Tyrese. What is the most embarrassing thing that one of your parents did to you, or what is the most embarrassing thing that you did to a child? 713-572-4610. We'll do it next.
The Rockets are in trouble.
TheMen'sClinic.com, TheMen'sClinic.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Question of the day time. What is the most embarrassing thing one of your parents did to you? Or if you are a parent that gets to the honor of doing this to children, what was the most embarrassing thing that you did to a child of your own? 713-572.
They're coming in hot and heavy.
4610. Yeah, man, we got some stories. This is all inspired by what was a very good night of basketball last night, in which you saw who got thrown out of here? I forgot. Was it the Magic that got thrown up here? And then the Nuggets taking a 3-2 lead over a Clippers team that had been looking so good. But the Nuggets got that Jamal Murray game. And whoop, there they go, ready to possibly move on to the second round. But also on NBA TV, because that's how the NBA rolls in the first round, you had what was one of the wildest comebacks in a game where it felt like Gary Trent Jr. was doing everything he could to replicate the missing offense from the now injured Damian Lillard. And he did all that. They had what felt like a lead that was done over the Pacers. It
They
felt
was
like
up 7 with like 30 seconds left.
felt like the game was over. It felt like, hey, we're about to move to game 6 in this one.
I started heading for the exits, man.
You did. You did. You said you went and started doing dishes?
I started doing the dishes.
Let's
man.
beat the traffic.
Yeah,
That's right.
I was trying to beat the traffic.
And then Tyrese Halliburton hit a 3. And then Gary Trent Jr. turned the ball over after having a fantastic
All they
game.
had to do was hold the ball.
All he had to do was hold the ball.
Just inbound the ball.
Hot butter hands there. Gave the ball back to the Pacers, who then, down 2, were able to knock down a shot, a 3-pointer that put them up, and ultimately they win the basketball game. And it's just, I mean, they're in Indy, so this was just a scene to behold. Looked like the game was going to be lost. They ultimately win it. They knocked the Bucks out of the series. And in this jubilation, right, this looked like a college game because people start hitting the court, including
just rushing the floor, man.
John Halliburton, Tyrese's pops, who decided that in this moment he wasn't going to find his son and go give him a hug. He's going to go talk that talk to Giannis Antetokounmpo, taking a towel that had Tyrese's face on it and apparently getting into Giannis's face.
That's embarrassing alone.
Yes.
Don't have a towel with my face on it. What's wrong with you?
Was those the giveaways in the arena, or was that just? Was
No,
he
it
brought that
looked
from
like
home?
it was almost like a beach towel. It was big, like a bath
I
towel.
thought it was a flag for a minute. It looked like a flag, like he was playing overseas, and they just had like a country flag.
Yeah, they ended up face to face, like nose to nose type stuff.
Yeah.
This is Giannis talking about it. It's a portion of him talking about it after the game, what happened on the floor with Tyrese's pops.
I believe like being humble in victory. That's how I am. Now there can be a lot of people out there that are like, no, when you win the game, you got tag, and you know it's a green light for you to be disrespectful towards somebody else. I disagree. Losing the game, emotions run high. Having a fan, which at the moment I thought he was a fan, but then I realized he was Tyrese's son, which I love. Tyrese, I think, is a great competitor. He was his dad, sorry. Coming in the floor and showing me his son a towel with his face. This is what we do. This is what we effing do. This the F we do. This. I feel like that's very, very disrespectful.
Look, man, that's the classiest man in sports by far.
He went 3 minutes.
He went 3:38. I looked it up.
Yeah.
I saw it, and then
He started by talking about like his family,
his
and
mom.
obviously it goes back.
She
to
didn't know if she could even walk on the floor after they won the championship, asking permission,
Right,
and his
right.
dad, and all this stuff. So obviously the question leads to that's humiliating. And oh, by the way, we need to say that Tyrese Halliburton apologized. Didn't back it up, criticized his father for doing it.
And his father put out a statement as well saying that he apologized, not just to Giannis, but to the Bucks and the Pacers for doing that. Yeah,
Nevertheless.
Tyrese said that from now on, he talked to his pops, and from now on, he will go find him to celebrate as opposed to the other way around.
Yeah.
Which, that made me think that he went and actually had one of those conversations like, hey, Dad, you embarrassing me in front of company.
So what's the most embarrassing thing one of your parents has done to you or you've done to your kids as a parent? The one I did to my oldest son, I'll get to that in a second. It's still one of my proudest moments, even though it embarrassed the hell
Don't
out
put this
of me.
off. Let me have it now.
All right. So 12-year-old birthday party.
This is your favorite son, right?
This is the oldest son.
Oh, okay.
They're all my favorite.
Yeah.
So this is when you're like 6th grade. You kind of feel like you're almost an adult, or you're acting like one, like you want to be one of the big kids and whatever. So he decided, I want to have like a party, like a party, a garage party, with his friends. So it was a boy-girl party,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was
It
was a boy-girl party. I think it was
better
good.
gifts.
Yeah, it was his first boy-girl party. And he put together some CDs. We burned some CDs.
He was doing it up.
Oh,
yeah.
Outkast and, all,
Okay.
I think maybe even Lil Wayne. I mean, it might have been before Lil Wayne, but, like real older than they are type music.
Okay.
So he's in the garage with all these boys and girls, 6th grade. And he goes, I got to go put on that other CD. I said, I will.
Don't tell me.
Oh, man.
Don't tell me.
So I went inside and I put on the Hanson Brothers Mbop.
Oh, no.
Why would you do that?
And it just started blaring, and I'm laughing, and I told my wife, and he comes running into the house with a red face, like almost crying, so mad. He goes, what are you doing?
That's right.
I go, what are you doing? And I was like, it's just having fun. So then I put on the other
You embarrassed them in front of Sally.
in front of Sally, all of them. Man, he was so mad at me.
I bet they was calling him Umba for at least 3 months at school. You just damn.
Oh boy,
Oh, man.
that was one of my proudest moments.
That's the worst thing you could do, by the way.
Yes, it was.
At a party,
Yes,
put
it
on
was.
something that's not a slap.
Absolutely.
Yeah, like, dog,
hey, I knew what I was doing.
When I was young, dog, if you put on Will Smith at a house party, nah, you getting laughed at.
And that was also the peak era when like we weren't doing things ironically, right? Like now you can be like, how bad is this? Let's play it, right? Like I feel like people have more of that in their game.
A lot of people lean into it too,
right?
And you know how years later you can laugh about it? He's still not laughing.
Really?
Oh, wow. Oh, okay. So I thought this one might have been that.
Everyone else is, but he's not.
So you really did something to him. All right. So the one for me, and it doesn't end up being nearly as long lasting as what you did to your son, but it's also not an individual instance. So this could pop up at any time. And that is that my mom, a proud Nigerian woman, takes that particular identity to a place where when we're at a store, any store, mind you, she haggles.
Oh,
and I'm talking like she haggles. Like she's the person.
Like at Macy's?
She's the person at HEB like, why isn't this cost? And I'm looking at her like, you think the dude that they're paying $7.50 an hour ringing up these groceries has anything to do with this? I'm just sitting there like, I feel terrible.
It says $5.99, Mom. It's $5.99.
I give you $3 for it.
I'm like, just no, leave him alone. However, I can't be mad at it because it has come clutch. Because like, I remember when I bought my car, and I'm not ashamed to say this, first car that I purchased on my own. I can't even really say that because she was on the phone. Like, no, don't take that. Don't take that. No. Tell them this and tell them that I said that. And I'm like, all right, cool. And I gotta say, it worked. I got a good interest rate and everything on it. But yes, she is a haggler to her core, and it works except when it doesn't. When I'm just like, leave that person alone.
Oh man, Figgy.
Yes, I got a couple of them too. They don't really hurt me as much now. But back when I was younger, she used to do stuff like whenever we in the grocery store or something like that, she'd be like, hey, can you tie my shoe? I'm like, Ma, I ain't trying to tie your shoe. Get down and tie my shoe, boy.
Tie my shoe, boy.
Yeah, so I would be sitting there as a kid, sitting there trying to tie her shoe. I was just like, oh, my God, Ma. There's a couple other things, just smaller things, too, like whenever we'd be riding around the car, and you know how it's trash day, and somebody might set out a desk or a chair or some furniture. Hey, go get that chair. I'm like, no, I'm not digging through the trash. You want to get that chair. I'm like, man, so now it's kids outside playing.
And you're digging
rumbling through the garbage. I'm just like, Ma, like, dang. Then, like, to me, she was like, now that I think about it, she was kind of a hoarder.
Yeah.
She wasn't crazy hoarder like she needed to be on the TV show, but anything she see, furniture, all that stuff, go get that chair.
Hold on to that. Yeah. Oh man, there's
so many good
a lot of them
ones
coming in here on the text line. Shout out to 713 who has a similar perspective as me, where their parent was always, I think it's their dad is what they said, always argue with the grocery store cashier over coupons and sale signs. Yep. Mm-hmm.
My dad got blackout drunk at my son's second birthday party.
That is tough. That is really tough. Thankfully, it's second birthday party, so I feel like that's not going to. Oh, but it's at your son's.
But
Never
it's
mind.
him, yeah.
So,
it's
yeah.
him.
So your son's. It's not going to be a problem for your son, I feel. But yeah, that is really tough.
A high school rivalry game. My dad literally hopped the fence to argue with my head coach and my defensive line coach.
Yeah. I bet they talked about that around the school for a minute. But hopping the fence is crazy. Like yelling at the coach is already one thing. That's enough. Hop the fence was wild. Shout out to Mary Beth who sent us a letter of sorts talking about how her pops, I believe his name, she said, is Marty. He went and he found his jacket for the low. I think the cost was $250, except it said Ralph on it, and he wore it around all the time. And then apparently he also was the president of his union and campaigned for some dude to win president. And that dude, they had the entire family wear shirts that said that dude for president. Like, just if you want to wear the shirt, that's cool. Don't bring me into this.
Yes.
And this is in public. She said it was at the county fair.
Oh, Lord.
So, like, you just in public having to do this as a squad, caping for this dude that I feel like did not win because I just learned about his name.
Another embarrassing thing my mom used to do, like, I was kind of bad in school where I, like, academically, I wasn't good. she would call everybody in the family just blabbering their mouth like,
"Oh, about your grades?"
He got yes, like
Yes.
oh my god,
Like, why are you sharing my business?
Right? What do that have to do with Auntie Tammy or Uncle Jerry? Like, why is you just bringing this up?
Let me tell you what this boy did. You would not believe.
He came home with 3 Ds.
He's got,
like, why you?
nobody cares, Mom.
Yeah, nobody cares.
That is not their business. Now I got aunties and uncles asking me about my grades.
Yeah,
for no
don't
reason.
talk to me about my grades.
Our conversation about school should be how is school, and I say good, and you go okay. Like that's the whole.
That's the whole thing.
Conversation
Now
right
everybody
there.
preaching to me around Thanksgiving.
Trying to get you a
everybody
tutor.
my business.
You know,
Or she used to get on the phone and tell everybody when I got a whooping.
Oh,
Why is you spreading all that
keep
stuff?
that in-house.
That is different.
Keep that in-house.
832 said in 5th grade they had a playground skirmish, so their mom gave them chili haircut as punishment.
Oh no, that doesn't go away, man.
Which is hilarious.
That's
the
another
next,
embarrassment too.
next day actually got into a fight because of the haircut.
That's another embarrassing thing too. Mom's like, I cut your hair.
Yeah.
These haircuts too expensive, which was $10 at the time.
That's right.
I cut your hair. Now I'm getting laughed at school because of my haircut.
Keep these coming in. These are gold.
There's so
man.
many of
These
them,
are gold.
including the subsection of whoopings,
Yeah.
or being in public whoopings,
Yeah.
where
Oh,
somebody
yeah.
was like, their teacher yelled to their mom out the window. They came and they both gave them I guess a tag team whooping.
Yeah.
Man.
Or coming up to the school in a little house jacket.
Yes.
Yeah, with a belt.
Yep.
Nah, that's a little embarrassing too.
Yeah, that's very embarrassing. Keep those coming in. We'll keep them going as we continue in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into Around the NFL. I did mention that the NFL is doing something that some of these other sports are doing uniform-wise. I'll tell you what that is and more next.
The Texans close. Content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, you are in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Let's go around the NFL, and my goodness. Whoo, y'all got a lot of embarrassment from the parental units.
Yes.
Wow. I want to read more of them. I will read some of them. And you know what I might do is I'll try and sprinkle it in as we go around the NFL here. Because wow, there's a lot of embarrassment. Like someone who brought back some memories for me, not quite the same memories, like going shopping with your moms, because they were like, my mom took my husky self and made me, they said they made their mother made them change in the husky section, like take their shirt off in front of people and such. I'm like, oh wow, yeah, that's disconcerting. Yeah, there's a lot of these. We'll get to these as we continue.
Another underrated one is hold my purse.
Oh, yes.
As a kid? Oh, man. Like, as a grown man, it's still a little bit uncomfortable.
I feel like
but you can make it look cool. You can make it look cool.
Oh, yeah. You don't care what the deal is.
But as a kid,
man. It's just nonstop.
Look at their Cersei. It's just like, come on, man.
All right. How about this from the 832? If your son's action resulted in a $350,000 fine, how would you deal with that? That is a question that Jeff Ulbricht is having to figure out as
today. He need to embarrass his son.
Mm-hmm.
He need to get in on this segment.
Yeah, maybe
take some notes.
We need to find out what that embarrassment is. Like, is he about to do the tried and true punishment of, hey, take these scissors right here, go cut the grass or something like that, right? Like, we go. What kind of
hold this purse?
How many times do you have to cut the grass to pay off $250,000?
When you say the grass, what is the grass? Is it the neighborhood?
Yeah, exactly.
Are we cutting all the family's grass in the area? Are we cutting the grass at the facility?
How much it costs to cut grass?
I don't know these days.
Yeah, I don't know
about regular yard, about $45.
When I used to do it, when I used to do it as a kid in high school, it was $20, probably $45 now.
Don't make me think about the economy. It hurts. I feel it.
So the Falcons got fined $250,000.
Yes, the Falcons got a $250,000 fine.
His dad got fined.
And the defense coordinator Jeff Ulbricht himself $100,000, and it was specifically for failing to prevent the disclosure of confidential information. Which I mean,
and no coordinators don't be getting paid a lot like that. They be getting paid $100,000.
Now the coordinator
$100,000.
Yeah,
a coordinator getting fined $100,000.
Oh, he's gonna feel that. Don't get me wrong.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's one thing if it was a player getting fined. They making millions and millions of dollars.
They'll make $1 to $2 million by and large. Sometimes a lot more, but $100,000 is a big chunk of a million.
Hurt.
That's a big chunk of $1 million.
No, that hurt right there, man.
And I still feel bad for him because I think he did.
Who, to DC?
Yes, it was in his own home. It was, he was there working, waiting to get the call for advice or whatever his assessment of a particular player, and he just had in his house. He had his little notebook there, and the kid just got it. Like, I don't blame him, man. You should feel okay there.
No, it's not his fault because he had no idea his kid would do something like that. Mm-hmm. Now I'm sure that office is locked. He said, "You cannot come in here at all.
You can't even stay in the house."
Yeah, I do not trust you.
Yeah.
Well,
there's all of that in there, and whatever Jeff Ulbricht will try and do to get his son to realize that, hey, you cannot do that, and you won't do that ever again. Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, took this to a different direction. I want to see. Yeah. I want to see if this is something that you kind of understand, or if you're just willing to wipe it away.
They should adopt the Falcons draft picks for the next 2 years.
No. There were people that were debating what the punishment ultimately should be. Obviously, we know it's a fine, but one of the things that he was talking about is that this might highlight in some ways, like gambling issues. Like, obviously, I think that that's one of the reasons why you absolutely need.
Actually, I don't mind that.
Like, do you see the potential flaws when you talk about a relative looseness with information and the ways in which that can affect gambling? Because one of the things that I know for certain is the one thing you can't do in any of these circumstances in these businesses and mess with money. And gambling, like the gambling money messes with the money when we start talking about the integrity.
I got to tell you, usually it's an eye roll with with Pro Football Talk. I actually don't mind that. I think that's a pretty good point.
I think it might be overstated here because I don't know how far you can take that particular assumption on, but I think that that's probably why they needed to make sure that they operated with swiftness and some level of discipline here. And if you consider that, do you feel like the discipline is sufficient?
If you consider that, I think you maybe get it a little more for the Falcons, because they're not going to mess around with that. But I still feel bad for Ulbrich. I mean, that's awful.
Yeah, definitely. Some other parents' embarrassing stories that have come in on the text line. Someone said that their mom used to carry around a wooden spoon in her purse and was not afraid to whip it out when they were acting like a fool. Someone else said from the 713, they were 14. Their mom took them to the office Christmas party and made them take a picture on Santa's lap. That picture, to this day, is their mother's profile picture on Facebook.
That is so good. How about this one from the Bat Phone, Captain Scott in the Bite Me podcast? So he found out that his daughter was, quote, air quotes like the morning show, going to study at school early, but he realized that she was not going to study. She was just going to go hang out with kind of the bad element or, someone that he didn't approve of. So he drove her to school in an extra tight T-shirt, coach's shorts. Remember those?
Oh, yeah.
Coach's shorts. And do you remember?
Huggers?
And yes, the huggers, showing everything. And do you remember the titty sandals?
The whomst?
Those they had like those rubber cords around them and all that stuff.
What I heard was concerning to me. Are you over there? You good over there?
That's what they were called.
Okay, all right.
That's what they were called.
Ooh,
it's a brand name.
I will get back to around the NFL
They're disgusting. So that needless to say, problem solved.
Yeah, definitely. There was some there was the embarrassment work there. The NFL and Nike announcing what they're calling their rivalries line or program. And this is basically what I think they're bringing the City Connect idea from baseball and basketball possibly to the NFL. The program apparently will elevate rivalry games is what they're saying. And part of it is to, have these rivalries uniform included in the team's lineup for 3 years after introduction. So, you get it and you have it for 3 seasons. They're going to start with the AFC South. They will start introduce it, I believe, AFC South and NFC North. Yeah, will debut their uniforms in 2026. So you can expect a specific kind of uniform built in a different way for these types of games.
How?
Starting in 2026.
I wonder.
What do you mean when you say how?
What is a rivalry uniform?
Yeah, I'm not quite
I don't
sure
understand.
Exactly. It's designated for games within the division. I think AFC East and NFC West are going to start it this year, so we'll get an idea of what they are. But it seems like they're building like that same City Connect idea where the identity is not going to be nearly as tied to the brand identity that we've seen. I'm kind of really concerned about what this ultimately looks like.
I think the NFL like what the Houston Texans did with their I don't want to call it City Connect, but their H-Town uniforms. And I think they want to get other teams to do that, to kind of tap into the city because, the H-Town jerseys are very city connected where little details and all this other stuff is connected to the city. I think they trying to get other cities to tap into their city then probably just use them whenever they play play in division.
The one thing I like about this is the possibility of H-Town blue jersey.
Like truly?
Because keep in mind, City Connect, you have totally different colors.
Yeah.
To witness the Astros.
Right.
Yeah.
Like you can so it could be, I'm not saying it is because I don't know what it is. Like I said, but it could be this is kind of the loophole that the Texans could use to come out full, old school Oiler blue.
Yeah, especially since the Titans are supposedly saying that they're not going to go that route anymore.
Salute to them for that too, by the way. Like them jerseys, look, I love the look, but them jerseys are cursed, man. Like nothing good happened in them jerseys, man.
Yeah, but a very strong possibility that Nike had a strong decision in this. Obviously, we've seen them do this in the NBA, do this in MLB, and also it's just another opportunity to make money. Like if you have another set of jerseys that are utilized maybe once or twice a season, now what are we getting to? 3-4 different jerseys, which I think also will include different helmets. Like
they'll buy them.
More merch to be sold. Yeah, that absolutely feels like that is in the offing when it comes to that. So we'll keep an eye out for what that ultimately looks like when you get to that point. Did you see this? I mean, you're a fantasy football player, aren't you? Like, I think a lot of us are. Very few folks operate like me, where it's just like I kind of actually feel it. It's a little bit of a distraction for me personally because I get too invested in my individual players, and it takes me away from the large. However, fantasy football players immediately are in the place that I think fantasy baseball players were a few years back when they go, hey, this guy that's going to play both ways, how does that work?
Yeah.
Like, where does that factor in? So teams or I guess providers like Yahoo Sports are already clarifying how this will work, where some leagues, if it's just kind of the offensive league, it'll probably work the way that you typically want to. But there's some leagues that have defensive players that individually that can be selected. Apparently, if you're an offensive player league, he'll be available to be drafted as a wide receiver. And if you're a league that has defensive players, he'll be available as both a wide receiver and a cornerback. So he will earn both the offensive and defensive scoring, regardless of which side of the ball you roster him at. So if you put him on as a
wide receiver, he doesn't get just what I'm listening, what I'm hearing here, and tell me if you agree. You're not just getting defensive points if like the Jaguars score a defensive touchdown. You're getting Travis Hunter points too.
Yes,
that's huge.
Yes,
that's huge.
Yes,
Taysom Hill was about the closest to that we've seen in recent years. Is he in fantasy sports? Is he a tight end?
Yeah.
Is he a quarterback? Is he a running back? Whatever. And they ultimately let him just be Taysom Hill.
Yes. I saw
player
put in there as like a tight end, but I guess a utility of sorts.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, like that feels like it's cheating, ain't it?
Yeah.
It's like,
he's vaulting up draft boards.
Yeah, I was going to say, where you got him going right now?
The
way too early draft board.
I don't think he would be a first rounder. You got to go with the proven players.
I don't know, man. Draft. Like with modern draft, fantasy football draft strategy, where folks are getting wide receivers pretty early, considering that those guys can have huge impacts on the game.
I'd put
if you're playing in one of those leagues that has that.
If we doing the draft right now and we're in the second round and he's there.
Oh yeah,
you grabbing him second round?
I wouldn't. There are too many really good proven players in the first round, and some of our fantasy players. Who know more than I do might argue, but they might say he's the third round, but I'd put him in the second round. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Especially because I think that an undercurrent of all of this is how will he hold up? I mean, I don't mean to lay this on too thick, but again, relatively smaller frame or body, I guess, for the time being, jumping in, and if they do try and run him out with all those snaps on both, whether it's primarily offensively, which it does seem like primarily offensively with some defensive packages. That's still a lot in this sport, and I knock on wood because I don't want to see this for him. But if injuries pop up, does that then? I mean, that clearly you lose him for some time when it comes to
that
your fantasy.
Getting individual points as a cornerback, that's a game changer, man.
Sure, but I mean
that is a game changer.
I think that if I was, I don't even know what the percentage is on it, but I would take a guess that we're talking about less than a fifth.
Yeah, how many pick sixes is he using?
Well, not even that, but I'm just like less than probably a fifth of fantasy leagues have defensive players as well. Usually, I think the stock is just kind of have offense and defense, then the defense and special teams combined into one, I guess, player of sorts. So, but I just found that to be interesting. That is something to look forward to if you are a fantasy player. And also, let's do a little TV ratings. Everybody loves TV ratings, right?
Everybody loves it.
Yeah, just if they can validate your feelings on things, then there they are. Day 3 of the NFL draft, we got numbers in. Average 4.3 million viewers when it comes to Shador, who obviously fell into round 5, which it was in day 3. That is an average, or it is up 43% versus late round coverage last year, and I feels like that is pretty evidently because of what happened there. Now, one thing that I did find interesting within this that I wanted to note is that first round viewership, or we do know that first round viewership was up 27% on the ESPN family of networks, but it was up significantly more on NFL Network. And I do wonder if that speaks to the idea that people got sick of Mel Kiper.
Yes.
Yeah,
absolutely
100%.
It does.
Yeah.
I switched over. Did y'all switch over?
Well, I was muted at that point. I had visuals and not audio.
I think I was watching NFL Network most of the time.
Well, we watched, obviously y'all guys were at my house. We watched, the regular ESPN coverage the first night. Second night, I switched over. Second day, I switched over.
Yeah, because they weren't even talking about the draft picks at that point.
No.
They were just talking about Shador. And I'm like, all right, man, like we don't need this type of think piece on here right now, man.
No, we don't.
Yeah, so, and 832 says an interception only worth 2 points unless we're expecting him to have a couple pick sixes. It shouldn't factor in.
Right.
I will expose myself as not having played nearly as many of the defense, or actually really any of these leagues that have individual defensive players. But I have a feeling that there's more scoring than simply like interceptions when you talk about individual defensive
and even
players.
that is important because usually the defense gets interceptions. So if you don't have their defense, but you do have Shador Sanders, you get 2 points. I mean, it's big. It's big.
Right. I mean, if you get that additional value. All right. That's around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's circle back around and talk about the Texans. We talked about the earlier picks, the ones that are big, right? The Iowa State boys, Ariante Ursary. But when it comes to the late round pick or maybe even undrafted free agent types, who do you think is most set up to make a splash for this Texans team this year? 713-572-4610. Let's discuss that next.
All right, man.
The Texans brought in 9 new faces in the draft. How does Coach D'Amico feel about their selections?
Brought in a ton of great people, also great players.
insider access.
Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610.
The Texans play here.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adetua. Breaking news from Sports Radio 610 is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
All right, I'm seeing this per Chandler Rome of The Athletic. I've been talking about it since camp. The possible return of this man, and now we have a date. Lance McCullers Jr. will start for the Astros on Sunday versus the Chicago White Sox. That was as of 15 minutes ago. And so, Lance McCullers Jr. has all but completed the road to recovery, the road that will see him pitch in the majors for the first time since, what was that, 23?
22.
Was it 22?
2022. His last start was in 2022 in October. And it was.
How'd he do in that start?
He lost 3-0. Was pulled early, if I remember correctly. He got 6 innings in October of 2022. No. That's regular season. I need to look at his playoff season.
There you go.
His playoff numbers, but nevertheless, 2022 was his last time.
Yeah. So there you go. That's huge news for the Astros in that Lance McCullers Jr. is. He's within sight. Within sight of getting on the mound. And the reason why I'm not fully taking the victory lap is that there are some days between now and Sunday, but it does look like Lance McCullers Jr. has largely made the recovery and will be ready to get back into the rotation for the Astros. I think it'll be interesting where he slots into the rotation and maybe who eventually makes their way out of the rotation. There is some thought that maybe you could go to a 6-man.
I think they will.
Rotation for the short
this
period of time.
Signals that. Yeah, this signals that. And yeah, it was in the 2022 postseason, and that's the one where he was pulled early after 3 innings. Man, Lance McCullers Jr., long road back. It'll be his first start in that many years.
There you go. And don't do that, Texas Misfit, on the YouTube page. They said bullpen better be ready for heavy inning Sunday. Don't do that. Don't do that. He's stretched out. He's given you 5 pretty much every damn time that he gets out here for these rehab starts. And the velocity has been good. He's the stuff has looked pretty solid, and so excited to see what he looks like once he gets to the majors. Plus, after 911 days, I feel like the White Sox ain't the worst place to start, right? Like the White Sox. Although to be fair, I feel like the Colorado Rockies might be going under paid attention to when it comes to possibly putting up one of the worst baseball seasons that we've seen from a team. But the White Sox ain't really that much better. So, man, get an opportunity to get out here against a team that I don't think is all that great and get yourself back into playing shape, man. Get yourself back into that groove. So, again, Lance McCullers Jr. set to start for your Astros on Sunday. Let's circle back around. Let's get back to the Texans. Let's do this at least quickly, get into this, because we've talked a lot about Higgins and Noel and Ariante Ursary, the first 3 selections that the Texans made in the draft last week. In fact, those guys have been praised a ton. I think Todd McShay has loved it. There's been other draft scouts and draft media folks that have really praised the top end of the draft. And then there's some questions from some people about what they did afterwards, some of the trades and the values that they had in some of those other places. But when it comes to those players, when it comes to potential camp bodies or undrafted free agents that they've signed a few of those. Who is set up to make a splash here, Lopez? Yeah, look,
Arian Foster is like our Tom Brady. He was undrafted.
That's right.
He was an undrafted free agent. How'd that work out? It happens. It happens a lot. If not to that degree, it happens where you get some lower round picks, some undrafted guys that are, frankly, opportunity is the number one thing. If you have an opportunity, if there's a place on the roster where, there's possibilities, the number one thing becomes that. And I think, I don't know what you're curious about or what you think might happen here, but I feel, okay, I'll start with the most recent news. Jake Andrews.
Yeah, Jake Andrews, who offensive lineman, draft 2023 to the Patriots, or actually he last played with the Patriots, and he was injured during the entirety of last year, so he did not play there. But he started, I believe, 13 games, or played 13 games.
He played in 16 games. He started 1, or started one is what I saw this morning. Maybe it's wrong, but when I was digging in on this, I think that's what the numbers. It doesn't matter. Didn't start a lot. Played in a few one season, then tore his meniscus. And frankly, the story out of New England is he just kind of got passed. He got passed by other guys, on the interior offensive line. He's just 25.
Right.
So
drafted in the same draft that you had Juice Scruggs and Jared Patterson.
Mm-hmm.
And interestingly enough, all of those guys at least if you were inclined to look at Dane Brugler's pre-draft evaluations as I am, all those guys kind of rated in that same area when it comes to possibly being sixth round kind of grades. Obviously, we know Scruggs went way higher, and Jake Andrews, I think, just a little bit after Patterson as well. And those guys, he was a fourth rounder if my memory serves. But yeah, he looks like he can play, and this feels like another instance of giving us an idea of what this offensive or what this team is doing offensive line wise, which is kind of just throwing guys in there of a certain caliber, to be fair, and seeing which of these guys kind of grab hold of the position.
And he had a New England zip code at one point, so that doesn't ever hurt him.
Yeah,
here, but he's played center, he's played guard, so there's opportunity there. A couple of guys that. Okay, well, I'll mention this one first. I'm not like his fan club or anything. I'm just looking at what they have and what they like to do, what we think they're going to like to do offensively. They're going to use a lot of tight ends. We know the blocking has been an issue. Luke Lachey, I feel as a blocker, that's his go-to. He's going to at least have a look. He's going to get a serious look as maybe a second or third tight end in some of these situations. But the ones that are interesting to me are some of their undrafted free agents, and we haven't really talked about them a lot. When you come to opportunity, Junior Tafuna, who we all have probably seen him play and make plays. He went to Utah. They've had a couple of good seasons here in the last couple of years. He's a pass-rushing type defensive tackle. Some people had him rated in the 5th or 6th round. He fell out and was signed. Defensive tackle is opportunity, man. That's an opportunity with this club.
Yeah, for sure, especially if you can get up the field. And one thing that we know about this team is that they're not afraid to let maybe guys who don't have as big of a profile get opportunities in there. Plus, they like rotating guys on that defensive line, so you can find yourself in a space like our guy Togiai did last year and ended up being beneficial, especially in a where it's like you need bodies and you need, or at least you could use bodies, and if you play up to a certain level, there's an opportunity there. Plus, and I hate to be the person who brings some negativity, are we certain that Sheldon Rankins is still playing at that same level? Like, would there be a possibility of that opening up some level of opportunities for him as well? So, I mean, if the young man comes in and if he does have, as you mentioned, if he has the ability to get up the field and press the pocket, that's what we were talking about when we talked about the possibility of needing interior offensive line. Yes, somebody that can help stop the run matters, but also that's, I think, elevation that could have helped this defensive line like it wasn't incredible last year, but could have pushed it to another level is now if you're getting some pressure from the interior as well in a different level, and on top of what Settle did and obviously Mario Edwards early last season, you take this to a whole different level.
Yeah, and this is another interesting one to me. If you go back and look at the combine scores, had one of the top 5 combine scores in several categories, but went undrafted. And that's Eli Cox. He was another interior, and he actually played everywhere. But another offensive lineman went to Kentucky and was also in that 5th, 6th round category, but scored real well physically. And oh, by the way, we talk a lot about Cole Popovich, the offensive line coach. The assistant offensive line coach is Zach Yenser, who coached Cox at Kentucky for 2 years. So he's very familiar with his work.
There's a couple of guys that have some that you would imagine have some level of familiarity that you have here that you wonder, does that then – I have a hard time getting to a place where I think those guys trouble the possibility of Jared Patterson or Juice Scruggs for center, because you mentioned obviously Andrews has played center, and then Eli Cox obviously is a center. But I have a hard time thinking that. Are you in that same space where you go – those guys are probably entrenched to a certain degree. Not saying that they're
I don't know if entrenched is the word, but they certainly have the advantage.
Or they have such an advantage that it's going to be hard for those guys to make it up. Is probably a more accurate way of saying that. Do you feel that similar way?
I do, but I also feel like we can't say who's going to be either guard or the center at this point. We're leaning toward Titus at left guard, of course, but center and right guard, I can't tell you who it's going to be, who I think it's going to be. I have my hunches. But there's there's opportunity there, and that's what we talk about.
Yeah, and so it does feel like they're just going to and yes, the text here probably says it in a way that I would. Offensive line philosophy is accuracy by volume. There are just a lot of different guys in there, and seeing which of these guys hold up. And yes, also Ladarius Henderson is in there. In fact, I know that Nick Caserio, talking to Kay Adams today, gave a update about Ladarius Henderson. So I feel like we'll have to hear some of that later on. But yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. So I guess we didn't ultimately get to the place where which one of those guys do you feel like is best situated to possibly add to this team and impact what's happening here?
I think Jake Andrews and Junior Tafuna would be my picks, simply because Tafuna offers something that I think you've talked about, and pressing the pocket and all that. He's a pass rushing guy, not huge. He's not that anchor. He's like 305 pounds. But he's got some moves. He's moved outside a little bit. Maybe a poor man's Danico Autry type, along those lines. And then Jake Andrews, we just went through it all. The guy had a meniscus, got it beat out, got passed, but at some point they liked him.
So you aren't feeling that way about Keontae Hamilton, the seventh rounder, when you talk about defensive tackle?
He's going to be in the mix with him.
But he also, we were talking about it, he seems like he also profiles as more like an upside guy. I do wonder how much of that you see immediately, but just more and more interesting things to look at for when camp comes around, to get an eye on what these guys are and what kind of depth this Texans team has built for themselves. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping. We'll circle back around to the idea that Lance McCullers Jr. is on the cusp of returning to the Astros, but also what the hell is happening with Bill Belichick at UNC. We'll get more into that next.
The Drive with Stoerner. biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'. Brought to you by the Insperity Invitational at the Woodlands Country Club, May 2nd through 4th.
All right, yeah, you're in the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Let's get into what's popping on the day. And one of the big notes that's happened during our show today, we found out that Lance McCullers Jr. is on the road to being back in a very real way. Sunday, mark your calendars down. That is when Lance McCullers Jr. is expected to start against the Chicago White Sox for the Astros.
So it'll be 615 days when he starts.
915.
I mean, 915.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's 911 to today.
Yeah.
915.
Dang.
To the next time that he gets a start.
I didn't think it was possible, man.
I didn't. No, I
lost faith.
Yeah, absolutely. And no one could blame you.
You didn't believe.
Yeah, I didn't.
Here he is.
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
What do you have to say for yourself?
I didn't believe.
Hey, salute. God bless.
Yeah,
This is a miracle.
Yeah, he was just talking about it with some media there in the dugout there at Daikin as they're getting ready to play against the Tigers and finish out a 3-game set, hopefully get a sweep of the Tigers at 110. But yeah, he was thinking about it, and he said it's a day he's been waiting for a very long time. Mm-hmm. Right? In fact, actually, this is some of Lance talking about this return.
Yeah, I've been my last two outings. I've felt really good. I feel like my stuff's been pretty crisp. So obviously, it's been a long layoff for me, and there's probably going to be things I have to work through and get my feet back under me and things of that nature. But I feel like I'm in as good of a spot as I can be coming out of rehab games, I should say, and I'm excited for Sunday.
Look, man, it really is. I doubted it. You doubted it. Everybody doubted it. I mean, there's no shame.
I doubted it less than you, though.
You did. There's no shame in that. But it could be just an incredible story, not just for Lance, but for this team. We talk about they're going to have a 6-man rotation, 17 games in 17 days. Not only that, but look what it does to the trickle down of the bullpen and the starting rotation. And what if he's been amazing in the postseason. His regular seasons have been, okay, good. I think his high in terms of wins in a regular season is like 13, something like that, 12 or 13. But just his veteran presence and everything else.
Yeah, and I think he's expected to maybe get an opportunity at maybe like 20, 25 starts if things go well throughout the rest of this. It seems like he believes it too. Of course, obviously he's going to have hopeful thinking in this moment.
2021, he had 13 wins. For the life of me, I don't know how I can remember that stuff, and I don't remember what I had for breakfast.
It'd be like that sometimes, man. That's
crazy.
Ultimately what it lands on. It'd be like that. Let's see if Lance McCullers remembers how to really pitch. And I know that sounds nonsensical, but I always go back to when I have the opportunity to talk to pitchers, they especially guys from I don't know, maybe a decade, 2 decades ago, they always lament the era of throwers, guys that just kind of throw really hard but don't have that same finesse about the way that they go about the art of pitching.
To pitch, yeah.
And Lance McCullers has that. And so especially if he can get back to that quickly,
the curveball,
you'll be in some really good spaces. And I mean, what happens? I understand you're talking about a 6-man rotation, but if you get back to a 5-man rotation, especially with Spencer Arrighetti possibly returning at some point, Gusto in the pen feels incredible. Even who even ends up in the pen in that circumstance? If you do push someone to the pen from what you have, is it Blanco? Is Wesneski?
Gusto?
I'm already starting with Gusto, and you still have other guys. Depending on when Arrighetti returns. So, man, it makes me feel even better about a starting rotation that has been incredible to this point, and an offense that is ticking up in such a way as they scored 6 runs yesterday to get a victory, solidify a win against the best team in the AL, at least record-wise, in the Tigers. And they have an opportunity to get the sweep today, 1:10 p.m. at Daikin Park. A.J. Blueball on the mound.
It's been a long wait.
Debut for the man at the big league level, and let's see if he can kind of garner that same level of production that you've seen from other starters and give the offense a little opportunity, and hopefully the offense will have his back in a debut. That'd be huge to give him a good experience.
Yeah, no question. So this pitching staff is taking shape, and it was already one of the best bullpen, especially one of the best in the American League.
Yeah, so excited to see what that looks like. Somebody said, "What about a 6-man rotation?" Yeah, it does feel like they'll go there at least for a period of time. Are they asking about continuing a 6-man rotation? Would that be something that you'd be interested in, like a longer terms?
Yes, I don't mind it. And by the way, that's kind of been. They've done it more than other teams for these types of stretches, or even late in the year, go 6-man.
Well, yeah, that's also this type of stretch where you're about to have here soon a 17-game, 17-day stretch. That you can get me in there completely.
But they've done it in other situations as well.
So maybe you like the idea of doing that on a longer-term basis, maybe more throughout the season, especially seeing as it feels like you have the guys that are capable of pitching to that degree.
And they did it with Verlander because he was older and coming off an injury. Well, what's McCullers?
Older, coming off an injury.
Yeah, so I think they could easily do it again with him.
There you go. All right. So yeah, that's what's happening there with the Astros. Excited for that. I'm not. All right. Let's talk about this quickly. So
I know what you're looking at.
The NBA, it seems like, is considering the possibility during the All-Star break of a international format for its All-Star game, possibly a day versus the rest of the world type situation.
You're welcome.
Citing the 2026 edition of LA moving to NBC during the middle of the Winter Olympics as one of the factors. But then also, I think this has clearly been inspired by what you saw the Four Nations tournament that NHL put on during their All-Star break this past season. You're all in on this, right?
They took my idea.
All right, you're gonna act like you made this up. You're the only one who had that.
Check the tape. And I think you were not in on it.
I wasn't, and I still don't think that it's going to be the savior that we want it to be. I feel like basketball operates in the basketball audience is different than the NHL audience, especially when it comes to down the lines of nationalities or what have you, especially because I don't think that you're going to get like individual nations. You're going to get like something like USA versus rest of world, and I don't think that there's going to garner the same attention. If you don't recall, we've been here, maybe not exactly with the All-Star game itself, the big game, but we've been there with the Rising Stars Challenge and things of that nature. And it doesn't it's a novelty in this space in the NBA, in where I feel like that operate in NHL as a pseudo tournament that has a level of grasp like some of those other like something that would be like a World Cup.
I don't think that's wrong, but it's better. It's going to be better. Is there going to be a flag involved? Tell me if there's going to be a flag involved. There will be. That's all you need to know. They took my idea, Figgy.
I think it's going to be negligible, but we'll see. If they even implement it. This is early.
I'm just curious how the players going to react to this, because it is the All-Star break, and we see how they treat the All-Star break. They treat it as like a rest.
Sure.
So I'm just kind of curious, are they going to go all – if everybody going to go all in on it, then I think it's going to be really good.
I'll go back to what I said.
I just don't know if players going to go all in for this.
I don't know if they're going to be all in, but they're going to be in more, and it's going to be better.
Based on what?
And that's all. The flag, all this buzz out there about, hey, Europe's they're putting together better players. Look at the last MVPs and all this other. They hear that. They hear that about the European influence, and they're getting better and all that.
I get that.
Pride comes into play.
Yeah, no, I get that.
Yeah.
But
where was the pride all these other All-Star years? What are you talking about?
USA versus the world.
No, but see, my thing is, like, that's cool when we talking about the Olympics.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering with All-Star break, and this is my 1 week to kind of chill. I wonder if they're going to take that as serious as like the Olympics.
Again, it'll be better.
I'm not certain of that.
Better than
the other All-Star game.
I'm not certain of that. It's we've
that's not saying a lot either.
But it's better.
It isn't. But I'll even acquiesce on the idea that even if it's better, here's the one thing that I think. We've seen how many different attempts at finagling the All-Star game in various different sports, mind you, but particularly the NBA. And whatever gains you might even get are often rather marginal or short-lived, and probably both at the same time. So, okay, run this out here. Maybe I can understand the idea of, hey, we're just going to find what our gimmick is for right now and see if that works for a little bit before we have to find our next gimmick. But I don't think that it's a long-term fix, one. But two, I still very much maintain that you don't have that same national draw in basketball as you do in some of the, like, especially in hockey.
I don't know about that.
I don't think
some
that
of
you
these
do.
even I'm not even talking about the Olympics. Some of these international world championships and stuff, they go nuts for that. I watch it religiously.
Yeah, they go. Especially, I think the teams elsewhere go nuts. I think our American relationship.
No, I think
with,
American players do.
Our American relationship with national basketball is we are waiting for you to do the thing that we expect of you, and if you don't, we will come at you with pitchforks and fire, as opposed to a level of celebration, which I think you're talking about with these other nations. But you're not going to be able to field those other nations completely because you don't have enough of those players, so they're going to end up in subsets that I don't think garner the same level of excitement as you're thinking.
I'm gonna be interested to watch it.
Oh yeah, if they bring this up, it'll be an interesting data point to see if there's anything that can be done for the All-Star game. And I'm starting to get to the point where I'm like, I don't think they're saving the All-Star game in the way that we're trying to save the All-Star game.
Yeah, I will say this is better than, to me, doing the one-on-one thing.
Sure.
Because I don't think the one-on-one thing will work out right.
Yeah, that's a Saturday thing.
Probably.
The one-on-one thing?
Yeah.
Like a king of the court type situation.
Yeah.
All right. Salute to Tillman Fertitta and talk to him nice. You now have to call him ambassador. U.S. ambassador to Italy and San Marino. That was confirmed yesterday. Yesterday by the Senate. And so Tillman Fertitta will have a lot more on his hands in addition to, I guess, all of his business dealings. Although I feel like then he's probably going to have to focus on that. Concern is probably too much, but like, does this at all make you think about what the Rockets as an organization, like how that is handled, or do you just feel comfortable with the hierarchy that's been set up? Because I mean, obviously, Rafael Stone has his situation. Then, of course, Tillman's sons, particularly Patrick, are so hugely involved already that it feels like there's a stability, even if Tillman is off doing these things on behalf of our nation.
Yeah, it doesn't concern me in the least bit. I feel like Patrick, I respect that guy a lot, the commitment that he's made. I think he does a lot of things there. Tillman is sort of like the final sounding board. And wink, wink, he'll still be the final sounding board, even if it's an international phone call. You know?
Sure. Yeah, because I feel like that if you are in that particular place where it's just, hey, let me run this by you right quick, it's less of the involvement.
Yes.
I think the thing that I typically, or I've thought about it more recently with like Woody Johnson of the Jets, who was, 6 years ago, the ambassador to the United Kingdom for the United States. And I feel like that takes you away from some more of those day-to-days as much as an owner typically is. And it feels like he's already in a place where there's enough of the hierarchy in place that'll handle up by themselves. I think that's fair to say, right?
Yeah.
All right. And so, salute there. I did, you know what? I teased the Bill Belichick stuff. Let's get to that in our niche sports report. I think let's do that at 12:40 because I think there's more space to talk about.
Lot to bite into there.
What the hell is happening
Lot
there?
to chew on.
832 says Ryder Cup is USA versus world, and it works very well. I just think that that's a different audience that looks at this in a different way. I'm not sure that the basketball audience sees that as moving, and I think that it's fair. It's still also going to come back to the play on the court, and if that galvanizes the players as well to do something outsized when all of the same what's the right word? Inputs and stimuli that make it so that they're kind of revving back at times on the governor, right? Like, I think that those things still exist. So you might get a similar style of game for folks that have been clamoring for hard-nosed playoff type basketball in the All-Star weekend. I just don't think that you're getting that just because you slap the flag on the shoulder.
And I do.
Okay, we'll see if they get there, but they're considering it. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, what's the most reasonable path to a Rockets Game 5 victory? And could it possibly be just staying on course? We'll talk about it next.
It sounds like the Texans draft. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, let's get to it. The Rockets have an opportunity to stave off elimination tonight.
Get your ducats.
No.
I showed you the word.
I mean, yes, but also no. 6:30 p.m. tonight versus the Warriors. TNT. How happy are you that it's a 6:30?
Oh, well, the other thing is I'm extremely happy just because it's starting earlier, but it kind of lands differently for me because I don't have to get up super early when I will anyway, but super early. I can get up when I want to because I'm not going to be here tomorrow.
That is true. Oh, yeah.
Spoiler alert.
You're not even get to talk about this. But what that does mean, a little programming note.
Yeah.
Get to talk about this with B. Scott again.
There you go.
And B. Scott chop up that, and of course all the other things that we'll do in the loop tomorrow. But that no need to get to tomorrow. Let's talk about today. What is, and I mean this very sincerely, or actually in some ways I guess I don't, seeing the way that the text line just responded. But what's the most reasonable path to a Rockets Game 5 victory in order to help them stave off elimination? And could it be staying the course? 715-724-610 is the number for the text line. I appreciate the 972 coming in with the jokes. And you know what? I always appreciate jokes, so keep these coming. Have a local restaurant pull a Salt Lake City and spike Golden State Warriors their food like Salt Lake City did with Jordan back in the day. Okay, all right. Let's get creative. Houston, if you want to do that as well. But the reason why I asked this is I immediately saw on the YouTube page, I appreciate Tommy Dang for responding and saying, make their damn free throws. And that's one of the very easy things that you could point out to. I know Ime Udoka has actually talked about the miscues that this team has had in their 4 games to this point that have them down 3-1 in this series. But they've been pretty close in damn near all of these, if not all of these games. And it's been little things like free throws that could, if they go the other way, they can win the game. But the reason why I bring up reasonable path, because yes, I guess you could say, well, just reasonably make a few free throws and you win games. However, this is who they are, at least when it comes to free throws. They have been this team that has not been great about knocking down their free throws for a majority of the season and all through this playoff series to this point. So I guess the question that I've been asking myself is like, how reasonable is to go, well, all of a sudden they're just going to make free throws now in this circumstance. I don't know how reasonable that is, but are there other situations that are reasonable to see them getting to a victory in this game?
Yeah, it's a reasonable ask, but it's not a reasonable thing to expect. It's a reasonable ask because you would think you make 80% of your free throws, you probably win most of these games. But it's not for sure. But it's not a reasonable thing to expect because it's not who they are. They don't free throws. They just don't. They haven't all year long. So it's an interesting way you put it because the reasonable thing, and we talked about this at 10 a.m., and you can go back on the Odyssey app and listen to that because we dug deep on it. We dug deep on it too.
I don't think we dug deep. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think we dug deep.
Is go with the bigs, the double bigs and all that. We dug in on that pretty well. But aside from that, I don't think expecting great free throw shooting is going to get it done. One thing I do think
really,
to expect it is what I'm saying. Şengün, I think he's been the only consistent thing in all 4 games. That is reasonable to just lean more heavily into him in the half-court offense because it's about offense right now. They've played pretty good defense, not altogether, to start the first half or second half in Game 4, but they've played pretty good defense all along. Şengün has been criticized, and I get it, for, sort of like timidly putting up a push shot. He does the push shot. He does that. That's what he does from, that's his game.
I think he also kind of looked like that because
of it.
I don't even know how timid some of these shots are. It just kind of looks like it because he can be a little bit of a, I don't know,
it's a finesse shot.
But even with the finesse shot, he looks a lot more, more finesse if I can kind of say it that way. But yeah, I think the one thing that I would ask of him, and it's one of the things that we talked about, and I don't know how, again, use the word and maybe overuse it, reasonable it is to expect this change in this moment, but be a little bit aggressive and try and force the issue a little bit more when it comes to your positioning, because I think there's times where he can make these shots in that 5 to 10 range, but sometimes he's a little too content to when there's an opportunity to use your physicality, a physicality that this league has allowed you in this series and in these playoffs, and use that to get a little bit deeper and get a little bit closer in. But again, I'm wondering what is the fair expectation here in this. But I do think that was one of the things that was key to me, and that's one of the things that made me go, is it just kind of staying the course? Because you have been close to these, in these games, and maybe just expecting that being back home and having some of these games under your belt would help everybody do a little bit more of the things to get you over the hump. But yeah, I think it's very much you have to utilize and likely play a lot through Alperen Şengün and allow him to work in the middle, especially in the ways that if you can keep Golden State out of the zone, if you can keep him playing one-on-one and hopefully get a whistle that is reasonable, that is advantageous, and you don't see Draymond Green getting every single foul imaginable but still being on the court. Like, if you can have Alperen Şengün continue to be that aggressor, he's going to get buckets, and he's going to be an offense that I think is viable and tenable.
No, look, and the other part of it, and you said one-on-one, but even in other situations, like the one player that the Warriors do not have an answer for is Alperen Şengün. They can't match up with him. They just can't.
Don't have the size for it.
They don't have the players. They don't have the size.
Not individually.
Even the zone defense, he's been okay. He's not as good as otherwise. But you look at like the most consistent players. We know the Jalen Green story. It's unreasonable to expect him to do anything at this point. Sorry, it just is. It's unreasonable to expect a lot out of Jalen Green. Now we hope he's better. If you get anything out of him, and Şengün has a game like he did the other night, then you win. But it's probably unreasonable to expect it at this point. But Şengün, I mean, you look at these 4 games: 26-9, 17-16, 15-11, and 31-10. That's the reasonable thing. The big man.
So so Jalen Green, I don't think you're just going to drop him off the face of the earth in Game 5. How do you utilize him, or I guess in some ways not utilize him, if you, John Lopez, are head coach in this circumstance?
Well, you don't give up. You give him the opportunity. All I'm saying is if I'm looking, and I think a lot of fans feel this way, if I'm looking at this game, it's like, I know what I can get out of Şengün. I know what I can get out of certain players. I have no idea. So I can't count on that, is what I'm saying.
I would look at it like this. I will probably focus on Şengün and try to run the offense through Şengün.
Yes.
And if Jalen Green could give us another 38, that would be great.
Not even 30. Just give us anything.
Yeah, I wouldn't put the team on Jalen Green's back.
Well, okay, I understand that in kind of the general sense, but practically he is one of the 2 ball handlers that you trust the most. So when I'm asking that, I'm kind of asking, do you put him off ball more, or do you have him on ball but looking to pass the ball immediately, kind of taking it out of his hands and saying, hey, don't be aggressive and look to score, unless in these circumstances do you run let roll? Are you starting actions more?
If I were
with
coaching,
Alperen?
I would be building him up like a champion. Like, don't change a thing. Stay as aggressive. Be more aggressive. Take your shot if it's open. Shooters shoot, that whole thing. I'm just saying I wouldn't expect, but anything you get out of him, just keep. I wouldn't take the ball out of his hands. He's still going to get his minutes, but build him up and hope for the best. It's kind of what I would do with him. The other thing that I think, and I don't know if this is reasonable or unreasonable, but you can't. Well, it's unreasonable to expect 8 3-pointers out of Fred VanVleet, but get something out of him, and I think it's a little more reasonable to expect that, from VanVleet.
Yeah, I think that is fair, especially the thing that I would ask of Fred VanVleet, because I do think that something unlocked for him, at least in that game. It'll be interesting to see if Steve Kerr continues to have those guys drop off of him when they go pick and roll, where he was able to step into as many 3-pointers as he did, and it kind of allowed him to knock down the 3-pointers that he did in Game 4. I want him to speed up some of his initiation. I know that he is inherently a little bit slower, a little bit less pacey than some of the other guys on the floor for the Rockets. But as a staff record label and crew, I think that they need to be a little bit faster in actions. I know that this is a team that, if you were getting into the general sense, they want to have fewer possessions and allow that defense and offensive rebounding to do their work to help level the game. But this is a fair point that comes in on the text line when they say only way to up your percentage, or I guess basically up your output, is to shoot more. In order to send more of these shots, I think you need to go a little bit earlier. Don't allow the Warriors to sit and look at you nearly as much and gain a moment to catch a breather on the defensive end because they're watching you guys get yourself in going. And then also go early enough to where
press the ball, but
also go early enough in the shot clock to where the defense doesn't get a little bit of help knowing, oh, well, the shot clock is going down, so I know what you're doing, right? There's ambiguity in going with 14 seconds left on the shot clock as opposed to going with 6 seconds left on the shot clock, because I know what you have available to you is limited when there's only 6 seconds. You got to get a shot off in a different way. So I think going earlier in the game, just like upping the pace, turn that notch up a little bit, and I do think that you could see some benefits from that inherently.
No, I agree, and I also feel much more optimistic with not that I've ever thought he was thinking or anything. He would just had lulls here and there. I'm much more optimistic with Amen Thompson. I think if you can get him attacking in that attack mode a lot more, then it opens up everything for him and others. So I would, if I had to like power rank, how they win this game, Şengün, like he might not be the guy you want, but he's the guy you got. So I would go with Şengün first, and then maybe Van Vliet. Heck, maybe Dillon Brooks pulls one out and pulls out one of those games that he's occasionally want to do. But then Amen Thompson, I think, is in the thick of things.
And maybe a little bit more of it, because I don't know how to do this without, or in a way that doesn't completely change and off, which is something I don't know that you can do on a whim. But maybe just more of an eye towards getting the ball towards Jabari Smith Jr., especially in these instances where he's occupying the corner. There's been some times where you see a drive or a pick and roll, and it might be asking a lot, because I don't know that you have the passers on this team that are making the Nikola Jokic-esque, the Luka Doncic-esque kind of crazy passes to the corner.
Yeah.
But if you can find some of those, he has been effective when the ball gets to his hands. But I don't know that he's a guy that you can just post up and get him the ball and have him go to work, or just give him the ball and create something.
What did I say? So not garbage, but somewhat just within the flow kind of player. I think that's what you need to get out of him, and more of it. Maybe have him be a little more assertive and aggressive in taking the shots and attacking and finishing and everything else. And that's the other thing. Offensive rebounding and rebounding in general, they've been good. That's been their calling card. You talk about they're not a great free throw shooting. They're a great rebounding team, and that has to be a big factor here with putbacks, maybe with a double big, maybe not, however it goes. And the 346 says, find a way to get Draymond ejected. Good luck with that. It doesn't happen.
Dude, I felt like if he wasn't going to get ejected from that last game, I don't know how you do it.
I do feel like they should have attacked Draymond a little more.
Yeah.
Especially with him having 5 fouls like that. I feel like they kind of let him off the hook a little bit. I would have took him to the paint, man.
Random question here. Do you up the antics a little bit? Do you have does that run too much of a when you off the path here?
I said it earlier. I don't know.
Like unleash the Dillon Brooks.
Look, the Rockets came into the series saying we like it grimy. We want it grimy. Okay. If that's how they're calling it, and you want it grimy, I'm with you. I don't even know if that's what you want.
No, it's not. It's not. I was just asking the question. I very much don't want to.
I'm not saying.
I don't know about that.
I'm not saying throwing hands and scuffles and all that, real scuffles, not the ones they call scuffles on TV, and stuff like that. But what I am saying is go at Draymond, push his buttons, do it. Why not? You never know. He might get finally tossed from one of these games.
I would like to take you to KNBR up in San Francisco. It's a radio station. And I was kind of flabbergasted when I heard this as the tone of them talking about this Rockets team, because y'all know who y'all rooting for, but this is KNBR in San Francisco talking about the Rockets.
I think I've got some real distaste for this iteration of the Houston Rockets.
Hell yeah.
You know why? They have no respect for anything that has been a status quo in the NBA for the last decade plus.
Yeah.
And they walk around sort of like the Memphis Grizzlies did a few years ago.
Yep.
And who's the common component here? Who's the common denominator?
Dillon Brooks.
Same sort of attitude. They walk around like they own the league, like they've done something special with their 95-point per game victories. You know what I mean? And I'm supposed to be threatened by 28 shots from Şengün? I'd love to finish. It would be so sweet. So sweet to win it in 5 in Houston. When Dillon Brooks ripped the ball away from Steph, I was like, what an idiot. What a foolish thing to do. What a dumb thing to do.
Yeah.
He's the one guy I think you don't want to piss off, and you don't want to add Draymond to that mix. And you don't want to add Jimmy Butler to that mix. And now Jimmy Butler knows what Steph's capable of.
No, but you know what? You're scared of those guys. You're scared of Jimmy Butler. You're scared of Draymond Green.
That's what I mean.
I'm not scared of Dylan Brooks.
No, I'm saying he does it to Steph because he's not going to do it to those guys.
Right.
And I'm like, why would you do it to that guy?
And then
the biggest killer in the league, you're going to do it to that guy? And it wasn't even that guy. Then they blanketed Steph, tried to stay all over him. And what happened? Jimmy put the cape on and put him to bed.
Everybody call in. I want to hear your unbridled.
All right. They're talking about dirty players over at Golden State.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're
talking about dirty players.
Why should they show you some type of respect, man?
Yeah.
Like, I don't care if y'all won championships and all that stuff.
That's the whole idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, why do they got to show you some type of respect?
Tip that crown off their head.
And you got Draymond Green on your team.
Yeah.
I also love the idea that they were like, the Rockets carry themselves as if they're like run the league. Based off of what?
I was about to say, where's that at? I haven't seen that.
Yeah. You got to have a villain. Every team has that villain they pick.
I guess.
No, what it is Golden State not used to coming across a team. I think the last thing they came across was the Memphis Grizzlies.
Yeah.
That was somewhat like that.
Yeah.
And, I don't see that.
And many people in talking about this Game 5 for the Rockets are like, break in case of emergency Ken Whitmore. Just, if you're going down, go down flinging. And so
if the offense is not doing anything, why not? I mean, just put them out there and see if they can score something.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how they play it in this game. 6:30 rather. TNT and Space City Home Network both have the broadcast of this one. See if the Rockets can stave off elimination. And we'll see if anybody out there is doing any of these things. Talk about, like somebody said, can't Busby find a woman Draymond has wronged in the past and sue him? And somebody else was talking about getting out the voodoo dolls for some of these folks. See if that would help. Yeah, all the various ways in which people are trying to get a victory tonight. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our lunchtime confessions presented by the Men's Clinic.
The Sports Radio 610.
Later, Sports Radio 610.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. In Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I thought of you last night.
Unbelievable.
I did. I did.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe it was this morning. It was this morning. Did you see Dalton Varsho's catch for the Blue Jays?
No, I didn't see Dalton Varsho.
Did you see that?
I did see that, yeah.
Goes back, falls face first onto the warning track, throws his glove up behind him blindly without turning his head, and catches the ball.
And so that made you think of me for some reason?
This is why I hate expected catch. This is why I hate expected catch. That's one of those silliest. I use some of these advanced stats, but pretty much the basic ones, WAR and all that stuff. But expected catch to me is the silliest thing there is. The expected catch on that had to be like 0.5. Like he was face first on.
He fell down.
Are you looking at it?
I am. I'm trying to get your.
He was face first on the warning track.
That might have been the best catch I ever seen.
It might be. But what was the expected catch though?
Give me a second. I'll get it. I'll get it for you. Give me a second. But I don't know why you are railing against this. Like the expected catch is not in the same space as you, because I imagine, as I'm looking for it, that the expected catch on that was very low, which speaks to how incredible of a catch it was. Like, that is the point. The point isn't like, wow, why didn't you catch that? It's like, all right, well, this gives context. It is just more context, and I do not believe context to be a bad thing, Lopez. I do not believe context.
What was that one he gave us the other day during the Rockets game?
It was offensive rating in the first half.
Offensive rating in the first half was 103.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Was that good or not?
I don't know. I don't know.
All right.
Might have been good in the 90s.
Yeah, the Rockets are down 2 points, but what was their offensive rating?
So y'all don't want me to send the stats?
No, I like it. It's
see, that's the thing. You're like, no, keep sending it. And every time I send the stats.
I like it because I feel like I'm smart. Yeah, I feel included
smarter.
in it. Yeah, I'm like, okay, I think I'm learning something.
The thing is, I want you to keep.
I actually feel bad that I can't send no stats and numbers and stuff, man.
Advanced stats.
Yeah,
you can send all the stats that you want. There's a lot of stats available for you. Just go ahead and send those to me.
No, I like it because some of them are entertaining and some of them are like you said, they're kind of useful. I'm like, oh, okay, I could use that.
I feel slow.
Yeah.
Like when y'all be using big words around me. You better all talking Spanish around me at that point.
Exactly.
These are my confessions.
So watching Hoop yesterday, it hit me again that I'm always amazed by how just like a certain angle changes everything. And of course, it's not just basketball. You see this in all sorts of sports, but it always makes me go, hey, you should probably not speak so damn confidently about some of these things that you're like, no, it's clear, it's obvious. Because you'll see like a foul, and then you'll be like, there's no way that's not a foul.
Are you
like,
talking
that's
about
100%.
the elbow to the face?
And then you get it from a different angle, and you're like, actually, that wasn't nowhere close. Like, how did I think that? And it's just like, guys, we probably should remember that, like, hey, 3-dimension maybe should not be so aggressive and egregious about these. Yeah.
You're talking about the Banchero. Yeah. In case you missed it, Banchero fouled somebody's elbow with his face. Pretty much.
Yep.
Pretty much.
So, no, I'm amazed that just that's why they need to give us more angles.
They do.
See, just
I'll
like
agree with that.
More angles, more information, more context, Lopez. You see, it all ties together. It all comes together. Don't worry. I'll send you some more ex-Woba tonight.
Ex-Woba. There we go. Ex-Woba.
These are my confessions. Speaking of being amazed, I'm kind of amazed at some of these head coaches that are currently in the NBA playoffs right now. One is Doc Rivers.
Well, not anymore.
Yep, he's not in there. And when they lost that game, being up 7 with 30 seconds left, I'm just like, I think Doc Rivers, he can't go out like this.
Oh, so he's back.
Well, but that wasn't his fault, though.
But look, it don't even matter, man. I don't even think it matter at this point. He wasn't on the court. I don't think there's anything he could have done. But just for the simple fact that it was Doc Rivers losing like this.
But it wasn't Doc Rivers.
He is the head coach of the Milwaukee Bucks.
They had a 7-point lead with 30 seconds, and
and who was coaching them?
How do you coach a dude who, mind you, was having the game of his life?
Yeah.
To just, hey, when we break the press, which they did perfectly, and we pass it to you, how about you catch the ball instead of letting it bounce off your kneecap out of bounds?
No.
Like, something you typically go into your timeout, and like, hey guys, remember
this, catch it.
Remember to pass the ball. Remember, don't get trapped. Remember, actually catch the basketball. Like, who needs to say that?
Yeah.
But I think for the simple fact that Doc Rivers was the head coach, man, it's just
bad juju.
It's
these things find certain people.
Yeah. No, I kind of feel bad for him, but in the same breath, I'm like, man, that's classic Doc Rivers at this point. And I also feel the same way about Tom Thibodeau. So during that Knicks game, I forgot how much they were down by, but he was trying to get Jalen Brunson and Josh Hart into the game. And nobody was trying to, for some reason, they couldn't get in the game because the game didn't stop.
Yeah.
And so I think it went about a minute 30. Jalen Brunson sitting at the scorer's table, trying to get in the game so they could come back and win. And that brother did not call a timeout.
Yeah.
The Knicks was trying to foul at one point. They didn't foul, and they just lost like a minute 30. I'm just like, man, this is classic Tom Thibodeau.
Yeah.
And not to mention, Jalen Brunson ended up getting hurt. Josh Hart was hurt a little earlier, too. I'm just like, man, he is running these guys into the ground, and I just wouldn't know what to do if these were the head coaches of my team.
I do agree. Things like that, as not as much as they were not his fault, they just tend to follow guys.
It's just
that.
The name.
They just follow guys.
Yeah, and honestly, I can't even sit there and blame these coaches saying that's why y'all game. Yeah. But just for the simple fact, it's these guys. People just gonna look at, man, this head coach, man, he got to go, man.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
All right, so I've been covering baseball professionally since really 1985. I started covering my first major league games, so that's a long time, 40 years, right?
Yeah.
I think that would count as a long time. Yeah. I believe so.
I got to admit, I had no idea anything that's called a pitcher's protective helmet ever existed.
Are you for real?
No, I had no idea.
It's been a few years with these.
It's. I saw Kike Hernandez last night. He finished up like a 15-2 game. He's a position player wearing pitching at the end in the final inning, and they gave him this helmet that looks like a giant headband, but it's a helmet, and he pitched with it, which is a terrific idea. I love the idea because you don't want a position player getting hit in the head as he's finishing up a blowout. But the pitcher's protective helmet, I mean, that's on me. I had no idea that such a thing existed.
You don't remember the joints that they had? Oh, man. It was a few years ago. Maybe it was like 3-4 years ago.
2013 was the last time a player used it in a major league.
Was it really that long?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I looked it up. It was 2013.
I feel like there's been some protective helmets out here. Or like, I think they were the protective hats. The ones that looked like kind of like
That's for the coaches on the baselines. I knew those.
No, they had them. They had pitchers wearing them as well, especially because there was a time period where people were really concerned about those the baseball coming back and hitting the.
Yeah.
Remember that there was the hats that they tried to make look like your regular baseball cap.
No, I've seen them in Little League, high school. I've never seen them made. It looks like a headband. Did you see the picture of Kike? It's like a giant headband.
I've seen his particularly.
But it's made out of the same material, the hard plastic or whatever it is.
Right.
And I could see why players wouldn't use them because it's not very becoming.
That was the thing. Because I vividly remember this happening like maybe a half decade ago. Maybe. Like it's right in that span. I vividly remember that kind of conversation about why aren't more of these guys using it. And it's basically the same conversation as the Guardian caps where it's like, this is clearly going to be safer. Why not wear it? And a lot of the conversation, it wasn't all of it, but a lot of it was like, hey, if it just isn't comfortable and I don't like the way it looks or feels, and if you're not going to have the players be able to adopt it comfortably, then you're not going to.
Is it easy to take off or it would take a little bit to take off? Because I realize a lot of pitchers, they constantly take their hat off and put it back on, wipe the sweat and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So if it's not that easy to take off,
it's over your hat, so I don't believe it could be very easy. Or it's not as easy.
Yeah, it's probably a pain in the butt.
Because he had his hat on, and then he had this little giant headband thing on.
Yeah, when you look at pitchers pitch, like before the pitches, they constantly take the hat off, wipe the sweat, put the hat on, readjust, all that stuff. Yeah. So that's probably one of the reasons they don't do that.
Yeah.
So you knew these.
Yeah, I knew of these, and maybe these are the same ones. I think they were approved in 2014. And so, but yeah, I remember some of this happening. I remember a lot of the conversation about the way it looks and, being comfortable and things of that nature. But yeah, ultimately, it didn't latch on. But yeah, I appreciate the Kike was out here like, hey, man, out here, one thing I'm going to make sure I'm going to do is be safe. We wearing our seatbelt. We going to speed limit, and we're wearing this helmet.
So do you all think he was trying to be safe, or he just like...
No, yeah, I think he was probably told to wear it.
Oh.
That's Kike Hernandez, man, and it's 15-2 or 15-3, whatever it was.
They put position players up there all the time.
I know, but I'm saying more position players should do it, and he didn't have a problem doing it. I just think because it's unbecoming, they don't do it.
I feel like he was in there like, hey, I wear that thing.
Yeah.
Hey.
You think he was just doing it for the fashion?
I think
it's a bit.
Yeah, I think it's a bit like somebody. I put that big old hat on.
Yeah.
Screw it. I go out there with that on. Because otherwise, people will put any position player out there with it on.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
So one of the things I've realized about myself, or I guess re-realized in some ways about myself, is that I think you can tell I generally try to be like a fairly kind person, especially like people I don't know, talking about them, which is obviously a part of this job quite a bit, talking about players and folks that I don't actually know. So I try to be relatively respectful. And I realize that I actually have some blind spots in that, because some players, and I'm sure you guys have heard me talk about, so I'll talk about them kind of aggressively, and I'm like, hey, that's a little reckless, like with like Tyler Shuck or what have you. One of those guys is Ben Simmons, who is now with the Los Angeles Clippers. And in watching that series, the Clippers versus the Nuggets, I actually, I gotta confess, I actually found some respect for him. Like, not trying to be a guard or a point guard, especially taking him out of that place where he has to have those. He clearly won't shoot a shot outside of a dunk.
Yeah.
He's actually translated to a useful playoff, small ball center now. And I didn't think that I could have a level of respect for him after all the things that he did and refusal to actually just shoot a basketball in a game where you're supposed to shoot the basketball, getting paid millions and millions of dollars to shoot a basketball. But I've actually found a level of respect for him, and I didn't think I would have that.
I would love to see a documentary on Ben Simmons, man.
You might.
It is bizarre how much he don't want to shoot.
But what's funny is some of this, and this is where I don't know if this fully ties to Shedeur, but I do wonder if the pre-draft kind of conversation sometimes, or a lot of times, I'm inclined, at least personally, to kind of shoo away some of the negative things that are said, especially as anonymous scouts or what have you have this concern about character or whatever, and I'm like, man, whatever, man, y'all talking. But these were some of these things can be tied back to the concerns that were had about him coming out of LSU before he was drafted, and it all felt like, oh, y'all hating, and then looked like it was kind of issues with him on not wanting to get with the program and things of that nature. That seems like that has really hampered his career. But look at him being a solid small ball backup center. Good for you.
And sadly, a video clip of him is making all arounds tonight of making a hell of a move on Jokic and then airballing today. But last thing, 713 says clearly intimating that Reggie's channeling Daryl Morey. So you're saying the Rockets actually won that game?
You see, when you look at the points per possession, and no, I'm not going to go that far.
We actually won. We actually won this series.
No, still down 3-1. Still need to stave off elimination. That game will be at 6:30 tonight, so at least we'll get some good sleep. And hopefully it'll be some good sleep and happy sleep with the opportunity for that series to transition back to Golden State. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, I want to do something a little bit off the beaten path. Can we do a niche sports report? Because we're coming up on the biggest boxing weekend of the calendar. It looks like it'll deliver. Plus, the names of the Kentucky Derby are out, and it seems like there's some fun ones there. And you know what? We should probably talk about whatever Bill Belichick's got going on. Next.
Oh, yeah. Ability trees right now.
1-800-700-6898 or BigLou.com.
Live from the Mel Kiper Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Oh, the question of the day, rebounding on the text line here. Someone said, time they embarrassed their mom. Oh, this is different.
All right.
9 years old. We're at the laundromat. They live 2 houses away from. The attendant left about $100 in quarters out, and on the counter, rather, unattended.
Uh-oh.
They went missing, including themselves, and the attendant and their mom put 2 and 2 together, and they got a punishment.
I guess so. That's a big one.
Yeah, that's $100 in coins.
That's a big one.
Would you wash it for the whole block? That's a lot of. All right. Anyways, let's get into our niche sports report, if you don't mind, here, Lopez, because I feel like there's some things that are a little bit off the beaten path that are happening. Before we get too niche, I do want to start college football, if we can call it that.
Yeah.
With the UNC's head coach, Bill Belichick, which I wonder how excited and happy they are about that particular circumstance. So, obviously, we all saw the interview that happened with CBS with Bill Belichick and, obviously, his girlfriend, Jordan Hudson, and the awkwardness that ensued from that, the ways in which there was a little bit of combativeness with the interviewer in the interview that was supposed to be about the book. But obviously, you open yourself up to an interview, and it's not like they're just going to go, hey, tell me about page 154. Okay, thanks for talking to you. After all of this, it doesn't seem like they're dealing with like the I guess the pushback or the nature of having that meeting all that well, including Jordan putting on her Instagram page, releasing like an email from earlier in April that Bill Belichick sent around to I guess some people in his staff, or I guess not even to his staff, to like people on the team when it comes to the release, talking about hyping the book, or like even going into this and saying that they can expect that the quote interviews and quote podcasts that will supposedly drive sales will also come from similar samples and such. Like basically, she put out a picture on Instagram of him already not being excited about the promo rollout process, which, why would she do this?
Well, that's not a surprise, first of all, that he wouldn't be excited about it. Why would she do it is a whole different animal. And you always try to give people, that in that type of situation, the benefit of the doubt, because there's a tendency to just immediately, she's just gold digging and all that. And you try to give them a little bit of a benefit of the doubt.
Oh, is that what you're going to say here?
No, I'm not saying she's gold digging per se.
All right.
She might be. Who knows?
I don't know.
But what I'm saying, like, there's a certain bias that goes against, these types of people that enter someone's life, and it's a little bizarre. She's 24, he's 73 or whatever it is, and so, but it's everything she's doing just feeds the monster. It just feeds right into it.
If anything, it seems like she's trying to get all the attention in the world.
Yes, that's part of it.
Yeah.
Him and the thing with the interview about off stage, and we're not going to talk about that.
But to be fair, it does feel like that is kind of Bill Belichick himself, right? We do know that when he was in New England, and I mean all the way through that, that he is the purveyor of the Patriot culture, Patriot way, and wanting to control all of the aspects of it. That's what this email that was sent was about, like the idea that they put this book out here and people were talking about this salacious quote rather than all the other parts of your career. Yeah, no, duh. Like that's what's going to happen,
but
man.
You know who's great at that? Bill Belichick on his own has been doing it for 50 years.
That was the wild part to me.
On to Cincinnati.
Yeah, that was the wild part. How she stepped in.
Yes.
Like, we're not going to. I'm like, you think he was going to really answer that question in real life? Like, do you know Bill Belichick?
Great at it.
That brother don't be answering nothing. If he don't feel like it, he will not say anything.
But just injecting herself and wielding this power that is legitimate.
She acting like he was Quincy Jones or something. Like he's just going to say whatever.
And then TMZ's out here reporting that she actually stormed out of the interview at one point and was gone for 30 minutes, expecting him to follow her like some high school, relationship. Oh, he'll follow me, or whatever. Like, what is going on?
She was at the car waiting for a long time.
Yeah, what's going on?
Where's he at?
And oh, by the way, apparently UNC in that same report, University of North Carolina, is a little concerned about her presence. Oh, really? Oh, really?
Yeah. I mean, according to The Athletic, one of the reasons that UNC's football team didn't do Hard Knocks, as remember we had talked about, that was a possibility at some point, was because of, and quote, Jordan Hudson, Belichick's girlfriend, played an instrumental role in stopping the production related to her request to be heavily involved in the project, according to multiple industry sources briefed on the negotiations. It continues forward, but it seems like UNC is already in a place where they're like, we wanted a really good football coach and a really good football team to be to continue to be the front porch of the university. I don't know that they wanted Real Housewives or what have you, or whatever is going on here with this.
It's so bizarre, and she's not helping anything about this. It's just I don't understand how Bill Belichick let this happen. I mean, I do understand. We all know why, but I to this point. And is there going to be a point where he goes, all right, it was a good run. We got to cut ties here.
I don't know. But this is the thing, right? Like, what makes this a problem is because of the continued space that he wants to occupy. Mm-hmm. And far be it for me to get in between someone's relationship, right? So I know that Seth was talking about it earlier today about, her seeming like an overzealous PR person or whatever that doesn't have skins in the game or what have you. But that's because she is in a place to be an overzealous PR person, right? She is on all the emails of the UNC football team and all of that. You know where this wouldn't happen? If Bill Belichick was sitting his keister at home?
Yes.
Or if he was doing it, if Bill Belichick was just in the media space doing the things that he was doing in this past I guess, offseason of sorts, like getting it, or actually this past season in general, doing the, inside the NFL and those types of things, you think Jordan Hudson is a problem for him? In fact, I don't think she's in that moment. Like, it's because
we just had pictures of her with him here or there. Or
man, it was a funny story. It's like, hey, look at Grandpa hanging out with this young lady.
Yeah. But now it's like, holy moly, she's really trying to run the whole thing here. And for what? And by the way, the other thing it does, this whole escapade, it really makes me wonder how they did meet. Because remember, she said,
clearly,
but at first it was like on an airplane. I was reading a philosophy book, and he was interested.
I thought that was baloney at the time too.
Well, I didn't. Who knows? I bought it. But now how'd you meet? And it's been out there. And she's like, oh, we're not talking about that. I'm like, okay, now I'm curious.
She's like, stick to the book. Yeah. We're here to sell a book right now.
So you mean to tell me you don't want to talk about how y'all met on the airplane and how he was reading a book and you was reading a book and you don't want to talk about that?
Yes.
We want to talk about this book right now. We want to talk about the great career.
Makes it weirder.
I know Ron want to come in here and talk. This is his favorite topic, talking about Bill Belichick. Continuing on in the Niche Sports Report, I do want to talk about this because lo and behold, you look up and Cinco de Mayo weekend is coming around. In fact, shout out to Show for Cinco de Mayo, his birthday. I'm sure he'll turn up to some degree, but boxing always turns up Cinco de Mayo weekend. Like, this is Daytona 500, this is WrestleMania, this is Super Bowl of sorts. Like, this is the weekend where you get great boxing matches, and it looks like this weekend is going to deliver in probably 3 parts. So there's Friday night where we're actually going to see Times Square turn into a unique boxing venue with the card headlined by Ryan Garcia, who is fighting Rolly Romero, female has one of my personal favorites, fighting Arnold Barbosa. And then Devin Haney also is fighting in that. So, there's 3 guys who, all of them in this interesting card, they're in this, kind of 4-way of boxers that are all at the top of that particular weight class. And it's going to be interesting. You would really imagine that a couple of them should be fighting each other, but it almost feels like it'll serve as a level of tease in some ways to see which one of these guys are set up to possibly fight against each other in that class.
No, that's true, and you're 100% right. I feel when I saw this is a good way to build on momentum. Boxing has a little momentum right now, but from the Tyson thing forward, to some really good heavyweight matches that we've seen. All of a sudden, it's been on the back burner for so long. It feels like, hey, man, let's do it at Times Square. To me, that's good. That's good to build the momentum for the game.
Yeah, and I'll be interested to see what the environment is. But yeah, seeing especially Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney, them winning those boxing matches will be important because assuming that they do, which it feels like they should, that'll set up what should probably be a boxing match between Garcia and Haney later this year. And that feels like that's the real big. And when it comes to this, it's worth noting that Garcia previously he fought against Devin Haney early last year, and he won except the decision was overturned due to a failed drug test. So, like, all of that situates a really fun Friday night in boxing. Then you got Saturday night where Canelo Alvarez, it's interesting, but it's also kind of, because it's a little bit of a side quest fight. Like, Canelo Alvarez is facing, rather than facing off against like a, Terrence Bud Crawford, who is a 2-division title holder, undisputed champion, or David Benavidez, who is a perennial title contender, constantly in this space. He's fighting a virtually unknown Cuban fighter named William Skull, but it's because that guy holds the IBF super middleweight championship that Canelo was stripped of. So I feel like he's like, hey, let me go collect that back up, and then we can
underestimate those Cuban
some
fighters,
fun
man.
stuff. Right, exactly. So this will be in Saudi Arabia, which is actually Canelo's first fight outside of the U.S. or Mexico. So that'll be fun. And then finally on Sunday, you just get the Japanese fighter in Inoue, who will be stateside for the first time since 2021. So a lot of fun boxing this weekend, and
don't forget
Kentucky Derby.
The Run for the Roses.
Yeah.
I always forget about it until the week of the Derby, and then I get all in like I'm doing a March Madness bracket or something. Oh yeah, I know all about these teams. But I do enjoy it. It's how I spent a lot of time when I was traveling by myself, going to tracks and such. And it's gonna, it's always something to watch. At least put it on.
Yeah, so it should be a fun weekend, just all the way around. A lot of good boxing, and then the nonsense that is UNC. I'm still super excited to see what that football team actually looks like. I know that there's a lot of other scuttlebutt, but it really, for me, the UNC.
It's just starting.
I am just that stuff maybe.
I
think that
so.
continues through the season. I think once we get football,
has she given you any indication that she's not going to be intimately involved?
Fair enough.
Let me ask y'all this: are y'all more prepared to watch Colorado this year? Let's see.
Come on now.
That's a good question, actually.
Come on now. I don't think it's close.
No, seriously, I really want to. Oh, UNC. Okay,
yes.
okay.
Yeah.
Like I think both equally for me. I'm also a college football sicko who's inclined to watch from 11 a.m. all the way to midnight. But yeah, I want to see both for different reasons. Obviously, what does Deion do when he does not have that particular subset of his players? But I mean, he's recruited pretty well. And then also, I want to see if that NFL model actually works at the college level, because I'm skeptical. I am rather skeptical. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's talk more about this Texans team, because there's kind of been, I guess in a roundabout way, assertion about interior offensive line pressure. And I wonder, is this right? And how did the Texans possibly apply it if it is? I'll tell you what I mean next.
The Texans brought in 9 new access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us on this Wednesday. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig. Did I already say that? I don't think I did.
No, you did not.
I'm
just sitting here watching a dog do an agility course.
How's that working for you?
I love it.
Okay. Very good. Sure.
Right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Anywho,
and now for something completely different.
Yes, entirely different. Yes. Is this assertion about offensive line pressure correct? And how would the Texans implement it? I scrolling on Twitter and saw an interesting kind of analysis, but it's more about the Los Angeles Clippers. Follow me here.
Mm-hmm.
The Clippers, goodness gracious, the Chargers. Every time I see LAC.
Yeah,
as
you
a
said
short
that
form,
before too.
It gets me every time. But it is the Chargers rather that I'm thinking about, who they had similar issues to the Texans in this one space, in that there was a lot of pressure up the middle when it came to quarterback hits.
Yeah,
they were third. They had the third highest rate, which was the most of mostly from the interior offensive line. And so this offseason, they made modest improvements on the interior offensive line, which sound familiar at all?
Yes.
And instead of adding weapons or running backs, they wanted to. They explored kind of how improving the run game helps pass protection. And I was like, interesting, because I mean, we typically think of the run game as the run game, the pass game as the pass game, and maybe like play action being the ways in which those things intersect and feed off of one another. But that going that way, the running game helping the pass game outside of just like a play action circumstance, but particularly for interior pressure, is an interesting one. But one of the things that this person kind of got into was looking at how often the protection issues broke down for the Chargers in their circumstances, where it was the worst circumstances, which was when it was 8+ yards to the first down marker. So obviously when you're in long situations, second, third, and long, and the Chargers last year were the third worst team in early down success rate running the football. And as I was looking at this, I was like, man, I might as well be looking at the Houston Texans, right? The Texans, all of these things were things we talked about last year. We talked about early downs being a absolute nightmare with this Texas team, whether they were, oftentimes running the football into a stone wall, but just getting yourself behind the sticks and then asking C.J. Stroud and the weapons that you had to make a little something out of nothing, especially with an offensive line that was not holding up nearly as well, and you got a lot of pressure and you got a lot of sacks from that. And so the idea that they're going to run the ball better, especially on early downs, making this offensive line better. Does that feel like that's the way that this Texas team is going? And do you feel like they're capable of applying that thought process adequately to help them get this right?
I think that's exactly where they're going, and we've talked about what we expect. You often say, I don't know what their offense is, which is absolutely fair.
No idea.
Yeah, it's absolutely fair. But I think we all have a hunch of what they're doing based on their moves. In terms of the type of offensive coordinator they brought in, the type of blocking they want to do, and as opposed to what they did last year. But it's going to be more of a power run. Now, the easy answer is, well, of course, the running game helps the passing game because of play action. Well, I think there's two other things, and you just talked about the biggest one. How many times last year did we see 3rd and 8, 3rd and 12? What if that's 3rd and 3, 3rd and 4? All of a sudden, that's what you're referencing,
right?
In terms of like you're unpredictable. Hence, the pass rush, the defensive personnel, might be different.
Right, that's a good point.
To a certain degree. You get 3rd and 8, 3rd and 12, we know who they're going to put on the field, and it's their best pass rushers, an extra defensive back, and maybe even bring some pressure with a defensive back. That makes it so much more difficult. It's just, not only are you shortening the possibilities or more complicating the possibilities, but you're shortening their defensive, weaponry, so to speak. And then there's the other thing. If you have success with that, I think it helps you in the passing game on first down. If you're confident in a run game that can chunk 4 or 5 yards on second down, then you can throw the ball without even a play action on first down, or however you want to do it. I think you can throw the ball more effectively on first down if you're a good running team. So, the idea of enhancing the run game to help the passing game, it's not just play action. Neither is it just getting running backs that can block. It's the fact that you're just manipulating the defense a little more,
Yeah, and I like that idea, but then I come back around to the offensive line and the way that they've invested in it, or in some ways, the ways that it feels like they have lacked the level of investment. I'm going to be honest, maybe this is a mini confession. This then also brought me to a place where I got a little bit less certain about one of the things that I felt very certain about with this offensive line, and that's that Titus Howard will be playing guard.
Mm-hmm.
I still feel pretty confident, but how strong did you feel Titus Howard was in run blocking as a guard last year? And I understand and I acknowledge the fact that so much of this, and this is why I am borderline pulling my hair out with the lack of knowledge of what this offense looks like now, was what Bobby Slowick had them trying to do, the blocking schemes that they were asked to do when it came to like the zone blocking and the ways in which that the runs worked. Right, that is going to impact the way that the actual effectiveness of the blocking goes. But I mean, you look at various grades and look at the effect of it, and I don't know that he looked nearly as good blocking run blocking as I think that you would think that he would be, considering the size that he has, the strength that he has, and the experience that he has playing offensive line.
Well, but I do think he was their best option, at that position. Run in terms of combination. That's not a great compliment. It's like
right. It definitely
well, it's the best we got.
It definitely looked a lot better than when you had Kenyon Green there trying to run block. Right? I do understand that.
And even when they were mixing and matching other dudes, Juice Scruggs, didn't he go there in the left side a couple times?
He did.
A couple games, and so he was. It's not a great compliment, but he was the best that they had. And then the other part of this is, if you're going to be a better running team, I think you have to be in better shape, and he wasn't in the best shape all year. And so maybe that could help him
this
offseason is coming back, maybe a few pounds less and a little quicker with his feet and all that. But no, I think it's what every team tries to do. But when you're successful with it, the run game isn't just play action helping. It's a lot of different things.
But and this is where we continually come back to the investment that they had on the offensive line and the ways in which it feels like they're just kind of putting a whole bunch of guys in the room and saying the best 5 guys. But I'm like, I would feel a lot better if I have a definitive knowledge that in the interior of the offensive line can move guys off the ball, run blocking wise, in order to help pass blocking. Do you have any like confidence that you're going to be able to see that, you're going to see that implemented with the guys that they've put in there, the likes of whether Titus Howard's playing guard or, Ursary is a big, strong dude that hasn't played guard, and I think one of the things that was talked about pretty comfortably by Seth was the idea, if he gets stood up right, guys get a good job getting underneath you or what have you. Is he going to be able to transfer that power? Laken Tomlinson, how good do you feel about him if he's in there in the interior getting some push? I don't know how you feel about the centers that you have when it comes to run blocking. Like, I think that I would very much like to see them more effective on first down and just running the football better in order to help everything. I'm wondering how confident you are in the idea that they'll be able to apply that.
I don't know how confident I am, but I do know this. I keep talking about opportunity and options. Do you know how many offensive linemen are on the roster right now?
Let's see.
Figgy, take a guess. How many offensive linemen are on the roster? Don't look. Just give me.
I'll say 17.
That's so many.
Nailed it.
Really?
17.
With the addition of Jake Andrews
halfway
yesterday?
Joking. I was just 17.
37.
We know the starting, not starting 5.
The presumed starting 5 right now.
Cam Robinson, Titus Howard, Jarrett Patterson, your choice at guard, whether Scruggs or Ingram, and I think Trent Brown, you might say Blake Fisher. So there's the 5. Then you got Laken Tomlinson, Eli Cox, Ed Ingram, Trent Brown, Ursary, Austin Deculus is still on the roster, Zach Thomas, Jerome Carvin, Nick Broker, Jalen Thomas, Jake Andrews just added, and Ladarius Henderson. 17 offensive linemen.
Is it fair to say it's competition at every position on this line?
Except left tackle, I would guess.
So he's pretty. So
and
you
even
can mark him in.
And even then, you could argue it.
I was about to say, if somebody outplay him,
Ursary's a left tackle by job description or whatever. But I wouldn't imagine he would supplant Cam Robinson. 17 offensive linemen.
It's a lot of them. And, I mean, in theory, if I was just speaking in a vacuum and I go, hey, we're trying to get better at this thing, so we brought in 17 dudes to do that. Like, I would think, yeah, you're going to find guys.
Got to find 5.
You got to find some guys that can do it. And that's what it seems like they're going on. But it also feels like that neglects the inherent kind of talent portion of this, especially because this is in theory, like this larger stretch of time is the time period where you have an opportunity to increase talent, even if you don't necessarily increase talent in such a way where you go, this guy is locked.
Yeah.
You can still have competition while still understanding that you have increased the amount of talents that's there. I feel like that's been the part that's neglected, but I do understand how they get to the idea of, get some guys in here because you would hope to find guys, somebody that can push the pocket or that, not push the pocket, but can
protect the quarterback,
push the line of scrimmage and allow you to get 3 yards on a first down and change the entirety of what your offense is.
Here's the thing about having 17 offensive linemen going into camp. I don't even mind it. I really don't because you just gotta beat the bushes to find 5, 6, 7 dudes that you can rely on, and I don't know. Jake Andrews could be the starting center or cut. I mean, think about that.
How many players on this offensive line currently exist in that space for you?
Like it could be a starter?
Yeah, it could be a starter or cut. Like the full magnitude of this.
There's one.
Yeah.
Ed Ingram.
Okay, yeah, I can see that.
Laken Tomlinson.
I could also see that.
He could be a starter or cut. And then, Nick Broker, who actually got a lot of reps last year, especially in the preseason.
He did.
Yeah, I mean, he could be cut. Austin Deculus got started. He started games here. He could be cut.
That was slim pickings, though, man. Like, we was at the bottom of the barrel. Yeah. That's the reason he started.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know if I fully believe that within myself.
Yeah, I don't even think Deculus have a chance to start.
Mm-hmm.
He can make the team, but I don't think
yeah. Dude. I mean, Eli Cox, undrafted, free agent. The starting center is Jarrett Patterson. That dude could come in here and up or get up.
And that's the thing about it for me. Like, the competition, I hear you. Mm-hmm. I understand it in theory. But especially, like, with all of the ways in which the interior offensive line and this building inside into out, like, I get it, right? With all of the ways in which that feels like it's so load-bearing, the idea that you have enough guys that you feel comfortable saying they could start or they could be off of this team entirely, it doesn't engender enough confidence, and I feel like that's what you're supposed to.
Not making you feel better.
I feel like that's what that's the goal, is a level of confidence in this time period going into your offseason activities, going into training camp. That is the type of move that it would be, I think, but fit the quality of team that I think you're trying to be.
Let me ask you this: outside of Cam Robinson. And we all agree that he's probably the starting left tackle, right? Right?
Yeah.
Cam Robinson, more likely than not. If I had to put a percentage chance on it, it feels like a good 85%, maybe 90% chance.
Outside of him, who's a lock to be a starter?
The tough part about it is
Titus?
Yeah, actually, I go Titus. Titus is a lock to be a starter. Yeah, Titus is a lock to be a starter.
Blake Fisher, Trent Brown, Juice Scruggs, Jarrett Patterson.
No, if you could allow me to handcuff them together, I don't know how y'all betting goes. Can I handcuff a couple of guys? I feel like I'd be willing to put the money on Fisher Scruggs as a tandem, or as one of those guys as a starter.
I think it depends how they want to play Titus. I mean, are we playing Titus at guard? Is he a guard for sure?
Yeah, that's what I think.
Because if he is, then I feel like a good chance to start at left or right tackle.
I'm feeling Trent Brown. I don't know why.
At right tackle?
Starting right tackle. He had a zip code in New England once.
All right, well, that's fair. I see you kicks rocks on the YouTube page. Mike Breesel was a undrafted.
Mike Brezel, yeah.
Brezel, sorry.
Yeah.
A undrafted free agent in 2006, right? And was a starter, right? That is, look, it has happened. But I feel like you're also talking about a different team in 2006 versus this 2000.
He was a bad dude. He played a whole playoff game on a broken ankle.
Don't get me to try like upsetting him, right? That's not what I'm trying to do. But ultimately, I feel like it's cool if it ends up like that. It feels like you're putting yourself in a circumstance where it's more likely than it should be for a team that is trying to step into the realm of Super Bowl contender.
Right.
And that is the thing this is why I'm ultimately concerned. But I do recognize there's a possibility of finding a couple of guys that can help you run the rock better and thus pass the ball better because you're in fewer of those circumstances that create pressure.
Yeah.
And if you can find that, if you can get to that place, you have an opportunity to be a significantly better football team.
Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us on this Wednesday, ain't it?
It is hump day.
Wednesday.
The one thing I am certain of, it is that time where we typically hand it over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got for us?
Yeah, so I'm gonna need y'all to book some flights because we're about to fly to New York in the mixtape, and then we gonna wrap it up in LA. We got some crazy stories from New York to LA.
Okay, let's hit the plane.
The Sports Radio 610 Crawfish.
content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yep, it is Figgy's Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Wednesday. Happy Wednesday to everyone out there. We just got through TSA. And we on the plane right now. We headed to the Big Apple, New York City.
All right.
And when we get there, we gonna have a nice little steak dinner.
Okay.
Like, how you feel about a New York strip steak?
Well, sure.
Pretty good?
Absolutely.
100%. Yeah, I'll do a New York strip every day.
How do you feel if somebody changed of a New York strip to the Texas strip steak?
They still gonna kick it up medium rare?
I don't care what you call it. Yeah, I don't care what you call it.
Yeah, so apparently the state of Texas is trying to change the name New York strip to the Texas strip steak.
Why?
What do you mean why? What do you mean why?
Why?
I think
take that New York off.
Yeah, I think the answer to that question is I think people feel like it should be called the Texas strip steak because most of the beef comes from where? Texas.
Texas, a lot of it, yeah.
Yeah, so...
I thought you were about to well, actually. That felt like the perfect opportunity.
He was trying to.
I stopped myself.
He was trying to.
Actually, California has a very strong and robust agriculture. Ain't nobody trying to hear that right now.
The Midwest, Nebraska especially.
Yeah, well, actually, guy here.
Don't nobody care about no Nebraska.
So here's CBS News in New York with the story on this whole Texas strip steak.
There's tension sizzling between New York and Texas. The Lone Star State wants to rename the New York strip steak to the Texas strip steak, but New Yorkers, they're not having it.
Please, give me a break. You have enough. You have a cowboy steak. What else you need? Leave this to New York. Am I right or no?
Some New York restaurant leaders and New York state officials are sending a message to Texas about the recent proposal to rename the famous New York strip steak to the Texas strip steak.
There's a name, there's a brand, and you can't take that away from New Yorkers.
You're being extra. You're being very extra. Leave it the way it is. It's the New York strip, and it's the New York strip for a reason. And it's a great cut of meat.
It appears New Yorkers aren't squashing this beef anytime soon.
The fact is, New York was the original creator of the strip steak. Anything else is fake advertising.
I don't. This is funny to me.
Yeah, it's very funny. It's funny to the point. Like, I ain't think New Yorkers would get this mad over this. But to the point, I kind of hope it happened.
The cut is a New York strip, and originated there. Just like,
okay, why is it called a New York strip?
Just like buffalo wings originated there. Are we gonna start calling them Texas wings?
Hey, don't give them ideas. They might run that up the flagpole.
If it's made in Texas,
Philadelphia cheesesteak. We're going to call that a Texas cheesesteak?
Hey, they do have a Texas cheesesteak.
Well, they do, actually.
They do. Yeah, they do have one.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if it's going to piss people off like this.
Yeah. But it's a New York strip. It started there. And obviously, I don't.
Look at you.
Call it a Texas.
Look at you defending New York.
And see, that's what I'm saying.
New Yorker.
That's exactly where I was going. I don't want to sit here and just defend
you done had your son
but
wedding in New York.
Should they not be called buffalo wings anymore?
From the 713, it's a Texas steak. It's the Gulf of Texas. Texas will happen everywhere else.
Gulf of America, that is.
In case my bleep. They said, we'll call them Texas wings, too. I see you, 713. I just want to make sure, am I going to get the steak that I want? That's all I like. Just let me know what I got to order to get the steak that I want.
Yeah.
And this is why I'm actually against changing it is I don't want there to be more confusion. I don't want there to be any confusion. There's largely a consensus. We know exactly what I'm asking for when I ask for this New York strip.
Yeah.
So just keep calling it the New York strip. And I feel like that one cat in there, like, yes, he's the Debbie Downer. He's the dude who's going to let us have fun, but he is right. Don't you got more important things to do?
Yeah, no, that's
like,
true.
I currently live in Texas. I think a lot of y'all do. There's some things I'd like y'all to address if y'all don't mind.
That's right.
I feel like this one, we got this one covered. I haven't had a hard time getting a steak, usually.
My only pushback on this is if you want to call something a Texas strip steak, it got to be something different. It can't just be the regular steak.
No, they're changing it, man.
You got to put, I mean, I feel like everything in Texas, to make it Texas made or a Texas edition, you got to put some, I don't know if you put some jalapeno on it or make it a bigger strip steak or something like that. It can't be the exact same New York strip steak. But
make it bigger. That's always good.
That's everything. You see everything down here, Texas made is usually bigger.
Yeah.
So that's my only pushback on that. All right, we gonna stay in New York. We in a cab now. We in a yellow cab.
Okay.
And
you got
the cash
tip, right?
cab?
We in the cash cab.
All right, let's go.
And
you got the tip though. I'm not paying.
Yeah, you actually got this whole trip covered. You got the money for it.
Exactly.
So the Giants had a pretty packed. They got a pretty packed QB room with Russell Wilson, Jameis Winston, Tommy DeVito. Don't forget about him. And now Jackson Dart. And we are listening right now to WFAN, Boomer and Gio. And I guess Gio isn't a fan of this whole Jackson Dart pick. And a listener had a bone to pick with Gio.
Hey, good morning, guys. Gio, I got a bone to pick with you this morning, Gio.
Yeah.
Is everything okay this morning? Because you've done nothing. Ripped the Giants since 6 o'clock this morning.
Okay.
How many Ole Miss games have you actually watched?
Oh, wow.
Year? Okay.
I've sat there and watched how many.
No. If the Giants like a quarterback, you go out and get him, Gio.
Okay, Mike. Hey, listen to me. Hold on for a second. Hold on a second. For God's sakes, I'll talk to you. And by the way, I said this for dummies like you earlier, that I hated the Vikings pick of J.J. McCarthy. I said he stinks, and I hated it. So that has nothing to do with it being a Vikings fan or not. And how many Ole Miss games did John Gruden watch of Jackson Dart? And I'll tell you right now, he thinks he stinks.
How many times have you watched him play?
How many times have you watched him play, Mike?
More than you.
How many times have you watched him play? How many times? Seriously. You're a Giants fan, so you're going to suck off every one of their picks.
Hey, yo, whoa.
It's like Eli. You're probably one of those sickos who sat there and defended Daniel Jones for 6 freaking years. Get over it. He's a pudgy Utah clapper. How many games at Ole Miss? I don't need to watch any games at Ole Miss. How many games at BYU did I watch Zach Wilson play? 0, and I knew he was going to suck.
Fantastic.
Gio. What, Gio? I just crumpled up a read I'm supposed to read.
All right, so
that was art. I'm sorry. Like that was there. You could tell there was a point where he actually got mad. Like I thought, for the most part, he was just like, I'm going to take this up a notch and do the bit. But there was a point where I felt like he got mad. You know what point that was?
When he started yelling at the very end.
Well, no. I think it was the Daniel Jones. I think when he got to Daniel Jones, I think that one, I felt that one in the spirit. Other than that, I think he was just doing a really good bit. But the Daniel Jones, I felt that one.
No, I could tell he got irritated when the caller said, how many Ole Miss games have you watched?
That's always a trigger.
That one would piss me off, too.
That's always a trigger.
How many games have you watched of this?
Which, incredible start to the call, because he, at first, like, he starts with, what's wrong with, basically, who peed in your drink, in your coffee, and then was like, how many games have you watched? And I was like, how did you not expect to get yelled at?
Well, that's what I was going to ask you, Figgy. You clearly saw the video. I just heard the audio. Did he look legitimately?
He looked a little irritated, but you could tell he kind of went on with the bit. He was smiling a little bit, but you could tell he was just irritated with the, okay, Gio. Like, you could tell he was just irritated. It's just like, man, come on. And sometimes you do get a little irritated with people who just, I ain't going to say what he said, but just love up on the draft picks way too much.
Yeah.
And it's just like, all right, come on, man.
Yeah.
Like, no, you going to love everything they do. So I could tell he was taking a stab at that, too.
Underrated part for me, I just feel like I don't use the word stinks nearly enough. Like, I just generally, saying somebody stinks, you know?
I like that word. I say that a lot.
He stinks!
He stinks.
Yeah. But that was great. That was fantastic. I thought that was an excellent, well done. Like, I love it. A+.
All right, we on our way to L.A. right now. But first, we got to make a pit stop.
A pit stop?
Yeah, pit stop. So we flying over. Now, we stop in Cleveland for a little bit.
Okay.
So I don't know if y'all heard or saw this news, but so I think one of the complaints Clevelanders or Browns fans are having about this offseason is they didn't really address the wide receiver position. So they didn't really they didn't address it in the draft like that. And right now signed a Texas legend by the name of Deontay Johnson.
Yes, they did.
Yeah.
So
Former
Deontay,
Texas legend.
been here about 1.5 weeks. I think he played how many snaps? He probably played like 3 snaps. I don't know.
Something like that.
It didn't,
full of them.
Yeah, it didn't last too long. But here's Ken Carmen and Anthony Lima on 92.3 The Fan. Ken pretty much giving his reaction to the Deontay Johnson news.
Deontay Johnson, 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 Deontay Johnson. I got bigger things to worry about than some run-of-the-mill, afterthought wide receiver who has problems with every team he's on, all right? We have much bigger problems. Hey, do you guys really think that Deontay Johnson's going to ruin the 3-14 football team? Oh, no. I don't think he fits in any locker room. I don't think he fits in at the DMV. Deontay Johnson, Deontay Johnson, Deontay Johnson. Because this is the most we're ever going to talk about him. You know why? Because he ain't going to be on the opening day roster. Because they'll show his ass and he'll be out of here. Yeah, the Browns are going to fix him. Yeah, that's the team that's going to fix Deontay Johnson. The Cleveland Browns. You got it.
Wrong. I agree with everything he was saying.
He is not wrong.
That is a fantastic point.
Pretty good little rhyme there, too.
Yeah.
I mean, he just said
it wasn't even edited. He was really saying that the whole time. Like, I thought this was like a edited or something. Like some type of cool little edit somebody did. But salute to Deontay Johnson. I wonder how long he gonna be there before they say, you know what, this ain't working out.
Lopez,
it's not you, it's us.
What's the over/under you giving me on this?
What's that?
What you give me on how many weeks?
Will he be cut by the end of the last preseason game?
Ooh, yeah. Is he gonna make the 53 man?
No, he won't make the 53.
Okay,
I don't think so.
You think he'd be gone by game 3 of the preseason?
Oh no, they're gonna probably keep him the whole time.
You think they're gonna keep him the whole time?
Yeah, but he's not gonna make.
I think by game 3 he won't be on the roster. Yeah, I think they're gonna move on before that.
What does it mean if he does make the roster and actually like sticks in a way like, because obviously you tried
produces a little bit is what you're saying?
Like if he just ends up actually working in a place, because I mean I thought that this was the best circumstance for him to possibly work. D'Amico Ryan's coming through with the I don't care what you did nowhere else. Completely blank slate. I was like, boom, there you go. You got an opportunity, and it's still
I think it'd probably be somewhat of a compliment to him more than
anything
an
about
indictment of anybody else.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah. All right, now we made it to L.A.
All right,
and we getting off the plane at LAX, and I want to ask y'all this. We're gonna wrap this trip up, and no pun intended. We talked about the sperm racing.
I knew that as soon as you said no pun intended.
Hey, we talked about it yesterday. Here is ABC 7 up in Cali, in LA, talking about this event. And I want to see all the little, I see what you did there.
Little puns? All right, how many puns do we got here?
Yeah, let me see how many you could count here.
Downtown LA's night scene exploding Friday with an event billed as the world's first sperm race. 4 contestants came with the goal to win $10,000 in bragging rights for the strongest, fastest semen. The competitors' sperm put into a microscopic racetrack, and then they're off. The sperm literally captured on this screen, swimming to the finish line. But perhaps this was the matchup of the night. Male students from USC and UCLA. In the end, the Trojan won. The Bruin got creamed.
That's crazy.
Shout out to ABC. What's this, ABC 7?
Yeah, that's what you said.
I want ABC 7. I'm giving y'all all the credit for that.
Yes,
I want to know how
it was them.
I want to know how the news director felt about that. When he was like, all right, this is the story. We got it.
Yeah.
I got it here. It's like, ooh.
Probably had to make a couple of calls. Hey, this is legal, right?
Yeah. Yeah, legal. Hey, how
we
far?
can say that, right?
Just imagine that director just sitting in his office. You hear that? What? I'm sure he walked right to that set like, are you serious? Like, what the hell is wrong with you?
They're double checking and checking and double checking.
I kind of want to ask which of the puns was like the most egregious, but then I don't feel like I want to say them again, so I just want to leave that where it is, I guess.
I would say the first one was probably the most
thought this was more green.
Really?
Let me hear the first one.
Downtown LA's night scene exploding
That
Friday
one.
with an
Yeah.
event
No,
billed
that was
as the
mine.
world's first sperm race. 4 contestants came.
There it is. That's the one. That's the one. I was like, all right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Calm down.
Because he put a little extra juice on it, too.
Yeah, no, he's like, clearly people aren't going to get what I'm trying to do here.
Yeah. And then let me just cover it up by being a professional journalist and broadcaster by talking in this voice.
It's like one of those things where you have to talk about something uncomfortable, but you tell yourself, don't laugh. You know, it'll be a lot worse if you laugh. Just say it. Just do what you need to do.
Yeah. All right, I'll wrap it up with this.
I see what you did there.
Yeah.
Okay.
I actually wasn't trying to do that. But since we in L.A., Hollywood, and all that stuff, Stephen A. Smith, he kind of a Hollywood type of cat.
Mm-hmm.
He was on General Hospital.
He sure was.
As of late. So if you don't know, he plays a character that jumps on from time to time named Brick.
Excellent naming, by the way.
Yeah,
guys.
so Brick is a hitman, apparently. And this was his latest scene. So I'll try to paint the picture a little bit before I play the clip. So somebody is in the hospital, and apparently you got a crooked nurse in there that's trying to kill this person in the hospital bed. And out comes nowhere is Brick. and this is how that clip went. And Stephen A. came in with the little silencer and kills the crooked nurse.
Sorry to interrupt. I'm gonna need to see some ID. ID. Now.
Of course.
So now right here, the nurse is pulling out a gun from her scroll.
Oh, I didn't see that part.
So Stephen A. jumps to the side, pull out a silencer, and did this. Pew! Like that brother caught to the side. You know how you do the little fake gun in the wink?
Yeah.
He pulled out the gun just like that to the side.
He does it all. He does it all.
And of all the things that he does, maybe this is a hot take. I actually would like to see him act. Like, the people are like, oh, could Stephen A. Smith run for president? Miss me with that every day and twice on Sunday. Would Stephen A. Smith be great as an actor in literally put him in damn near anything, and I actually think I would watch it. I would enjoy that quite a bit.
It was actually so funny because it looked like he just stepped off of the first take set.
Oh, yeah.
Like
he was probably wearing the same suit.
Yeah, it looked like he was wearing the exact same suit. Like you just pulled him off set and say, all right, I need you to be this guy named Brick.
Yeah.
So I feel like we went by something I said, and I think y'all didn't understand me. When I said put him in anything, I'm saying put him in a rom-com. I'm saying put him in a period piece, a biopic.
A period piece.
Like I'm not joking. Let him act in something, and I'll watch.
He got to wear the same stuff he wear on the
same suit.
He always got to be in a suit.
Yeah, that's right.
Like it's the same haircut, same all of that, man. He just got to be this. He got to be Stephen A. Smith and just put him in any movie.
He can do it. He can absolutely do it.
Please save us from the other things and just act. I would watch it.
Yeah.
All right, there you go. Figgy's Mixtape every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610 at 1:20 p.m. If you see something out there that you deem mixtape worthy, at the Figgy Fig on social media is where you send it. The Astros down 2-1 right now against the Tigers.
Damn, that was quick.
Yeah.
What was really quick was seeing Jeremy Pena, first pitch, belt high fastball, boom, into the Crawford boxes. That was the lead. Unfortunately, AJ Blueball in his debut allows a home run into right field, a two-run blast.
Don't do it, Lopez. Don't do it, man.
The guy busted that ball, though. He really, I mean, he second deck.
All right, man.
You just couldn't help yourself.
I seen Lopez over there thinking.
There was a twinkle in his eye, wasn't it? Yeah. But yeah, 2-1, bottom of the second. Astros trail as of right now as they hope to try and get a sweep of the Tigers, and it looks like they're going to get some bases here with an error on the field. All right, so it's 832 said they like him on General Hospital. Okay, cool. I'm not a soap guy, but I've heard that he's good. So there you go. All right, coming up next, let's get ready to hand it off to the fellas of the Drive. Clint and Ron will do that next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, been a fun Wednesday here in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reggie Atatula, and Figgy Fig hanging out with you. Appreciation for everybody who's listening, however you're listening. Wherever you're listening, thanks for making us a part of your day. The Astros down 3-1 now. A little sac fly brought home that third run, and the
unearned run. So far, anyway.
Because yes, a very weird, very uncharacteristic is the word that I was looking for. Error by Jeremy Pena saw that runner get to third base, and that made me think, like we were talking about this Astros team, if you felt like they were fully turning the corner now.
Mm-hmm.
And I think a question that I should ask you specifically, especially since this is your Friday, before I get a chance to talk to you next week. But you are probably the dude who has carried the flag on the, all right, the analytics are cool. However, there are the hidden errors that I am raging against, that I am railing against, that this Astros team still kind of has. How have you felt of late? Maybe outside of that Jeremy Pena error, about the defense, because in turning the corner, that's also been a part of what we're looking at. How much Altuve has come along, how much Cam Smith has come along in their new positions, how second base handled all of this shifting. Like, where are you at looking at the defense?
No, the defense isn't, and this is a term you've heard me use. Is it a net positive or is it a net negative? It's not a net negative. I don't know if it's a net positive, but I'll take that. When you consider, you just mentioned it, Altuve and Cam Smith, you're getting about what you need out of third base and first base. I think Paredes has 2 or 3 errors. That was only Jeremy Pena's second error, if I'm remembering it correctly. So you're getting about what you want out of it. It's never going to be a plus defensive team, I don't think, like it has been in recent years. But as long as it's just okay, then you'll be all right. And plus, they might be above average. But what I'm saying, like a real defense is their calling card kind of thing. I don't see that happening. But I think what you're getting is you're starting to get those hints, of maybe this offense is really finding itself a little bit, turning the corner as we talked about earlier. And certainly, you can listen to that whole conversation and this one on the Odyssey app if you want to go back. But the reason I say that is, outside of the error, offensively, Jeremy Pena he's having a good start to the season.
I mean, hell, we just talked about how he crushed a 98 mile per hour fastball. Now it was middle, belt high, and put it in the Crawford's boxes, but he's definitely finding himself and having a good offensive year.
Altuve is doing Altuve things from the get-go,
right?
And certainly you can still wonder about Jordan and Christian Walker, but I think those guys have enough pelts on the wall that you can feel relatively comfortable in John's case that it's going to balance itself out. I think you're getting plus seasons from players that you didn't expect to as well. So I think it's all in all, and I'm the guy that says it's not just early when things are going bad, it's early when things are going good. I think all in all, even though you can say that, I like the direction of this team right now.
I love pet entry, which Kicks Rocks is bringing to you. If above average by definition is a plus, so in your face, hold on to that.
No, I said that. I literally just said that it could be above average, but not like plus. You know what I mean? Like what the word?
I don't know. I just wanted to be pedantic.
That's
but
okay.
I do also want to circle back around because the fellas of Area 45, fantastic program, 7 to 11, right here on Sports Radio 610. They were talking about last night, Yordan Alvarez, and I mean we definitely have not talked as much about this portion of it, which is this month that he is wrapping up might be one of, if not the worst months that he's put up to date. Like, do you have any feelings, any kind of thoughts on why that would be the case? Because, I mean, he's playing consistently, right, in a way that would make you not make you think that, and he's playing in the field at times. It doesn't feel like there's like an injury concern that would be there. The velocity is still, or the swing, the swing speed is still there in the right way. Some of the other, advanced metrics when you look at, like whiff rate and chase rate and things of that, like it's not like he is the approach, at least when it comes to metrically, looks wildly different that it would explain this. Like, do you have any leads or any thoughts on why you're seeing such a bad version of Alvarez early.
No, I've thought about this, and I've looked at some of those numbers, not to the degree that you do, because you
no, not me. Not to the degree that Bijani and Creighton do.
That you do with your advanced analytics and all that. But I've thought about it. I've looked at it. The only thing that can come up, comes to mind with me and Jordan and the very uncharacteristic way he's hitting the ball right now, it's got to be a little glitch in his swing. It's got to be, because the bat speed is there. Clearly we know, what he can do when he makes contact. I don't think it's the scouting report. They've had scouting reports on Jordan for, years now, and he's always figured it out. It's got to be something with the swing, loading or plane or, whatever it may be. That's the only thing I can figure with him.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they gave him the day off today, and obviously he'll have tomorrow off before they get to the weekend series versus the White Sox, and maybe that little reset will help. But I mean, I feel like we were in that place, weren't we, there last week on Wednesday, where he gets the day off, and we see what it looks like. So I don't know. We'll see if he can get himself going. Also, I guess salute to former Astros manager Phil Garner, who is he threw the first ceremonial first pitch day. It is his 76th birthday, and there's a ton of former Astros in the building celebrating the occasion. Roger Clemens, Lance Berkman, Jose Cruz, Craig Biggio, all sorts of folks in the building celebrating Phil Garner. So
he's been under the weather here in recent months, so it's great that he was out there.
Yeah, and great that they got a whole bunch of people out there to salute him on this opportunity to celebrate. Another opportunity to celebrate presented by D&M Auto Leasing is Crosstalk with the fellas of the drive. Clint, Ron, fellas, how you living?
Segue that was, wasn't it?
You see that Kansas City Royals player that Payne?
Yeah, I saw that, man. That was my whole life right there, growing up till about 2015, right there, baby. Yeah, yeah, man. Good to be with you, fellas. Good times. I need the Tigers to go ahead and stop scoring these runs, man. I need the Astros. I need the sweep here.
Did you get some best bets in here, or what happened?
No bets, man.
Okay.
I know it's a little early to look at the standings, but I still do.
Oh yeah.
I need
AL
grab
Central
that
stuff.
sweep, baby. Come on now. Come on now, blue balls.
Well, AJ Blue Ball, I don't know how deep he's going to go into this one. Right now, he's got the bases loaded, and I think he went okay.
Like he didn't pick 69 by accident.
For the record, I did not say
you
that.
Didn't.
Reggie did.
Well done.
Well, Reggie said it.
I mean, that is well done.
That was not me.
Yikes. Whatever point I was trying to make doesn't matter anymore. Our question of the day, fellas.
Finish it. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I mean, well done. Good job. But our question of the day garnered a lot of engagement from listeners, so I wanted to see if you guys maybe want to get involved as well. I know yesterday, basketball-wise, was one of the weirder comebacks in which the Bucks allowed the Pacers to come back and get them. To get them out of here in a way that did not make sense. A 7-point lead with 30 seconds left, and they still lost.
Gary Trent's last 5 minutes just didn't make sense. Everything that happened. But Gary Trent Sr.'s got to be somewhere just killing himself.
Just real sick. But speaking of seniors, Tyrese Halliburton's pops in the celebration jumped on the court, got in Giannis's face, and embarrassed Tyrese, and that got us thinking, what was the most embarrassing thing one of your parents did to you?
Come on,
or
hell.
you can go to embarrass your children, but I kind of want to hear these stories because I feel like y'all got characters.
My dad once he gets a little far down in the Old English or Bud Ice, which he drinks.
That malt liquor, okay.
He signals it by calls himself a hawk.
Well, at least he lets you know.
And it does the sound. Everywhere. And it's always followed up by that.
Yeah.
His nickname's the same nickname as his, Dirty Red.
So how did he embarrass you?
I mean, he would do that
just being himself.
That's a grand. Is that a grand slam? Yes, it is.
All right. Well,
all right. That's embarrassing. Blue ball, you can. I think as they said in Major League,
blue ball feels like.
You can go get him now. And of all people, this sorry.
If you've never experienced it, that's what blue ball feels like right there, boys. 7-1 at the top of the third.
Not him.
It felt like it ripped my nuts off.
I don't think he's hit a home run since he was a Cub. Good God. No, but yeah, he would do that in front of
everybody.
Girls I was dating.
And the worst part, they thinking, oh, that's what I got to look forward to. Okay.
And, like he's the one I pull. I pull up. I don't know if y'all do this. You may do it with Hank. I pull up and hey.
Yeah.
My dad, he's.
You need the disclaimer?
Like, he might have some tube socks pulled all the way up to the top. Like he'll come out and I'll just be like, "This is what you chose." Yeah. Oh my God! I had to pull out his decision on the outfit he wanted to wear to the wedding rehearsal. The rehearsal. My man had a Derek Thomas jersey on, and you couldn't see the 5 or the 8. This sucker was faded off so hard. Man. You just saw D Tom, and everybody else dressed, casual. And he come in here on some burgundy sweats and a dead red.
Well, at least he gave you the colored sweats. He was trying to dress it up.
We got 2 different shades of man. My dad, love him, but he has put me through where I just get out. God.
2 things real quick.
Yes, sir.
Real quick. Ice House, C-Store.
Ice House.
You kidding me? Ice House, C-Store.
You got to know that.
I mean, that made you are 8. If that is true, which I don't know, I'm going to fact check you. I'm not big on fact checking OGs, but I might fact check you on that one.
It was always called the Ice House. Always.
When you say Ice House, I think a little water and hole bar.
I had never heard of Ice House till I moved here.
Yeah.
No, I'd never heard of it.
Now it's become a bar, but like growing up, 713-572-4610. C-Store I've heard.
I'll be damned.
But
that's what you're saying it is, right?
No, that's what it was, a convenience store.
I had
never heard C-Store until I heard him do a Coors Light read.
I used to run to, this is how long ago it was too, I used to run to the Ice House and buy my dad cigarettes.
Let you pick those up.
We call it your real age right there.
We call it a porn store.
If you're what am I looking for?
I was like 14.
I mean, if those kind of sayings, if those date me with the way my old ass was brought up, well, that's old.
Tell these guys that Ice House is what they all used to call the convenience store.
I thought Ice House was just a water.
Now it is.
Legitimately just sells beer.
Now it is, yeah.
I'll be damned.
Yeah.
I was together when I heard it, but I had never heard that term.
What was the other thing?
I appreciate your effort, Lopez. By the way, I'm ganging on Lopez here.
I love it. As long as it's not me.
With the whole, if you think it's early when the Astros are doing bad, then you got to think it's early.
Yeah.
I admire, respect, and agree to a certain degree.
Yeah.
But damn it ain't never early.
That's right.
It ain't never early. Like, you know why they were saying stuff last year, Reg?
What's that?
You know what happens when these folks are always early? Don't worry about it. You know
they
what's
were losing.
You end up bragging about the hole you dug your ass out of instead of going to an ALCS.
Yeah.
Oh, the Astros did. Oh, they dug themselves out of that hole. Remember that? That's the kind of memories you have when you want them cats to walk around.
No, I do agree with that.
Long season.
Yeah,
long
I do
season.
agree with that.
Come on, man.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
18-10, they don't say it's early.
Yeah, that's right. That's what I'm saying.
That's what his point
My
was.
point was, if you say it's early when they're bad, you better say it's early when they're good, when they get to a good start.
That's not convenient. That doesn't make me feel good. What makes me feel good is knowing that you got The Drive coming up right now. Clint, Ron, T. Mill ready to keep you entertained on this Wednesday. We're done for the day. I'll catch you tomorrow. Lopez will probably be somewhere fishing. B. Scott in for the man tomorrow. But before we get there, you got to listen to these fine folks. Right now, you're listening to KILT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Nation. And right now, The Drive.
That's right. The Drive is live. A little update here is Jake Myers gets on with an Oppo bouncer through the
first base.
You must have some money on Jake because ain't nobody getting that excited about it. Jake,
he just keep doing offense. Keep doing offense, baby.
That's it. But they are trailing in this one 7-1. So, Tyler, if you had the over in this sucker, you'd be in a good spot.
No action, believe it or not.
He takes Astros overs. He don't take game overs. Hey, guys, they did it again, man. Tyler, I know you're chasing your tail right now, Bubba, but you got. They did it again.
What did they do?
Oh, blue ball 69. He got knocked off the mound in less than 3 innings.
Yeah.
Did he get knocked off the mound, or did they let him finish?
I think they let him finish that last one. But I would imagine
I'm not 100% sure, but they panned up to in the damn stands with mom and dad and either sister or girlfriend up there. And I think there ought to be a rule in television baseball. If somebody out there is getting ran off the bump, like if they're just getting like what's old buddy that had to borrow cleats and glove last year, like if you're getting ran like that, like you parents are off limits, man.
Don't show him.
Come on, man. You can. What are you trying to accomplish? It is 7-1 in the third inning. He just got a grand slam.
It's got to be. Yeah,
I'm pretty sure that was his mom and dad and girlfriend, or mom and dad and sister. If it not, it was a white family that looked like a blue ball. I mean, it was.
So you're saying once it gets out of hand, they're off limits to showing only early.
when we're pitchers, I mean, hitters get 3 or 4 shots at it, and it's quick, it's easy, it's in and out. When you're dealing with a pitcher and he's getting his absolute, block knocked off in the top of the third, parents are off limits, man. I mean, I legitimately.
I missed it. What face they had?
Well, either the sister or the girlfriend, whoever it was given a standing ovation. The parents never stood up. I think they were still sitting down. I'm disgusted with the cameraman to the point where I damn near don't remember exactly what I was looking at. But I'm pretty sure it was his parents. If not, it was a random shot of.
I would imagine it would be
of a blue ball looking family in the stands. They should be off limits.
You got to get them early.
Legitimately,
or while it's going well.
All joking aside, Ron, that pains me. Could you imagine being
just like they kept showing Henley's grandmother?
Oh, they were front row. These looked like they were up in the stands a little bit. I mean, Henley had about 7 folks over there that looked like they were front row on the net, man.
I still can't believe they didn't allow that young man to wear his own shoes, man.
And glove.
Man.
You had to catch your shoes and somebody else's glove.
He ain't gonna never see the show again either.
No.
That's it. Hopefully, Blue Ball, this ain't it for him.
I'm going to tell you what he ought to do, though, is he ought to take them shoes and he ought to take that glove and that ought to be a trophy case at his crib.
Yeah, it should be, yeah.
Look at these jackasses. The one shot I get in the big leagues, and I got some old busted-up catcher shoes.
Yeah, old catcher shoes.
And somebody else's glove,
man. Even here. Not even new. He'd been traded last year.
Come on, man. Parents are off limits, man.
Yeah, well, a little update, 7-1. The Astros kicked it off as Jeremy Pena let the game off, continue being the leadoff spot. He let it off with a homer, and it's 1-0. You're thinking they're off to the races to try to sweep this series over the Tigers, who coming into it had the best record in the American League and still are tied for it. But it does not look good because after Pena hit the leadoff home run, the Tigers have followed it up with 7 unanswered in the last 2 innings as they lead 7-1 here in the third. We'll keep you. Yeah. No, it ain't good. We'll keep you updated. We'll see here. They had a comeback in game 1, and maybe they could do it again.
Well, they got plenty of time to do it.
Yeah, I wonder. It's a day off tomorrow. I wonder if they're gonna say, "Hey, man, Blue Ball, you got to take this one for the team, man.
Go out there and give us a couple more.
We need you to give us a couple more. We need you to roll through and do it."
Well, for the sake of his mom and daddy up there, I hope so. I hope they get another shot. I hope he can do something in the next 2 weeks.
I hope he doesn't just keep getting drilled, though. That'd be a tough one there. But
God, could you imagine the level of excitement as you're walking in that place? My boy, he's getting that shot, man. And you walk in there and sit down, boy. I've got that good cold beer. I may have had 2 beers by now.
Oh.
And before you can even finish that first beer, my man,
I would have been so antsy. I don't think I would have been able to drink.
Golly. Buttery nipple.
My son, I
would have forgot I was drinking alcohol and got carried away.
Now, at this point, once that grand slam was over the wall, I'd have gone to the Tyler section of the stadium.
Hey, where's Dad?
Tyler water? Yeah, Tyler doesn't get beers. I'd going over to the bar section. Give it to me.
Make it a dollar.
Start with a shot. Let's go. Here.
Dad's gonna be passed out in the car and after the game waiting on his boy.
You know how bad they got to be cussing the Crawford seats, the Crawford box. Damn it, that's a Crawford box home run.
Oh.
That wouldn't have been gone if we were anywhere else.
Right. Cold Coors Light and sleepless nights. 3 stadiums, 3 ballparks in all of Major League Baseball. That's a home run.
Damn it, only this one at Fenway.
And I get my first shot at it.
Damn it, that would have been a fly ball caught. That's what he's saying. All right. So a couple of things there. I know it really doesn't matter now, 7-1. This is not a big deal, I repeat. I just looked at that lineup today, and I understand the Astros. I know they have a day off before they play their next series, so they're off on Thursday. And I look at the lineup, and you know how you go to the fridge and you check the fridge, and then there's nothing in that fridge that you want, but you're still hungry or thirsty, and you keep opening that fridge, maybe hoping that things would change, and maybe that sandwich or something would appear or something, but you keep seeing the same thing.
Some will speak to you.
Nah, man, it's the same damn thing, man. We got ramen noodles, we got nothing in there, and Fresca. Like, that's what I did when I looked at the lineup multiple times today before this game started. And I continued to see if Jordan's name would appear, but it just never did. And I just don't understand why Jordan Alvarez is not playing today ahead of a day off.
man.
I mean, unless he's hurt, unless there's an injury, because even this, like he's had a hit in several straight games. Like the last game of the Royals series, he won that one himself. I know he had a hit last night, and he had at least a hit in the first two games, been on base. He has played 28 games and has DH'd 25 of them, or 23 of them. He's only played 5 games in the field.
Yeah.
Like, it's not like it's less. Like, what? And listen, the Astros are on a nice little stretch here, but, you want to win these games. Still, I guess it's early. I'm not saying, all right, maybe he needs a couple of days off. If there's a day off tomorrow, why in the world does he need back-to-back days off against the Tigers? Like, no, it's not. It shouldn't be that big of a deal. It's April still, but that just confused me. Why Yordan Alvarez needed a day off? Like he's the DH. He's
right,
the DH.
100%. If I'm lying, I'm dying. When I first looked at the lineup, that's exactly what I thought.
I looked 3 or 4 times. I'm just like, he hasn't played in the outfield in over a week.
No.
Hell, give him a day. And I don't understand what he needs to do. Unless there's a report out, Clint, that he's struggling with something or he tweaked something.
He did slide into second a couple of days ago and hit that bag. That foot got caught on that bag, maybe the second baseman's foot a little bit, and he stayed out there for a minute.
But if this was just a planned rest day in front of a natural day off, that's odd. Because clearly this lineup just looks completely different. Completely different. I know Christian Walker's starting to warm up a little bit, but interesting decision there with him. But that may not be the biggest thing happening right now. Yes, the Astros are trailing 7-1. They're looking to try to get back in it. They got a couple of runners on. We'll keep you abreast on what's happening there with Christian Walker.
2 times.
Oh, never mind. They're out of that inning. So it is still 7-1 at the end of 3. But the biggest thing happening with the Astros right now is, we talked about it yesterday, that there will be a bullpen session for Lance McCullers, and then he could make his next appearance at the major league level. His last minor league start, he went 5 innings, 71 pitches, 7 strikeouts to 1 walk. And now it's been announced, Clint, that he will start this weekend. He will start Sunday against the sorry-ass Chicago White Sox. What a great place and a great game to kind of start for the first time since 2022. Here is Lance McCullers himself talking about his next stop.
My last 2 outings, I felt really good. I feel like my stuff's been pretty crisp. So obviously it's been a long layoff for me, and there's probably going to be things I have to work through and kind of get my feet back under me and things of that nature. But I feel like I'm in as good of a spot as I can be coming out of rehab games, I should say, and I'm excited for Sunday.
All right, Lance is back. Lance is officially. Just in May, he will have just started May 4th, get the first start. And I'm looking at it, man. It's going to be Framber, Hunter Brown, and then him.
Bury me in the H.
That potentially could be the top 3 of this rotation if Lance McCullers comes back to the space he's in. What's your thoughts about this? Now we got a date. Now it's really real.
Yeah, I think my thoughts immediately go to expectations. As I've said before, look, I am absolutely stoked for Lance McCullers. I mean, the way he's wired is the type of athlete that I can greatly appreciate. I don't know if it's always best for his health, but I can greatly appreciate it. I mean, he is bought in and sold out on every part of helping this team win ball games and get back to a title. And so I love the way he approaches the game. I view him as a luxury, so I'm not nervous about Lance McCullers at all. I don't know if that's fair or foul, but that's just where I'm at with him. It's all pleasure for me, man. It's all excitement for me, man. I'm excited about the story that could be written here.
That's a good thought. Text line coming through 713-572-4610. What is your expectation? What is your expectation for Game 1 for the first time since the 2022 playoffs? What's your expectation for Lance McCullers, YouTube and Twitch as well? Tyler, what's your expectation? What is your – because me and you are in a similar space. Clint is like still viewing him as a luxury, which I get. But what's your expectation for Lance?
I got high hopes right now, man. and that scares me. Like, I'm feeling very... Still nervous, like we talked about yesterday. I'm going to be watching that dude's arm very closely these first several starts.
Well, yeah, Sunday, what's your expectation?
Sunday, man, I think he's going to bring it. I think much like we talked a lot yesterday about how Jalen Green probably does not have the mental capacity you want in a star player on your squad.
Damn,
I think Lance McCullers Jr. is the exact opposite of that. And coming off this long, very, very long rehab thing, and everything he's been through, I think he's going to be right up top. Obviously, he's right physically. I got big expectations, high hopes for Sunday.
It's interesting, T, because he's, like my thoughts are like, we were talking piggyback games yesterday. Like, he ought to be ramped up.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like
his last start, he went 5 innings, 71 pitches.
Yeah, I mean,
that's the most he's thrown.
Yeah, I mean, hell, what are they going to ask him to throw? I mean, even if he topped it in the league, were they asking these guys to throw 90 and you yanked? So, yeah, I mean.
They're going to be, they're going to be real careful with him. Yes.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know if pitch count means careful is the deal. I mean, hell, he's already thrown 70 plus. So, yeah, I don't. Where are you at, Ron?
Text line rolling through. I'll give you my couple. So be on text line. 5 innings, 4 strikeouts, 2 walks, 1 earned run. Wow, detailed. I have no expectations for him, but I'm just happy for the guy. For me, I honest to God, the first one on Sunday, my expectation is to walk out of there with no setback, no injury.
Yeah,
that's for the first one. But that's the first one because, as you said, he'll be ramped up, but he's going to be ramped up, Clint. He may try to throw at 98. Just because his emotions, his adrenaline will be so high. But for me, it's just like, can you get out there and just come out there, throw at the major league level, feel good, just like you've been doing in Sugar Land and in Corpus? Can you just get out of there and get healthy and get to the next start? And then, to me, it's like, all right, how's it feeling? How's it feeling? He goes 5 innings, whatever, that's fine. Someone said 6 innings, 75 pitches. Like, to me, I won't be discouraged if Lance goes in there and throws, 4 innings and gives up 2 or 3 runs.
Boys, if he gets through 6 innings and 75 pitches, he's got an absolute gym going.
We're something else. If he goes, I don't care. I really don't care what he does. Is he healthy? Does he feel good? Does he feel like, all right, I'm ready to go in 5-6 days? Like that's the big thing to me because they've been so careful with him. It
feels huge.
All right, coming up, I also want to let you know we are proud partners with the Inspirity Invitational happening at the Woodlands Country Club tournament course this weekend. Steve Alker, David Duval, Ernie Els, you heard from our guy John Daly yesterday, and many more from the PGA Tour champions are the best of the course right here in town for an incredible weekend of championship golf teeing off tomorrow. And you'll be able to see them start up coming up on Friday. Is with stuff still getting started earlier this week, but they will tee off on Friday as the tournament will start there. Entry to the tournament is free. For score, updates, tee times, weather notes, and more information, head to InspirityInvitational.com. Coming up, we know what's coming up. The Rockets season is on the line. What is going to happen? What's your feeling? What's your confidence level right now that the Rockets season will continue? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Underdog Fantasy, baby. It is available in our great state of Texas. It's a beautiful thing. Now take your sports viewing pleasure to a whole nother level. Download Underdog Fantasy right now. Use promo code H-Town to unlock a big time offer that they have for you right now. All your favorite leagues, teams.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Let's go, Rockets.
Live from the Mel Kiper Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, a big one tonight. Rockets host the Golden State Warriors, and they trail the series 3-1, and they got a chance to extend this series. The Pistons did it last night. They were trailing the Knicks 3-1. They had to go on the road, and they pulled it off. Cade Cunningham, big time. I believe he went one in that draft with Jalen. But he had a big time game yesterday and helped lead the Pistons to a win to extend that series. Now they're going back home 3-2, and the Rockets are looking to do the same thing tonight to try to get to 3-2 to head to San Francisco to see if they can do it again. But first they got to win tonight. And by the way, it's an early tip, 6:30. Generally they've been late. It's 6:30 tonight. I know the Rockets sent out a press release yesterday trying to urge fans
once again
to
get there on time because they need y'all asses.
Maybe it'll work this time.
They need y'all asses to get out there on time, 6:30. So hopefully you do so to give them all the help that they need tonight. And so I just posed this to everybody, those who are on YouTube and Twitch as well. Clint, Tyler, your confidence level right now. What's your confidence level that this season can continue? This great, fun season we've had that has seen this Rockets team really take a step from missing the play-in last year to the number 2 seed in the Western Conference, one of the toughest Western Conference we've seen. And it could end tonight. What's your confidence level that it does not, that they continue this thing?
I'm at a 3.
Oh, boy.
I'm at a 3.
Damn.
Look, I just there was a slim chance going into this game anyway, down 3-1. But what I've seen from Jalen Green, who I think is the only player in a Rockets uniform right now that can apply the kind of pressure that you need to an opponent on a consistent basis, and my confidence in him showing up and play, not only playing big time, but just the stage not being too big and too bright is as low as it's ever been. Yeah, I'm gonna go with 3. Okay. The other part of that for me, Ron. The other part of that for me is, you've asked this question multiple times that in the days following a Golden State game, a win in this series for Golden State, and is the series over? Did they really miss an opportunity here? I think they missed 3 opportunities in this series, and when it's all said and done, I think Golden State at some point in time is going to put a game together. They're going to put a more.
That's you're saying. You're saying Golden State hasn't put together.
They've given you your shot in the first 4 games. They've given you plenty of opportunity to win 3, if not all 4 of those games. They've been injured. Their star players hadn't had their best performance. And you found a way to pee down your leg in those situations. I think Golden State's bound to have a game at some point, and I think it's tonight.
All right, people texted in. What's your thoughts, your confidence level on the Rockets continuing their season? Someone texted in on the text line. Jalen's going for 35 tonight, and they win. Feeling good. Confidence level, Clint's at a 3.
35?
35. And he went for 38.
Yeah, and 7, 9, and 8.
Yeah, I mean, but you're going to that area.
It's been neutered.
I'm just looking for 15, man.
Been neutered.
Can we get in the middle? Can we get in double figures here? This is the test right here. Tyler, how good are you feeling? Where are you? Because Tyler is a guy that, I mean, when the Astros were playing the Rangers, and I think they were down 11-1 or something, he still believed that they'd come back. Where are you?
Yeah.
Where are you in terms of your confidence tonight?
Yeah, I'm known to typically, I think I'm thought of as maybe a little more optimistic than most, but not in this case. Nah, I ain't got much hope, man.
Damn.
I mean, I was looking at all my different Astros. I'm sorry, all my different Rockets T-shirts this morning, and I was like, nah, I'm going to go with this old Astros throwback.
Yep. Text line coming through, 123 Cancun. Damn, Tyler, man. I guess I'm at a 5. I guess I'm the most optimistic. I do think this is a group and Udoka that has pride of not at least letting this thing be won on their home floor.
Yeah.
I think they will come out charged out. So I think that we get potentially with Jalen Green maybe withstanding, but I think we do get the best effort. I just don't know what he's going to do.
How many minutes do you think Jalen plays?
That's something we can discuss. I think that's a fair thing we can discuss. Why is his lettering and writing different on his last name on this jersey for this cat, this picture? I've been looking at that for the last couple of minutes. It just looks completely different. But listen, my biggest concern for this, I do think they're going to come out big time and give a huge effort. Right, I believe Şengün's going to do his thing. I believe that. My thing is, even if Jalen plays well, my thing is, it's hard for me to see Steph coming out having 2 pedestrian games in a row. That was my thing. Is Steph only shot the ball 13 times in the last game, scored 17 points. I think you're going to get a good game from Steph. I think you're going to get a 25 to 35-point game from Steph, and to me that is a concern, right? That because I think he is going to Jimmy, Draymond gonna try to really end this thing and not have to go back home and prepare for the next round. So that's the concern for me is Steph. I think Steph, there's a chance that he could go off, but I think I feel a little bit better than both of you. Someone texted in. I think they are already booking their rooms in Cancun. F that Rockets in 7. I think we got a good 48 minutes left in the Rocket season. LOL.
I mean, look, can Şengün or Van Vliet give you a better game?
I think Şengün can. I mean, I understand.
30-some-odd points?
Yeah, but he was 12 of 28. He missed a lot of bunnies. I think, and free throws. Now, listen,
Let's go Rockets.
I don't like feeling that
50 if he'd have hit him.
I think he could have got 40. I think I'd hate to ask that Fred have to do more. I think Jabari Smith can do more. I think there are some guys. I think Tari Eason can do more, and then obviously the guy that we've talked about can do more. My concern is are they going to have enough with Steph playing well? Like I don't think you're going to shut Steph down again. So I don't know, man. We got people really down on it. I understand that last game was tough, but they're coming home and hopefully they can do something to get this thing stretched out. All right, one of the big stories Clint is interested in is this Bill Belichick and his young girlfriend story. Well, Bill Belichick has released a statement over the interview going wild over the weekend. We'll discuss that coming up next, right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all, look, I've flipped several houses, man, and I've dealt with several paint contractors. Certa Pro Painters, they knocked out a couple of projects at my house, and
64,000. Text WIN to 64,000.
Live from the Mel Kiper Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Astros continue to trail 7-1 in the fifth, but they do have two runners on in the fifth inning, bottom of the fifth, nobody out. And they've got a chance to maybe knock out the starter and get back into this game if they can do something here in this inning. They've got the lineup up. Altuve is coming up, but of course, because Alvarez, Jordan needed a day off in front of a day off. Jordan. He is not hitting behind Altuve, so we'll see what happens there. But we'll keep you updated and abreast on what is happening in this game. All right, I see the text line coming through. Someone text in, Ron, you are discrediting the Rockets' defense on Steph, though. Steph is averaging 26-plus points a game in this series with 51%, 41%, 94% splits when it comes to field goal percentage, three-point field goal percentage, and free throw percentage, along with 6 assists, 5 rebounds a game. That is all up from his regular season.
And, I mean, it's 3-1,
regular season
dude.
numbers.
Like,
well, I'm just saying.
I appreciate optimism, but what the...
By the way, the Astros tacked on 2 runs. There it is, Altuve with a double, and they are now down 7-3 in the fifth. And nobody out with a runner on second. Again, Jordan Alvarez would be nice if he was coming up right now. But, of course, he has to have a day off in front of his day off tomorrow. So they got a chance right here to get this in. They got to get Altuve home. And then you start to really feel better about their chances coming back. But, no, Steph is an all-time great that has shown you in this series that he can get busy. I'm not discrediting. The Rockets have a great defense. It's the best defense in the league this year. Steph Curry has rolled through any of the great defenses, and he has done in the Rockets in this series a couple of times. So that's my concern. My concern is whatever the Rockets do, are they able to offset what Steph is potentially capable of doing in this thing? But we will see. 6:30 tonight as they look to continue their season. All right, Clint, this Bill Belichick situation with his lady, old Jordan, has really gone crazy. He had this interview on CBS over the weekend that has gotten a lot of conversation around it based on how his girlfriend and COO of his Bill Belichick, his business, she was stepping in during the interview. We do have an example and a cut from that interview of what's been going around in which people have responded to. This is the interview on CBS, and you'll hear the voice in the background of his girlfriend Jordan stepping in on certain questions.
The other change for Belichick is 24-year-old Jordan Hudson, his creative muse, as he writes in his book.
Make sure that that's the...
Jordan was a constant presence during our interview.
You have Jordan right over there. Everybody in the world seems to be following this relationship. Private life's got nothing to do with them, but they're invested in it. How do you deal with that?
Never been too worried about what everybody else thinks. Just try to do what I feel like is best for me and what's right.
How did you guys meet?
Not talking about this.
No?
No.
It's a topic neither one of them is comfortable commenting on, though Hudson has recently posted about it on Instagram.
Okay. She stepped in a couple of other times when the conversation wasn't going where they wanted it. This is a quote from Bill Belichick. He released a statement about all of this because this has been going since Sunday. He said, "I agreed to speak with CBS Sunday morning to promote my new book, The Art of Winning, Lessons from My Life in Football. Prior to this interview, I clearly communicated with my publicist at Simon & Schuster that any promotional interviews I participate in would agree to focus solely on the content of the book. Unfortunately, that expectation was not honored during the interview. I was surprised when unrelated topics were introduced, and I reportedly expressed to the reporter and the producers that I preferred to keep the conversation centered around the book. After this occurred several times, Jordan, with whom I share both a personal and professional relationship, stepped in to reiterate that point to help refocus the discussion. She was not deflecting any specific questions or topic, but simply doing her job to ensure the interview stayed on track.
Yeah, girl.
That's the statement that Bill Belichick released on this. I know you had some thoughts on this situation with Bill Belichick and his young lady.
Well, I mean, the simple fact that he has to come out and put out a statement is silly enough in itself. I mean, we're talking about Bill Belichick, one of the most rigid, focused, dialed in, no nonsense coaches we've ever seen. First ballot Hall of Famer, no distractions, eliminate distractions. And this guy's toting around a 26-year-old COO of his brand, a Bill Belichick brand. That's a distraction everywhere they go. The whole situation's a distraction. I know for me, Ron, it's just, I mean, the second that Brady left New England, Bill Belichick's been an absolute joke. The football team was awful. He's hiring defensive coordinators and special team coaches as quarterback coaches and offensive coordinators.
That was a joke.
I mean, he goes to college, which is fine, and he's got the number one distraction for males between 18 and hell, I don't know, probably death. Just parading around the field and putting microphones on his jacket during spring games and practices and directing interviews. I mean, it's just it's a joke.
Yeah, I think a 49, 50-year age difference is weird to me. That is. But I mean, if this is a relationship, for him, I don't know how much of it's a distraction. I don't know how much it's a fair distraction or one to say, hey, Bill, you need to end the relationship because it's become a distraction because many people are intrigued by the 50-year-old age difference. I completely understand where they and she is coming from with this interview. Like, even including myself, and nobody is seriously coming at questions about their relationship in a legit manner or a supportive manner. They're coming at a relationship because I would imagine most of what they've heard is judgment about their relationship. And damn it, no, I don't want to talk to you about something when you're not sincere about wanting to know about my relationship. Like I can understand where they come from the point of, no, first off, we're here talking about this book and you've clearly understood what we agreed upon. And I could be annoyed. No, you're not trying to come and be like seriously like you intrigued or supportive about us. No, you're trying to do what most everyone has done with their relationship, and that's judge it. So I can understand where they come from with that. Now all the other stuff you talked about on the field stuff, yeah, he is completely.
But I mean, I even like I don't have a problem with him not wanting to. I don't have a problem with any of it, but I'm annoyed with like he's a grown ass man. If he doesn't want to talk about his relationship and they ask questions about his relationship and this is supposedly worked out between his agent and this TV station, then just say, man, we ain't talking about it. But this looks like his 26-year-old girlfriend is telling him what to do in an interview with a man that has dealt with the media for his entire life. Like, I don't know. It is a very strange look for a guy that's lived his entire life the way that Bill Belichick has.
Yeah, but there are publicists or people who represent him who sit there that will do that in interviews if they're not going about it the right way. Hell, it has happened to us where somebody who is representing somebody we have spoken to has come over the line and said, hey, that's not a part of what we agreed to talk about. We're not talking about that. I don't know. I think this is about the relationship because I don't know that anyone would have a problem with it if it was somebody that he wasn't screwing that stepped up.
Nobody's fascinated with this because Bill Belichick has a publicist that's speaking up for him. I mean, if it's not his 26-year-old girlfriend that happens to be a smoke show that all of a sudden is in the middle of everything, that's the fascination with it.
Yeah, I mean, would your reaction be the same if it was somebody that was her publicist?
Would.
Yeah.
Nobody's would. I mean, if it were a publicist that Bill Belichick has had, again, he's dealt with the media for 50 years now, and said something, it wouldn't be a blip on the radar. But the fact that it's a 26-year-old girlfriend that's in the middle of everything, that's the fascination with it. I'm fascinated with the whole deal as well. I'm just the Bill Belichick side. It's not even the girl thing. It's just the way that, I mean, I've heard from guys that have played for Bill Belichick, the way he ran his shop to the way that this all appears to be ran, including this kind of thing, is just wild to me. Absolute wild to me.
Yeah, the distraction part is like he has started a new relationship and it's because of her age that she's a distraction.
No, Bill Belichick has been a no distraction guy to the point of where he don't even want you to have your phones in a building.
But what
is now he's got a 26-year-old girlfriend with a mini skirt and knee-high boots on, walking around a spring game on the field.
But
that is to me. There's nothing wrong with either one of them. I'm good with either one of them, but it's hard for me to believe that one guy is one way and his entire life has been this way, and then all of a sudden now it's cool. Like that's I don't know. That's wild to me. That's.
I just think it's a tough thing to say it's a distraction because he started dating someone. It is a distraction. It is become a distraction, but I don't think it's a distraction where it's like, yeah, man. Yeah, Bill, you screwed this up. Like, he started dating someone, and people are fascinated because of the age difference. But
sure,
if she was 50, it wouldn't be a distraction. Or Hill 40, it wouldn't be a distraction. I don't think. It is clearly one, but I don't know if it's something where it's like comparative to, hey, man, put your phones up. That is.
It's all like you don't get to cherry pick which distraction. Belichick, and there are no distractions, no exceptions. Your entire life, you don't get to cherry pick when they are or they're not. Like, he's clearly changed his stand. Like, Bill Belichick would have never had anybody, whether it was a 26-year-old good-looking girl or anybody in the middle of his practice field. And now all of a sudden it's his COO and 26-year-old girlfriend. Yeah, it's fascinating. I don't know how you can cherry pick what is and isn't a distraction.
Well, no, it's definitely there are some distractions that are caused by people, and then there are some distractions that are like Travis Kelce's distraction of Taylor Swift shouldn't be like, all right, man, she's a distraction, so you should stop dating her.
Well, I mean, she's on the practice. She's on the practice. If she's on the practice field,
or
the scrimmage field, or the game field. Yeah, I mean, I disagree.
But I think she would still be a distraction if she's said in the press box.
She is. I mean, according to fans,
because she's 26. Right?
Yeah, it's less about like the specifics of whether something is or isn't. It's more about the Bill Belichick dynamic here to me. That is, I don't know why, but it bugs the hell out of me.
Coming up as we continue, we'll keep you updated on the Astros as they are trying to make a comeback. Second, we'll get to it right now. Tyler kind of brought it up a little bit. How many minutes should Jalen Green play tonight? Do you think Udoka should give serious thoughts about potentially going away from Jalen Green tonight in the potential closeout game for the Warriors? We'll discuss that coming.
8 years now, y'all. QC Kinetics, they've been the nation's leader in non-surgical relief.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Scary ass hoes.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. As a lot going on here. The Astros fell behind 7-1. They climbed back in it to get two more runs. It's now 7-3 as they are at the top of the lineup right now, trying to add more to it. Jeremy Pena had a leadoff home run to lead the game off, and then Jose Altuve had a two-run double to help things roll along. But Blue Ball had his first start today, and it didn't go too great. Gave up a grand slam. That's the big hit that allowed them to get to this 7-3 lead. We'll keep you updated on that as they continue to play in the sixth inning. Wanted to also say, guys, we are a proud partner with the Insperity Invitational. Hopefully our guys who were able to win the last 2 days enjoyed themselves with those VIP tickets that they got. But it is happening at the Woodlands Country Club tournament. Of course, so many of your favorites. We talked to one of them, John Daly, and many more are of the PGA Tour Champions Tour. The best of those guys will be on the course right here in town for an incredible weekend of championship golf teeing off on Friday. Entry to the tournament is free. It's on the house for score updates, tee times, weather notes, and much more. Information, head to InspirityInvitational.com. All right. We've danced around it a little bit earlier today. And I think a big question on, I don't think just Rockets fans, I think just anybody who is looking at this game is, what is Jalen Green going to do? Jalen Green in this series, Tyler has expressed it multiple times. He's at that 7, 8, 9. Those have been three of his point totals in the 4 games, and the other game he went off for 38 in that game. So, and then the last game he turned the ball over as well, 5 turnovers to 1 assist. He has struggled with the exception of that one game in this series, and I think a lot of people have lost some belief in Jalen Green, and I think that's the big thing. Your season's on the line, Clint. This is it. You lose, you go home. You win, you extend this thing. Do you think Udoka should give serious thoughts about going away from Jalen Green tonight?
Serious thoughts? Absolutely, 100%. I mean, there should be in place with Jalen Green immediately out of the gate, and there should be a plan in place if he appears that deer in the headlight look that we've seen in damn sure 2 of the 4 games, if not 3 of the 4 games. So, yeah, I think the thoughts are absolutely 100% real, and we'll see how it plays out. Look, I think for me, there's no doubt about it that this team, the best version of the Rockets, is with Jalen Green leading the show and being effective and doing his thing, whatever that is, whether it's 20-something points or it's 30-something points or it's damn near 40, whatever it is. The point total doesn't matter.
Because he's the one, if he's going, you can't.
It's just a different Rockets team, bro. It's just a different Rockets team when he's going. And I think up to this point, multiple times, definitely since game 1, game 2, 3, and 4, they started out trying to get Jalen Green to take this thing over early, right? And it doesn't happen. Hadn't happened. At least 3 of the 4 games, it hadn't happened. And it seems like he's put back in the game after half, or he's put back in the game in some, down the stretch. The difference for me is you got 5 minutes. If I'm Ime Udoka,
you got 5.
You got 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
And I'm not saying you got to go out there and score 20, but you got 5 minutes. If at any point in time we see that the moment's too big, the game is too too big. There's the lack of confidence. I'm yanking him, and I'm not putting him back in the game unless it's like my guys are blown. You mentioned Jabari. You mentioned Tari Eason. Those guys, they've got to be made priority if Jalen Green's going to be deer in the headlights. So the first 5 minutes for me are going to tell me all I need to know.
So he
about,
got 5 minutes. 5 minutes. If it ain't looking right, as I said here, and I see some people chiming in. You can chime in 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch as well. Do you think Udoka should give serious consideration in going away from Jalen Green tonight? I see Kick Rock says no, play him as much as possible. Someone says if he goes away from Jalen tonight, he should be on the trade block as soon as the season is over. Yeah, that I can hear. If he sits Jalen and he completely goes away from him and he's not out there, then yeah, man, that seems like that's a belief thing of that's a hard one to come back from either party. Jalen Green in Game 4, Clint, was 5th on the team in minutes. Steven Adams had more minutes than him in the game. And to be honest, Jabari Smith played 2 less minutes than him, but seemed to play even more in the second half than him. And the Tari Eason was a little bit behind him as well. I'd imagine it's got to at least, Clint, be on the table for those guys to get more than he does. You have to. Your season's on the line. And also, Clint, I think, as you've said, that's the best version of the Rockets. I think we do need to maybe tweak. Clearly, if you're Udoka, you got to watch. The last game, you were in it. Hell, you had a lead late. You make some free throws, you feel better about that game. You have some silly turnovers you made. You do at least have a feel, okay, there is another path for us to win. And the path isn't we just have to rely on Jalen Green. So I don't know if it's 5 minutes. I know somebody suggested 3 minutes. I don't know how long it is, but I do think you look at it and you have to be able to be flexible with your game, your season on the line to say, all right, quickly, we're going to shift away from that, and this is going to be a Şengün and Thompson drive and Fred and Jabari Smith action. They did at least, even though Jalen really gave you nothing, especially in the second half of Game 4. Hell, they had a lead. They had the ball with a chance to take the lead with 15 seconds left or whatever it was. So they at least see there's another path without him. And you can't I don't think it's a situation you just go on down hey, man. Hey, Golden State, if Steph stinks it up, they got to just keep rolling with it. Right? They're not turning and say, well, we're going to take Steph out and put Buddy Hield, and hopefully he takes us home. But here, there's another path.
Well, to me, the other path, I agree with you. There was some light at the end of the tunnel last week with kind of play, but that other path is the important part. There is you've got to give Jabari the opportunity. He's knocking down perimeter shots. He's knocking down the mid-range game. He gives you that length, put him in there and let him play. Tari, make those guys a priority. And make that as I think I've heard B. Scott and I know I've heard Reg and those guys talking about. I don't know that I'm ready to start this group, but make the big three with Bari, Şengün, and Adams. Make those guys a little bit more of a priority instead of going back to Jalen Green being on the floor. That's the key. You got 5 minutes, and if you got that deer in the headlights, look, you're done. We're not going to bounce back and forth. You're done. It's got to be wholeheartedly committed to Şengün in the paint. It's got to be you hope you get another night from Van Vliet like you got the other night or something similar.
You hope with Jabari playing more minutes.
It's got to be.
Eason playing more minutes. You would hope. But, I don't agree with Fern, who just texted in. I know Fern earlier said he's going to have 35 tonight. Live or die with Jalen tonight if he fails, trade his ass. No, I mean, I'm just not a believer of, hey, man, hey, we're just going to live. Not when you don't have to. You don't have to.
I was right where Fern was, not no more.
You don't have to. They've shown that they can compete and potentially win a game, even if he's not going. I don't just stick with him, right? If he's playing the way he did, especially Game 4, I don't just roll with him. I don't just stick with him and just let's just keep. No, I don't have to do that. You have other options.
Well, the thing is, Ron, I
think it's your best path, but I don't think it's. But
you just, and I'm not telling anybody how to fan, but I am. Like, you can't have watched the Rockets and still be at a point where it's like, hey, just ride. No matter what Jalen Green you get, just ride him. You just. I was there, and I'm sitting there watching. Boy, I mean, there's just no way you can. He is deer in the headlights. Moment is too big. Literally 3 minutes into the game, like you can't. I mean,
Şengün may be the only one on the team where you're like, all right, man, we gotta roll with him.
I think the only one that's been bad enough where you just can't. Like, I just had to do a 180, guys. I cannot fault Ime Udoka at this point after what I watched last game. I cannot fault him for going, man, we're going to get embarrassed. We're going to get ran up out of the gym. He's turning the ball over and the defense isn't even touching the ball, it's just slipping out of his hands. I mean, I was there 48 hours ago. You got to ride Jalen no matter what happens. I can't do that to my Rockets any longer.
Yeah, and listen, I don't think we've seen Udoka, especially with him. Now, I think there are some players that Udoka seems to really trust that I think he feels like he wants to keep in the game. I think Fred is in that. Dylan's in that.
Fred and two are definitely in it.
Multiple times not. I'm with you. I could see in his mind the tactic that you just brought up. I could see in his mind saying, all right, I'm going to give him a run. I'm giving him a run.
Give him another opportunity.
And I mean, we've seen him sit him out fourth quarters.
Yeah.
Like, I could see him, especially with it all on the line, I could see him sitting him out. And if he does show – now, listen, I don't think the kid's going to do that. I think he is going to play – I don't know if he's going to go for 38, but I think he's going to play at a rate that doesn't need him to be off the floor.
Well, I hope you're right.
Now, I'm not saying he's going for 38, but, I mean, I think it'll be better than I mean, there were moments in that last game where it just wasn't even useful for him to be out there. He just wasn't really doing any. He was turning the ball over. He was getting done in. I mean, when Buddy Hield rips you like to open up the game a couple of times, like
he looks like he's confused with what he's trying to read on their defense, and it's on top of that whole intimidated and the deer in the headlights. Look, it's all just compiling on him, and it's just you can't. Boy, 5 minutes. And the beautiful thing about it, though, Ron, is it's why I landed where I'm at with Jalen at this point. Like, you don't need 5 minutes is maybe 2 minutes too long. So it is blatantly obvious.
Maybe the first timeout. I give you maybe the first timeout until the first media timeout. Like, hey, it'll be clear. Like, and I wouldn't put it past Udoka. If we all of a sudden see Tari Eason run up there, or like you could see that. I wonder how they're handling him right now, like leading into the game.
Oh, you got to be patting him on the
loving
back.
Him up,
no
right?
Question.
Like, hey man, this is you.
No question.
But meanwhile, thinking, all right,
stay aggressive. We got your back. Stay aggressive.
And show me this. I'm out.
He goes back out there again. Look, there ain't nothing. As a player, there's nothing he or his representation can say about it. He can't be mad about it. That's why he's sitting that's why in the fourth quarter in the last game, he's sitting on the bench with the towel over his shoulders, celebrating every time Van Vliet hits a three. There ain't nothing he can do about it. He knows it. The one good thing, at least I can tip my cap to him. At least he's not afraid to get up there and just say it.
Yeah, I don't like tonight, guys. I don't know. I would say we're not, but I think anything's maybe on the table. I don't think we're getting Reed Shepherd. Many of you texted in and Cam Whitmore. I don't know that route is going to be the route. But hell, who knows? Who knows what Udoka's thinking? But to Clint's point, the best route is good Jalen Green. Hell, not even good. Just playable Jalen Green. A Jalen Green that you could say, all right, man. You can give us between 15 and 20 tonight. And then like that and then we balance the rest of it, but you could be on the floor. Not the guy that has struggled the way that he has. All right, coming up, it is Wednesday. We always do this. By the way, stay tuned as we have Rockets Report. Brandon Scott cannot wait to get and hear what he's got to say about Jalen Green and this game for the Rockets, which their season is on the line tonight. But Coming up, it's a little stock up, stock down right here, and it is a stock up, stock down post NFL draft edition. You can participate in this as well. What's your stock up, stock down post NFL draft? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Cocaine and hookers, my friend.
The Texans brought in 9 new faces in the draft. How does Coach D'Amico feel about their selections?
Brought in a ton of great people, also great players, and that's the formula that we like, and it's worked well for us, and we think these guys come in and contribute and help our team get better.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play.
and wherever you get your podcasts.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley is presented by Verlo Mattress. Verlo Mattress, handcrafted for your comfort and guaranteed for life. Texans All Access. The countdown to training camp is officially on. And Mark Vandermeer and John Harris have you covered. Exclusive interviews, inside info, and the best football conversation in town. 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Every season brings highs.
I'm in my drop top, cruising the streets.
And lows.
No way, because I know one of you two would have done the same thing that I just did.
Are you kidding me?
This trio always has eyes on the market in H-Town. It's time to buy or sell. It's stock up.
The arrow's pointed up.
Stock down.
They're selling, Mortimer.
On the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. Every hump day right here on the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley, we do a little stock up, stock down edition. Post NFL draft. The 2025 NFL draft is in the books for all squads around the league, including your Houston Texans. So that's what we're going to do with the little stocks today. Start with you, Ron. I want to start with the negative. Stock down for you as we are in the wake of this 2025 NFL draft, my friend.
I think for me, the stock down is just the trust of the whole mock draft process with the mock draft analysts, the experts, the guys like the Mel Kipers and Todd McShays and the Daniel Jeremiahs and all of those guys, the Bucky Brooks, all of those guys who do mock drafts that aren't just guesses, but do mock drafts by evaluating tape with the combination of what they hear from teams. When you look at the situation of them missing a quarterback by 4.5 rounds and being and no one being fed any of the information or told the feelings of 32 teams. The Athletic said they talked to 10 to 15 different general managers and got the same level of assessment on Shedeur Sanders that didn't have any thoughts of him dropping anywhere near where he did. So I think that part is, we've never seen a player and I guess draft analysts ever miss this badly. Hell, even Lionel Collins off the draft board because they were hearing what was happening with him. So to me, just the trust of the mock draft process between the teams and what they get from guys that are analysts that do these mock drafts.
All right, that is Ron the Show Hughley, and that is his stock down for today. Today's edition is a post-NFL draft stock up, stock down on the Drive. Now over to you, Clint Stoerner, former NFL quarterback, Old Dirty Red. What is your stock down in the wake of the 25 NFL draft?
Well, I'm going to stay in that lane right there. And, I mean, the elephant in the room in terms of stock being down has to be Shedeur Sanders. I mean, I thought he was a first-round quarterback, top of the second at the very, very worst. And for him to drop all the way to the 5th round and to be the second quarterback drafted by the Cleveland Browns in the same draft, clearly him and Deion Sanders overplayed their cards, misplayed their cards, however you want to couch it, and didn't rub one person, but rubbed damn near an entire NFL the wrong way, apparently. And so the Shedeur Sanders thing is call it stock, call it whatever you want. It's got to start with Shedeur for me.
All right, we got them damn negatives out of the way. Now on to some stock ups. You are listening to The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley right here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Every Wednesday right around this time, 3:20 p.m. or so, we do a little stock up, stock down. The edition today is post NFL. Ron, back to you. Now let me know about your stock up following this year's draft.
Some of y'all ain't going to like my stock up. My stock up, to me, goes to the Jacksonville Jaguars. I thought they had a really good draft, and besides that guy, it's very strange. But he's appeared to know offensive football really, really well, and they went and made the move to go get the best player in the draft. And for me, it's not just the best player in the draft. It's a unique player. They have their quarterback, they feel, and hell, I don't think they got a choice with the amount of money they paid him last year, and Trevor Lawrence, who is still young, and they go and get Travis Hunter, who has the ability to do many things and affect the game in many ways. And they got a nice corner as well. They got a good guard, interior offensive lineman in the third round. They had 2 third-round picks, picked up a corner people really like in that third round, and an offensive lineman. So getting Travis Hunter, I think that's a really good step, especially if you can't draft a quarterback. That's a really good step and way to kick off your new organization. And I know people make fun of their young coach and young general manager, and they are kind of strange fellas a little bit, but I love what they did. Anytime you got a chance to go get the best player in the draft that's as unique as him, and you add that to your team, they've got some high profile guys.
Yeah, Ron, I don't know how it's going to end up working out. Maybe best money spent in the draft in a long time. I mean, we've seen guys go up and get a quarterback, and when you go up and get your quarterback and you hit on that quarterback, that's the only thing that I think could potentially be better than this. I mean, you moved up 3 spots. You paid nicely, paid a premium to do it, but you go up and get a guy that has the potential of being a lockdown corner or a number 1 receiver on a team. If you're going to move up for something other than a quarterback, that's the guy to move up to pay to move up.
Well, his bust rate is just really low, right? Like you feel like he's going to be, one, you feel like he's going to be really good at one of them, or 2, you feel like he's at least going to be solid.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So.
Yeah. This has kind of been my off-season crush this year. My stock up. Tyler, were you supposed to transition that? I'm sorry.
No, you're good. But yeah, stock up. No, you're totally good.
I'm going with the Chicago Bears, y'all. Once again, I mean, this has been my off-season crush. They use free agency to clearly fix their protection problem from the inside out, and go out and completely retool their interior offensive line. And then, in the draft, they go out and they get what I would say is probably the best pass receiving tight end. Maybe not the best overall tight end, but probably the best pass receiving tight end that's not playing at his ceiling yet in Colston Loveland. I like the other tight end better, but Colston Loveland's a great get. They get their quarterback the top draft. Then they get one of the top receivers in this draft in Luther Burden. They lost a couple of wide receivers, veteran wide receivers that could potentially have been slot type guys that were aging. So they go out and replace him with Luther Burden. And then a team that had protection problems last year that fixed their interior offensive line with free agency, they go out in the second round and they draft an offensive tackle to help bolster their protection on the outside. And then they flip over and get Shamar Turner from Texas A&M, a force in that defensive front. So I got to go with them Bears, man. What they've done.
They try to put a situation where they said, man, Caleb, you ain't got no excuses.
Zero excuses, man.
We're loading this team up offensively.
Yeah, Ben Johnson, new offensive-minded head coach.
Find you a few more excuses.
Getting his protection right, getting some weapons in there, and I don't know if it's going to work out, but they got a hell of a division that they got to try to compete in, and they're putting a good offseason together. I go with Chicago Bears with the stock up.
YouTube and Twitch. Jags picking fan favorite players. Texans D will handle the Jags. Hunter gonna be average over there at Jacksonville. They picked him for the fans to put people in seats. Duval. I don't know. And Travis Hunter is like potential to be has been a really good football player and a potential to be a great football player. And you know what? He will put butts in the seats because he's a really good football player. I don't know if it's going to work out in Jacksonville. Health, defense and offense maybe handle Travis Hunter, but trust me, you wouldn't be just saying, "Oh, Texans." The only reason why they got Travis Hunter is to put butts in seats. You would love the move if Travis Hunter came to the Texans. So we'll see what happens there. But I do. I love what they did, and it's a good start to to kicking things off with your quarterback and then get a potential special player. Coming up, I do want to revisit something that Clint talked about yesterday when it comes to Dameon Pierce. I think that's we talked about it briefly, very quick, but I want to revisit this thing. As Clint said plainly yesterday, he thinks we've seen the last of Dameon Pierce with the Houston Texans. We'll dive a little deeper into that coming up next, right here live on The Drive.
The Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit rolls on this Friday.
Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Live from the Mel Kiper Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner.
It's Wednesday. We're a couple of days away for you to come out and join us as we continue our crawfish circuit. Stop 5. The fifth leg of this crawfish circuit, the 610 crawfish circuit. It will lead us to the Annex Craft House, up Highway 249. The Annex Craft House up Highway 249 in Houston. Come hang out with us from 2 to 6. And I know one couple will be here. They said they takes off work. Oh, Steve and Shannon, they takes off work to come and follow us through. But we'll be at the Annex Craft House up.
I gotta try his breakfast that he told me. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Where's it
up
at?
Highway 249. Breakfast.
Yeah, air fryer. He said, "Hey, man."
Oh yeah, he told me about that too.
You got an air fryer? Yeah. He gave me a little air fryer secret, and I hadn't tried it yet, man. I told him I would before. Right. He said if I try it and I like it, he'll give me. He's got a hot dog air fryer secret too.
He did tell me about. He told me about the one with the eggs and the bacon.
Yeah, so it makes the hot dog taste like a pizza.
Well, you can do that.
I think that's what he said. It was after a few cold beers, so maybe I misunderstood.
Are you pudding?
I don't know. Air fryer trick, man.
Pizza sauce on there too.
Pizza glizzy, huh?
Air fryer tricks, man, with Steve and Shannon.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
By the way, still 7-4. At least the Astros did at one point get the tying run up to the plate, but we are in the 8th inning, 2 outs. Altuve just walked and got on base, so it is still 7-4 as the Astros look to get another runner on to get the tying run back up to the plate. But Clint, I did want to revisit this with you yesterday, as we did in Real or Fake. Just quickly, you seem to be feel pretty good about the fact that you think Dameon Pierce has played his last game, which is interesting because they love Dameon Pierce. Still, obviously a talented guy. You could see if you look at the list, the guy that you would think is maybe the next workhorse. I don't think Marks is that. Obviously, I don't think Dare is that. But somebody that you want to give, 10, 15 carries outside of Mixon, you would think it would be Dameon Pierce, who's had some success in this league before. But you seem to feel pretty good about the thought that Dameon Pierce potentially may not be here.
Yeah, look, I don't know if he's going to be here or not. I just don't believe he's going to be the number 2 back that they depend on, that they get in the fold. Because here's the thing: if you look at this, there is a desperate need on this team for a running back that they trust and is capable to, at the very least, take some of the carries off of Joe Mixon's plate and allow Joe Mixon to be used to his full ability in the pass game and a run game, and to allow Joe Mixon to stay healthier, have less wear and tear through. Was 17. No doubt about it. Any way you slice it, that's where the Texans are at. They showed us last year that they didn't believe Dameon Pierce was that guy. Nick Caserio spoke recently, and the first thing he said about the 2 backup running backs, one of them's a good kick returner, one of them's one of the best special teams guys on the team. So I just look at the Texans' actions. I understand the Texans' needs, and the most recent action on top of everything I just said, they take a 3rd-round pick from next year, trade it to move up in the 4th round to get Woody Marks. That tells me that they like this player. That tells me that they didn't want to stand by the wayside and let somebody else draft him, so much so they would take what I would imagine Nick Caserio believes is a premium pick and trade it to move up and get Marks. And so all of that tells me that Marks is going to be a guy that takes whatever responsibilities Joe Mixon can't handle, or Joe Mixon, whatever they need to do, limiting carries or using him in multiple ways in the offense, whatever they need to do to keep him healthy and allow him to be the best running back he can be for 17 weeks and the playoffs, Woody Marks is going to take up that slack. I do think Woody Marks has the ability to be a number 2 back. I think Woody Marks has the ability to be a 3rd down back.
One thing, we know he's going to be on the team. they traded away a third-round pick for next year and used a fourth one. So he's not going anywhere.
Yeah. It's just the stars are aligning in a way that it's just like, read the tea leaves, man. Damian Pierce, the time's coming sooner rather than later, and I don't think Damian Pierce is valuable enough in the special teams game overall for that to be the reason that you keep him. And he's not a third down back. They haven't used him as a complimentary back, much less a third down back. It just all signs are pointing towards Woody Marks being that guy. Dare Ogunbowale is going nowhere. You want to talk about a special teams ace? He's your backup kicker along with everything else. So he's going nowhere. Yeah, I just think that Damian Pierce is the odd man out here. Whether odd man out means he's inactive or he's not on the team or he just doesn't get run, I think Woody Marks is the number 2 option. He's RB2 at this point.
Yeah, he's not going. Like, that's the issue where I wondered until you break it down. Dare is not going anywhere because of how important he is to Frank Ross in special teams and all that he does. And as you said, like kind of tongue-in-cheek, but seriously, he is the backup kicker. Yeah. He's a guy that you can keep on.
Literally does everything.
And literally does everything on special teams. And he does so much on special teams that allows you to maybe use other roster spots on other things because he does so many things on special teams. So him and a guy they gave up a third-round pick and used a fourth-round pick on, they're making the roster. Yeah. And as you said, just a kick returner, I think they've got more guys on the team that could fill that void.
Well, think about, Ron, just the running last year, right? There was Damian Pierce was not trusted enough or valuable enough or talented enough to take some of the load off Joe Mixon throughout the season, right? Just the fact of the matter, just wasn't. And then when it came down to it, I know the second half of the season, Dare Ogunbowale was your third down back. Dare Ogunbowale, and whether it was because they trusted him in pass protection or because he could catch a ball out of the backfield or he was where he was supposed to be when he was supposed to be there, for whatever reason, Damian Pierce wasn't good enough to spell your number 1 running back the way he should have been spelled, to be a 1-2 punch with Joe Mixon, and he wasn't good enough to be your third down back, and it wasn't because he's not athletic enough. Right, so it's and again, he's far enough into the league now to where you're like, hey.
Last year, Damian Pierce, 11 games, had 293 yards, 2 touchdowns, 2 catches, 2 yards receiving for the season. Yeah. And I'm betting you, he had
170 or 190 of those yards came in one game when Joe Mixon was available.
Well, he had 2 big games, right? He had the Patriots game where he had the long run. And then the final game of the season where Joe did run.
Yeah.
Those, I would imagine 75-80% of his yards come in those 2 games.
Yeah. It just
but that's
I'm
that's
not
the point of them showing you how much they trust him.
Bingo. This isn't about what me and you think about Damian Pierce or not. I've been a staunch defender of his. I just done. I believe they're telling us what they're going to do.
Next line coming through. Pierce was good without Slowick. Maybe it is Slowick, and he gets out of Slowick's offense. We'll see a better number 2 back.
Well,
from the Texans.
You may be right. I look at it and I go, man, they just traded a third-round pick to move up in the 4th and pick Woody Marks. It may be a little too late for that.
That's a good thought because when you look at what they did in the offensive line, they kind of made moves like, no, it's not our guys. It was Slowick. It's more of the scheme. Like, they didn't go and just say, man, we're going to overhaul this bad boy. Yep. Right? Like, when you think about it, they're going to have probably 4 or 5, a good 3 to 4 guys who played last year and who are here that will start in the offensive line.
Dang it, Bobby.
In the running back room, they went and drafted a person that you could clearly see will jump over Damian Pierce. And I'll be honest with you, Clint, I hope that you're right. I hope Damian Pierce goes somewhere else.
Yeah.
Like I think for him, and I'm a fan of Damian Pierce. I like Damian Pierce. I think for him, like let's just be honest with you. And maybe Nick Haley's different. I don't think it's the case. And I got to be damn sure in his mind it has to be the case. he has to at least question, do these guys really believe in me?
Mm-hmm. No question. He's got to.
Right. Now, again.
He plays the good soldier really.
But it just has to be a question of, do they really believe in me? Right. Like, this is back-to-back years from his perspective, right? Not to say they're not warranted. They said, hey, man, Devin Singleton, man, we're going to roll with you 2 years ago going to the playoffs. This year, hell, not just Joe Mixon, we're going to roll with Dare Ogunbowale as the next back, the third down back. So I think a change of scenery would be big for Dameon Pierce. Because, like, to me, if Dameon Pierce is going to get a chance to be successful in the NFL again like he did his rookie year, to me, I think it's away from Houston. Like, I think it's away from here and a clean slate and a place where he is confident and a place where they are confident in him. And as you've said repeatedly, they've shown you the last year and a half, like, how they feel about Dameon Pierce.
Yeah, and he's been the good soldier, the company man. He said the right things and reacted the right way, and it just doesn't seem like when it all they say that the D'Amico and Nick and everybody says how much they love, which I agree. I like him too. But
you get
when the opportunity comes up, it just doesn't seem like they trust him at that running back position, and it to the detriment of other people, right? To the detriment of the offense. So yeah, I think his future is going to be elsewhere.
Yeah, I do too, man. I hope it works for him. But he's not a fool either. He sees this. He knows Joe Mixon is there, and he sees what they did with Woody. You can see what kind of feel they're trying to do here. Quick update here in the ninth. The Astros still trail 7-4. They will get one at bat again to see if they can tie it or win this game coming up. 3 runs down. Hopefully it remains three runs down as they got to get through the top of the ninth. But we'll keep you updated on that as well. What you got coming up at the 4?
Well, Ron, it's we talked about it a little earlier, and I just want to ask the people 713-572-4610. We'll open up the phone lines a little bit, T. Maybe we'll see what's going on here. I want to know what you do. What's the one move you make tonight if you're Ime Udoka? It's win or go home. What's the one move you make, whether it's starting lineup or throughout the game? What's the one move you make if you're Ime Udoka? And a lot of QBs went in this draft, Ron. We've spent a lot of time talking about Shiloh. I mean, not Shiloh. Talking about Shedeur Sanders. Which quarterback landed in the best spot? Bunch of them went in this draft. Which one ended up in the best spot? We'll do all that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about them old Twin Peaks, y'all. If you love watching live sports, the scenic views are
Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey Sports.
Well, hey, boys.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily, presented by Mokaram Injury Lawyers.
That's right, presented by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Hard as hell to say, easy to dial, y'all. 281-222-2222. Big shout out to Mokaram Injury Lawyers for supporting everything that your boy touches. Greatly appreciate those guys. And big shout out to Mokaram Injury Lawyers for helping Houstonians for 30-plus years. All those that have been injured in an accident and you've dealt with Mokaram Injury Lawyers, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
We keep it 100.
That's right. I hear you. If you're out there and you listen on that Odyssey app, we greatly appreciate it. If not, I want you to go ahead and download that Odyssey app. Do me a favor. You can keep listening on the AM/FM dial. You can keep watching on YouTube and Twitch. I'm not telling you how to handle business, but I would appreciate if you would download the Odyssey app, AUDACY. And when you get there, if you get a minute, won't you go and check out that old Big Orange Wagon podcast, all things Astros, Patrick Creighton and Tyler Milner. Like, subscribe, drop them something in a little chat, like a little middle finger emoji or something in the chat so that they know you heard me talking about it. And,
I like it. Do it.
You listen. I think that would be really cool. The Astros, ladies and gentlemen, the Astros, 2 outs. 2 outs to go, bottom of 9. Cam Smith is up. They're down. Cam Smith's got a full count, goes down swinging, ladies and gentlemen.
Now it's 2 outs.
Now there's 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th, down 7-4. Astros took the first 2 games in this series, so
that's a successful series.
It's a successful series. It is a successful series. I don't like the kind of just conceding the third game sometimes with these rest days for certain guys, but nonetheless, it's a lot better, a lot easier to be an Astros fan right now than it was 2-3 weeks ago. So I'll take a little series win here. We're rocking and rolling. Rockets game 5 tonight at 6:30. We're on record already. I give them a 3 on the
puncher's chance.
Boy, a just wild puncher's chance. And Ron gives him a 5. I think Tyler would have been in the 1 or 2 range, to be completely honest with you.
Tyler's he's not in a good place.
But game 5 tonight, I know I'm greatly appreciating that 6:30 tip. That is with them late ones, man. I get my chin off my chest 2 or 3 times during that second half now.
And the Rockets. I'm looking at ESPN.com. The headline, the big photo and headline is the Rockets will enter the offseason in search of their star.
Yeah,
I mean, it is already over. The
only person more confident that headline is right than whoever wrote it is Ime Udoka. They're in Ralph Stone.
It's a photo of Udoka together as the photo, and that's where, wow.
Yeah, it's final, ladies and gentlemen. 7 Detroit, 4 Astros. It's a final. Astros drop game 3 to Detroit. But while we're on that Rockets front, y'all, we've talked this series in circles. We've talked it to death. I mean, it seems like it's been the same frustrations for 3 of the 4 games. It seems like, again, 3 of the 4 games, it seems like there's been real opportunity for the Rockets to steal games, if you will, in this series. I don't know how a 2 seed steals from a 7 seed, but we know what we're dealing with here with the Golden State Warriors. You could have stole a game where Jimmy Butler was hurt and didn't play all of the game. You could have stole the game when Jimmy Butler was out completely. You could have stole the game when Steph Curry goes for 17 points and doesn't really at any point take the game over the way we know he can, and you dropped 2 of those 3 games. So here's the question moving forward with the Rockets. It's win or go home. You got 1 shot. If you're Ime Udoka, what's the one move that you make tonight? We don't get to talk this thing in circles now. You got 1 move. What are you making and why?
I do think there is a cause to make a change, especially right now. And to me, the thinking for me is, all right, how can I help the guys that I need to go? Right now, I'll be able to be flexible and see how the game. But I got to look at it at how can I help the guys that I need to get going. And the two guys that I need tonight going into it, Clint, are Alfred Şengün and Jalen Green. And so I would make a move to the starting lineup. And not just to the lineup, but in potential play. I think that the Rockets have not used their most versatile piece enough. And I can't believe I'm saying this myself, I would sit Amin Thompson and put in Jabari Smith. I would start Jabari Smith to give Jalen and Şengün more space, and just to have another shooter. And he is still a 6'10" guy who is probably the team's best shot blocker and can still play and defend and is big, and you can still rebound the same way. But he has been the most consistent perimeter shooter for this team. And he's not just shot threes. In his limited shot attempts, I mean, we're looking at in this series, he has shot it 4 times in the last game, 8 times. That's the most he shot in the series. The other 2 games, he shot 4 and 3 times. He's been your most consistent outside shooter. I think he needs to be on the floor more because he can defend. And I think just like you were doing with Steven Adams, you were dominant on the boards. I think he is somebody, especially when they play their lines where Draymond's the biggest person out there. I think he can help and rebound to give that advantage.
Yeah.
So that's the change to me. He's your most versatile guy that can switch everything, that can guard and do everything. I would have Jabari Smith, and I think Amin Thompson would be fine coming off the bench. Like, I don't think Amin Thompson would go in the dumps coming off the bench, and you come in and have him continue to play his game.
I really like that, Ron, because I'm going to tell you, man, the one thing we've talked about, the Jabari Smith and Tari Eason have both been very confident. They've knocked down open shots. They're good on the defensive end of the floor. They have that grit that you want. I think Jabari brings a little bit more to the table. And Jabari seems to be, and maybe it's because the shots are falling, but he seems to be super confident. If he's got a little bit of a crease beyond the three-point line, he's jacking it. And if he got that one dribble to the elbow and hitting that mid-range jumper, he's confident in hell, and he knows when he's going to do it and use it. He doesn't ever seem to be confused. I'm convinced on the Jabari Smith thing. I don't know. I've enjoyed watching him all year long kind of progress to this. I wish the opportunity hadn't presented itself, to be honest with you. I wish Amin Thompson and Jalen Green continue to play in the playoffs the way they did in the regular season, and then he would be Jabari would be kind of the guy like, man, you just can't find minutes, you just can't find more minutes. But now the opportunity's presented itself.
Well, look, when you put Jalen at the top, and pick and roll, whatever, you put him at the top. When you have Dylan on one side and you have Jabari on the other. Right now, they've got Amin out there. They've got, Şengün out there. They've got multiple guys where they're like, hey, man, you shoot, you take the shot. And then especially when they'll have Steven Adams out there and they'll have both the bigs out. You take the shot, man. Go ahead, man. We'll leave it. It's a little harder to help off of, or you got to stay a little closer to Jabari Smith. And now that I think we'll see a lot more post touches for Şengün, I think it just spaces the floor out even more with him out there. And again, you're not losing as much. I think Amin Thompson is a special defensive player, but Jabari Smith is long and can block shots and can switch. So to me, I think especially early, you have got to help those two guys, right? When Jalen's driving, they just funnel everything to where they want it to go because they're not afraid to help off with Amin Thompson. And then, hey, Amin Thompson, you keep that one time you cut to the basket. That's not scary. They're 10 yards off of you.
Yeah.
Right. So I think that's to me my move.
All right, what's the one move you make tonight if you're Ime Udoka? The Rockets tip at 6:30, Game 5.
I got some on the text line if you want to hear something.
Yeah. What you got over there? What you got?
Some on the text line. I would get Cam at least 15 minutes tonight. Cam Whitmore. Some of the Cam Whitmore could be the wild card. I could see him getting action. Someone said, I said the same thing. Start Jabari, take scoring pressure off Jalen. Bari is the key to it all. He is a true star on this team. So a lot of Jabari action. Someone else said maybe start Steven Adams on the text line. That was the lineup that worked for them. Start Steven Adams. Who do you take out?
I don't.
Maybe Amin Thompson. I don't know if I want to do that.
Yeah, I don't know if I like that as a starting lineup as much as an adjustment. I tell you where I'm at with this, and no surprise here. My one thing, if I were Ime Udoka, I would do tonight is I'd give Jalen Green one shot. And when I say one shot, I mean you're going to start the game, and we are going to get it in your hands early and often. And the minute I see the deer in the headlight look, the minute I see the timidness, the lack in confidence, the confusion, yes, it's coming out of the game. And you're going to sit by me the rest of the game, unless I need you to spell somebody. Because that, to me, that's when at that point in time, that's when your plan would be my counter punch. Because I do believe that the best version of this Rockets team is with Jalen Green handling the ball and with Jalen Green knocking down shots. However, I have zero confidence that's going to happen on a consistent enough basis to win a series. And so I'm going to start the game, and I'm going to give you 3 to 5 minutes. I'm going to make you the priority. I'm going to try to get you going. But the minute I see the deer in the headlights is coming out, and I'm going with Ron to show Hughley's playing. I'm going Bari, and he's going to get a lot of run. I'm going to commit to him. He's going to get more minutes than he typically gets. And that has to be, whether it's in a 3 big lineup or it's just him replacing and being in the lineup more often. That's the route I got to go.
Yeah, that's why I say mine. A part of it is, I want to give him as much help, and as much of an opportunity as he can. Right, and to me, I think that's why giving him another shooter where more people can't collapse on him could help. But no, I get you. I think a lot of it hinges on him. I mean, these 3 games have hinged on him. If he just had okay games, the Rockets probably win at least one of those games.
Yep. Ime Udoka, if he had one move, Ron to show Hughley says Bari Smith in the starting lineup, right?
I would take him in. I'd take him in Thompson. Now, someone texted in, stop the nonsense, put Jalen's ass on the bench.
Well, I mean, that would be my exact comments when he walked by me. If I see that deer in the headlight look 3 minutes into the game, that would be the exact look and phrase I would use as he walked back to the bench, and it would be Bari the rest of the way. So there you have it. That's the moves that we would make. By the way, guys, let's switch gears real quick and jump over to the NFL. We hadn't really split this one up yet. There were 9 quarterbacks. According to my math, I think there was 9 quarterbacks that were drafted in this draft, and I'm just curious which quarterback landed in the best spot. Cam Ward went to Tennessee Titans. Jackson Dart went to the New York Giants. Tyler Shuck went to the New Orleans Saints. Jalen Milroe, Seattle Seahawks. Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders, the Cleveland Browns. Kyle McCord to the Philadelphia Eagles. Will Howard to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Quinn Ewers to the Miami Dolphins. Ron, which one of those quarterbacks you think landed in the best spot?
Well, for me, anybody drafted outside of the 3rd round, I automatically take out. For me, I don't like if you're not drafted in the top. Really, it's really to me 2, but I'll give the 3rd. If you're not drafted in the top 3 rounds, like it's not a priority for you to
right
to play to really play, and you got to fight to make the team. So for me, I think it's between Cam and Tyler Shuck. And I'll go with Cam Ward because, one, he's going to get every opportunity. He's with an offensive coach. He's in a division that's winnable. I think Tyler Shuck is too, so that's why I looked at both of them. In a division that's winnable, he's going to get every opportunity. And they got a few pieces over there. Yep. I don't think that their building of the team could take as long. They've got some offensive linemen in front of him that they drafted last year. They brought some in free agency before he even got there. So I'll go with the easy one, the number one pick.
I like Cam. I like Tyler Shuck. You partner him with Kellen Moore. Kellen Moore's had a lot of success with a pocket passer that can stretch the field, and I think Tyler Shuck is that. But Ron, I'm going to go against your deleting of the bottom guys. I think there's a couple of guys. Now, I did use the best spot. I don't know that that's necessarily this is going to be accurate, but Quinn Ewers in Miami. That one, you got Tua, who is hurt a lot and potentially could have a season-ending, career-ending injury at any moment. He played a lot of football in college. I think his skill set is limited in a similar way that Tua's skill set is limited, so it would be a fit to the system. You've got weapons all around you, and you've got what I believe is a creative play caller. Quinn Ewers could have very well landed in the best spot in the sense of having the structure around him that a quarterback needs, fitting the system, and getting the opportunity. Like with the likelihood of him Tua getting hurt, there is that could be a very, very, very good landing spot for Quinn Ewers. I literally, as I was watching him, the thought that whoever the hell thought he was going to go third or fourth round in this draft was very. I mean, I never thought Quinn. Like I think Quinn's crazier than Jalen Milroe for not going back to school and making that $4 to $5 million. Yeah. But he may have landed in the. I'm gonna go with Quinn Ewers. It's like said.
Not my only issue. One of the issues with that is for me with him is Mike on the hot seat if
it's a great call.
If they don't win? Like if they have
he's got to be, right?
Yeah, like is this a deal where they may be moving on from him? And you know what else he's facing? Bobby Slowick's on that staff.
Bobby
we know Bobby
quarterback
kills. Yeah, he kills quarterback.
Literally.
For a warm glass of
quarterback killer. That's right. Ain't that right, Nick? D'Amico, CJ, he's the quarterback killer. So he's gonna have to work through him. But no, the Mike McDaniel, I do think there is if they roll in there with a 7-win season or something like that, and they're not competing for the playoffs, I think they could be going in a different direction because you could look at that team and say, well, they're too loose, and maybe they go in another direction.
Yeah.
If he's
I mean that's the worst case.
And then at that point, the person who drafted you is not there.
Yeah.
That's the only thing. All right. Coming up, we will let you hear how the Astros game ended and get you updated on that and the news coming out of Daikin Park as well with Lance McCullers. All of that as we continue right here live on the drive.
Hey, y'all, Coors Light, baby. It was made to chill, man. Born in them Rocky Mountains back in 1978. It's known as the world's most refreshing beer. And if you're a Coors Light drinker, you know this. It's one thing that you love, one of the many things that you love. But there's little mountains on the side of every can, bottle, or aluminum.
crafted for your comfort and guaranteed for life. The Insperity Invitational is back in Houston this weekend. See the best of the PGA Tour champions live at the Woodlands Country Club with free admission all tournament long. Or you could win VIP tickets by listening to The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley in the 5 o'clock hour this afternoon. Don't miss your chance for the best seat.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
These nuts. Ha! Got him!
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
And the Astros dropped the final game of this series. Just the second time in the last 10 home games that the Astros have lost. Tigers get the final game after the Astros won the first two. Final score today, 7-4 Detroit.
Tough one. Although they did win the series, I know it is a tough way to go down when you play three and you lose the final one. But they win 2-1 in this series, and they head into their day off. And that was a really good Tigers team. The Tigers were playing really, really well coming in, and the Astros take 2 of 3. They, however, lose today 7-4. And they are now 2 games over 500. Struck the runners. They had 12 of them. They went 2 of 10. They were 2 of 10. 2 for 10, with runners in scoring position.
It's not ideal.
And it was you said it earlier, Clint. It felt like a game they almost kind of conceded as they started A.J. Bluebaugh. His first start, he gave up a grand slam, which was the big hit that propelled the Tigers to this win, winning 7-4. And but after that, the bullpen didn't give up any runs. 6 scoreless innings behind him. They just couldn't get enough offense in. Would have helped if their best hitter was in the lineup. But no Jordan, as he had the day off ahead of another day off. I just still don't understand that logic. I don't know if that was planned. Maybe there is an injury of some sorts, but it was a weird deal. But they lose this one, get a day off, which, hey, you want to win series, but get a day off, and then they will get back at it on Friday as they will take on the White Sox on the road, one of the worst teams in baseball. That should be another series where they have some good stuff going, especially when they got their best pitchers. They got Framber, they got Hunter Brown, and they got Lance McCullers going on Sunday.
Bury me in the H.
We'll get to Lance here in a bit, but your thoughts with today is the lineup, that lineup behind that pitcher, you were kind of doomed, it felt like, today with no Jordan in there.
Yeah, Jordan. Christian Walker goes 0 for 5. You had your opportunities. There was a lot of ducks left on the proverbial pond. And when you got a young first-time starter on the bump who gives up a boatload of runs and the wheels come off early on, you're playing catch-up the whole time, it's tough. And just wasn't the Astros day-to-day. Wasn't a whole lot to take from it in a sense of what's this mean moving forward. But the big news is about that catch you mentioned.
Oh, Lance McCullers, yeah. Lance, he is going to start Sunday. Going to start in Chicago against the White Sox, Clint, and he has not pitched since in a major league game since the playoffs in 2022.
I think I heard him earlier say 911 days. 911 days.
Good God Almighty! As we said, just interesting things like the last time he pitched, there was no pitch clock. The last time he pitched, there were unlimited mound visits. Like the last time he pitched, the bases weren't bigger than they are right now. It is just
quite a while
crazy.
ago.
But man, I am excited. We talked about it earlier. What your expectations are? We had some people up there talking about 6 innings is their expectation. Whatever. What are your expectations? This is, to me, first off, Clint, just happy for the dude, man. And if you miss what Lance had to say, he did speak before the game today. He did speak. He's got out there and talked to the media. We just heard yesterday, Clint, he was going to do a bullpen session, and then there's a possibility that he could pitch next in the majors, but they have now made that decision for him to pitch next. By the way, his last start in the minors, 5 innings, 71 pitches, 7 strikeouts and 1 walk. But here is, as we know, Lance don't have no problem speaking for himself. Here is Lance giving us an update on by the way, did Lance say it? Was Lance the one who told us? I think Lance is the one who told us.
Ooh, it might have been.
And then Lance stepped out
with the update
and gave us the update himself. But here's Lance talking about his journey back.
My last 2 outings, I felt really good. I feel like my stuff's been pretty crisp. So obviously, it's been a long layoff for me, and there's probably going to be things I have to work through and kind of get my feet back under me and things of that nature. But I feel like I'm in as good of a spot as I can be coming out of rehab games, I should say, and excited for Sunday.
All right, excited for Sunday. I am too, and I think this is a perfect matchup. This is a on the road. And he's maybe not going to get himself so fired up being in front of the Astros crowd at Dyken Park. Hell, it wasn't even Dyken Park the last time he pitched there. But he's excited. He'll be excited. He's on the road against a poor team that doesn't have a great lineup, and this would be a good way to ease himself.
Yeah, look, it's a friendly way, I suppose. But you look at Lance McCullers. And if he's anywhere close to what we saw damn near 1,000 days ago, which that may be a big ask, if he's anywhere close to it, man, it's going to be an impressive outing. And if he can just pitch well enough to be in this rotation long term, even if they go to a 6-man rotation, stay healthy and work his way back into this thing, it's going to be a beautiful story. I can't get real worked up about Lance McCullers, like whether I'm talking about in a good way or a bad way. For me, Lance McCullers is a luxury. We've been talking about the luxury Lance for so long. That's just where my mindset is. And so, look, I hope like hell he goes out there and he's absolutely dealing, because that means great news for my Stros. But I don't want to put the expectations too high for my man.
Yeah, text line coming through. Expectations not be on the DL on Monday. No, but I said it earlier. I just want to make sure he gets through this thing and he's feeling good and he's ready to go for whenever his next start is. That's just my thing. I won't if he comes out and gives up 7 runs in 4 innings, or what did our guy do? That's what our guy did today.
Yeah.
That's what, to me, is how's he feel? What's his stuff look like? Now also, he come out here, Clinton, he's throwing 91 or something like that. It's more of that to me than how he actually performs.
Well, that's why I'm really struggling with say putting my expectation like an inning number or something on Lance McCullers, because if we're looking at this, the reality of it is he ought to be ramped up through 70 some odd pitches in his last outing. So he ought to be ramped up to give you 80 to 90 pitches. I mean, starting pitchers are giving you low 90s about max, and so that should be par for the course. You look at yes, he's been injured, but from a strength standpoint, he should be stronger than he's ever been. In terms of being fresh, he should be fresher than he's ever been. Now, where I can kind of let this thing slide a bit is maybe he's not as sharp, maybe he's not as tight to the strike zone, or maybe his pitches aren't there's not the movement that we expect. But I do expect to see a good, healthy, strong Lance McCullers out of the gate.
Yeah, I'm excited to see it, man. Again, just shout out to Lance. Now we can all go to his coffee shop, but shout out to Lance for just getting here, boy. As he said, it's been a long time, and you wondered if he would make it there. All right, big night tonight, and nobody better to talk to. Hopefully, this is not the final Rockets report in season. While the season is going, hopefully we get to talk to Brandon next week during a Rockets game or a Rockets game upcoming. So hopefully that's not it. But we'll talk to Brandon Scott and get his thoughts on tonight. What does he do with Jalen Green? That's coming up next.
Anybody in here acting like no bitches?
The Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit rolls on this Friday. Join the drive with Stoerner and Hughley at the Annex Craft House from 2 to 6 for cold drinks, good conversation, and mud bugs by the pound. It's the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish all brought to you by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Budweiser. We'll see you there.
Houston's Sports League.
and reported savings. Savings vary.
Exclusive furniture,
where low prices live.
I don't like the Warriors.
We're talking hoops, H-Town. Our guy B. Scott has all the latest from the hardwood in Clutch City.
Ain't nobody in here acting like no bitches.
It's the Rockets Report.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
On the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hey, Houston fans, I am so happy.
All right, here we go. Rockets Report. The Rockets, they're on it. They're in. We've talked about, is this a must-win last week? As we talked after game one, this is an actual legit must-win. They have to win. They lose. And this very fun, I don't want to say magical. I don't think it's that, but it's been a very fun step forward season will come to an end if they are not able to win today coming up. As this game starts at 6:30, this is an early tip as the Lakers and the Timberwolves play later, so this is going to start at 6:30. Brandon Scott, our guy who has been in all these games here and will be there tonight. I want to get into a lot of things here. I think I want to start the number one thing we've been talking about for days. What do you do, or how do you handle it if you're Udoka? Is there anything different? How do you handle him?
I think you still ride with him. At this point, he is an important part of what you do. The one game that you did win was a game where he played well. Now, I think that he's obviously in the starting lineup, and Udoka, I think he's going to be pretty consistent with what he's done. If he's not playing well, he won't play down the stretch, and he'll ride the hot hand or not ride the cold one. You know what I mean? So, I think it's going to be a similar thing. I don't think anything changes necessarily. They kind of just ride the wave. When it comes down to Jalen Green, though, there's no question that they obviously need him, and not just Jalen Green, but the whole team offensively. It's really more of an issue of, hey, your best perimeter offensive player apparently doesn't know what to do when a defense blitzes him, or is at the very least indecisive, has an inconsistent jump shot, so can't rely on that necessarily. And then on top of that, you don't have an overall offensive infrastructure to go to other than get the ball to Alper and Şengün. And they have an answer for that. I understand that, Alper has had a pretty good series against Draymond Green, but they do have an answer for that. So, at what point, and obviously this is when the rubber meets the road, at what point do the Rockets find answers for the answers that the Warriors have had for them?
You hit so many things there, and so many frustrating things there, B. Scott, because I think when the season's over, maybe the better time for this conversation. But you call it infrastructure, I'll call it scheme, I'll call it identity. We've talked about that every time you've been in here on the drive every week. It's like, hey man, they look like a total different approach to offensive basketball yet the night before you came in on 3 different occasions. Not having that identity is painful. But I want to ask you a question I asked the fellas in the 4 o'clock in Dirty's Daily. If you're Ime Udoka and you can do one thing tonight, one thing that you feel like has to be done in a win or go home game, whether it's starting lineup or middle of the game, whatever it may be, what is the one thing that you do tonight that you feel like gives you the best chance?
I would say for me, see to it that Jabari Smith Jr. gets no less than 8 shots, something like that. Like, I think, going into this series,
I put him in the starting lineup.
I could put him in the starting lineup. I could. Now, and here's the argument for that. The whole argument in this series, I think, for Amen Thompson, aside from the season that he's had, is that he's supposed to be, this Curry stopper. And we've seen that is not necessarily the case. That happened in one game, and that was really more of a team effort anyway. But that's not necessarily the case. They're not even necessarily defending Steph Curry one-on-one. They're still blitzing him. They still got Alper Şengün flashing at him damn near half
the man was over there guarding Moody in the corner.
Yeah, no, to me, you lose the defensive argument for Amen Thompson, and we know that the offensive argument would go in Jabari Smith's favor. So I think it's fine to go either way, but I love the argument of, hey, let's just go ahead and put him in the starting lineup. I think above all else, you need to gear your offense that is already challenged, that already lacks both shot making and playmaking and creation. And this is one guy who could at least knock down, design some things around him or for him. And that's one criticism I would have, is that they haven't done nearly enough of that in this series.
I'm with that too. Brandon Scott right here with us as he joins us in our Rockets report. Well, just overall, man, how are you feeling about this? I mean, we'll let the people, we'll bring the people in, Clint, a little bit of what it was like before we got into the break. The old break. How are you feeling about this game? Because Clint said he's giving them a light puncher's chance. He's got about a confidence of 3. Tyler has thrown in the bag until we get to T-Mill's best bets, and wait till you see what he's going to do there.
What's up, T-Money?
And for me, I do think there's some pride there. My concern is Steph. I just don't think he's going to have 2 17-type point performances in a row. But I feel like they got some pride out there. I gave it about a 5. How are you feeling overall about this game and the Rockets extending their season?
You know, I don't love their chances based off of how the series has played out so far. Now, with that, I do acknowledge, they have beaten this team before, and even in some of these losses, they have been competitive. But again, we talk about, Clint mentions it all the time, when the rubber meet the road. It seemed like every time the metaphorical rubber meet the road, it's the Warriors that know what to do, and it's the Rockets who don't. I mean, if you even book in how that last game went, from, the confusing way that they attacked the game at the end of the game to how haphazard they were with the basketball. Think about the reason why they struggled so much early was could not hold on to the basketball to save their lives. So, and then I don't even think I've mentioned, or if I've mentioned enough, the free throw issue, missing 12 free throws and losing by 3. They just got too many warts, too many flaws offensively that I thought they would be able to compensate for with the physical mismatch that I thought that they had. I thought that they also had the players that were well positioned to rise up in this moment, were given the opportunity, like Alperen Sengun, who I think for the most part has done it, but also Jalen Green and Amen Thompson, who have not done it as much or as much as they have needed them to do it. So this is where we are, man. They could very well win this game, but I ain't going into it confident.
Don't it feel like they got to win comfortably? It feels like if this thing is close, that's where the nerves get.
Yeah, it feels like they got to play out of their mind, or somebody on the team has to play out of their mind. And to your point, they do have to win comfortably, because if it's a 7-point game with 2 minutes left, if it's a 4 or 5 point game with 1 minute left, and you got to close out a possession, or you need to make free throws to keep yourself extended. You don't feel great about being able to rely on some of these basic principles of the game. They do a lot of the flashy stuff really well, and a lot of the grimy stuff really well, like their defense. But there are a lot of just basic things offensively that they're just lacking. That doesn't make you feel good about them, having watched them in this series, in this matchup and game.
Well, we've talked about it, right? The margin for error, i.e. missing a high percentage of free throws, and the margin for error with this team is slim to none, especially when you get into the playoffs and you've got a Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green on the other side of the floor. The margin of error is so small, and I think that's probably the most frustrating thing about the Rockets to me, guys. To be honest with you, I'm disappointed with Jalen Green. Clearly, I was all bought in on Jalen Green, but it doesn't shock me that we're sitting here having this conversation. I'm not just shocked off my ass that we're having a conversation. I am shocked that the Rockets, in those 3, 4, 5 final minutes, critical minutes, it seems like multiple times they just pull bonehead stuff.
Yeah,
I mean, like we talked about, like Jabari Smith throws the ball backcourt and a pass that a guy with a 10-foot 12-foot catch radius can't get to. The letting Steph Curry get the 3 off the inbounds pass with 2 seconds on the shot clock.
Dylan on the foul.
Dylan Brooks on the foul. And it does that wasn't the first time that happened. It just seems like in those moments, B. Scott, that, boy, with the exception of really Fred VanVleet, man. I mean, I can't think of a time when he really screwed the pooch, but it seems like everybody else is just all together making bonehead plays. That's
somehow
the one I'm
Peyton sliding down in Game 3 for layups.
Yeah, a couple times, 9 straight points, right? Yeah. I think that is probably the most surprising. When I look at M.A. Doka and you look at, again, the Dylan Brooks and really the team and how good they've been as a team all year long, boy, it has surprised me a bit that I've seen those struggles.
Yeah, I think a lot of the stuff that you're pointing out, though, is a young team that is relatively still new veterans that we mentioned, but still a relatively young team that's still new, learning how to win. Like those are things that are, and this is not to make excuses, but to explain things that do illustrate a team that has never been here before. One looks like a team that's been here before. One doesn't. Even on the team, even the players that haven't been here before, they're on the team with all the guys that have, right? In a Brandon Podziemski's case, right? He's standing there right next to Steph Curry and Gary Payton II and Draymond and all of these kind of guys. Yeah. And really over here, you've got Fred VanVleet, who is having an outsized role because you got one of your stars that's shrinking. You've got Jeff Green, who everybody respects, but doesn't really factor into their actual rotation. That's what I'm saying, but he doesn't actually play. And then there's Steven Adams and Dylan Brooks, and everybody else is pretty much a young player. So I think that's what has a lot to do with that. I will point out even more so, like we talking about the free throws, how about the fact that, not to pile on Jalen Green, but how about the fact that this guy has struggled offensively, but hasn't even, we talk about them struggling from the free throw line, this guy hasn't even managed to get to the free throw line for the most part. And we're talking about an athletic slasher, a guy who's hard to stay in front of. Most guys can't. And you look at his log, man, this guy has not had more than 5 free throws in any game. Other than the game where he scored 38 points. In the other 3 games, he's got 5 free throws total. 5 free throws in 3 games, in 3 losses. 5 free throws total. In one of the games, none at all. So, like, you're not getting to the line. You're not making good decisions. You're not knocking down your shots. Like, it's all bad. So that's the.
What do you think the contributor is there, B. Scott? Because I hope, I mean, maybe you are this guy of this belief, but like I just, where he's at, this can't be. He's young and it's the first time. The moment's too big. I mean, we're 4 games in, man.
Yeah, I think that he perhaps turns down some physicality in some moments, bails out some matchups. We talked about this before, and also, like, I don't think he's scared, but it does feel like he's a little disillusioned with the whistle. Doesn't feel like he gets a fair whistle and feels like, hey, what's the point?
He acts confused.
And definitely is confused at times. But I think the confusion is also enhanced by the hesitation and like forgetting at times, hey, I'm a bat out of hell. I am a matchup nightmare for most guys. I can get by most guys. Let me just get to the rim and see what happens. And he doesn't, I feel like, do that enough, or doesn't, I feel like, finish, through contact well enough. So, like, I think those are really the issues.
Let me ask you guys something. Both of y'all watch a lot more basketball than I do. Is it the Rockets or is it Golden State that's not allowing the Rockets to push the pace and be more aggressive? This game seems like one that has been played much more patiently by the Rockets and at a slower pace than what we watched all year long. I mean, is that Rockets, or you think it's Golden State?
I think it's a little bit of both, and I think it's the playoffs. The playoffs tend to be more half court than up and down in the regular season. And I don't think Fred. I don't think he's a guy that pushing the pace.
Well, also, and I think the sad irony of it is to this question is that somehow the Warriors have, for the most part, done a better job of forcing that issue. Like when it comes to pace and playing with pace, and I think this is aided by the fact that the Rockets miss so many damn shots, and it allows the Warriors to rebound. And of course, to their credit, they do offensive rebound a lot. But if they're not catching out of the net and they're catching it off the rim, though, it's the Warriors benefiting off of the fact that the Rockets are so inept offensively that they are able to push the pace. And they have at times looked like the more athletic team or the faster team, which they are not, but they're able to look that way because the Rockets are so bad in this environment that Ron is talking about, where it's half court and they don't have as many answers.
Yeah, Brandon Scott he'll be there. Hopefully, the season doesn't come to an end after tonight. The Rockets 6:30 get going. They'll face the Warriors, who are looking to close it out here at Toyota Center. Hopefully, they can not allow Draymond Green to get in their heads, which I believe he has been successful at doing.
Oh, I mean, that's a part of the MO. they got to be ready for that.
It's worked. Hopefully, they can not worry themselves to that craziness. Coming up, 5 o'clock fire. After that, before we get to 5 o'clock fire, fellas out there, you've heard me discuss with you.
LTFM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire. Brought to you by the Insperity Invitational at the Woodlands Country Club Tournament Course.
Now, Kathy Bates, that's a bad bitch right there.
I don't know how long.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
And the Astros dropped the final game of this series. Just the second time in the last 10 home games that the Astros have lost. Tigers get the final game after the Astros won the first two. Final score today, 7-4 Detroit.
Yeah, it is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show and T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest. And the latest is, as you heard there from TK, Todd Callis, the Astros dropped the final game. They were in search of a sweep today over the Detroit Tigers, one of the better teams in the American League, off to a great start, had the best record in the American League coming into this series, but they were unable to do so, and they had an uphill climb going there as A.J. Bluebaugh was getting his first start, Clint, and they kind of shortened things up with the lineup. There was no Jordan in the the lineup. Ended up losing 7-4. They are now 2 games over 500. They get the day off tomorrow, and then they go ahead and take on. Good Lord, who do they play? Oh, the Chicago White Sox. They're the White Sox on the road in Chicago at Rate Field. Took the guarantee off, by the way. You know that the company took the guarantee part and just kept Rate at Rate Field. So tough one today. They had their chances. They stranded 12 base runners, 2 of 10 with runners in scoring position. But still, overall, this is what you want. You play a really good team like the Tigers. You want to take 2 of 3 from a team that was hot like the Tigers were, and they did their job. But yeah, unfortunate they took the L today. But we'll see what they do, as they're in a pretty good stretch right now.
Yeah, I mean, today, look, I mean, like you said, you said it, man. You had your opportunities and you didn't get it done. You had a first-time starter that got the wheels came off in the 3rd inning. You give up 7 runs by the time you wrap up the 3rd inning, and now you got some hunting down to do, some chasing to do, and you had your opportunities and you didn't get it done. Let's just keep it moving. The big news is the rotation for that White Sox series that you mentioned.
Yeah, but yeah, so a big one there. By the way, Clint, AJ, his ass was optioned to AAA Sugarland right after the game.
Oh, Blue Ball did?
Yeah, I did see it there with family on the field, giving them hugs. But he is immediately optioned to Sugarland. And Brian Pena will be back up, but option to Sugarland right after the game. So hopefully for him, that's not his last one.
Yeah, that's not necessarily how you envision it. But as I said, I'll repeat this. Said this to open the show today. We've seen it 2 years in a row, and my heart literally hurts for the families. Pitchers' parents should be off limits for the cameras when the wheels are coming off for their son, their grandson, their boyfriend, wife, husband, whatever, on the mound. Parents should be off limits. They done pan that damn camera around there and found the blue ball family and
right after he gave up that grand slam.
God, right after he gave up that grand slam, man, that hurts my heart, man.
Other news on the pitching front for the Astros, it'll get you blue balls all day long. The other news from the Astros, you got blue balls and these nuts, don't you?
As he watched that old ball drop, that grand slam get hit off of him, that's what it felt like.
Yeah, blue balls and these nuts. These nuts was watching it fly over the.
There ain't no doubt.
It was.
Old blue ball right over the head of these nuts.
It's all too perfect.
That is exactly how it happened. This is where Zach was playing, and it right in front of the Crawford boxes. Those blue balls went right on over the top. But other news: Lance McCullers. He is going to make the start, in line to make a start Sunday against the White Sox. Coming up, this is the 3 starters for that series: Framber Valdez on Friday, Hunter Brown on Saturday, and then Lance McCullers. Let's I don't look too far ahead. If the Astros are in the postseason, do you think this is their top 3 starters?
Ooh, man. Yeah, if they're in the postseason, I'll go with that.
You think Lance cuts in there, gets in front of Spencer Getty?
Boy, what a story! I mean, I got to think if Lance is good enough to be in the rotation, if he's healthy enough and good enough to be in the rotation, I got to believe that the experience, the stuff, the bulldog mentality, the resume, I got to think that puts him in front of Eric Getty, especially if Eric Getty don't know no better. He don't have no better judgment than stand in left field and take a BP ball off the hand. Yeah,
that just can't let that go, can he?
No, I'm not going to let that go. That's the damnest thing I ever. This damnest thing I ever seen.
It is an interesting.
I mean, just
thing.
think about it.
Well, this is not good.
Hey, I'm the number 3 starter, the second best young starter on this team.
It's not good, Cody.
I'm coming, baby. I'm coming for this contract. I'm gonna go stand in left field while the Mariners.
Word on the street is it happens every day in the majors.
Add that to the list of dumb stuff that MLB does.
It's Just
5 o'clock fire.
His right hand.
Right hand.
You could have hit him in the damn head for better. Man. You could have hit him in the
Back,
head and gave him a concussion. You could have broken eye socket. He'd already be back.
Shoulder, whatever. Did I send you guys that video? That old Royals player that got hit in the no, did I see the guy that got hit in the back as he thought he was a cutoff guy?
What the hell?
He went down like he got shot. He had his back turned.
I didn't get to that one.
He had his back turned to right field and just got drilled in the back and exploded.
It sucks to suck.
I wonder, is that what happened to him in the outfield? Like, God, if it hit him in the back, he'd be pitching right now. All right, Game 5 tonight. We've talked about it. Rockets, Warriors, and we'll I'm sure hit it one more time before we get out of here as they get going. Hey, 6:30. They said get out here early. All right, they said get out there. We need a home court advantage, unlike we've ever needed one. Is what the Rockets. They put out a press release. Early game tomorrow, 6:30. Please get out there and give them the noise right off the bat.
Let's go Rockets.
A lot that we've talked about. Are you feeling better as you're getting through the day, and now we kind of talked through it? You've had some almost therapy. Tyler, you were just really down in the dumps earlier. Are you feeling at all any better about this game for the Rockets?
I don't need some almost therapy. I need some therapy when it comes to the Rockets. Yeah, no, I don't feel any better. I mean, the more we talk about it, the closer the game gets. I don't feel a whole hell of a lot of different, to be honest with you, about the team as a whole. It's just my hope and my confidence in Jalen Green has been absolutely snatched from my soul. I have none. I have zero. There's nothing, Ron, and the people. I mean, the way I responded to Jake Myers, you probably know this. There's nothing more painful, there's nothing more telling than when the moment's too big. And when I say moment, I just mean you're on the floor with some absolute dogs and it's win or go home. When that moment's too big, man, I can't do much for you.
Yeah. You feeling any better?
I think I am feeling better as we're getting closer.
I knew Tyler would come around. I'm
known to get a little more excited as a game nears.
I think you should kind of switch up sports and rally cap this thing. Pull your clothes out inside out, flip your hat over, cap this thing.
No. Jalen Green ruined any chance of me wearing Rockets gear on for this Game 5 tonight. Wow. I'm wearing this throwback Astros jersey. I'll do it proudly, but I am feeling better. I'm feeling a little better as we get closer to tip.
By the way, I can't believe you put that together today.
Yeah, Tyler's getting closer to the tip. Yeah, I can't either.
What?
That fit?
Yeah.
What's wrong with it?
I can't believe you left the house with all that on.
What are you talking about?
You got the old blue and gold Astros, traditional Astros logo.
I got it
literally
buttoned up
right
now.
There in the chest.
Mixed it all together.
And you got an Aggie hat on, but you can't see the Aggie hat. You didn't see that, did you?
Hats don't matter.
Well, I'm going to tell you what pissed me off. What pissed me off so much, and I didn't even acknowledge it because I saw it from the side. You got a haircut today, didn't you?
Nope.
Did you get it yesterday?
Last Wednesday or Thursday?
Oh, never mind. I'm sorry.
Thanks for paying attention.
Thanks, ass.
I thought it looked like you had a fresh cut.
Oh, yeah.
You did look clean today. Did you trim your beard or something? You did something.
You did something. Turn around.
Shaved my neck.
Just turn around real quick. Shave your neck. That's not a fade of somebody who got it last week.
Yeah, that fade's hung on for a while.
That is a tight. From the
side
angle, it looks like. Because now I feel like a dumbass. Text line. Twitch stop before you get on it. I walked in. I was like, damn. Because I was gonna say, damn, I like that cut, but I pissed because you had the hat on.
Oh, this. If this is it, you just have a really, really good eye. I used a brand new product in my hair today.
Maybe that was it.
Maybe that's it.
Looked different.
He's had a hat on.
But something looked different from the side. Like it looked.
Yeah, but I like to have control of my.
And I
think it's because you cleaned your neck up and everything. You look clean.
It was higher. No, it was higher that looked different. In the neck probably was part of it. It's higher. All right. So you guys.
As long as I look good.
Like I said, I'm about a 5, man. It is to me.
On Tyler's outfit or the Rockets?
On the Rockets. To me, it's
my outfit's a 10.
I know Steph. That's the thing is Steph is not going to have 17 tonight like he did in Game 4. Are they they're going to be able to. That's my.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
5 o'clock fire.
Yeah, well, maybe that's what they should do. Let Rudy out there. Let Akeem out there. Clyde, where are you at? Where's Otis Thorpe? Let him out there. Good God, let them all out. Sam, fly Sam out. I know he's coaching Boston, but fly Sam Cassell out here. Let Vernon come out there.
Get Vern out there.
Let Vernon out there. Where's my man Mario Ellie? Let him kiss to death their asses. Get him out there. All right.
He kind of annoyed me after that. We can talk about it later. But he kind of annoyed me after the last loss.
Yeah. Who?
Mario Ellie. He tweeted out some BS about, you Rockets fans need to be patient with this. This is a young team. They're ahead of schedule. Get the hell out of here with that ahead of schedule BS, Mario.
That's kind of fair. All right, the NFL, this story that is that's been talked about. And we initially heard the Falcons weren't going to take any kind of action towards their new defensive coordinator, Jeff Albrecht. But the NFL sure as hell did. The NFL fined the Atlanta Falcons $250,000, and they fined the defensive coordinator, father of Jax Albrecht. They fined him $100,000 for failing to prevent the disclosure of confidential information distributed to club in advance of the NFL draft. So Jeff Albrecht, who was the defensive coordinator, if you missed it, his son, Jax Albrecht, saw, he described, an open laptop, saw Shedeur Sanders' phone number in it, and he is the one that prank called Shedeur Sanders and like a fool video recorded himself so we could completely see who it was. And now with that, the Falcons over, $350,000 total in fines, $100,000 from his dad. Now, real quick, I don't know what a defensive coordinator makes, and I know he's been coaching for a while. I mean, that ain't somebody, just $100,000 ain't nothing. Like, it ain't easy to just unload. I'm not saying he is really fighting it, but this ain't a guy who's making $50 million a year or $4 million a year. So his son really cost him some things. By the way, Jeff spoke today. A couple of things. He said, my actions not protecting data was inexcusable. My son's actions were inexcusable. We are both deeply sorry. The Shedeur Sanders family were amazingly gracious, more gracious than they needed to be in moments like this. That's from Jeff Albrecht, who spoke today.
That's the one person in this equation I never worried about. Like I don't think, like, Shedeur, he's taking a lot of heat right now, but he doesn't strike me as a guy that a prank like as bad as this would even. I mean, it's just keep it moving, man. Whatever. Right?
I hope so.
I just he doesn't seem like a guy that would hold a grudge against somebody. I mean, they're out there doing rap videos and having parties and throwing money and doing raps after getting drafted in the 5th round when you're expected to go top 10. It doesn't seem like there's a like the leftness. Doesn't seem to be one where he'd get pissed about getting that call. But what a bonehead move, man! What a bonehead move by the dad, the coach. And clearly, your son's an idiot. But what kind of fool gets a list of the phone numbers? First of all, why does he even have any of them? But secondly, how do you get them and you leave them on your damn island in your kitchen with your iPad open?
Yeah, but Clint, you expect your 21-year-old son to be a dumbass to go through it and say, let me do it. I would think, I don't think Trey would do it.
No, you're right. But I'm not. Yeah, your son, your family. But what if? You never know when I'm going to have some guy in the house doing some kind of service or some kind of delivery or whatever, and looks down and sees Shedeur Sanders' number on the phone. You never know.
Yeah, you're in the privacy of the house, man. Yeah, I don't like your damn 21-year-olds. We'd have to. Like that would be a tough one, right? I know a lot of people said, whoop his ass. Honestly, probably not whooping. I don't know, but maybe some fathers are going to go out there and say, all right, son, let's square up in the garage and fight. But what do you do with it?
Give me the belt, grab your ankles.
What do we do? You know how incredibly hurt you would be in just every time.
I tell you what,
$100,000.
I tell you what I'd do to a 21-year-old is he'd work his ass off to pay me back at least 50 stacks.
I don't even want to talk to him. I don't even want to see your ass. Like it's even like I'd be so like just hurt from that situation. All right, coming up, we got to revisit something that Clint had to say yesterday, and we didn't get a long time to talk about it. That's why I think it's something we should discuss again. And I know it's a point that many of you had thoughts on in regards to the Texans. We'll do that coming up next.
All right, y'all. The Houston SaberCats, professional rugby team here in
have you covered. Exclusive interviews, inside info, and the best football conversation in town. 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. Astros wasn't able to complete the sweep. If you were just joining us, they lose 7-4 to the Tigers, but they do take 2 of 3 day off tomorrow, and then they will head to play one of the worst teams in baseball, the Chicago White Sox, and will have at least their top 2 pitchers going in Framber Valdez and Hunter Brown, and then the return of Lance McCullers as he will go Sunday in that. Also, I wanted to make a reminder to you that we are proud partners with the Insperity Invitational. It is happening at the Woodlands Country Club tournament course this weekend. Names like Steve Alker, David Duval, Ernie Els, John Daly, and more of the PGA Tour bet are on the course right here in town for this incredible weekend of championship golf. And it tees off on Friday. Entry to the tournament is free. For score updates, tee times, weather notes, and more information, head to asperityinvitational.com. A lot going on this weekend, and Clint, we've talked about the Rockets. We will finish things up and talk about them one more time before we get out of here, I'm sure. But I want to revisit something you talked about earlier, and those of you on YouTube and Twitch, those of you on the text line 713-572-4610. If you're just jumping in. And yesterday we did our segment Real or Fake. We do it every Tuesday. And I posed the question of Dameon Pierce has played his last game for the Houston Texans. And it didn't really even sound like you really budged on it. Like you seemed to be like, yeah, I think it's real on this thing with Dameon Pierce. And started to put together the thought of like, this is a guy here the last 2 years. Obviously has not done a lot, has struggled at times, has been benched. Hell, he played in 11 games with injuries last year, played in 11 games, rushed for 293, scored 2 touchdowns, caught 2 balls for 2 yards. And when you look at that 293, a lot of that came in 2 games in which he had over 100 in both of those games. Clint, let's revisit that. Why did you have the feel of it being real that this might be it? He may not be on this team.
With Dameon Pierce? Yeah, look, I think venting story that the majority of it has been written. I think it starts with what the team and their decisions have told us they feel about Dameon Pierce. You look at last year, and I don't think it's any secret. Hell, I think Bobby Slowick even came out and said it when asked why Joe Mixon wasn't used more in the pass game. It was because he had such a heavy load in the run game that they were having trouble getting to those things. Now, you can blame that on Bobby Slowick, but I look at that as that's a severe distrust in any other running back in the organization to take pressure and carries and wear and tear off of Joe Mixon throughout a game or even throughout a season in order to get the best version of Joe Mixon, right? Number one, I don't think there's any denying that. And that happened all year long, right? Then number two, you look at – so number one means Dameon Pierce wasn't thought of highly enough to at least spell the number one bell cow back, at least give him a little bit of relief. No thank you, Dameon Pierce. Right? And then you look at the way when the season went on, the third down back became Dare Ogunbowale. And whether that was because they trusted he knew what the hell to do.
Well, also with that, Clint, they were trusting Cam Akers ahead of him too.
Bingo.
Then they traded Cam Akers, but he had moved up.
Bingo. But Dare Ogunbowale became the third down back. And he lacked speed, he lacked twitch. but they could trust that he knew who to pick up and knew who to block. So Dameon Pierce wasn't trusted enough to, at the very least, take some of the pressure off Joe Mixon as a first and second down back. He wasn't trusted enough to be the third down back, catch the ball out of the backfield, protect the quarterback, know who he has, and protect him. And that's how the season ended. And then in the draft, they go out and trade a third rounder in 2026 to move up in the fourth round and take Woody Marks, who to me is kind of a combo back. I think Woody Marks has the ability to do both. He could be a true – I think he could be a true counterpunch that has some third down scat back type abilities, given the two systems that he's played in. Mike Leach's air raid, Lincoln Riley's air raid. I think he can do a little bit of everything. I think he really helps you in the pass game. So when you look at, all of these different things at the running back position, it's hard to see where Dameon Pierce gets more carries than he's gotten in the past. And then you start looking at, okay, well, depth running backs typically play a lot of special teams. Well, who's Mr. Special Teams on the Texans? Yeah. Dare Agumbawale. He's going nowhere. So he's a back that they trust more on third down in critical situations. He plays more special teams. Hell, he's the backup kicker. He ain't going nowhere. I just don't see – it's not necessarily as much of an opinion as it is I'm just listening to what their decisions are telling us on Dameon Pierce. So, yeah, I'm pretty convinced that Dameon Pierce's opportunities are going to be few and far between moving forward. And, it's unfortunate given how promising I think his career started here in Houston. The lone bright spot through an ugly, ugly couple of years.
Could the lack of use of Pierce be attributed to Slowick?
Could be. This could all be Bobby Slowick's fault. Could all be Bobby Slowick's fault. But I'll say this. If DeMeco Ryans and everybody over there, if it were Bobby Slowick's fault and everybody over there was going, no, we need to see more Dameon Pierce.
They would have drafted Woody.
Well, they would have made it. They would have forced Bobby to play him because it became a problem for Joe Mixon, right? It was a problem. Like literally, they told us it was a problem that why ain't Joe Mixon getting used more in the pass game? Like I can't remember what game that was. He had a couple catches. How come he didn't get used more? Well, we spent a lot of time using him on He's getting a heavy workload as it is. It's hard to add more to his plate. Like that's I don't know. It's pretty telling to me, man. So yes, it could have been Bobby. It could have been Bobby's decision. It could have been Bobby's system. But Bobby's not here, and they still traded a third-round pick next year to move up in the fourth round to get Woody Marks. It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't give him enough opportunities to make you just by their actions last year. Like they didn't give the first game of the season, they ran Joe Mixon 30 times, right? When he was healthy, they just didn't give him enough opportunity. I mean, it was we have heard Bobby was the tyrant. He was Hal from Happy Gilmore. He was the one deciding everything.
Anybody else's fingers hurt?
Yeah, maybe Dameon. So maybe it was him. That he laid down in front of the desk and said, no, Dameon is not getting opportunities and he is not running. Maybe it was him and everybody else wanted him to run. I just don't think they would trade and give up a third-round pick and use a fourth-round pick on a player to move up to go get a player that plays that position that seems to fit the bill of a backup running back and change the pace back to what Joe Mixon brings. If they had those feelings.
It would be like drafting the second kid out of Iowa State and then going, nah, we're gonna let Mechie get that run. He'll be a guy that we're gonna develop in the next year and the following year. You know what I mean? Like it'd be like drafting a guard and being like, nah, man, we just like getting aggressive and moving up and drafting a guard in any round, top 3-4 rounds, and going, we like these guys that we paid a little 1-year contract, a little rental contract for. We'd rather have them get that reps. Like it just doesn't. It could happen, no doubt about it. It could happen.
I'll be honest.
Angels in the outfield.
I hope that. Thank you. I hope that. I hope he does get out because I still for the life of me, we've talked about it. That dude that was running his first year 2 years ago, I just can't believe that's just gone. And I think a lot of confidence and belief both ways is a big reason why, and I think he needs to change the scenery. Yeah. I hope at some point he gets to go to a different place, because I just don't think, that cat's still in his, early 20s, that is just shot. That dude that we saw just this almost 1,000 yards in 12, 13 games is gone. So we'll see what happens there, but you're making a lot of sense when you start to look at the numbers. Coming up behind us, a little we'll get you ready to make a little money. And I'm telling you, I told Tyler I want to get 65%. Well, right now this week Tyler is at 82%. 9 of 11 thus far. He is rolling. There you go. He'll make you some money. We'll do that coming up. And then finally, this is the one thing. We talked to Brandon Scott earlier in our Rockets report about this. He said he would just ride it out with Jalen Green. Do you think that's what Udoka should do, or do you think he should give some thoughts about making some real changes, in particular with Jalen Green? We'll discuss that coming up next.
I got a few.
281-222-2222. Live from the Mel Kiper Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, remember, coming up behind us as we continue here on The Drive, you got Texans All Access. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, Texans insider John M. Alexander will join the fellas tonight, go over his 53-man roster, potential 53-man roster. They will discuss that tonight. I think Drew Doherty will also be a part of Texans All Access tonight.
In the lab.
You know, Drew ain't had me on in a minute. It's all right, though, Drew. No, I think Drew does a lot of the stuff while we're here at work. It's all right. Drew's a good guy, man. Check it out right after we get done. They get started at 6, and then after that, Area 45, live and local, baby. The best damn late-night sports talk here in Houston, 7 to 11, as I'm sure they will be talking about today's Astros game. And with this being a 6:30 tip, I am certain they will have wall-to-wall post-game coverage when this game ends, hopefully ending with the Rockets having a head back with the Warriors to San Francisco for Game 6. But stay tuned for those guys as they will have that for you. And in a few minutes, we will get, and I mean, he's hot, folks. He's hot. We will get T. Mill's best bets as he is 9 of 11. 9 of 11 on Monday and Tuesday. We'll see if he can keep rolling this thing out. So that's coming up here in just a few minutes. All right. Ultimately, I don't believe the Rockets season will end tonight. I think they will force a Game 6. They will win at home, force a Game 6. And I think a lot of that potentially has to do with what does Jalen Green do? And how do the Rockets respond to whatever Jalen Green does?
Will he show up?
That's right. And I'm sure you will let us know how you believe on that here in a few minutes. But, Clint, do you think, as this game has seemed to go whichever way he plays, he's played poorly, really poorly, they've lost. He's played well, they won that game in Game 2. Do you think Udoka seriously considers going away from Jalen Green tonight? You think that?
Oh, yeah, it's if it's not when.
Because my man Rob just said you got to dance with the girl that got you there.
Well, again, to me, it's not if, it's when. Right? Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry. Look, I'm just convinced.
Roll past that.
Like I said, it's you got 5 minutes. And then Udoka's got to have a counterpunch. And it can't be just more of the status quo. To your point, it has to be a full-court blitz of Jabari Smith. Let's call it that. That's what seems to be a popular opinion right now of getting Jabari more minutes, more shots. It absolutely has to be. Because when he's on the floor and he's not Jalen Green, he's not that aggressive. He's a non-factor. Bench the hand factory on the defensive end of the floor,
I'm gonna need Buddy Hield to not be ripping you.
Please,
start the game.
Please. That is it, Ron. To me, that's it. You got 3 to 5 minutes, and 3 maybe, and 5 is heavy. 3 maybe
so
too
you're
much.
closer to 3 minutes
because it's blatantly obvious. If he goes out there and the minute that he shows he's deer in the headlights, yank his ass out of there, and I don't want to see him on the floor no more. We're done. Jabari needs to get those minutes. Jabari needs to get those shots. Him playing second fiddle to Fred VanVleet is a non-factor in the game. And you've got guys that are better on defense, and you've got guys, again, Jabari Smith and Tari Eason are 2 of those guys that have no problem shooting it well from distance or putting it on the wood and getting to the elbow, getting to that mid-range jumper and confidently taking those shots. They've done it. They've hit them. They just need more minutes. I've gone from an all-out commit to Jalen Green to you got 3 minutes, partner, and from there on out, it's the rest of the crew.
Yeah, I think everything has to be on the table. You've got to me, be flexible in any kind of way, Clinton, and be flexible with. All right, we'll see and be aggressive and be aggressive in trying to get him going early. But once you see, because your season's on the line, like this thing ends if you lose, right? And I think a part of probably what helped them, what hurt them is, yes, he played 24 minutes, but maybe they waited too long before they finally pulled the plug on it and start going to more Steven Adams in that lineup, which I think played better. But to me, yes, I think you start with him. But I don't go all the way with you, Rob. With you just keep going until he rolls through. But
tell me, am I crazy, Ron? To think, like, again, you got 3 to 5 minutes. If Jalen Green,
you're pulling him for the game. Like
that's where I'm going with this. I want your opinion. You watch a lot more NBA than I do. You watch a lot more. You watch more Rockets closer than I have. But when he's on the floor and he's playing second fiddle to somebody, he doesn't even I forget he's there. Like he's literally a non-factor in the game. And to the point you made earlier is you got Jabari, you got Tari, you got these different guys that you can plug in. You can go with the 3 bigs with Steven Adams. You got different things that have had success and players that have had success. I don't know why you go back to him. Like on the floor, I don't know if he's not going to be given the ball to get downhill, to be aggressive. I don't know why you get back to him. He's not a guy that's going to sit over there and get 4 or 5 opportunities and knock 2 or 3 of them down.
Yeah, I mean, for me though, I would look at it now. If it was hey man, he like he said, his knees are shaking, court looks big. You could tell it like that.
That's what I'm afraid
of.
Maybe
that's it. I mean,
well, if we don't get that, then he needs to play. I'm all about it. But the problem is we've gotten that multiple times.
Yeah, but and that's the thing. But that to me, that's the thing that he's improved upon this year is. Like, in the past, it would be if he wasn't scoring, he wasn't really bringing much else to the table.
Yeah.
And I think this year he's done more of that. Like he more of other things, not in this series. He's done more of other things. Like, I mean, if it gets rough, like if it's rough, like I'd let him go in, and if them first 3 minutes, 5 minutes, like you talked about, looked like it did early, and Buddy Hield's taking the ball from him multiple times for runouts. Then maybe I let him sit down a little bit, and maybe bring it back in to see what he brings back.
That's where you lost me.
And then I would.
Coming out at halftime, nah, boss.
I may bring him in the second quarter to see where he is. Let him get another run, and if it
that's only if Jabari Smith is grabbing his shorts.
Or somebody, or Fred, right? Like,
yeah, if Fred's out there stepping on his tongue,
a run,
okay.
And we'll look out there and we'll see, and then we'll move on. But look, I'm not to the point of aggressiveness of like, hey man, let's run Reed and Cam Whitmore out there. I know there's some people who want to see that. I don't know if that is the case. But I think a lot of this hinges on him, and I wonder if the approach, like it was in Game 2, is to set himself up and to really look to get him going, or is it, all right, when we last left off, it was Şengün that we were really having a lot of success with, and that's who we're going through. It'll be really, really interesting to see how he goes about doing things. All right, Tyler, what's the best bets? Let's get T-Mill's best bets in. As we said yesterday, everything but Jaylen Brown on those assists, and you missed that by a half. Where are you going today?
Red hot, baby. You hit the nail on the head. Needed a strong start. 11. Keep it going tonight. Sticking with it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I got 5 NBA playoff bets. Obviously, that includes the hometown team Rockets as they are facing elimination against the Warriors tonight. Here are your 5 best bets. Miss any of them, check out my Twitter at @TMillRealDeal. I post them there daily. Lakers, -5 tonight as they travel to Minnesota to take on the Timberwolves.
They're at home, but yeah.
Oh, they are?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Typo then.
Makes me feel better. I'm trying to think on that.
I still would have taken it because I'm that good. Lakers -5 at hosting the T-Wolves. Warriors at Rockets. I'm on another over. These have been money the last couple of days. Over 203.5 for Warriors Rockets. Then 3 player props. We made money on this one yesterday, 2 days ago. Şengün over 4.5 assists. Jimmy Butler under 5.5 assists. And then this is the one. It's one of 2 bets we've missed on the entire week. Jalen freaking Green. Wake the hell up. Pull your head out of your butt. Put some sunglasses on for those bright lights at Toyota Center. Over 15.5 points for Jalen Green tonight. Those are your 5.
Sunglasses and knee braces, huh?
That's ballsy. How did you get there from early? I mean, if you go back and listen to the first segment, there is no way that Tyler Milner is betting on Jalen Green tonight.
I've never seen the points total that low. I mean, I almost had to.
Yeah, hell, he's gotten 7, 8, 9 in 3 of the 4 games.
Yeah.
I got a couple
now the one
on that
game you did bet on him 18.5, and he hit it with 38. So we'll see there. I like the Lakers one. I think they'll take care of business. Jimmy Butler, we'll see. Hopefully for you, Steph isn't going crazy, and that's coming from Jimmy Butler. So
keep the heater going.
Yeah, let's see. Let's hopefully you do that as you have gone off here lately. 9 of 11 thus far this week. Coming up behind us, Texans All Access. Stay tuned for that. Area 45 following Texans All Access. Clint, great job. Tyler, great job. Brandon Scott, shout out to you for joining us on our Rockets Report. I am Ron the Show, and as always, Houston, we love you, baby. I was about to say, sounds like something Tyler, Texas Rangers fandom would say.
The Rangers
whoever the Rangers Tyler is.
By the way, great job giving up that walk-off Little League homer, Arlington. Freaking losers. Oh.
This guy
Little League homer, man, walk-off.
Yeah.
You guys suck.
The dismounts are the best.
Yes, suck. He said.
Let's go, Rockets.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
What were your thoughts after this draft?
I love the fact that they pick guys that are either going to be plug-and-play starters, they're going to be competing for a starting spot, and we will not be surprised if they are a starter, or they're going to be, without a doubt, heavy rotational players, and they did that with their top.
Ride home with Clint and Show, 2 to 6 every afternoon on Sports Radio 610.
From the attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713, call Lee. This game day traffic update is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. I-45 the Gulf Freeway, southbound before FM 1959. It's an accident that has 2 right lanes blocked. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
It's Clean Car Month. Right now, get the Pro X1 Car Care Collection Wash Kit for just $19.99, exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get ready for Cinco de Mayo with Total Wine & More, your cocktail central. From margaritas to cervezas and tequila, we've got everything you need for the perfect fiesta. With the lowest prices for over 30 years, you'll always find what you love and love what you find. Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know how to make your grass look like a fairway. The best part, it's more affordable than you think, and they'll match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to truegreen.com today and let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-780-5959. 800-780-5959.
Buying a new car might make you say things like,
I can't believe it.
Seriously, it's ours? Is this real life?
move it!
Yeah, it's real life, all right.
But what you really need to say is something that can protect your new ride.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Yep, we're here to help you choose the coverage you need. So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Welcome to Orange Theory Fitness. Orange Theory Fitness is an all-in-one strength and cardio workout to energize you from the inside out of our 29 Houston area locations at orangetheory.com. And remember, at Orange Theory, your first class is free.
Running a fleet is expensive. So what happens when you cut the fuel bill by 10% with a Coast Fleet Card?
We're saving money and time, which means we're able to take better care of all of our vehicles and our techs, plus our bottom line. Coast has been a real game changer for us.
With Coast, you get smarter spending, stronger security, and real support when you need it. Set spending limits, track purchases in real time, and stop unauthorized transactions before they happen. Coast works anywhere Visa is accepted, so you're not limited to overpriced or out-of-the-way gas stations.
The customer service is way above the company that we used before. Along with the extra security, it's worth saying again, total game changer for us.
Go to coastpay.com/sports and learn how to save an average of 10% on your fuel bill with Coast. That's coastpay.com/sports to save 10% on fuel with Coast. coastpay.com/SPORTS.
Coast Card products are issued by Celtic Bank. All card accounts are subject to credit approval. Actual savings may vary. See terms at coastpay.com. The spokesperson and characters in this ad are actor portrayals.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has experience and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
KILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
There is no off-season.
It's going to come down to all the little things. Intercepted.
Give it everything you got.
Sack on third down.
Keep believing in each other.
Touchdown, Houston.
You guys are built for this.
It's Texans All Access. Brought to you by Mattress Firm.
What's up, everybody? Welcome into Wednesday edition of Texans All Access from Monday Texans Radio Studio. John and Mark with you on a wonderful Wednesday evening, no matter where you are. Mark, good evening. I know you're just a few minutes away. You got a nice little dinner tonight, do you not?
All right, so the insider reception, which is going to begin soon, it's going to be great because Nick Casario, I know you had Nick at a Lux event last night.
I did, right after the
Nick
show.
talking about the draft, can't get enough of it. We had Nick on the air last night talking about the draft. And if you missed that one, check out the podcast because we asked him a lot of, all right, this is happening. What do you do then? Kind of questions because he moves up and down the board. Every pick was acquired via a trade of some sort. Right. Yeah. And, there you are. Even when they got Mertz, he moved up a bit to get Mertz.
Yep.
And when do you pull the trigger and say, now we got to move up?
Right.
How do you work all that out? Well, he talks about that and explains his decisions. And some things you'll never know because you don't know what he was thinking at that very particular time. And I don't think he's going to tell everybody that. But it is fascinating how much he moves up and down the board. And we always point out that in 2019, they had a draft with Brian Gaine. And I like Brian Gaine, but he did not trade any picks. No trades.
No
trades. The entire draft. And he had a first-round selection that year, which was kind of a rarity at the time for the Texans. But took Titus Howard, great. But no trades at all. And I found that interesting at the time. And I also find it interesting that Nick, I think if he doesn't make a trade, he feels like, I didn't make a trade. What am I supposed to do? I got to make a trade. Right. Got to make a trade. I'm joking here, but it feels like that's
the way it feels.
Yeah.
It's the way it feels sometimes. But
gotta do it.
Make 9 trades. We had read a stat on Saturday before we started the show on Saturday. Sean and I were talking about there were 13 trades Thursday, Friday, total in the NFL, 13. Nick made 5 of them. There were 13 teams that didn't engage in a trade.
Yeah.
And he already made 5 deals.
Yeah. No problem trading.
Yeah. And I mean, it's interesting because I think that's the way that he's grown up understanding the board and understanding value.
Yeah.
So I'm fine with it. I was fine with the trade down at 25 because it turned into a couple of players. Jaden Higgins moved from 25, not one player, but 2, which was great. There were questions, and there will be questions about, well, did you get a guard? Do you need a guard? Is there a guard? And I think it's kind of interesting because we're going to take a look at our buddy Jonathan Alexander, and we'll have him on next. Wait, do we have
Tuesday.
him on?
We had him on last night.
We had him on last night. Yeah, because today's Wednesday. Yeah. So we didn't get a chance to talk to him about his 53-man roster. He talked about the article, so go check it out, Houston Chronicle. Subscribe. Jonathan does a great job. But he put together an early 53-man roster. Now, our guy Sean Pendergast has one coming for the Houston Press, so we'll tear into that too. But what about what Jonathan has to say about the 53-man roster? Now, he gets very specific, position-specific.
Yeah.
Instead of the O-line, it is left tackle, left guard, center,
Yep.
right guard, right tackle.
Yep.
So he really breaks it down, gets a little bit more granular. But we could talk to him about this next week. And look, Jonathan's our guy. I mean, it's a hard thing to put together, and he even acknowledged as such how tough it is to get together. But there were a couple of things that stood out that I want to hit. One of them that actually I was kind of ruminating as I was driving in this morning thinking about. We'll get to that in a second. Quarterback, he's got 2, Stroud, Davis. Running back, he's got 4, which I think it's probably right, 4. He's got Joe Mixon, Dameon Pierce, Dare Ogunbowale, Woody Marks. Fullbacks, Jakob Johnson. There's also British Brooks to keep in mind, but he's got Jakob making tight ends. He has 3 making it. Schultz, Stover, Jordan, and the others obviously being Irv Smith. Luke Lachey was a 7th-round pick. I think Luke Lachey's got a decent shot of making this team because there's a lot of game left in him for sure.
And he only has 3 tight ends listed.
He's only got 3 listed. Now,
I know you need 53 spots. You got to get under that cap.
Right.
But if Lachey develops as quickly as they hope, and look, I'm not talking about playing every week. He might not be dressed.
Right.
But he'll be the kind of player you want to protect. You're not going to want to leave him exposed.
That's exactly right.
On the practice squad. And I know they love Brevin Jordan. They signed him to an extra year here. Cade Stover, Dalton Schultz. We get it. Sometimes injuries, this is going to factor into a lot of these conversations.
That's right.
But I don't see a problem with 4 tight ends. Now you have to shave a spot somewhere else if you do that. Can we get back to the running backs? Are we going to talk about these right now, or you want to do the whole thing and then talk about them?
Well, I was going to go to a position of need, but let's go running backs.
I want to go running backs here.
Okay, running backs.
Because
there's 4.
Jonathan Alexander has Joe Mixon, Dameon Pierce, Dare Ogunbowale, and Woody Marks. He's got British Brooks listed as a fullback. That's fair because they kind of brought him on the 53 as a fullback last year, and that was a big surprise, undrafted free agent in 2024. But I got a feeling this is going to be a hot and heavy competition between Woody Marks and Dare Ogunbowale for a spot. Now, I have a hard time seeing them let go of Woody Marks considering what they invested. I know it's a 4th-round pick, so it's not the end of the world, but they moved into that slot after having nothing for 2 rounds to get Woody Marks. And I think Woody Marks is going to get a long look in the preseason, those Dare reps, and they love Dare. But can Woody be the younger Dare? Dare's now, look, he's not old, but football-wise, you're always, as an organization, looking for the new blood. And the great organizations have to be brave and bold and make those tough decisions if it should come to that. So I think those 2 guys kind of play the same spot. Am I right about that? Whereas British Brooks, you could slide him in as a running back, and he can also play fullback and do some different things. I know Dare is very reliable, but Woody's going to get a chance to prove that he might be as reliable. Now, there's no way he's got the experience, institutional experience and knowledge of Dare, but that's going to be one to watch. And then Dameon, look, Damien's a kick returner, running back. They definitely want his services this year. There's no question about that. I'm looking forward to seeing what Dameon can do in this Nick Caley offense.
Taking what you just said And knowing how much this organization loves Dare and, in a sense, has needed Dare and still needs Dare because of how much he brings, I do think that Woody Marks is coming in, but maybe it's not Dare. It might be Damian.
It might be Damian.
It might be Damian.
So they might try him as a kick returner.
Absolutely. I think you're going to see a lot of different things from Woody Marks.
All right. We'll see.
And maybe he ends up being the number 2, and it's Damian that's odd man out.
Well,
However,
maybe Dare makes it, so does Woody, but Woody's the third down back. Could be.
Maybe
but
so.
Dare, the pass protection is such a huge part of third down back. We'll see what Woody can pick up there as a rookie.
And no question, if you carry 3 running backs, that gives you the opportunity you want.
Yeah.
And if you see Irv Smith, Lachey, they impress you. And look, last year, we lost Brev in week 2. Cade got banged up a little bit. We went into the season. I remember being relatively healthy last year. We kind of thought, injuries will kind of solve some things. But I felt like we went into the season pretty healthy. Well, by 2 weeks in, we've already lost Brev. He's gone for the year. Then a few weeks later, it's losing Diggs, and then Nico. So it's and that's why I always kind of think of the numbers of, and I always get stuck in that. Okay, if I take one from here, I got to take one from here, and it's the hardest thing too, because Woody Marks, Dare Ogunbowale, Dameon Pierce may not be in competition with one another. They may be in competition with the linebacker crew. Because you might need to keep a 6th linebacker because you need it on special teams. You're getting more out of that position. So, man, now you've got to keep 3 running backs because you have to keep a 6th linebacker. Who knows what happens in Neville Hewitt? If Neville were able to come back and how much he brings to the special teams party, he's still out there. So numbers end up being kind of interesting to me. And that leads me to wide receivers.
Okay.
Jonathan has 6 making the roster. Nico Collins, Christian Kirk, Jaden Higgins, Jalen Knoll, the 2 rookies, Xavier Hutchinson, Justin Watson. And he puts in the others category. Now, Tank Dell, we got a feeling, is probably going to go on IR and probably going to be for most, if not all, the season.
Let's just put him out of the conversation for the moment.
Right. Mechie, Wayne, Johnny Johnson, Xavier Johnson. He's also got Daniel Jackson, who was picked up as an undrafted free agent. That we've heard sources say, we don't know, haven't gotten the official word from the Texans. I think wide receiver, just like last year, is going to be the most difficult cut again, maybe for a different reason, just trying to figure out, we got these 2 rookies. You're going to keep both of them. One's a 2nd, one's a 3rd-round pick. You're going to keep both of them as long as they can stay healthy. But then you've got some veterans. You've got Mechie. You've got Berrios. How do they play a role? Does special teams become involved? Does Berrios take a punt back in week 1 of the preseason? All of a sudden you're like, well, damn, we got to keep Braxton. There was a time where they kept 6 wide receivers and Steven Sims in either 23 or 24. I can't remember. They kept 6 and Sims.
Yeah.
So you could say 7 wide receivers, but really Sims was a returner.
He was 24.
So it's 6 plus 1. Yeah. So you keep 6 plus Berrios. So if you do that, you pull a linebacker out. You pull a running back. Do you only go with 3 running backs? This is as good a problem as you could talk about.
Yep.
And we weren't there in 21 and 22 like this, but we now are here in 2025 when we look up and go, dang, man, how are you getting to 6?
Well, I look at the 2 new Cyclones, and when you think about projected 53-man roster, you assume they both make it because of where they were drafted.
Right.
Now, that does put pressure on your roster because let's look at the names that are virtual locks, okay? Obviously, Nico, Kirk.
Yes.
I'll stop there.
Those are the 2 locks.
Locks. Because I can't say Justin Watson is a lock. I can't lock. Even though he went to Iowa State, that seems to be pretty good pedigree for this team. So the rookies.
Nico and Christian are the 2 locks.
They're the 2 locks.
Yep.
I got to think Higgins and Knoll make it because, where they were drafted and they show enough promise and they're going to show it in training camp. And you know how I feel about Knoll in particular. I just think he's going to be really electric for this team.
I'd like to think those 2 are locks. I really do.
Let's assume everybody's healthy. Injuries will not solve this problem today for the sake of this conversation. No. I think they make it.
I think those 4.
That's 4.
I think those 4 are in. Anybody after that compete for spot 5, 6, and potentially Berrios for a return spot.
And I've heard all the shows and people shoveling dirt on Mechie. I understand why. I understand it. However, I'm going to point something out here. Maybe this is the last house on the left here for John Mechie.
Yeah.
So it's a chance, though. He's going to come to camp. Yeah. He's got a chance to prove it to once and for all because, look, maybe it's taken that long, the recovery from the cancer treatment, everything else, to show what he's really got.
What name did you bring up to me before the show?
Bryce McCain. It's the Bryce McCain syndrome.
Right.
Okay, and it's a good syndrome for that player because Bryce McCain was brought in here, and you thought, it looks like it's not happening.
What year was he drafted?
It's either 08 or 09.
I think it was 9.
In 10, I think it's 9.
It's 9.
In 10, he had issues.
Right.
And he was inactive largely for the last part of that year, although healthy.
Yeah.
And so they acquire Jonathan Joseph. They draft Brandon Harris and Rock. These guys never made it with this team ultimately, but they brought in young players to take his spot. And McCain said, not so fast, my friend, as Lee Corso would say. And McCain proved himself as a player and played in this league for a long time, not necessarily here, but he reproved himself here or proved himself for the first time here and then eventually ended up other places. But he played, man. He ended up as a Steeler, I believe, and he played.
Well, let's take it one step further.
Okay.
In another similarity, Wade Phillips came in 2011.
Right.
Brought a new defense with.
Yeah.
So they were running a new defense.
Good point.
Similar here. Nick Caley comes in, bringing in a different offense, and maybe that offense will fit Mechie better than the one before, or maybe not.
Yep.
Maybe not. But it's one of those things I know people will watch in camp for sure that there is. I think it's going to be the 2 Cyclone rookies, Nico and Christian, those 4.
Okay.
But after that, there's a hell of a competition for the next 2. I like Justin Watson, not only just because he went to an Ivy League school, but every time I saw that guy with the Chiefs, he worried me because he's big. He can go down the field and get it, did all the little things. I don't, but again, you can't say he's a lock.
Right.
He's not on this long contract where you got a bunch of guaranteed money and all that kind of stuff either. And that sometimes can play a role when you're talking about a 53-man roster, but I don't see that with anybody here.
If Berrios is not on the team, who returns punts? Jalen Noel?
Maybe Noel.
Okay. If Berrios is not on the team, who's dating a mega sir?
Ooh.
I mean, will we have one? Because I think that's a big concern for the social media team.
It is a concern. And I know
although Nick would not really buy into that.
Yeah, it strikes me that Nick probably doesn't even know. He probably doesn't even know who Alex Earl is.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you this. Braxton Berrios can absolutely play. So if you get to a point where you're like, well, damn, we got to keep Braxton Berrios, I'll be happy with that. I'll be very happy with that.
But maybe that hurts X, but X plays special teams.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe it hurts Watson, but Watson plays special teams.
Yeah, and so in the end, the receiver position may not come down to Ben McDaniels and Nick Caley figuring out who plays it. It might come down to what Frank Ross thinks.
Yep.
And Frank's going to have a hand in a lot of this because of what they think about special teams.
Yep.
So, as we go further, the offensive line, he's got Cam Robinson and Ursery at left tackle, left guard, Titus and Lake, and those are the 2 he's got making. At center, he's just got Jarrett because he's got Juice and Ed Ingram on the right side.
So there's 5.
Yep.
Juice and Ingram. All right, that's 7.
Juice and Ingram makes 7. And then the 2 right tackles are Blake Fisher and Trent Brown. And we saw Trent today. And you had kind of the Senior Bowl moment I did.
Johnny.
He's enormous.
He walks out the door.
He's so big.
Down the hall. Johnny and I are talking to Nick Caley, actually. And Trent starts walking toward us. And I don't know if I've ever seen a lineman that big in this building. I can't remember. And if I forgot, I'm sorry, but I can't remember seeing an offensive lineman that big. He is massive. He makes Larry Tunsil and everybody looks small. You know, all the guys who have been here.
Yeah.
George Fant and Eric Winston on the right side, and I know Trent plays right and left.
Right.
And he just looks like if he leans into you, you're falling over.
Yeah.
You know, you should be able to get 2 yards behind him anytime you want it, at least.
And when he's dialed in, he's good. Now, there have been some injuries that have they speed up the end of a football player's career at times.
Yeah.
Hopefully that's not the case here. So, but those are the linemen. So he's got 2, 2, 1, 2, 2. So that's 4, 5. He's got 9.
You know what has me on alert about this Jonathan Alexander roster projection on the offensive line? If you say 10, It's actually pretty easy to come up with the 10. I don't want it to be so easy. We just had a little debate about wide receiver at the end of that group.
Right.
But the O-line, it's like, yep, this is it. This is what you got. Now, you never know. Maybe a Zach Thomas at tackle rises up. Austin Deculus, is there more there than we've seen? He's still in this league.
Yep.
You know, we just point out he started against the Steelers in 2023, played well, ended up with the Jets back here now.
I'm telling you, when he played that game at the end of the year against the Titans, he went in, let everyone out.
Yeah.
They didn't have the Titans starters in the full time. But there was a time where he's going against Harold Landry and he was going against the dudes they have. And I thought Deculus looked really good.
It's good to hear.
You know, if hey, maybe that's a 10th. You never know.
What about center? Maybe Eli Cox, the rookie from Kentucky, rises up. Maybe Jake Andrews, who they just got off waivers from the Patriots.
Yeah, he did this, was acquired. So if you put Jake Andrews in there as the other center, that's 10 right there.
Yep.
But, who's to say? In the makeup of it, we have no idea. You know, does Juice fill in a right guard? Now, I think Juice did a nice job at right guard. And if there was anything that I had an issue with the offense the last part of the year, I mean, other than the normal, was I would have stayed with Juice in the playoff game.
Okay.
I would have stayed with Juice in the playoff game. I just would have felt more comfortable with Juice being there at right guard. He'd played pretty well for a few games. I would have wanted Juice to stay there at right guard instead of going back to Shaq. I didn't think that did anything for you at all. In fact, I thought it probably hurt the line. So,
well, Shaq's not here, so maybe they agree with you.
Maybe we'll see. Defensively, the secondary, usually I would go in order, but the secondary it's tough. He kept 4 safeties: C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Kalen Bullock, Jimmy Ward, Jalen Reed. MJ Stewart, not a part of that 4. Now, that is going to be a tough discussion with Frank Ross because MJ is one of the special teams captains.
Yep.
So there's that. Corner, he's got nickel. He's got 2 of them. He's got Jalen Petrie, Jalen Smith, which I think is right. And he's got the 4 corners I think he would have, which is Sting, Lassiter, Darby, and Tremont Smith.
Here's something to watch out for. He's got 4 safeties, like you said. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Kalen, Jimmy, Jalen Reed, 6th-round draft choice, Penn State. That's a competition. Reed is going to have to fight his butt off to crash that party. If Jimmy's healthy, along with Kalen and
that's
the
big question here.
Yeah, Jimmy's healthy. That is going to be a tough task for Jalen Reed to crash in and make that. Because I don't think, they could keep 4, but you still have Petrie hanging around who can play safety for you, and that should help your numbers because what do they have, 10? He has 10 defensive backs. Total. Yeah, and
that's
probably
usually
have 10,
about what it is.
But you could go 9 offensive linemen and 10 DBs, and I guess you make it fine. But that is one worth watching.
Okay, so here's one.
Okay.
So I'm kind of going in reverse order.
Yeah.
Listen to this linebacker crew.
Okay,
Tell me when the Texans have had a linebacker crew like this.
Okay.
He's got 5 making the roster. Aziz,
this is
Henry.
Total linebackers.
Yeah. Aziz, Henry, Christian Harris, E.J. Speed, Nick Neiman. So he's got a draft pick from last year and Jake Hansen not making it. And I'll tell you this right now. Jake Hansen has been anything and everything that they have wanted in a backup linebacker special teamer. If Jake Hansen doesn't make the roster, that means that 5 is as good as I've ever seen a linebacker crew here.
Well, here's the key. Christian Harris, healthy. Look, we'll assume everybody's healthy for the sake of this conversation. And if that's the case, then you got to be willing to say goodbye to Jake Hansen because Nick Neiman, although can Jake be Nick Neiman on special teams? I don't know. Nick Neiman is filling that Neville Hewitt role.
And what if you're able to bring back Neville? What if you bring him back? I think you're at 90 now.
That could cost Nick Neiman a job. In this lineup right here.
But I mean,
there's no way E.J. Speed doesn't make it, right?
You know what Frank said to us? He was like, that Chiefs game that's been a burning chip on his shoulder ever since.
Right.
He is not – those special teams are going to be good.
Yeah.
So if that means that somebody else has got to lose a job, he keeps Neiman, keeps Hewitt, and keeps Hansen somehow, those special teams will be dominant.
You know Frank, probably when he can't sleep, he's thinking about that game.
Yes.
That was the reason, but he didn't get his performance out of those guys that night. That day, night.
He knows it, and he has made it very clear to them that they need to know it. So, I mean, if you say it's Aziz and Henry that start, you got special teams with Speed, EJ Speed, Neiman.
Yeah.
If you keep Jake, I mean, that linebacker battle is going to be a monster.
Yep.
It is going to be a monster. He's got 4 defensive tackles making it. Mario, Rank, Settle, Togiai.
Okay.
So he doesn't have Keontae Hamilton making it. But again, 7th rounder.
No.
I mean, it's
good luck.
A lot of cases, not likely, especially for a playoff team. He's got 6 defensive ends making it. Danico can bump down inside. We know that.
Right.
But argue with any of these guys. Will Anderson Jr., Danielle Hunter, Derek Barnett, Danico Autry, Darrell Taylor, Dylan Horton.
So Casey
Is that the best edge group we've ever had?
Yeah.
It's got to be.
Solomon Byrd not making it. You know, you could still stash Solomon Byrd on the practice squad.
And here, you see, too, that dude can rush the quarterback.
Oh, really? Okay,
he can rush the quarterback. Like, I mean, that's the level of, like, what this defense has, which is crazy to think about. This defense is just freaking nuts. Absolutely.
Has Jerry Hughes officially retired? I don't think so.
I don't think he's officially retired.
All right.
I don't think.
He's hanging out waiting to see if anybody gets hurt.
But look, I mean, if somebody gets hurt in that group, and look, Will was hurt last year with the ankle. You know, we've seen Danico obviously got suspended last year.
Right.
You know, but
Also
Dylan obviously has gone through what he did. I can't wait to see what Dylan does. Now he's had a full off season to get ready. Instead of, what'd you do your first off season? I had to go beat cancer before my second year in the NFL. Now he ends up having a full year, or at least a full off-season workout schedule, because I think that guy's got something, and maybe what he gives you this year ends up giving you the opportunity to be a little more flexible with this group going forward. But Darrell Taylor, completely underrated. I think he's going to be really fun to watch. These guys will get to the quarterback. Whoever ends up playing tackle for the Texans, left tackle, right tackle, they will have been tested in training camp. No doubt about it.
And when we do see training camp, I'm curious about OTAs too in minicamp. Yeah. But how will they line up on the line? Is it automatically, hey, Cam Robinson, go out to left tackle, just let's go. Let's see.
That first group is going to be really everybody's going to be scrambling, writing it all down, knowing full well they can't say it on radio.
But if they, well, they're going to be saying it. That means we'll say it. They said, but imagine, because last year with Laramie not practicing during camp a lot, they put Blake Fisher at left tackle just to get him wet out there.
That's right.
Would they put Ursery out there at left tackle just so he faces Will Anderson, Daniil, whoever lines up over him?
Eventually,
to get him that experience. Well, look, it's no slouch, if you're facing Barnett over there or whatever they put on that side against Ursery.
Exactly.
But they want to have a long look at Ursery.
You want Tay to face the vets. Well, absolutely. They're all vets at defense. I mean, all those guys I listed. He needs to face every single one of these guys because they're all different and all unique with speed to power and size and, a plethora of moves. I mean, how awkward is it to block Derek Barnett? I mean, he just whips guys. He's gonna come up. But Cam Robinson needs to get those reps too. He needs to face these guys. Whoever plays tackle is going to get it in training camp. They're going to get it.
Who's been signed as a veteran who's not going to be challenged by some rookies? Maybe Christian Kirk, you could say, he gets a spot. But these young bucks, man, I'm not saying Kirk's in trouble at all. I'm not saying that.
No.
I'm not saying. In fact, I think he's the safest lock maybe of the veterans they signed.
Yeah.
That's another conversation for another day. But competition, we talked about Dare and Woody Marks and how that might shape up. And I'm not saying it's an automatic challenge, but again, we'll be watching Cam and Tay Ursery and be watching.
There's going to be plenty of competition, which I think is exactly the way that D'Amico and Nick have wanted this whole thing. No question. All right, we come back. We're going in the lab. Drew Doherty did a hell of a job interviewing every draft pick after they were drafted. We'll get Drew's thoughts on that. I'll follow up with some of my thoughts on each one of the guys as well. Next on Texans All Access.
More Texans All Access coming up in a moment.
Behind every door at Houston Methodist, you know what to expect. Expertise. Whether it's life-saving brain surgery, your 3D mammogram that catches breast cancer sooner, or orthopedic specialists helping you feel stronger than ever. With hundreds of doors across Houston, you can get expert care everywhere.
That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
It's always football season in Texas, and Reliant is bringing the energy, powering game day for the Houston Texans and Texans fans across the Lone Star State. Reliant is the only energy provider trusted by the Houston Texans to power every electric moment for the fans in the stands or on the couch this season and beyond. Reliant, proud to be the official energy provider of your Houston Texans.
Reliant, PUCT number 10007.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles. Imagine tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp. Refreshing. And ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
Want to win a free trip? That's right. Test your luck by predicting the 2025 Houston Texans season schedule releasing this May and play the Schedule Challenge. Presented by Caesars Rewards. If your picks are closest to the actual schedule, you have the chance to win a 2-night stay at a Caesars Rewards property and 2 tickets to a 2025 Texans home game. What could be better than that? Head to HoustonTexans.com/schedule to make your predictions from now until Tuesday, April 29th, and you might just be the lucky winner. Good luck. Age restrictions apply.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Rooting for the family team has become quite the tradition at Amity Bank. It's something we grew up doing, and it's something that defines who we are. We're also big fans of rooting for family businesses. Because in all of our years of banking, we found that when we treat every business like family, they tend to prosper. So, if you're a family business and you need a bank, come see us today. Amity Bank. Here you grow. A division of Zions Bank Corporation, N.A. member FDIC.
Are you annoyingly inattentive? Do you watch a movie and then ask a zillion questions because you weren't paying attention? Do people ask, how do you sleep at night? Then you should get a mattress from Mattress Firm. They can... Come soon to Mattress Firm's Memorial Day sale. Get a king bed for a queen price and save up to $700. Plus, get a free adjustable base with select Sealy mattresses. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
In H-Town, we got that hustle, that swag. And now you can too with Houston Texans scratch tickets from the Texas Lottery. Play for a shot at $100K and enter to win wild Texans prizes like away game trips with the team, luxury VIP suite experiences, and a chance to win up to $1 million on field. Because with Houston Texans scratch tickets, winners really are H-Town made. Must be 18 or older. Play responsibly.
The Texans brought in 9 new faces in the draft. How does Coach D'Amico feel about their selections?
Brought in a ton of great people, also great players, and that's the formula that we like, and it's worked well for us, and we think these guys come in and contribute and help our team get better.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
It's Texans All Access. Now, back to the show.
What's happening, everybody? Welcome back to Wednesday edition of Texans All Access from the Hyundai Texans Radio studio. I am your host, John Harris, football analyst, sideline reporter, and one half of the In the Lab podcast from a man, Drew Doherty. Now, after every pick was made, obviously, you had to listen to me opine about each pick, but Drew Doherty actually had a chance to sit one-on-one with each of the draft picks. So Drew and I just went in order and talked about our experience, Drew's experience with interviewing each guy, and then one little interesting nugget from each, not only the conversation, but just the pick. And here's what we had to say on In the Lab.
Players have been picked, 9 total, and medicine balls are flying here inside NRG Stadium. This is In the Lab, presented by Xfinity. Me, Drew Doherty, you, John Harris, and you, our third friend, listening, watching, whichever one you're choosing to do. We appreciate that. But yeah, the medicine balls, John, 20 yards that way is the weight room. And sometimes outside the weight room, they'll throw medicine balls against the wall. So I didn't see which players are out there right now, but I mean,
it's a lot of them.
Pretty much everybody that matters, they're all here, and they're all working out.
Yep, it's been really cool to see how many guys are here.
Yeah.
It is, as we've said many times, voluntary. And there have been a lot of Texans stars in the past that were like, it's voluntary. I'll be there when I need to. These guys have been more along the lines of, hey, this is a way we can get together and we can, compete as a team.
There's no Darren Hambrick saying, what do voluntary mean?
Yeah, exactly.
That's you're got to be old if you remember that one.
Yeah.
2000, 2001-ish, Darren Hambrick, a linebacker for the Cowboys, didn't show up for voluntary workouts or something.
Oh, he was a piece of work now.
So what do voluntary mean? He had his little brother, Troy Hambrick, pretty good running back.
Mm-hmm. So it's voluntary, but guys are here. And look, it's not everybody. People have some family situations or whatever, but there's been a really concerted effort to get together and be with the guys. And, man, you walked I walked probably about an hour and a half ago down the hallway and just boom, there's a guy, there's a guy, there's a guy. There's a vet.
Yeah.
It's
to give an example, somebody asked me on if fans want to know, kind of it's what used to be Dear Drew, hey, who's not here at voluntary workouts? I was like, I don't know. I mean, I've seen C.J. Stroud. I've seen Nico Collins, Derek Stingley, Will Anderson Jr., all the veterans, the new guys that have signed. Gardner Johnson, you heard from him last week. I mean, everybody's here that I know of. I'm sure it's like you said, there might be some guys that have missed a day or two, but I still don't know who they are. Anyways, let's get into the draft, and we're going to do 9 things that stand out to me, and it's peculiar little things, and then you're gonna add on to it. But it's each pick, and I got one thing about him.
Okay.
And it's wild that the Texans took 9 guys, by the way.
Yeah, exactly.
I would have
we
thought
were going in with
8.
So we went in with 8.
Yeah.
Okay. And I knew the numbers at the time, but 8. Yeah. So we went in with 8, came out with 9. All right.
Did we go in with 8 or did we go? Yeah, because we had 4 of the first 3 rounds.
Right. And then we had
which is
one. Yeah, then we had 4 after that. No, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right. It was 8.
7. We had a bunch of 7. Anyways.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's start off with the big fella right off the top. And I say big. Dimensions is what stood out to me. And it's everyone's saying, oh, he's a carbon copy of Nico Collins. And instantly when I hear someone compare a guy to another guy, I instantly recoil and say, he's his own man. He's going to be different. Doesn't matter. But darn it, looking at this guy's size, looking at his speed, looking at what he did on the field, those are a lot of Nico Collins-esque stats and numbers, and I'm fine. I'll take 17 Nico Collins on a team. I saw this idea out there that you can't have two of the same guy. Sure you can. Sure you can. You absolutely can. I'll take as many Nico Collins as you'll give me because he's the definition of swarm in one dude. It takes 6 guys to bring him down. He catches the ball and then chooses violence in the most violent way he can and gets all that extra yardage, and he can run by guys. Somebody on Twitter, Ian Hartitz, had a really good tweet last night. We're shooting this on a Wednesday morning. He said, look at what Nico Collins was doing before the injury against the Bills.
Oh, yeah.
He was on pace for 2,000 yards.
Yeah.
Now, would that have held up?
Dominating.
We'll see. But he was lighting it up. And the last catch he had before he got injured was what 75-yard touchdown.
Yep.
Took it to the house. So is there can he do this? Can Jaden Higgins do this? We'll see. That's a big bar to clear. But, man, I like all the numbers and the stuff backing it up that made the Texans choose him because the numbers was one little smart why it chose him. There's all sorts of other stuff that they've seen over the years that they like.
The thing about it is, Drew, and you know how I do these things. I do a player comp. I probably did about 150 player comps, footballtakeover.com. And so immediately when I got back from the Senior Bowl, I didn't base it on really other than the only kind of numerical comparison was kind of the size comparison. Like one guy 6'4", but it was just the way that he played, the way that he carried himself, the way that he won as a receiver. I came back from the Senior Bowl, and I just, I've got a 7.5, 8-hour drive home, and I'm thinking about all that I've seen, and I'm like, oh, man, okay, Higgins is Nico, man. There's no doubt. just the way they move, how fluid they are. And I remembered, Jaden I thought had a good Senior Bowl. And what stood out to me was the fact that when Nico went to his Senior Bowl, he had not played for a whole year. And so Nico did not have a great Senior Bowl. I remember coming out of there. I was really excited to see him because he hadn't played that year. And I was getting to see him up close.
Such a peculiar set of circumstances.
And I had an agent tell me at some point, he was like, during that Senior Bowl, defensive backs were kind of fighting themselves to go on the field with Nico because they felt like they could just destroy this big physical receiver from out of Michigan.
What those guys are doing now.
And it's funny because I try and buy some gear for the Senior Bowl, hats and, winter caps and, long sleeves and hoodies and all that. And so they were selling a long sleeve. On the back was the entire roster. And I pulled it out of my closet. This is back during the season. I pulled it out of my closet, and I was like, oh, yeah. And I went looking at the name. None of those receivers have done a damn thing. They haven't busted a grape in a fruit fly. They have just done nothing.
Wow.
And then there's Nico. And it's just funny because at the Senior Bowl, there were all this guy, that guy. Now, if I remember correctly, I think Christian Watson was there, but I can't remember exactly. But I just remember a litany of those guys like nothing, Nico. So
do you remember if the DBs that were do you remember? I'm guessing a few of them have done some nice things.
Oh,
right?
no.
None.
The DBs weren't. The DBs weren't very good in that. If I remember correctly, in that Senior Bowl for some reason. But I got to go look at the back of my shirt again.
Yeah.
To see that. But that was, to me, that was just the way that Higgins plays, the way Nico plays. Like I can see the comparison. So okay, size wise it fits, and that's where I start with it. For me, I start with size. Like how similar are the sizes? Because I'm not going to compare Jaden Higgins to Maurice Jones-Drew.
Right.
I'm not going to, no way, even the play, no. I'm going to start with size, and then from there I'll go, okay, how do their play styles, are their play styles similar? Do they win in kind of the same way? And I came out of that Senior Bowl thinking, yeah, they do. And so that's where I came up with the comp of Jaden Higgins for Nico. Like, and I know I wasn't alone with that, but they just, and I had that back in January when I got back from the Senior Bowl. Like that was immediate. Like I wrote up his report and boom, Nico Collins. And I was like, that's easy. As soon as, if I can knock out a comp easy, boom, moving on to the next one. Because there after a while, like, dang. And I try and come up with a comp that's different for every receiver, every player in a draft. So I won't comp Nico to 5 different guys that are 6'4", 210.
Right.
Nico only goes to one. And sometimes it's hard. And there's some guys I won't comp to. Mm-hmm. And as Nico gets maybe a little bit better, I probably won't comp anybody to Nico because he'll just be at that level. Like I'll never comp anybody to J.J. Watt.
Did you comp Brock Osweiler to Dan McGuire?
I don't know. I didn't do a comp back then, but it's funny because with Brock, I didn't like him out of Arizona State.
I remember,
at all.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah, I didn't like him at all. And when he signed here, it was like I had this push-pull of, man, either my draft report is wrong, or my positive vibe about Brock was going to be wrong. And,
yeah, it worked out.
God bless Brock, man. He's a nice dude. I've gotten to talk to him a few times since. He's been great, so I'm not going to say a bad thing about Brock.
All good, all good. I was in my Dan McGuire was just like they're both.
No, that's a great comp. That's an absolutely perfect comp.
We'll go old here on In the Lab.
That's
if
right.
a few of you don't know what we're talking about, that's fine. It's all good. It's all good. But a few of you old people like Dave Howard probably got that.
He knows. He knows.
Dave?
Yeah.
Okay. Tay Ursery.
Okay.
And by the way, I got to interview all of these guys except for Keontae Hamilton and Luke Lachey, and everyone is in that honeymoon phase when you talk to them 5 minutes after being drafted, and they're as pleasant as can be. It was awesome, and I'm sure they are pleasant guys, but it was really, really cool talking to these guys. Athletically, played hoops, didn't play didn't play football till sophomore, junior year in high school, went to a Kansas City area high school. We took 3 guys from the Kansas City area, by the way.
That's how you beat the Chiefs.
Yeah. So, very athletic, because he could hoop. He was also a thrower. And when I say thrower, he didn't just throw the shot put, because he did. Right. He didn't just do the discus, because he did that too. He also threw the javelin, which, have you ever thrown a javelin, John? It's not easy.
No, one of my buddies that I was telling you about, he threw a javelin at A&M.
He did all 3 of those things. So that's another component to the athleticism. And then He was a dancing bear at left tackle. But the thing that stood out to me the most was the number of starts. It's like high 30s in his career at left tackle alone. And last season in a conference with the likes of Josh Simmons, Donovan Jackson, and a whole lot of others, this guy, Tay Ursary, was the conference offensive lineman of the year. That's what stood out to me. And I'm just going with, like, first, when I think about these guys now, this is what I think of. That's pretty cool, man.
It is, absolutely. And when I there are a couple of I build my database. Like, I literally spent yesterday starting my 2026 database for the draft. And I go to team rosters. I go to All-America lists just to start.
Yeah.
One of the places that I go and I use because it points out the athleticism is Bruce Feldman's Freaks list.
Yep.
Last year on Bruce Feldman's Freaks list, Ariante was at 25. Tay was at 25. And they talked about, against Ohio State, he allowed one pressure on 23 pass blocking snaps against Sawyer and Tuimoloau. Then Bruce said this. Ursary squatted 640 pounds, bench pressed 412, and did a 409-pound hang clean this offseason. Like, if you've ever done hang cleans, like when I was at Brown, we did hang cleans.
Remind me again, what's that exercise?
So basically, you take the bar, and instead of it starting at the ground, you bring it to your knees. And then you have to explode up and then catch it.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
That's 409 pounds. That's insanity.
Yeah.
So having done hang cleans in my entire college life, I'm like, I hate them. I get it, but I hate them. 409 pounds stood out to me. And they said, but his wheels are the most impressive aspect of his game. His 1.52 second 10-yard split is a program record for an offensive lineman. He clocked 18.34 miles per hour on a GPS. He posted a 27.5-inch vertical and a 9.2 broad jump, along with a pro shuttle time of 4.61. Keep in mind, this is a guy that's 6'6", 330 pounds. That's impressive.
18 miles per hour for a guy that.
I mean, that's.
And now the Texans aren't going to have him running fly routes, but it's still just the athleticism for this guy is off the charts.
Right.
And he started a lot. So all that athleticism, that's all awesome. He got a lot of experience, and that's what I love too. Like that union of the two things, I love.
Right, and the athleticism, to me, the strength is the one thing that you can absolutely see. When you see him run, he's kind of stiff-legged and doesn't bend his knees as much. And so when I first watched, and I've said this, during the draft show and everything, when I first watched Ursary play, I don't see it. But I didn't really see it as a first-rounder. But the more I watched him, and then I watched the game against Abdul Carter, and I was like, this is actually, he gets Carter blocked. Saw him at the Senior Bowl. Guys are trying to run through him, and he just anchored. And that's why I think he could play guard, but I don't know if that'll be in the Texans' plans. But either way, he just anchored. Like, guys would bull rush him, and he just stopped them in their tracks. I'm like, this is a strong dude. So, like, that strength is shown when he moves. You can see the athleticism in his movements. He just looks a little kind of peg-legged, and that's okay.
Jalen Knoll, another Iowa State wide receiver, playmaker, man. Playmaker. And he's a bowler.
He's a bowler. That's the best part.
I
love that. I love it. Love it.
Love steaks. But I love Jalen Knoll. He's going to be fun, man. You got to load up because what have we seen around here the last couple years with the Texans wide receivers? They've gotten injured. They're not injury prone, but they've gotten injured. And so you got to be ready and you got to have layers to your wide receiver core. And I think the Texans have done that now.
Five guys all went to the Senior Bowl, so I got to see, and I was focusing more on the offense, so I got to see all these guys and had a pretty good idea about them. And again, came back from the Senior Bowl, and I immediately comped Knoll to Jaguars wide receiver Christian Kirk.
Yeah. And then a few months later, the Texans signed Christian Kirk.
They signed Christian Kirk, so I got to go.
I was coming out of the cafeteria yesterday.
Yeah.
Hey, how's it going, Christian?
Yeah, and I could change my database now to say Texans wide receiver Christian Kirk. So I thought it was interesting the two receivers they get. I comped again to two Texans. But, sometimes, Drew, like for me, people, this will happen at Texans practice. They'll go through a period called individual, and media members kind of jack-jawing about whatever. I'm not really paying attention. I always love to watch individual because I always feel like there's something that you can get. And sometimes when you're day 212 of a season and you're getting ready for the Ravens in the playoffs, you're not really worried about watching individual too much. But I feel like at the Senior Bowl, because it's the first time kind of laying eyes on guys in person, I feel like watching it is pretty interesting. And so I'm watching the receivers. I'm down in the receiver section, and they're working on sideline routes, just getting to the sidelines. And it's the biggest thing for wide receivers. Now, one foot doesn't count. You got to get both in. So they would work on this kind of toe tapping drill. And that evolved into running like a sail route. Sail route's kind of take a corner out and then kind of bend it and shorter. And so there's timing involved and all that kind of stuff, but you're running basically full speed to the sideline. And I remember distinctly, as I'm watching the guys go through the drill, I'm watching these guys try to body catch the ball, which is really and all of a sudden, Jalen runs that sail route, and boom, he just snatches it, just plucks it out of the air. And I thought, this is interesting. So I kept watching that, and I watched as he caught the ball, and I realized, and I know people are like, well, he caught the ball. Like, yeah, but when you catch it the way he's doing it with perfect technique, thumbs down on a ball above him, thumbs up, a ball below him, not trying to body catch it, it's like, that's impressive to me. Those hands are really, really good. And then it was the start-stop, the ability to stop on a dime, not drift on routes. If he's got to get to 5 yards and pivot, boom, he's at 5 yards, full speed, pivot. He gets separation. I mean, it's everything that they have talked about. That D'Amico's, I want a separator. Well, that guy's a separator. There's no doubt.
Yes, he does all that. But there's a video up. I did the one-on-ones, like I mentioned earlier, and there's a video up on YouTube. Go check that out because there's a catch on there where there was no separation whatsoever, and I don't know the team. It looked like a high school team because it was green and yellow.
Yeah.
But he was bracketed, and when I say bracketed, I mean there was a guy on his left side and a guy on his right side touching his shoulders.
Yeah.
And he catches a pass right through him. He shouldn't have caught it.
Right.
And I'm not saying he was being guarded by Derek Stingley and Deion Sanders,
sure,
but it just doesn't matter. Like the way he caught this thing was remarkable. So I can't wait to see what he does.
Now, there's more to that. If you want to hear the rest of that, go to In the Lab podcast on HoustonTexans.com. Or Friday night, I'll have the second half of that interview else after Jalen Noel, as we discussed him right there. All right, let's finish up going around the league. A lot of stuff is happening even as we speak. We'll get to that next on Texans All Access.
This is Texans All Access.
The Whataburger Sweet and Spicy Bacon Burger is an all-time favorite. It brings so many flavors together in harmony, you might wonder if it's greater than the sum of its parts. It's got 2 all-beef patties, both of which fantastic. Crispy bacon, love that. Grilled onions, melty cheese. I mean, who would say no? And sweet and spicy pepper sauce. Yes, please. I guess we're kind of partial to every part. The Sweet and Spicy Bacon Burger from Whataburger, just like you like it.
Community Coffee is proud to be the official coffee of the Houston Texans. For over 100 years, we've served communities like yours with rich, smooth coffee crafted right here in the USA. And as a company that's worked to bring people together since 1919, Community Coffee celebrates the uniting power of fandom, especially for Texans fans in Houston and beyond. We're grateful to be part of the Houston Texans family on game day and every day. Community Coffee, strong as our roots.
The Houston Texans and Chevron have teamed up with the Boys and Girls Club of Greater Houston and the Houston Food Bank to create the Chevron Market Pantry at the Houston Texans Team Club. The partnership provides food to the local community and is run by Team Club members and Chevron volunteers. Together, we're helping make Houston a better place to...
It sounds like the Texans draft played out about how Nick Caserio expected this year.
There weren't too many surprises. I mean, as we go through, and we're very, I'd say, diligent and disciplined when it comes to what's the grade, go back to the reports. I think we've been very consistent since, D'Amico's been the head coach, and that's how we approached it, and we feel it's a pretty good formula for us.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
We believe in champions at Texas Children's Orthopedics. The runners, the receivers, the strikers, the dreamers. As the only children's hospital partnered with the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Medical Network, our nationally ranked team brings a caliber of care normally reserved for professional athletes to every patient. Because we champion one thing above all. You. Texas Children's. The difference is life-changing.
If your day sounds like,
we need the report ASAP.
You deserve Modelo. If you've persevered through, you deserve this rich golden lager with a crisp but refreshing taste. Or if you overcame,
2 more reps, 2 more.
You deserve this ice-cold reward. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports.
At Hyundai, we make a big deal about the little things, like the little fact that 9 Hyundai vehicles have earned IIHS Top Safety Picks this year, and offering a little thing called America's Best Warranty, because delivering safety and quality, pretty big deal. Visit your nearest Hyundai dealer today. Hyundai, there's joy in every journey.
Test drive a new Hyundai today at your local Hyundai dealer, where every Hyundai comes standard with America's Best Warranty, plus 3 years or 36,000 miles of complimentary maintenance. Visit buyhyundai.com to find the dealer nearest you. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Hey, H-Town, if you're not a Houston Texans season ticket member, why not? Join our priority list now for the 2025 season and be the first to know when tickets become available this upcoming football season. Plus, you'll have incredible benefits like exclusive invites to special events, last-minute Texans ticket opportunities, priority access for future playoff tickets, a one-time 15% discount to use at the Texans team shop in NRG Stadium, and more. Join now at HoustonTexans.com/tickets.
It's Texans All Access. Now, back to the show.
We got one final segment of this Wednesday edition of Texans All Access from the Texans Radio Studio. I am John Harris, football analyst, sideline reporter for your Houston Texans. And I can't remember when this news was made official. I don't recall. But the Texans made a waiver claim. Jake Andrews, formerly of Troy University, and that matters because that was where Cole Popovich was for a year, was claimed by the Texans, a center. And I told the story on the air, off the air, but when I was at the Senior Bowl in 2023, my buddy Lance Zierlein was talking to him, and I went down to talk to Lance, and as I went down there, I looked at Jake and I said, "You're a wrestler, weren't you?" And he goes, "Yeah, man, how'd you know that?" And Lance looked at me like, "Yeah, how'd you know that?" I was like, there's a certain way. They just look a certain way. So that wrestler, Jake Andrews, now in Houston, added to the 90-man roster, and I believe that's 90. Now, we haven't seen the undrafted free agents. I've seen a lot of teams over the weekend, in the last couple of days. Seahawks released 4 guys. This team released 3. This team released 6. So everything's kind of shucking and jiving right now, moving around. But if the undrafted free agents are what we thought they were, nobody's lost due to the physical not working out or whatever the case might be, then, yeah, we're at 90. I think Jake makes it 90, so away we go. Doesn't mean the Texans won't do something, but now there's got to be a corresponding move if that does, in fact, happen. The NFL has fined the Atlanta Falcons $250K and the defense coordinator, Jeff Ulbrich, $100K. This was a horrible situation, and let's just say that kid's got a lot of lawn mowing to do to pay back that $100,000 that his dad is now out. So there you go. All right, that's the show. Big thanks to Drew Doherty, my man Mark Vandermeer. Talked to him on Thursday, but for putting up that 53-man roster. Appreciate you, my man. We'll see you tomorrow, everybody. And as always, go Texans.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
Are you annoyingly inattentive? Do you watch a movie and then ask a zillion questions because you weren't paying attention? Do people ask, how do you sleep at night? Then you should get a mattress from Mattress Firm. They can help anyone sleep. Come soon to Mattress Firm's Memorial Day sale. Get a king bed for a queen price and save up to $700. Plus, get a free adjustable base with select Sealy mattresses. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Huddle up with ConocoPhillips and the Texans this school year and challenge your students to take on Toro's Math Drills, a fun and free way to tackle math. Toro's Math Drills is an educational video series dedicated to help 3rd and 4th grade students with math topics including multiplication, volume, angles, and more through football examples. The program has proudly reached over 1 million students worldwide, helping kids learn introductory math skills in an exciting way. Sign up today at HoustonTexans.com and tackle math in the classroom this year.
Sky Vodka is now made with water enriched by Pacific minerals and filtered through California limestone. Sky Vodka, a smoother, fresher tasting vodka that's also gluten-free. Just in case you've ever wondered what a subtle ocean breeze tastes like. Sky Vodka, born from the blue. Sky Vodka distilled from grain, 40% alcohol by volume, 2021 Campari. Please drink responsibly.
H-Town, the Houston Texans are looking for the next Houston Texans cheerleaders to join our incredible team and bring the energy for our fans on game days. There are only a few days left to apply for Houston Texans cheerleaders tryouts. So if you or someone you know is a dancer or cheerleader, 18 years of age or older, and has a passion for H-Town, don't wait on this dream or it might be too late. You have less than 1 week to become a Houston Texans cheerleader. Visit HoustonTexans.com/cheerleaders now.
When it's your turn to pick up the tab, do it in style with the Texans debit card exclusively from TDECU. With access to team store discounts, discounted tickets, and other offers and promotions, this card is a must-have for all Texans fans. So whether you're grabbing concessions at the game or buying your lucky t-shirt to wear on game day, spend with spirit all season long. Visit TDECU.org/Texans and get yours today. Insured by NCUA Equal Housing Lender.
Behind every door at Houston Methodist, you know what to expect. Expertise. Whether it's life-saving brain surgery, your 3D mammogram that catches breast cancer sooner, or orthopedic specialists helping you feel stronger than ever. With hundreds of doors across Houston, you can get expert care everywhere.
That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
For 48 straight years, Ford F-Series have been the best-selling trucks in America. Engineering breakthrough technology, redefining built Ford tough, and never settling for second best. But what's really made Ford F-Series the #1 selling trucks in America is you. Ford F-Series, built Ford tough. Based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year total sales.
H-Town! The summer of gold is almost upon us. The 2025 CONCACAF Gold Cup Final is happening on Sunday, July 6th at NRG Stadium, and we want you to watch in luxury when the champion is crowned. Book a private suite to enjoy the final with your guests or party it up with other fans, clients, or friends in a party suite. But hurry, suites are going faster than expected. Secure yours today and visit lsse.net to speak to a representative now. That's lsse.net. Don't wait.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
This is a journey into sound.
Much as you try to bury it, the truth is out there.
The truth lives right here, Houston.
On this day, I see clearly.
Sports Radio 610 presents Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
Oh, hello. Happy Wednesday, everybody. Area 45 on Sports Radio 610. Glad to be with you for the next 4 hours. How about that show? Kind of maybe to start if we want to, though it was a crappy recap in that case because the Astros lost earlier today. Maybe a H-Town post-game show in the 9 o'clock hour. Who knows? A little early tip time tonight at Toyota Center. Are you there yet? Are you at the game yet? Because pregame it looked a little poopy for the amount of people or lack thereof in the stands. They got free T-shirts and a happy hour for crying out loud, but, Did
the T-shirt say "Control Your Dad"?
It said, I don't know what it said. I'm trying to read it. Oh, always Houston with the U.S.
Yeah, I see
circled.
a little. I see some rows of empty seats there.
Yes,
very close to.
But you know the best part about that is when you put the T-shirts on the seats, it looks like people are actually there wearing the T-shirts, so you don't mind it. You're missing a hell of a start to a game in what could be the Rockets' final game of the season. Maybe it won't be. Maybe it's the start, just the beginning. Who knows? 36-22.
The literal definition of people dressed up like empty seats.
Yeah. I don't care. Be there, don't be there. We're watching it, and we got you covered. Now 38-24.
It is
Rockets
one
on
of those
top of
things
the Warriors.
to me where if you're paying the money for like fourth row seats,
get there early,
and you're not at the game and it's like 2 minutes to go in the first quarter.
Mm-hmm.
How rich are you that you don't give a damn about like the thousands of dollars you just blew on seats?
Super rich. Well, you know they have the things to distract you before you can even get to the game. And courtside, they've got bars and TVs and beer and liquor and hot women rolling around all over the place in the concourse. Like, they're all over. They got everything. Everything you could possibly need is there at Toyota Center. A lot of distractions. Though, me, you, commoners like us, we had courtside seats. Hell, if I had seats, I would have been there in my seat an hour early. I think they opened the gates an hour and a half before today.
I'm pretty sure if you and I had courtside seats, there'd be no show tonight.
There definitely would not. Well, there should be a show, and it would just be the Luke Morrow and Chris Partee show, along with one Chris Santiago.
Would probably really. Who would probably really ticked off at us?
Yeah.
That you and I had tickets and we left him out.
Yeah, well,
he'd probably want to kill us.
If we had tickets, it wouldn't be on our dime. I guarantee you that. Well, definitely not mine.
I'll
Mr.
tell you
Big
this
Baller.
much: I wouldn't be here. If y'all weren't here, I wouldn't be here.
You'd be like, screw it. I'm at least going to go downtown and watch it at a bar.
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
The big old F this coming out.
Yeah, it would be the Mitchell Millimacki, Chris Partee, and Luke Morrow show. Quite possibly just Mitch Millimacki, because something tells me Luke and Chris would want to go watch the game as well. They'd be like, yeah, Parker, I can't. I'm sick today. Sorry.
I'm sick.
Yeah. The Rockets have first quarter tonight. Showing up much? Yeah, they are.
Fred VanVleet showing up.
Fred VanVleet, 14 points to lead not just all Rockets scores, but to lead all scores in this ball game. Dude, I'm not going to bury the lead anymore. What is going on with the Rockets and the free throw shooting situation? Tonight, already 13 for 13 in the first quarter. A perfect 13 of 13 from the foul line in the first quarter. You know how many free throws the Golden State Warriors have tonight, kind sir?
3.
0.
You know why? They don't drive.
Because they are ass. And this is the referees and the Golden State Warriors baiting the Rockets into thinking, you think you got it like that?
I mean, that's what it is.
How about no?
The Rockets are driving to the basket a lot, and the Warriors, look, they're a jump shooting team.
Yeah, but
they move the ball around, they find the open guy, and that's what they do.
Yeah, but the Rockets are driving to the basket, and they're kicking it out, too, and taking really good shots tonight. Fred VanVleet, the last 3 I saw him make was from about 28 feet, and it was actually a really good look because Dylan Brooks made a hell of a pass from the right corner out to the left wing, and it was a really good look.
Second game in a row, VanVleet has been on fire.
Yeah, well, damn, he was due. I mean, the first 3 games of this series, he was M, and then I, and then A.
He was poopy.
Yeah, you got Jalen Green outside of that one game, too. It was just absolutely horrible. It had to have been statistically, maybe not, but it had to have been to the eye test the worst starting backcourt in the NBA postseason this past week and a half. Absolutely had to be from a Rocket standpoint. And hopefully, tonight is, how the turntables have turned kind of game.
Well,
where they flip this thing around and they get it going.
The last two Rockets possessions, Alpi was fouled, no call. Amon was fouled, no call.
Don't bitch about no calls, bro.
I'm saying going to the basket.
Do not bitch about no calls.
That's all I hear, man.
If you're going to bang guys.
Hey, they can bang whoever they want tonight. Do not bitch about no calls in the first 12 minutes. I don't care.
That's where, if you are going to the basket and you get mugged, and it's like, we gave you a foul before. Well, I just got mugged.
We gave you 13 free throws before, sir.
That's because they're playing crappy defense and the Rockets are being aggressive.
That's what the refs and the Warriors say.
You can't punish the team being aggressive by saying, well, the other team's not being aggressive, but
no, you got to be consistent.
They're not going to the line,
you gotta be consistent.
Now we got to let you not go to the line.
You got to be consistent.
You change the dynamic of the game like that.
Yeah, well, NBA 2025, welcome, kind sir. 713-572-4610. You want to scoop your eyeballs out right now. I know you do. Chris Santiago. It drives me crazy, too. But he's not wrong. He is right. It's just, beggars can't be choosers right now. Let's tie the series at 3, and then we can feel a little bit better about ourselves. 713-572-4610 if you want to call, if you think PC is ass, if you agree with him.
I mean, look, this is exactly what happened
let us know.
with Draymond the other night, right?
What happened with Draymond, you literally witnessed a person committing basketball murders consecutively, and then the NBA policeman did nothing about it.
I mean, he got his 5th foul. He had a T, and he had a flagrant, and that was with 7.5 minutes to go in the third quarter. From that point forward, he was untouchable. He could do anything he freaking wanted.
What they call that in Lethal Weapon? Diplomatic immunity.
And the NBA is too much of a bunch of meow to revoke it.
Meow. There was a big meows the other night. Not so much tonight. Very in favor of the Rockets. That's really cool. I almost want to screenshot the box score. 13 out of 13 compared to 0 for 0.
So we can compare it to the fourth quarter and be like, what the hell happened?
Yeah, just remember, mark 7:09:05, kind sir, on a Wednesday evening. Remember those words. And in about 2 hours, we will take a look back and compare. We'll see what it looks like. Did you end up making it to the ballpark today? You said you were going to go see the Astros play.
I wanted to go, but I had a little too much work to do.
You decided to be a responsible adult.
Yeah, I hate being an adult.
Well, good call, because...
Why do I have to adult?
Did you know Hayden Wesneski was not going to pitch today? Because I mentioned 3 times yesterday, Hayden Wesneski's going to pitch today. Is he going to continue to be a badass? And then A.J. Blue Balls goes out there and stinks it up. Okay, he didn't really stink it up too bad. Jeremy Pena had an error, but he gave up a grand slam. What the hell?
He gave up 5 runs after that error. I mean, the inning just got away from him.
It did.
Because that error happened before he gave up run 3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it was early.
And then there was a
Second
4, 5, 6, and 7.
Mm-hmm.
So after the error, he kind of got rattled.
Yeah. Where was Wesneski? What happened to this fella?
Wesneski just apparently needed some extra rest, so they were skipping his start. He's not going on the IL. Apparently, he just needed some extra rest, which for a guy who has been
way to go, bro,
pitching more than he's probably ever pitched before this early in the season.
BS. He pulled a Tyler. He stayed out. He stayed out a little too late. The night before, and was like,
you need to stop with that fake news, man. People are going to believe you.
Well, according to my sources...
and your sources are you.
Yes. According to Sean Bijani of Sports Radio 610, he said that Wesneski needs to stop hanging out with Tyler Milner and getting drunk and then the poopies so he can do his job and pitch. Like, he had an opportunity for a home sweep, back-to-back home sweeps, and they couldn't do it. They could not do it.
Well, the Astros today made 2 errors. The Astros had made 1 error in their last 10 games.
Yeah.
Made 2 today.
Yeah, Pena was 1. Only his second error.
And Caratini was called for catcher's interference. Like, it's considered an error.
Did that happen in the 3rd inning as well?
No, it happened later.
Okay. Yeah, so the Astros lost 7-4. If you did not know, you might be able to gather that by our gleeful convo regarding those guys. There were some good things. The bullpen did well today.
5 scoreless.
Yeah.
From the bullpen.
5 scoreless from the pen.
Which entered today with some pretty gaudy numbers.
Yeah. Your boy, Caleb Ort, got his ERA down to a 9 with a scoreless inning today.
I told you, listen, he'll get the ERA down after he throws a few more innings.
9, Chris. 9 from 18, bro. You just cut that sucker in half, like his 50% off day today. How about that? It's fantastic. And my boy, Jeremy Pena, was this 3 straight games or 4 straight games for him in the leadoff spot? 3 for 5 today.
Yeah, and
a dinger.
3 for 5, dinger. I think he had a walk.
Yeah,
he has been on fire.
But
now,
if there was a guy that could make an error,
Pena
in the game
has
today,
now hit in 19 of 20 games.
19 of 20. Keep it counting.
And in that time, he's hitting over 330. He's got an OPS over 850. It included a career-high 14-game hitting streak. So Pena has really been on an absolute tear. And you consider the fact the Astros got 5 scoreless out of the bullpen today. Houston relievers have combined entering today, so not even counting that 5 scoreless. They're 77. That was number 1 in the American League.
The just for the bullpen, you said?
For the bullpen.
Yeah.
And not only was there 2.77 ERA over the course of the season so far, the best of the AL, they had a 1.95 ERA over their previous 16 games entering today. So the bullpen has been nails. And the lefties have been tremendous. Hader's got a 1.80 ERA over 15 innings.
Very good. Last night, notwithstanding necessarily.
Brian King has a 1.98 ERA in 13 2/3.
Very nice.
Stephen Okert has an 0.64 ERA over 14 innings. And Bennett Sousa has not allowed a run in 6 1/3. The lefties have kicked ass.
Yes, sir, they have. Sousa's becoming one of my favorites very, very quickly. 713-572-4610. One Cameron Aloysius Smith, kind sir, is struggling a little bit more these days. 1 for 4 today with 3 strikeouts. 10 strikeouts for Astro hitters today, by the way.
9 walks, though.
9 walks, yeah. The striking out thing. That's
7 walks. 9 hits, 7 walks, 10 Ks.
Yeah, it was 9 hits. The strikeout numbers for Astro hitters isn't something that really should make your eyebrows raise up because, well, they do that a lot this year. But it was unfortunate, like 10 Ks today, it wasn't like they had a dominant opposition, starter just like mowing them down. It was, who was it? 4 dudes, but struck out 4 dudes. And the reliever came in, he struck out 3. I mean, everybody they threw, like the Astros, they are not taking in general to this new approach that they said they were going to.
Once upon a time, the Astros were the hardest team in baseball to strike out.
Yeah, not the case.
Now they're not even close.
Not the case. And look, I know they won 8 of 12. I know they've been playing better baseball of late, and we talk about it all the time, and it's fun. They're becoming a really fun team to watch play, in my opinion. But I just wish they put together more competitive at-bats. That's the thing that kind of kills me is I don't feel like they put together really competitive at-bats, and I think they have the hitters to do it. I'd be interested in knowing now, and I know that's not going to be the case, 29 games, and it took us 167 games, like an entire regular season and a postseason before we'd found out in an article in The Athletic from Chandler Rome, and probably a month and change after the season had already been over before we were told, hey, yeah, you know what, their philosophy and strategy hitting-wise sucked last year, and their general manager thought it sucked and thinks they should change it. And they said they will, and they clearly have not executed said changes yet. So I would like to see that happen much sooner than later. Preferably Game 3, which will be away from Daikin Park. They'll start a 6-game homestand. They play the Crap Sox. That's what I'll dub them right now because I can't remember what you call them. The Chicago White Sox.
Cheap Sox.
Cheap Sox. And then they'll play the Royals So
the court jesters.
You'll have to deal with an insufferable, very annoying
Ron
Hughley for at least 3, maybe 4 days, maybe 5. I don't know.
You're insane.
He'll talk about them the day before they actually play. They begin the series, and then he'll talk about them the day after the Astros either win or lose said series against the jesters of the court.
The jesters.
Yeah, there you go. We got a couple of guests tonight. Busy show. Coming up at 7:40 at his usual time on a Wednesday, the General John McClain is going to join us for not 1 but 2 segments, as always. 2. And then it's Wild and Wacky Wednesday. We got a whole bunch of free stuff to give away as well. Various times tonight. In fact, we're going to start it, I do believe, coming into next segment. So we have free stuff, and the free stuff is what?
Free.
Oh, you don't want to tell them yet?
Not yet.
Is it going to be a surprise? Okay. All right. So surprise free stuff multiple times tonight. That'll be very exciting and fun.
Free stuff.
And then maybe I'll give you a hint. Coming up at 8:40, we will be talking to the head coach of a football team in this city, the most recent win.
Dubs.
It's not D'Amico Ryans. That would be a really big get for this show. Though we could do it, we just prefer not to. You hear a lot of Texans conversation all day.
Can't get D'Amico on because it would upset the guys who are on during the day.
Well, according to my sources, D'Amico asks to be on the show all the time, and I just bro, you just wait till we get a little closer to football season when people actually care about what you're doing and stuff. We'll talk then if we have time for you. No, CJ Johnson's going to join us, so we'll talk to head coach of the Houston Roughnecks, CJ Johnson. This was maybe, I think, the most convincing win in his tenure as head coach of the Houston Roughnecks. They put it on the Brahmas, formerly head coached by one Wade Aloysius Phillips, if I'm correct.
That is correct.
So he was chilling out, max, relaxing, all cool, watching his former team get their ass whooped by C.J. Johnson and the Roughnecks this past weekend. That was fun, and I know we'll have some fun talking to C.J. about that. All right, coming up next, free stuff.
You know who the Brahmas quarterback is, right?
Kellen Mond?
Kellen Mond.
Yeah. Formerly of the cult that is where Tyler Milner hails from. Texas, what do they call them? Texas Agricultural and Mechanical School, I believe, is what they call it. Something like that. I can't remember what their mascot is. But, yeah, Kellen Mond, he got his ass whooped. Coming up next, free stuff. Sports Radio 610, Area 4.
It sounds like the Texans draft played out about how Nick Caserio expected this year.
There weren't too many surprises. As we go through, and we're very, I'd say, diligent and disciplined when it comes to what's the grade, go back to the reports. I think we've been very consistent since, D'Amico has been the head coach, and that's how we approached it, and we feel it's a pretty good formula for us.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know how to make your grass look like a fairway. The best part, it's more affordable than you think, and they'll match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to TrueGreen.com today and let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
When you're a caregiver, you give all of yourself to those who depend on you. But sometimes even caregivers need a break, which is why respite care options are available. Respite care offers assistance through child daycare or adult daycare, in-home or overnight services, allowing caregivers the opportunity to rest and recharge. Taking this time for yourself is essential because when you rest, you care best. Explore resources at TakeTimeTexas.org and learn how you can strengthen the care you give through well-deserved respite.
Brought to you by Texas Health and Human Services.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive You have the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right, you can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FAME25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FAME25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FAME25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Make this your year. Looking for a new career in the high-demand fields of IT, cybersecurity, and AI? Attend classes live, online, or on campus. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation today. Financial aid is available to those who qualify.
At Air Specialist, we believe a good name is earned, not given. With every AC repair, we dedicate ourselves to the craftsmanship and precision that you would expect from a specialist. And now we're proud to offer the same attention to detail on plumbing, repipes, water heaters, drains, and more. Being a specialist is not just our name, it's our brand. Air Specialist Plumbing and AC. Excellent quality at a fair price.
Hey, y'all, if you're searching for the best burgers in the game, find them at Twin Peaks all month long. And their delicious seasoned, smashed, and seared burgers are waiting to be discovered at your local lodge. Come on by and enjoy the scenic views and catch Pro Hoops playoffs every single night and Cinco de Mayo on Monday, baby. And next weekend, well, that's Mother's Day, and they'll have specials on some of her favorites all day long, including mimosas, sangria, and much, much more. If you got a mom like I do, she likes that cold beer, y'all. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, and scenic views.
Hey, it's Anthony A. inviting you to join us out for a night of comedy benefiting DePelchin Children's Center. Tuesday night, May 6th at Punchline Houston. Stand-up comedy from myself, Kristen Linear, Nitra, and tickets are just $15. Comedy night out benefiting DePelchin Children's Center. Tickets on sale now at Mix965Houston.com.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by
Westwood One presents Today in Women's Sports, sponsored by Allstate. Training camp is underway across the WNBA, and the Indiana Fever are fired up. The team added championship-level experience to both the roster and the coaching staff. Only 5 players returned from last year's squad, which made the playoffs for the first time since 2016. Now they have higher aspirations under Stephanie White, who's back for her second stint as head coach. Oh yeah, they also have Caitlin Clark. Time Magazine's Athlete of the Year enters her sophomore season with more strength, confidence, and talent around her.
Everybody knows we have so much talent, but at the same time, you got to put that together. It's not going to be all right, you have all these great players, you step out on the court, it's going to work. It's going to take a little bit of time to figure things out, figure out how everybody works with one another. So at the same time, we have so much great personality on this team. That's what's going to make it fun. That's what fans are going to love and to watch about us. We're going to have a lot of fun playing basketball, and you embrace that about your teammates as well.
Indiana kicks off its preseason on Saturday against the Washington Mystics. With Today in Women's Sports, I'm Maggie Gray on Westwood One.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. No, wait, my phone! Come back! It's my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life! Come back!
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
At Napa, we've spent the last 100 years building our business into an engine that powers you. national or local, Napa has the automotive solutions your business needs to stay moving. And it's all driven by a nationwide network of quality parts and exceptional service on one mission: to keep your business moving full speed ahead. That's why we are the pros that know.
Napa know-how. Sports Radio 6.
of the other playoff series combined. It feels that way. Holy smokes. A contested shot by Alperen Şengün against one Jimmy Aloysius Buckets Butler. Not really sure what the call was. Maybe goaltending. Didn't look like Alpi touched the ball. Maybe it's a foul. Yeah, it's the and one, I guess, unless they called non-continuation on that. I don't know. Nevertheless, you talk about an ass whooping. It's fun to watch right now for the Rockets against the Warriors. We'll see if it continues. Houston shooting lights out, PC. 66% they are hitting from the field.
Remember when you mentioned the Rockets were out shooting the Warriors 13-0 from the line?
Yeah, not the case anymore.
And then at the end of the first quarter, they were back-to-back possessions for the Rockets where they had a guy go to the basket and get freaking mugged and there was no call. And you're like, well, you can't talk about it. Well, in this quarter, how would you like to bet that the Rockets have gone to the line twice?
You would be correct.
And the Warriors have gone to the line 8 times.
Ocho, yeah. You know what else is kind of interesting? It's early. And the Warriors have missed a lot of shots. They're shooting 37% at boards. 6-1 advantage on the offensive side. And pretty even split. I think 16-16 Warriors-Rockets rebounding margin right now, as in there is no margin. But the most important margin, you got a 23-point lead on the Golden State Warriors. Now, I'm sure you feel the same way now as you did about 5 minutes ago when I asked when the lead was 25, but odds that the Warriors cut this to single digits tonight?
10,000%.
Where's the faith, man? I'm looking for
let me tell you, that is exactly the faith. The Rockets have shown us who they are all year long. They will open big leads and blow them. They will dig giant holes and crawl out of them. But no lead is safe. And no deficit is insurmountable.
I agree with you. I don't think the Rockets are going to lose this game, blow a 25-point lead, which I think is the biggest lead of the game. It was since I looked up, but I don't think they blow it. I do think there's a really good chance that the Warriors get it down to single digits, though. But the Rockets, they should win this game by 13,
if the
15
Rockets
points.
Lose this game, there's going to be changes to the lineup, and you can bank that.
Yeah, we'll get to that a little bit later on.
You can't blow 25-point lead, home court, backs against the wall, first round. You blow that game, especially if one particular young Rocket who's in the crosshairs of the universe right now finds himself with another stinker. Dude's going to be out of here.
Yes, and Jalen Green went out with a... looked like a left knee injury to me.
Yeah,
he since came back.
Steph looked like they banged knees or knee to thigh. Steph had pulled up to guard Jalen Green, and Jalen threw a left-handed pass and tried to run past him on the right, and they slammed legs. It wasn't dirty. It wasn't intentional. Like, Steph didn't even move.
No, it's just it was Steph's just bony-ass knee.
It was just unfortunate that they happened to hit that way. This was not a Draymond, I'm going to, nail you in the knee type of thing.
Yeah, no, it wasn't a big deal. And most importantly, Green's back and at the foul line and missing free throws.
Missing free throws.
There you go. It's just one. He'll be fine. All right, coming up next, I don't think we've gotten John McClain's take. I know I haven't even heard it on what he thought of the Texans draft, the NFL
Saving
draft
it for
overall.
us, baby.
Yeah, so we'll get the general's take on what the Texans did this past weekend in the draft, and he is a man of reason. Many of you who are seemingly unreasonable and didn't like the Texans draft, we'll see if he can kind of quell your concerns. We'll do it next. It's Area 45 with the general. Stay there.
The Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit roll.
6-month backlog and New York scumbags I'm still trying to put behind bars.
Come out to the coast. We'll get together, have a few laughs.
Who gives a f***?
Yes, I was wrong about you.
You're not such a
Ass. How's that, ass? Shh, it's okay. I've done this before. Yeah, I'm that Energizer Bunny. Listen to me.
Sister Teresa called me Mr. McLean in the 3rd grade. Friends call me John.
Off.
You're neither, shithead.
Yeah, I got a deal for you.
But I let you live.
Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker.
He is not only our resident movie star, not only our resident Hall of Famer, he is a veritable walking encyclopedia of all things Houston sports. He is the General, John McClain, with us on the guest line. How are we doing, John?
I'm doing great. How are you, Patrick?
Doing all right, sir. You know, we got a lot of things to talk about with your Houston Texans today, man. That Nick, you said Nick Caserio was gonna make deals, and he did not disappoint. He almost traded up, decided to trade back. Your thoughts on their move in that first round?
They had a chance at 2 offensive tackles that were taken after them in the first round, but obviously they thought Ariante Ursary was just as good a prospect as they were. One of the things I watched after they drafted the Big Ten Offensive Lineman of the Year was the game he had against Abdul Carter when he shut down Carter. And the fact that he's 6'6", 331, and ran a 5.01, I believe, that I don't, well, we don't know if he's going to start right away, but he's the guy they have picked now that, along with Blake Fisher last year, to be their offensive tackles. Maybe not right away, but I'd say by 2026, they'll both be the offensive tackles. I think Blake Fisher will start next season, and then I expect Ursary will start at some point this year. Maybe, like Fisher, he gets forced into duty because of injuries. But the way that Caserio and D'Amico Ryans took a sledgehammer and tore apart this offensive line shows you how they knew what everybody else did. It was terrible. It started with the coaching with Chris Strasser. So now it's going to be fun watching them. They've got so many guys that in that offensive line, Cole Popovich, the new coach, and Nick Caley, the offensive coordinator, man, they're going to be watching a lot of tape after practices. Seeing how it all plays out is going to be a lot of fun. Then, of course, the 2 receivers. You know, C.J. Stroud has got to be the happiest player on the team to get 2 receivers, Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel. Big guy looks like Nico Collins, a little guy that cracks a 4.4. Both of them had over 1,100 yards in a pro-style offense for a head coach, Matt Campbell, who everybody has great respect for. So I gave them a B+. I don't give A's when you don't have a first-round pick. And the one I'm really interested in is Woody Marks, the running back from USC. And what a great receiver he has. One year at Mississippi State, he had 83 catches. I think when he was a sophomore, to see how he fits in here and how he fits in Nick Caley's system. And they got Caley's opinion on every one of these players. I can't wait to see Woody Marks once he gets on the practice field.
That's John McClain. It sounds to me like, John, you very much liked what the Texans did in the draft. You can elaborate here in just a second, but I thought you brought up a lot of really good points there, and we'll get to C.J. Stroud's happiness a little bit more later, because I do think that is a thing. He didn't – in fact, I think he'd said as much a few weeks ago, how he wasn't really thrilled with what the Texans did on the offensive line and their teardown of it this offseason. But I don't know. How do you think he feels at this point in time about the offensive line? And how do you line? Nick Caserio was on the Kay Adams show earlier today and was talking about how they've really tried to build competition in that group. They feel like they've done that. Do you agree with how they've assembled that position group in the offensive line?
They brought in guys in the draft, trade, and free agency. And the key is they're trying. And I think that's good. Now, we don't know who's going to do what. We're not sure how they'll adapt to the system. We don't even know what the system is in because Chris Strasser, who was fired after 2 years, it was Bobby Slowick's system, and it was up to Strasser to get the offensive line going. And obviously they didn't hold it against Cole Popovich, the backup line coach. It was like he was not guilty by association. That tells me that they know that Strasser may not have listened to Cole Popovich, may not have taken his suggestions. Otherwise, Popovich would have been gone too. So I love what they've done up front because they made significant changes. And of course, Nick Caserio, who never drafted for need, like all general managers, he took the best athlete at a need position, 2 in wide receiver and 1 in the offensive line. And I thought all along receiver had been a second round, offensive lineman would have been in the first round. And so I like what they've done. Don't know the one now. Who knows how it'll turn out? But a lot of the analysts that I trust their opinions, they thought they reached on USC cornerback Jalen Smith in the 3rd round. But a lot of people thought they reached on Kalen Bullock last year in the 3rd round. So we know this. Caserio and D'Amico Ryans, they love that color that USC and Iowa State have, crimson. And it's going to be so fascinating to watch. And C.J. Stroud, and this is interesting about C.J. Stroud. Remember how this time last year we were seeing him travel the world and enter softball tournaments, basketball tournaments. He and Micah Parsons were in China, I think, and you would see him all over the place. Where have we seen him? It looks to me like that he going into his 3rd year. Now, I don't know this because I'm not with him, but just based on it, because he can't keep a low profile if he's out there doing all these things, and maybe he did indeed participate in them, but it just seems like he's not in the limelight in the off season like he was last year, which means he might be working really hard to prepare for the off-season program and, of course, the season. And having these receivers come in there, man, oh, man, they've added some talent. Can't wait to see them on the field. And there's some guys on this team, Xavier Hutchinson, John Mechie, the 3rd. They're going to turn it on if they want to make this team again, because with Nico Collins and Christian Kirk and the 2 rookies, that's 4 right there. And so wide receiver has become, even though we haven't seen it on the field yet, it looks like a position of strength, and that's great for Stroud.
Yeah, well, John, I was just going to ask you about that. Now that they drafted 2 receivers in the first 3 rounds, they brought in Berrios, they brought in Justin Watson. You know, the seats for Mechie and Hutch got to be real hot right now.
Absolutely, Patrick, they do. Now, Hutchinson's a great special teams player, so he's got an advantage of that. Of course, Tank Dell, he'll start on physically unable to perform, I'm sure, and then they'll move him over to injured reserve or physically unable to perform for the season. And that'll clear up a spot. But the competition after those top 4 is going to be fierce. And you mentioned Watson. I believe when they signed him, I was going over his stats last year with the Chiefs, and he averaged, I think, 17 yards a catch. And I thought that's very interesting because you don't see that much anymore. And so he's going to fit in nicely, and he's signed here for a reason. So there's going to be so much competition in the offensive line and at wide receiver. Less so at tight end, less so in the backfield, and, of course, none at quarterback. But, man, an offensive line receiver, it's going to be so competitive and so much catch in training camp, every route these guys run. And because I don't see how they can't be better on offense if they give Stroud time to throw. They don't have to be in the top 5 or 10 on protecting him and giving him time to throw. If they could just get in the top half, that would be great.
Yep. That's John McClain. By the way, 17 yards per reception in 2023, 21 yards per reception the season prior to that for Justin Watson. He had 13 last season. But the point still stands, John. More on the offense, more on the receivers, and you mentioned a guy I want to talk to you a little bit more about, Woody Marks. We'll stick and stay with the General, John McClain. He'll hang with us as we roll into the 8 o'clock hour. It's Area 45. Stay put.
The Rockets are in trouble in their first round. to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
8 o'clock hour. John McClain, the General, sticking around with us for one more segment. Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, Chris Santiago with you. We're Area 45. John, I'm sure you're watching it. I have to ask you because the Rockets just took the largest lead of the game after a green three-pointer who has been on tonight. 11 points for him. When you see a game like this after, the three other stinkers in this series the Rockets had put up, does that make you scratch your head? Does that give you hope? Does that do anything for you? Does it move when you watch a game like this? Does it make you feel different about this Rocket squad?
The most encouraging thing in the first half, they could actually make free throws. They were pathetic shooting free throws. They're at the free throw line in San Francisco cost them that game. And so they bounced back. They've done well. Jalen Green has stunk it up for three, but he had the great second game. It's kind of like the Warriors came in. Yeah, we get them back in San Francisco. So and the Rockets, and it's a credit to them. It's a credit to the coaching staff led by Doka that they had those guys ready, come out spitting venom, and it's a fun thing to watch. And I hope they keep it up and bury them, and maybe it'll give them a little confidence when they go back to San Francisco.
He's General John McClain. John, you were, towards the end of the first segment, you had mentioned you really liked the Texans' fourth-round pick, the running back they got out of USC.
Woody Aloysius Marks.
Yes, and wanted to ask you because, look, they've got Dari on the roster. You have Dameon Pierce on the roster. You got J.J. Taylor on the roster. What does the addition of Woody do to the running back room?
Well, first of all, I'm so glad he goes by Woody because I'd hate to have to type Aloysius all the time. I can't imagine a name that's harder to type based on the way it sounds. And I remember watching him on College Game Day when he was early in his career at Mississippi State, because you don't see running backs catch almost 83 passes he caught as a sophomore. You just don't see that. But he did. He has over 1,100 yards, 9 touchdowns. He's ran a 4.54 at the combine, and that's fine. He's not a blazer, and that's okay. Guy's got to be worried is Dari Gumbawale. And Dari's on the team because he can catch. Obviously, Marks can catch, and Dari can play special teams. And based on the way he played at USC and Mississippi State, he's going to be ferocious on special teams. So if Dameon Pierce gets hurt, which he was last year, give him a chance, unless they feel more comfortable going with Gumbawale. But it looks like he's got a chance to be the number 2 guy to Joe Mixon in 2026. And no telling how good he can be in passing situations. And I like that pick of all based on things, what I was watching of him. Wouldn't you like to see some low-life tapes? Wouldn't one time, building up to the draft, you'd like to say, okay, here's the worst things Abdul Carter did. Well, look at this Minnesota tackle, knock him on his ass 3 times in a row. And see things like that. And, of course, we don't, but the NFL does. They see everything. And I think Nick Caley, he signed off on it. They've tried to give Nick Caley whatever he wants, from the system to keeping Cole Popovich to the draft choices. And I think that what Caley wants, we have to assume that's going to be a system that the Rams used. That puts a lot of pressure mentally on the quarterback who has to the offensive line. I was told by a longtime quarterback and quarterback coach in the NFL that McVay's system is very puts so much pressure on the quarterback, and it'll be great to see how Stroud handles it. Obviously, Caley's not going to give him more than he can handle, so I can't wait to see Marks because if Nick Caley thinks he's going to fit in that system, that's good enough for me.
Yeah, I know you maybe said this a little bit tongue-in-cheek, but you're not wrong. You're right. I think about that all the time. I would love to see the bad film on these guys that are supposed to be really great picks.
Think about how that would go on TV, right? Hey, thanks, Sean. All right, let's go to the videotape. Here's Smith. Look at him. Oh, he fumbles the ball. What a turd bucket. All right, let's watch this play. Here's Smith. Oh, he reads the wrong hole, you jackwagon. What are you doing? And now on this third play, he's going to trip over his own feet like a putz. Back to you, Sean.
They need us to do the show. We could call it ass or not ass. You know? It's
ass
perfect.
and lots of ass.
It's perfect for us. John.
One thing we would not see
what
is Jaden Higgins dropping a pass. Didn't he only drop like 2?
Yeah, okay, good. I'm glad you mentioned him.
You got shopping cart hands here?
Because that was going to be my next question. You said last segment that you think this Texans wide receiver room looks like a position group of strength now, and I would imagine you're saying that because of a guy like Jaden Higgins and Jalen Knoll. So with that being said, and you did intimate that, John Mechie and Xavier Hutchinson could be on the chopping block, or at least feeling the heat going into training camp. Who's the play guy, in your opinion? Is it Higgins or is it Knoll?
Well, Higgins was drafted in the second round and Knoll in the third, so I'm going to say Higgins. He plays outside. Knoll's like Christian Kirk. He can play anywhere, but he looks like he's going to be inside. So I would say Higgins. And he looks exactly like Nico Collins. His build, his speed was everything the same that Nico had. And one of the things they have to be prepared for, Nico gets hurt every year. He's been hurt each of his first 3 years in the league, missed 5 games last year, so they're going to need these young guys to step up. This is going to be a make-or-break off season and training camp and preseason, I believe, for John Mechie III. It's time for him to produce the way Nick Caserio thought he would when he traded into the second round to draft him. And maybe this will be a season he finally takes off, makes the competition better, makes the decisions on personnel even tougher.
John McClain, our guest on Sports Radio 610. The draft went about how I thought it would for the Texans. And by that, I mean they took the position groups that I thought they absolutely needed to take, with the exception of one. And they ended up taking him in the 7th round, but I thought they were going to make it a bit of a higher priority, and that is defensive line, particularly tackle Keontae Hamilton. If there was one thing that John McClain wishes the Texans would have done, what would that have been?
Well, first of all, they've got depth at defensive tackle. They've got 4 guys that are veterans there. You know, they do a great job of coaching those tackles. D'Amico Ryans knows exactly what he wants out of each of those positions. And the 4 they brought in here played better here than they did at other spots in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
And Sheldon Rankins, they offered him a big raise. Bengals offered him a better raise, and he took it. Now he's back, and I bet he's happy as can be because he got paid up there. Now he's back with coaches that know how to use him. So I wasn't surprised about that. But if I had to, I would like to have seen him drafted a tight end who's a big target and a tight end who is a really good blocker, because right now they get the same guys they were with last year, and maybe that's fine, but Dalton Schultz didn't play as well as he did the year before. And Cade Stover, he was up and down because rookie, and Brevin Jordan was hurt almost all year. So I thought they might bring in somebody else, but that's nitpicking, and because I'm fine with what they got. But based on what they did, I thought offensive line and wide receiver were important. You know, they're going to add to the secondary, and I believe they've got a Super Bowl caliber defense, and I don't think they have a Super Bowl caliber offense till they prove it with a new play caller and offensive line that's actually worst will be mediocre, and its best might be actually very good instead of the best being mediocre, because that's not going to cut it in the NFL. And despite all those flaws, you know, we got to be reminded sometime. They finished 10-7, won the division, blew out the Chargers, and then lost a game to Patrick Mahomes on the road. So they were able to overcome a lot of that. And I'm really fired up now that I've seen free agency, now that I've seen the draft, and now that I don't know, but I'm not seeing as much as Stroud, which I think is a good thing. And so I can't wait. I wish, not training camp, not the mini camp, not preseason, I wish regular season started next week.
Ooh, yes, agreed. Cosign.
You know, I would think I speak for all of Houston when I say that if there was a 51-week NFL season, nobody would complain.
What about 3 years ago, 4 years ago, 5 years ago? Would we have wanted that 51-week season?
Well, maybe that would have helped us get better faster.
Well, we'd have wanted we'd wanted a 1 week season and 51 weeks to concentrate on the draft.
Yeah, I agree with that one wholeheartedly. Now that the dust is settled, John, I don't know if you've had an opportunity to look at what everybody else in the AFC South did this past weekend, but your gut feeling, or maybe you've poured over this, but who's draft? And I think I know that you're not necessarily a fan of grading drafts, but just your gut feeling on who had the best draft in the AFC South.
Well, first of all, let me put it like this. When you get the best player, the surefire superstar in this draft who can play on both sides, it might be a superstar on both sides of the ball. Just this draft, I'm going to say Jacksonville, because they got the Heisman Trophy winner and the one guy, so can't miss, Travis Hunter. But Cam Ward, did y'all see that great video of him going back to West Columbia and Columbia High School? They put it out this morning, and all the students and the teachers lined up cheering for him. That was just so cool. His whole career is so cool. And he's going to be, he'll run a lot. He's going to be hard for this defense, but the Titans were terrible. Actually, all three teams in the AFC South were terrible. Indy, when you're going against Cam Ward, Travis Hunter, and Indy gets the best tight end, he just fell into their laps, that defense is going to have to be real good. But right now, you got if I'm a Jaguars fan and I got Liam Cohen in there, who is a really good quarterbacks coach, and I think Trevor Lawrence may finally become what they've expected him to be. I believe Jacksonville, not Tennessee, not Indianapolis, will be the biggest threat to the Texans' AFC South throne, but clearly they are the division favorite going in. Of course, it's always to go to the Super Bowl. But the bottom line is, until they get past the second round, which they've never done, they're not going to be a legitimate Super Bowl contender. Maybe this next season will be the one. They get a home game for the second round, or they actually win a game on the road.
John, if it's not this year for Trevor Lawrence, is it never?
I think so. When you got a guy, Will Levis played great when Liam Cohen was his coach at Kentucky, and then Cohen left. Baker Mayfield played great last season with Liam Cohen. So I look for Trevor Lawrence, who has been a huge disappointment based on supposed to be a generational talent from the moment he won national championship as a freshman, I think, and that would be dangerous. You think Cam Ward's gotten better every year he's played football, and you expect he'd get better. And but the Titans are still a ways away. Indy, this time next year, they may have finally drafted their quarterback, because I don't think they got the answer on their roster. And overall, the division, it could change. Nobody thought the NFC North was going to be great last year. But right now, on paper at least, there's the Texans, there's the other three teams, the other three. In all these mock drafts for 2026, they have the other three all picking high. So it could be another division the Texans should dominate.
Yeah, John, I can't believe you said their future quarterback on the roster. Just no respect for Daniel Jones. No respect.
Well, I think he's better than Anthony Richardson. It's if Chris Ballard does, if they don't, I don't know if Chris Ballard, the GM, will get another year to draft the next quarterback. But Anthony Richardson, could go down as one of the all-time busts. Now, the worst all-time bust was Ryan Leaf, but Anthony Richardson could be close based on where he was taken. But on the other hand, what the Texans don't want is for him, with only 13 starts at Florida, all of a sudden, in the third year, he figures it out.
All this talk about quarterbacks, and, you know.
You think they're important or something?
Gonna bring it. Okay, I got to go. Y'all be the only talk show I've done out of 14 that did not ask me what you're about to ask me.
Well, let's see if I'm about to ask you what you think I'm about to ask you. I was going to frame it like this, maybe kind of lead you into a direction, but I'll go ahead and ask the question that I was going to ask. For better or worse, your favorite draft development over the weekend?
Nobody asked this question. Nobody.
AKA, what did you think of the slip and slide from one Shedeur Aloysius Sanders?
Tankathon.
I wanted so bad for him to get drafted so I didn't have to listen to Mel Kiper anymore. Mel just became unhinged. It was not good TV, even though the ratings were great. ESPN loved what he did. I had me on ESPN and the one next to me in the press box on the NFL Network, and I did not have the remote. So I had the sound up on ESPN, and I was about to scream. I mean, I literally was about to scream listening to him go on and on and on, talking about the NFL is clueless about drafting quarterbacks. And I'm thinking, geez, I'm looking Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson. I mean, there's all kind of great quarterbacks they've drafted. Yeah. I thought it was so unprofessional, but ESPN loved it. I think Shedeur Sanders, if he's going to be a good quarterback, that it's not going to be with the Browns. Jimmy Haslam made them make that pick, like he made them take Johnny Football, like he made them sign Deshaun Watson to a $230 million guaranteed contract, because it made no sense whatsoever to take him in the fifth after taking Dylan Gabriel in the third last time that happened, 2012, RG3 in the first round, Kirk Cousins in the fourth, and it's dysfunction, the epitome of dysfunctionalness, if that's a word. And Cleveland deserves everything they get. I feel bad for Kevin Stefanski, but it's great that Shedeur is getting away from his daddy, and his daddy has not weighed in on all this, which is probably the smartest thing he could do.
My laptop says dysfunctionalness is a word.
Oh, good. Thank you. It's the only time I've ever used it, and the only time because the Texans do not have any dysfunctionalists anymore.
I love it.
You know, when you can't spit out the word dysfunctionalness, you could always just say ass. Ass.
Well, that'd be the Browns. I felt terrible for Shedeur Sanders, you know, letting his daddy be his agent. His brother said he had to get an agent. He got Drew Rosenhaus. He got signed as a free agent by the Buccaneers. And I think Shedeur being up there at training camp where the media can watch every practice, every throw he makes is going to be charted. They may not even notice Dylan Gabriel. And but I hope he does well. I hope he's humbled. No more legendary. No more showing your Rolex to the crowd. Just go in there, focus on football, and be the quarterback he believes he can be, and give him a chance. And, man, can you imagine at training camp, what if Watson makes a miraculous recovery from his second Achilles surgery, and all of a sudden they had Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders, 40-year-old Joe Flacco, who did not play well for Indianapolis last year, Kenny Pickett, third team in 3 years. That quarterback room is going to be more interesting than any in the NFL.
Already, I agree with you.
Already, yes. My buddy Tony Grossi, who's covered the Browns for 35 years, I texted him and I said, in another life, you must have done something. God is punishing you.
That's awesome. John, God is not punishing us with the presence of you. You are legendary, dude. We appreciate the time as always. Thank you.
Sean and Patrick, thank you guys very much. Keep up the great work.
Thanks, John.
Thank you. That's John Aloysius McClain Senior. Dude, that's the general. He's awesome, fantastic, a lot of stuff.
And not ass.
And very much not ass. All right, coming up next, hot leads. We'll get you caught up on the day's top stories. Chances the Rockets allow the Warriors to get this game to single digits dwindling. It's not going to happen, PC.
And more.
We'll give you all the updates.
Free stuff.
Oh, free stuff. Yes, be a part of that. That's Houston Roughneck situations this weekend against who are they playing?
Showboats.
The Showboats. These
Shedeur Sanders.
nuts. Yeah, get out of here. We'll give you free stuff next.
The Texans brought in 9 new faces in the
need the leads?
These are the Glengarry leads.
2 lead cards for tonight, 2 lead cards for tomorrow.
Why give him the good leads? He's got the leads. He's got the leads. He's got the good leads. The whole thing is the leads.
They stole the Glengarry leads. Let's talk about something important. Put that coffee down. Coffee's for closers only.
All right, first up on Hot Leads, free stuff. We've got it. Yeah, here we go. Free stuff. Free stuff. Free stuff. Free stuff. We have got Houston Roughnecks tickets for this upcoming Saturday at the T, the D, the E, the TDCU Stadium, where the Houston Roughnecks play 11 a.m. If you need football early in your life, it can happen on Saturday at TDCU Stadium, 11 a.m. against the Memphis Showboats. You can call now. Are we doing callers
2, 3, 5?
Holy smokes. 2, 3, and 5. 6, don't think you're sneaking in there. 2, 3, and 5. 4, don't even think about it. 2, 3, and 5. 713 572 to the 4 to the 6 to the 1 and the 0. 572 4610. Good luck. Callers 2, 3, and 5. Chris Santiago, and to all of the rest of you, good luck. Okay. All right. Now, actual hot lead time. The Astros lost today to the Tigers 7-4. It wasn't good. Stros now 16-14, and the Detroit Meows improved to 19-12. You got to give them one. Stros still won the series. They're still playing good baseball. AJ Blueball, hardly knew you. He's already been optioned out of here. He'll be back at some point, and he'll be better than ever, I would imagine, the next time the Astros do use him.
Him and Eric Bischoff, better than ever.
Eric Bischoff. The bullpen was a bright spot today. 5 scoreless innings for the Astros bullpen. Jeremy Pena, big bright spot, as always here recently. 3 for 5 today, 2 runs scored, a rib. That included in leadoff spot again. He's hitting 282, folks, with a quick radio math, 791 OPS. That's quite nice.
Not ass.
Not ass. What is ass is the Astros leave town, and they have to go to Chicago for 3 games. Then they have to go to third world city called Kansas City and play the Jesters of the Court before they come back home.
Poverty City.
Yeah. Unfortunate. But what is a good thing, they might come home with 6 straight dubs. That would be really, really cool. So that'll be fun to watch. Lance McCullers going to be pitching this Sunday.
Against the Cheap Sox.
Yeah, that means he's pitching for your Houston Astros. That's really good news. So looking forward to that, and I would imagine much more on him later on and as the week rolls on. Other baseball news. It's that time, PC. Did you know Mike Trout is hurt?
What?
Yes, Mike Trout is hurt.
Wait, what month is it?
Well, it's April.
It's not May.
And it's actually on the anniversary of the time that he got hurt last season and missed the entire regular season.
Remember, was it 2 weeks ago when people were asking if the drug dealers are for real and they need to get more respect? Like, what was my offhand comment?
Mike Trout's not going to be healthy enough to do that.
Mike Trout will be dead by May.
Yeah. During Trout's at bat in the 3rd inning today, he tried to run out a ground ball to second, sprinted down the line, lunged forward, and was called out barely. Tried to stay in the game defensively, but was pulled the following inning.
Sniper!
He has not missed a game yet this season, PC. He appeared in all 29 games, 22 of them in right field, just like he did last year. On the 29th game of last season, he tore his meniscus and missed the remainder of the year. This season, Trout, as many dingers as this dude's been hitting, he has 9 of them, 18 ribs. He's hitting a really stinky 173. That's not
got
good.
9 homers and 11 hits.
Pretty close, yes. Hopefully he's okay, man. Honestly, I don't want to see this guy hurt all year. That'd just be brutal.
It'll be like every other year.
like every other year. Yes, unfortunately. NBA scoreboard check. The Rockets, badass. They are destroying the Golden State Warriors. Do you have a moniker for them, by the way, Golden State? Just say no. Don't think of one right now.
They're the little rainbows, aren't they?
The Golden State Little Rainbows.
Well, yeah. I mean, Golden State's in San Francisco.
I like it, yeah.
Rainbows.
The Golden State Little Rainbows. Well done, sir.
Little rainbows.
They are losing their ass. 107-82. 10:27 remaining in the fourth quarter.
Tell me if every time you see somebody from Golden State like wind up on the floor, you don't see like a bunch of like little rainbows just pop out of them, like Mario just lost all his coins.
It's like they dropped their
ring. Yeah, all the little rainbows.
It's like a Skittles commercial. Amen Thompson, Fred VanVleet have combined for 44 points, 15 of 24 from the field, 5 of 7 from 3, and well, that's not it. All 5 Rocket starters are in double digits, and Ime Udoka's been able to go, count it, 2, 4, 5, 6 deep on the bench. Good old Reed Aloysius Shepherd has gotten in the game. He's played 3 minutes, and unfortunately, he's -6. But that's okay. The Rockets are doing really, really well. The Golden State Warriors are off to a 4-0 run to start the fourth quarter. Look out, folks. Here they come. Don't think so. Rockets playing by far, quite obviously, their best game offensively, and I would even say defensively, of the series tonight at Toyota Center in a win or go home. It looks like they shall win and not have to go home. In fact, head back to Golden State, where the Little Rainbows will then host the Rockets for Game 6. Were you expecting that coming into tonight, to be honest?
I was expecting Game 6.
Yeah?
I was expecting Game 6. I thought this would kind of be Houston's last stand.
Mm-hmm.
So I allocated a 20% chance that the Rockets would get out to a big lead and then die. I allocated another 20% chance that the Rockets might find themselves in a dogfight down the stretch. And then I allocated a 40% by kind of more.
I like that. And that the latter is definitely going to happen, I would say. One other game on the playoff
Reed
docket
Shepherd
tonight.
just checked into the game for the first time.
I know.
It is officially a blowout.
I know. I said that. And he's already -6 in 3 minutes of action. How about that? One other game tonight. They'll tip after this one's over. The Timberwolves at the Lakers. Lakers down a 3-1 deficit in the series as well. Favored, though, like the Rockets were coming into tonight's game. 5.5-point Laker number tonight, and the Rockets, I think, came in at 4.5. That's the way it started a couple of days ago. I think it's the way that it stayed. Over much? Yeah, take that one.
Does it bother you that the Rockets are currently up 23 points with under 10 minutes to go? Cam Whitmore, DNP-CD.
Does it bother me? No. Not anymore. I mean, we already know. It
bothers Cam.
It bothers Cam, sure. Yeah, but we should be very used to that. This is like Ime locking him in the doghouse, throwing away the key, and then setting it on fire. He will never play again unless the Rockets are down to like 4 players, and you have to go that route. Unless they pull Vernon Maxwell out of the stands or get Dream to suit up one more time, Cam ain't playing.
I have a feeling they might try to get Mad Max to suit up before they play Cam again.
To be honest with you, I would have liked to have brought him out of retirement just because, like, nobody else really wants to bow up to these knucklehead Warriors. Mad Max, you don't have to ask him. I'd love to see that. Couple other notes. One, in the NFL, they have fined the Falcons. They have fined their defensive coordinator, Jeff Ulbrich, over the Shedeur Sanders prank call saga, because, as you know, Jeff Ulbrich's knucklehead 21-year-old son decided to prank call Shedeur Sanders at some point during the draft this past weekend. And I have not heard that. I have not seen that. I really need to go watch it because it sounds very entertaining to me. But I would imagine, PC, Jeff Ulbrich not entertained by the fact that he has to pay a $100,000 fine because his son is a moron. And the Atlanta Falcons had to cough up $250,000 as well to the NFL. So some fine charities will get a lot of money.
I saw some guys who cover the league complaining that there is no penalty for jacks. Jax is not an NFL employee. Jax is not a team employee.
Jax is getting punished.
Jax is not an NFL player. The NFL has no authority over Jax. You know who has authority over Jax? Jeff Ulbrich.
Yes.
And I guarantee you, costing him $100,000, there are going to be some very severe penalties that may not necessarily leave their household, but there are going to be some severe penalties because nobody lets their 21-year-old kid cost them $100,000 for being a jackass.
Yep. Here's what Jeff said for the record today. Quote, my actions of not protecting confidential, my son's actions were absolutely inexcusable, and for that, we are both deeply sorry.
And for that, I'm going to whoop his ass.
Yeah.
Kid's going to military school.
There's some really wild and sad news to pass along regarding John Elway. I don't know if you saw this, but John Elway's really good friend and business partner, in fact, his ex-agent, died from a fall due to injuries sustained from falling off of a golf cart driven by John Elway.
No.
So,
that's awful.
Jeff Spurbeck, longtime friend, business partner, former agent of John Elway, passed away this morning from injuries suffered when he fell off a golf cart reportedly being driven by John Elway. This occurred, according to reports, Saturday evening in California, and he was declared dead this morning at a Palm Springs hospital. Reports say that there was nothing negligent from Elway in terms of driving the golf cart. However, the reports say that they were coming back from a dinner, and that's where the reports should stop. I know it's very easy to intimate that, hey, alcohol might have been involved. No. Stop, full stop. There's a death that's occurred, and it would be irresponsible to assume anything and everything. But very, very sad news. You lose a longtime friend, agent, somebody that knows you at least as well as your family spent all these years with you. Very tough for John Elway, and I would imagine the family, to lose somebody like that. But that's going to do it for Hot Leads. Coming up next, we'll make room for the head coach of the Houston Roughnecks, C.J. Johnson, joins Area 45. Stay put.
Hey, minute here for Dr. Ben Salento, Texas Science Restoring. If you deal